Achievement system. I cultivate immortality in the world of martial arts. Everyone assumed I was an inept individual incapable of martial arts. Yet unbeknownst to them, I was on the path of cultivation. Chapter 1. Martial arts? Cultivation? Even a fool knows how to choose. In the Dachuan dynasty, in the northern region of Yinchuan, lies the Yin-Yang sect. Today, this sect buzzes with unusual excitement. On Chaosha Peak, disciples bustle about, and a multitude of menial workers sweep the grounds. Curiously, among these workers clad in ochre garments, there is a young disciple dressed in a black yin-yang dual fish robe, also wielding a broom as he performs menial tasks. Han Yun, we've finished sweeping over here. We're heading to another arena now. We won't bother you here. Two workers called out to the robed disciple before making their way into the distance. Understood, Han Yun replied, then lowered his head to continue sweeping. Alas, our senior brother Han was once a prodigy 3 years ago, the most talented in the sect with the fastest internal energy cultivation. Now, he finds himself laboring alongside us menial workers. The two conversing workers lamented. Indeed, a phoenix fallen to the mundane. The esteemed chief disciple of Chaosha Peak has now become a mere wastrel. Don't speak that way. Senior brother Han is quite amiable, lacking the arrogance of other disciples. He treats us workers with courtesy. Can he afford to be courteous? A wastrel is a wastrel. Who would care about him? Listening to the distant whispers of the workers, Han Yun merely smiled, unconcerned, as he continued his sweeping. Everyone thought him to be a wastrel, yet he alone understood that he was far from it. He had simply transformed all his internal energy into spiritual energy. 3 years prior, he was a 20-year-old young man from Earth who succumbed to cancer, only to find himself reborn in this ancient martial arts world. The original owner of this body had once been the chief disciple of Chaosha Peak in the Yin-Yang sect, displaying exceptional martial talent from a young age, achieving the rank of an 8th grade martial artist by the tender age of 16. However, fate had other plans, and one fateful night, he was ambushed and killed by 10 assassins in his courtyard. When he awakened, he had become the new Han Yun. Upon regaining consciousness, the jade pendant that had hung around his neck since childhood revealed a line of small characters. Would you like to embark on the path of cultivation? Having perused countless tales of cultivation and martial arts from Earth, Han Yun was acutely aware that cultivation, in terms of combat prowess, realm, or longevity, was a significant superior approach to martial arts. Without hesitation, he chose to cultivate. Immediately, the characters on the pendant transformed. Cultivation requires spiritual energy to open the spiritual meridians. Internal energy transformation progress. 1/10,000. Lacking any martial techniques, he was unable to absorb spiritual energy, thus unable to open his meridians. He had initially thought he would soon gather the first wisp of spiritual energy to open his meridians. Yet this transformation took 3 long years. This was why he had been labeled a wastrel for the past 3 years. At last, the progress bar reached 9999/10,000. Today marked the completion of his spiritual energy transformation, coinciding with the commencement of the sect's competition. Typically, he was responsible for sweeping the back mountain steps, but today he had been temporarily reassigned. After finishing his task, Han Yun set the broom aside and returned to his quarters. With cultivation imminent, he had no interest in the competition. Seated cross-legged on a mat, Han Yun channeled all his internal energy into the jade pendant, which finally completed its progress bar. But a surge of pure spiritual energy instantaneously entered his body. The energy coursed through his meridians at an astonishing speed, swiftly opening his spiritual meridians. With the meridians open, the celestial techniques began to operate. At that moment, Han Yun had finally taken his first step into the realm of cultivation, becoming a chi refining stage cultivator. 3 years of relentless perseverance had culminated in this moment, finally initiating his path of cultivation. Just as Han Yun reveled in his achievement, the pendant transformed into shimmering motes of light and entered his brow. Internal energy transformation complete, spiritual meridians opened, cultivation system activated. Achievement unlocked. Glimpse of the celestial path. Reward. Divine level technique. Tai Xian Ling Long Ju. Achievement points. 100. Achievement unlocked. Chi refining stage. Reward. 150 years of lifespan. Achievement points. 100. The pendant had morphed into a system. An anticipated twist for Han Yun, who was now overjoyed, his smile illuminating his face. He could finally absorb spiritual energy to his heart's content. Most importantly, his lifespan had been extended. Wasn't the essence of his cultivation pursuit not for combat prowess or to dominate martial arts, but for longevity? Detecting that this world is a martial arts realm, with no spiritual energy present, compensating host with divine-level martial arts talent and comprehension. In an instant, the smile vanished from Han Yun's face. After enduring 3 years of transforming his internal energy and finally opening his meridians, he was informed that this world lacked spiritual energy. What was the point of cultivating then? Now, the system offers him martial arts talent to make him practice martial arts again. Cultivation and martial arts appear to be mutually exclusive choices. Cultivating in this world devoid of spiritual energy would prove to be exceptionally arduous. Practicing martial arts, on the other hand, granted him unparalleled martial arts talent and comprehension, making any profound technique seem trivial. His martial path would be smooth sailing. However, Han Yun understood that, even at the pinnacle of martial arts, one's lifespan would merely extend to a few hundred years. In contrast, cultivation promised longevity. For a man who had barely lived 20 years in his previous life, the yearning for eternal life burned brightly within him. Merely being at the chi refining stage could add 150 years to his lifespan. Who would choose martial arts over cultivation? Not even a dog would. System, what can achievement points be used for? They could be exchanged for celestial techniques, alchemy skills, etc., or for the spiritual energy required for cultivation. Thankfully, the opportunity to cultivate was still available. Then, how do I earn achievement points? Achievement points can be acquired by completing any achievements, such as breakthroughs in cultivation, mastering divine techniques, creating martial arts, teaching others, enhancing reputation, defeating enemies, and so forth. That seems simple enough. Why current lifespan at the chi refining stage is 150 years? What about the foundation building stage and the lifespans at other realms? Foundation building stage, 200 years. Core formation stage, 500 years. Nascent soul stage, 1,000 years. Spirit transformation stage, 2,000 years. Great ascension stage, 5,000 years. Tribulation transcendent stage, 10,000 years. Achieving true immortal grants eternal life. Convert all 200 achievement points into spiritual energy. Han Yun smiled slightly, closed his eyes, and silently began practicing the Tai Xianling Long Ju. The 200 achievement points exchanged for spiritual energy allowed him to ascend directly to the mid-tier of the chi refining stage. As night fell, Han Yun opened his eyes. After solidifying his cultivation, he was eager to ascertain his current strength. Leaving his quarters, he followed a narrow path into the secluded forest of the Back Mountain Valley, an ideal setting for his experimentation. Channeling his technique, he concentrated his spiritual energy in his fist and struck forward. Roar! As he punched, a golden dragon apparition, several meters long, emerged, its fierce, clawing form radiating a formidable aura that left Han Yun both astonished and exhilarated. The dragon dissipated after soaring several dozen meters, and in its wake lay devastation. Not a single tree stood intact, and the ground bore a gash several meters deep. Han Yun's eyes gleamed with brilliance. He had exerted only 70% of his strength with that punch, yet it equated to the full force of a 7th-grade martial artist. The 3 years of patience and effort had not been in vain. This was the essence of cultivation. Who dares to be reckless on my Chao Xia Peak? Just as Han Yun was filled with joy, a sharp voice belonging to a woman echoed from the mountaintop. His expression changed upon recognizing the voice of his master, Xian Yixianzi. He swiftly turned and fled, navigating a narrow path back to his dwelling. In the world of martial arts, the practice of cultivating immortality was extraordinarily astonishing. He merely wished to survive in obscurity. Until he possessed the ability to protect himself, his endeavor in cultivation must remain a secret from all. Chapter 2. Junlinger. Under the starlit sky, a graceful figure stood proudly, accompanied by 2 others who descended like shooting stars beside her. Xian, what has transpired? Inquired an elder with an ethereal demeanor. Reporting to the sect leader, I am also uncertain. Just moments ago, I heard a loud explosion, followed by a chilling aura emanating from the back mountain of Chaoxia Peak. When I emerged to investigate, I found no trace of anyone, Xian Yixianzi replied, her delicate brows furrowed as her piercing gaze swept the area below. I too sensed that aura. It was incredibly potent, likely indicative of celestial-level martial arts. We must ascend to examine further. The 3 of them flew down the mountain and landed in the valley below. In this world, only those of the 3rd rank or higher could achieve brief flight. The gaping chasm and the scattered remnants of trees before them were shocking to behold. Sect leader, this destruction could only be caused by a martial artist of at least the 7th rank. While that is significant, what perplexes me is the sheer strength of the aura we sensed earlier, said a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. Just because it could be executed by a 7th rank warrior does not imply that the assailant is of that caliber. What if a high-ranking martial artist, proficient in celestial level techniques, unleashed a casual strike? The sect leader's gaze turned cold. If this individual were a member of our Yin-Yang sect, it would be a boon, but I fear they may be a spy lurking within our ranks. Xian Yixian Zi shook her head in disagreement. I cannot concur with your assessment, sect leader. 3 years ago, Han Yun was assassinated and subsequently rendered a cripple. You purged the sect of spies and tightened the standards for disciples, ensuring that only those of clear lineage are accepted. Furthermore, the assailant merely destroyed a patch of forest without any signs of struggle. If their intent was to kill, they would not have acted so carelessly. I suspect this is merely one of our own practicing martial arts. Let us set this matter aside for now. If this is indeed one of our own, I trust that such a talent will reveal themselves in due course. We shall observe quietly. The night is waning. You all should return and rest. The three dispersed. As Han Yun hurried back to his dwelling, he wiped the sweat from his brow. He vowed never to act recklessly again. That previous punch had drawn the attention of even his master. Reputation increased. Awarded 300 achievement points. Achievement initial brilliance unlocked. Awarded 100 achievement points. Reputation increased? System, how is the reward for increased reputation calculated? The host performance and the admiration received from others using the host's martial techniques contribute to reputation. Gaining admiration from one person yields 100 points. The initial acquisition of reputation activates the achievement initial brilliance, granting an additional 100 points. What must I accomplish to earn the next reputation achievement reward? Gaining the admiration of 1,000 individuals will unlock the achievement renowned, yielding an additional 1,000 achievement points. Could it be that my evaluation in the eyes of my master has improved? She shouldn't have discovered my abilities yet. Unbeknownst to him, not only had his master taken notice, but so had the sect leader and another peak master. All three held him in high esteem, resulting in the acquisition of 300 achievement points, plus the extra 100, totaling 400. It seems I must find a way to enhance my reputation or create my own martial arts techniques, as this is currently the easiest means to earn achievement points. However, I cannot expose my strength. After all, in the eyes of others, I remain a feeble cripple. Converting 300 achievement points into premium spiritual energy, Han Yun then closed his eyes to meditate. The next morning, Han Yun stepped outside, picking up a broom to tidy the martial arts arena. After a day of competitions, the arena was in disarray. Once he finished cleaning, he did not return to meditate, but instead stood in an inconspicuous corner to watch the matches. It wasn't that he enjoyed the spectacle. As a cripple, he had no need to participate in the grand competition. The primary reason for his presence was that today was his little junior sister's turn to compete. Junlinger, the youngest disciple of his master, was only 16, and she was the one with whom he shared the closest bond among his peers. After losing his internal power, whenever other disciples mocked him, Junlinger would invariably leap to his defense, ready to confront those who dared insult him. While he was indifferent to the other matches, he felt compelled to watch his little junior sister's fight. Otherwise, she would surely be upset if she discovered he did not attend her match. Soon, the elder steward and numerous disciples preparing for the competition gathered. The matches commenced quickly, with disciples taking turns in fierce battles. After 2 hours, the elder drew lots again, and the disciples awaited anxiously. They hoped for thrilling duels but feared facing overly powerful opponents that would lead to swift defeat. Glancing at the bamboo slips in his hand, the elderly steward slowly announced, "The next match will be between Lu Feng." What? Brother Lu? The sect leader's third direct disciple. Brother Lu is now at the peak of the 8th rank. His duel will certainly be impressive. I wonder who the unfortunate soul is that will face Brother Lu. This should be entertaining. Our sect leader from Chao Xia Peak is one of the most formidable in the Yin-Yang sect, and her direct disciples are all remarkable. Everyone awaited eagerly as the steward prepared to announce Lu Feng's opponent. At last, he drew another slip and slowly stated Junlinger. Finally, it was time for his little junior sister to compete, yet Han Yun's brow furrowed. He was all too familiar with Lu Feng. He vaguely recalled that 3 years ago, when he was still a prodigy, Lu Feng had merely been his sycophant, eager to curry favor with him. After losing his internal power, it was Lu Feng who mocked him the harshest, often accompanied by a group of cronies to insult him verbally. After all, as long as he lived, Lu Feng's past flattery would remain a source of humiliation he wished to constantly remind him of, hoping to drive him out of the sect. Thus, his little junior sister despised Lu Feng most of all. Whenever he was mentioned in her presence, she would grit her teeth in anger and often clash with him. On the stage, both competitors had taken their positions. Lu Feng, tall and handsome, with long hair flowing in the wind, presented an imposing figure. In contrast, Junlinger donned a bright yellow gown, her graceful form radiating beauty despite her youth. Setting aside their appearances, both contestants were striking figures, and supporters from below cheered fervently for each. Little junior sister, I didn't expect your opponent to be me. Rest assured, I will go easy on you so you won't lose too badly. Humph, who needs your mercy? Give it your all. If I don't break a leg today, it won't count. Junlinger pouted defiantly, her fists clenched, ready to show this detestable opponent what she was made of. Ha ha, little junior sister indeed possesses courage. With that, Lu Feng launched himself off the ground, his movements as light as a feather yet as powerful as thunder, resembling a hawk swooping down on its prey, as he aimed a punch at Junlinger's forehead. Quick to react, Junlinger sidestepped Lu Feng's strike while delivering a sweeping kick in retaliation. The two immediately erupted into a fierce battle, a spectacle of martial prowess that was captivating to behold. Chapter 3. The late-night visit of the little junior sister. The crowd below erupted in applause for their fierce battle. Only Han Yun shook his head silently. With his unparalleled martial arts talent and divine comprehension of martial paths, how could he not perceive that Lu Feng's strikes were ruthless, each move faster than the last, embodying both offense and defense, gradually seizing the initiative? On the other hand, little junior sister, despite her seemingly ferocious approach, was plagued by a weak chi and disarray. Her techniques dismantled by Lu Feng, leaving her in utter turmoil. At this rate, she would surely face defeat within a quarter of an hour. Indeed, not long after, Lu Feng seized the opportunity, delivering a palm strike to her dantian. With a shriek, she spat blood and was sent flying off the stage. A wave of sighs rose from the audience, many criticizing Lu Feng for lacking compassion. Han Yun sighed as well. The moment little junior sister was defeated, he felt an urge to rush in and confront Lu Feng on her behalf. However, he restrained himself. Revealing his own strength was not an option. And this was a fair one-on-one duel. Defeat meant defeat. If he intervened, would it not imply he could not accept the loss? It was better for little junior sister to reclaim her honor on her own. He could discreetly assist her in enhancing her skills. After all, teaching his self-created martial arts would earn him achievement points. Having observed little junior sister's match, Han Yun returned to his residence. His courtyard was situated on the back mountain of Chao Xia Peak, surrounded by serene beauty and conveniently located near a path leading down the mountain, which he swept daily. No sect would harbor idlers, and after Han Yun lost his inner strength, the elders of Chao Xia Peak had repeatedly suggested expelling him. Fortunately, his master, the esteemed Xian Yixianzi, had stood against the tide and insisted on keeping him. However, she could not show him undue favoritism, ultimately deciding to retain his status as the senior disciple while assigning him menial tasks, such as sweeping the steps of the back mountain path. Han Yun accepted this without complaint, taking up the broom to begin working. After all, he could no longer practice martial arts, and lying about all day was unproductive. Sweeping the steps would at least provide some physical exercise. Initially, many came to mock him, while some close senior brothers defended him. Han Yun paid them no mind, for he understood that from the moment he chose the path of cultivation, he had entered a different realm from others. Why concern himself with their opinions? He merely needed to focus on his own cultivation and the pursuit of longevity. These 3 years of sweeping had tempered Han Yun's character, rendering him more tranquil and composed. At times, he would even jest about his situation, likening himself to a reclusive sage in his 60s or 70s, sweeping the ground. In the stillness of the night, a soft voice called from outside, "Elder brother, are you asleep? Come in." Hey. The door creaked open, and a spirited girl clad in a yellow dress crept in, promptly shutting the door behind her. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Han Yun gazed at little junior sister's playful smile, returning it with a fond chuckle. Just as he pondered how to assist her in regaining her honor, she arrived unannounced. "Oh, elder brother, I was defeated by that scoundrel Lu Feng today." The smile faded from her face, and she plopped down beside Han Yun, pouting in discontent. "Wasn't he that to be expected? When have you ever won against Lu Feng in a fight?" Han Yun replied with a slight smile, leisurely pouring her a cup of tea. "But I am unwilling to accept it. I want to defeat Lu Feng and avenge you. I have no enmity with Lu Feng." "Oh, but this is a selection for the top 3 to participate in the sect's grand competition. I want to go too. Do you think you can?" It's likely that the second, third, and fourth places will be selected. Lu Feng is third. I don't care. I just want to go. You must help me. Since little junior sister had taken the initiative, Han Yun naturally obliged. Very well. Although I can no longer practice martial arts, I still understand quite a bit. I will teach you a technique, and once you master it, defeating Lu Feng will be a breeze. Really? What technique? Little junior sister jumped up, excitement sparking in her eyes as she tugged at Han Yun's arm. Han Yun pondered for a moment, recalling scenes from a past life where characters practiced the 9-in manual and 9-in bone claw. He closed his eyes, reminiscing while utilizing his system to evolve this technique. Little junior sister watched him demonstrate, her large eyes shimmering with admiration, careful not to interrupt. I will first teach you a technique called the 9-in manual. Practice it. Such martial arts were abundant in his possession. Any technique he laid eyes upon could be derived and improved upon. Following this, Han Yun explained the operation method of the 9-in manual to little junior sister. Eagerly, she sat down and began her cultivation. After circulating her chi for 2 or 3 cycles, she opened her eyes, astonished, and exclaimed, "Elder brother, this 9-in manual is incredible. I feel my inner strength circulating 2 to 3 times faster than before, and it has a chilling sensation, much more substantial than before." Good, as long as you practice well. Next, I will teach you a technique that combines with the 9-in manual. Han Yun pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. This technique was called the 9-in bone claw. 9-in bone claw? I've never heard of it. Is it your own creation, elder brother? Little junior sister's eyes sparkled with admiration. Over these years, having lost my inner strength and unable to practice, I've occupied my time by pondering some martial techniques. Han Yun nodded and continued. The 9-in bone claw emphasizes breaking through all techniques with sheer force, using offense to replace defense. The 5 fingers unleash power, unbreakable, shattering the enemy's head like rotten earth. Regardless of the enemy's moves, your claw will strike through them, rendering their techniques ineffective. After explaining, Han Yun demonstrated the technique, though without inner strength, merely showcasing the moves. The host successfully created a ground-level martial art, earning 100 achievement points. Achievement of Martial Arts Master reached, earning 100 achievement points. Han Yun calculated that each time he created a martial art, he could earn 100 achievement points. Even if he incessantly created martial arts, the spiritual energy exchanged would suffice during the chi refining stage. But higher realms required vast amounts of spiritual energy. Solely relying on self-created martial arts would be insufficient. It seemed he would need to rely on enhancing his reputation to gain spiritual energy more quickly. How marvelous! Little junior sister clapped her hands. Elder brother, what level of martial arts is this? Is it Xian level? I'm not entirely sure. Han Yun refrained from divulging that creating a martial art so effortlessly was ground level, as it might be too astonishing. In this world, martial arts were classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Most ordinary disciples practiced yellow-level techniques, while earth-level martial arts were typically reserved for elders and peak masters. As Han Yun repeatedly demonstrated, little junior sister learned with utmost seriousness. By dawn, she had completely mastered the 9-in bone claw. At this moment, Han Yun couldn't help but marvel at her exceptional aptitude for martial arts. While it usually took others at least 3 months to several years to learn martial techniques, she grasped it all in a single night. With her modified 9-in bone claw, little junior sister was bound to defeat Lu Feng without fail, successfully teaching others martial arts, earning 100 achievement points. Achievement of a novice reached, earning 100 achievement points. The system's voice echoed in Han Yun's mind. He felt a flicker of joy. However, achieving an accomplishment only granted rewards the first time. Future achievements would necessitate higher criteria. Chapter 4, Master. And, before she departed, Han Yun cautioned little junior sister. This technique is overly fierce, with few rivals in the same realm capable of withstanding it. Remember, during sparring, do not target your opponent's vital points to avoid causing fatal harm, merely touch upon it. However, if you find yourself in a life-and-death struggle outside, then do not hold back. Directly attack the enemy's crown, and they will surely perish. Understood. After bidding farewell to her senior brother Han Yun, the little junior sister left with great enthusiasm. Han Yun smiled faintly and returned to his room, continuing to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate his celestial techniques. As for the little junior sister's earlier words, stating that if the senior brother could resume training, he would surely be invincible within the sect, Han Yun merely chuckled and did not dwell on them. What was his goal? It was not to vanquish countless foes, nor to attain the title of chief disciple, nor to gain fame within the sect. Rather, it was the pursuit of immortality. How could one achieve eternal life? By engaging in constant brawls. By drawing attention to oneself in a bid to appear formidable? What nonsense. That would be courting death. The path to longevity lay in discretion. To cultivate quietly, remaining unremarkable and unnoticed, was essential for ensuring one's safety, preserving life to reach higher realms, and ultimately living longer. Having traversed from Earth, Han Yun had firmly rooted the philosophy of cautious development within his mind. The bird that sticks its head out is shot. Courting disaster leads to peril. Only by staying low-key could one truly endure. He repeatedly reminded himself to maintain a humble demeanor. This world was fraught with danger, with righteous and demonic forces in a constant struggle. It was said that high-ranking powerhouses could traverse the skies and manipulate the earth, capable of effortlessly crushing him with a mere finger. Therefore, he must focus on his cultivation. At noon, while Han Yun was meditating, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Achievement, reputation increased, reward, 1,000 achievement points. Han Yun was puzzled. He had done nothing, yet his reputation had surged by tenfold. In the afternoon, a somewhat anxious voice called out, "Senior brother Han, the master summons you. Hurry." The voice startled him awake. Han Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Why would the master call for him at this time? Regardless of whether it was good news or bad, he needed to respond with haste. Fortunately, his courtyard was not far from the residence of Xian Yi Xianzi, and as the chief disciple, his living conditions were quite comfortable. Although he had since been rendered ineffective, his master had not rescinded his accommodations out of consideration for their past relationship. Han Yun hurriedly made his way to the pavilion where his master resided. After announcing his presence, he entered the room. There, he beheld a stunning young woman clad in a pure white dress, seated gracefully on a mat. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her features delicate and captivating, exuding an aura of tranquility and elegance. She was none other than Xian Yi Xianzi, the most beautiful maiden of the Yin-Yang sect. In front of her stood a respectful girl dressed in a yellow garment. At that moment, the little junior sister had her back turned to him, her head bowed, her shoulders gently heaving, and her small hands tenderly rubbing her backside, indicating she had been reprimanded. "Disciple Han Yun greets master," he said respectfully, clasping his hands in salute. The little junior sister suddenly turned her head, her eyes lighting up as she caught sight of Han Yun, only to quickly lower her gaze, embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Han Yun, do you know why I summoned you?" The Xianzi set down her teacup, her gaze fixed on Han Yun. "I do not," he replied. "Oh, what a clever response. What did you do with your little junior sister last night? Speak the truth." Upon hearing this, Han Yun understood. The little junior sister must have gotten into trouble using the skills he taught her. "I merely instructed my junior sister in martial arts," he stated. "Instructed her well. I see. That little brat managed to defeat the third disciple in one move, leaving him gravely injured. When I asked her what happened, she refused to admit it until I spanked her. She did not anticipate that move would be so powerful." The little junior sister pouted, looking pitiful. Han Yun was taken aback. He had not expected her to be so fierce, injuring Lu Feng with a single strike. He had underestimated the 9-yin white bone claw. Yet, her approach had been a bit too ruthless. Nevertheless, Han Yun did not blame her. She was merely seeking vengeance for herself. And it was his own fault for teaching her martial arts, which led to her punishment from their master. He soon realized why his reputation had inexplicably increased at noon, and why he had received achievement points. The little junior sister's victory using the techniques he had taught her had garnered admiration from those around them, thereby elevating his reputation as well, which could be considered an achievement in its own right. Xian Yi Xianzi's gaze swept over the two of them, her lips parting slightly. Tomorrow marks the decisive battle of the sect competition. Each of the 7 peaks must send 3 disciples to participate. Who do you think we should send from Chaoxia Peak? Upon hearing this, Han Yun furrowed his brow and discreetly took a step back. Let whoever wants to go, go. I shall not participate. Junlinger, however, did not retreat, but instead looked at her master with hopeful eyes. She had long desired to participate. Han Yun, I originally intended to send the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th disciples, but alas, the 3rd disciple has been gravely injured by Linger and will not recover for 3 to 5 months. Naturally, he cannot go. Now, who do you suggest we send in his place? The little junior sister, having proven her ability by defeating Lu Feng, was indeed the best candidate to take his place. Since she was so eager to go, he felt it only right to speak in her favor. "Oh, you managed to transform a lowly little junior sister into a formidable opponent capable of defeating Lu Feng in just one night. Would it not be most fitting to send you? Send me? Huh. Everyone knows I am a waste. If I were to reveal any power, would I not invite another assassination attempt like 3 years ago? Furthermore, winning would attract jealousy, while losing would bring disgrace and punishment. Why would I wish to engage in such a thankless endeavor? Low-key living and cautious survival are the essence of longevity. I am but a mediocre disciple, a mere waste, relying solely on my past experiences to instruct my junior sister. I hope Master will reconsider. It is of little consequence if I lose. However, losing would be a grave embarrassment for Cao Xiao Peak. Very well, if you believe you cannot manage, let Linger go then. Linger, return and prepare well for tomorrow's competition. Thank you, Master. The little junior sister exclaimed joyfully, turning to leave. As she passed by Han Yun, she stuck out her little tongue and whispered, I'm sorry. Han Yun, come closer. Why are you standing so far away? After the little junior sister left, Xian Yixianzi's expression shifted from serene to one of reproach as she cast a glance at Han Yun. Han Yun, sensing a change, felt a twinge of unease. Had she discovered something? Approaching his beautiful master, he respectfully said, Master. Why do you still call me Master? Xian Yixianzi took a sip of tea. Han Yun, perplexed, chose to remain silent. I have previously mentioned that your father and I are old acquaintances. Although our relationship was not particularly close, it was amicable enough. When you were brought to the Yin-Yang sect, it was I who advocated for your acceptance into the fold. You may call me Master in public, but privately, you may address me as Andy. Yet, since your internal energy waned, you have not once called me Andy. Chapter 5. The achievement points delivered to my door. Oh, so that is the matter at hand. I misunderstood. Wait, Auntie. Han Yun's thoughts became curious. The dual identity of Master and Auntie brought to mind a certain female protagonist from a previous life's martial arts tale. Gazing at Xian Yixianzi's flawless visage, Han Yun maintained his composure, revealing none of his inner thoughts. Why do you hesitate to call me Auntie? Is it so difficult? Xian Yixianzi furrowed her brow, puzzled. Auntie, Han Yun promptly responded with respect. That is more like it. You have endured much over the years, having lost your internal energy, and the other disciples have often neglected you. In a sect where strength is paramount, I cannot show you undue favoritism. I imagine you must have harbored resentment towards me these past years. Not at all. Auntie oversees Cao Xiao Peak and manages numerous affairs. How could you possibly attend to a mere novice like me? It is entirely my own fault. This is what I deserve. Well, it seems that these 3 years of experience have not been entirely negative. At the very least, you have become much more composed. In the past, you were arrogant, believing yourself superior due to your innate talent, looking down on other disciples. Now, however, you appear humble and cautious. Exercise caution, for in this world of martial arts, countless young individuals, upon acquiring prowess, become ostentatious and fail to temper their ambitions, ultimately offending formidable adversaries and meeting untimely ends. The spirited confidence of youth is commendable, yet it can also invite perilous consequences, a truth that you undoubtedly comprehend. I am grateful for your guidance, dear aunt. Han Yun, have you managed to restore your inner strength? As she posed this question, Xian Yixianzi's tone softened. After all, Han Yun was once her most exceptional disciple. 3 years ago, he had lost all his power and endured scorn, and she naturally wished for his recovery. The disciple is ashamed, having not yet regained his strength. Han Yun remained composed. Suddenly, Xian Yixianzi grasped Han Yun's hand. He maintained his expression, allowing her to hold him. He was confident that even with his master's prowess, she would not discern his cultivation of celestial techniques. Moments later, Xian Yixianzi released him, sighing in disappointment. It appeared he truly had not recovered. Alas, this has caused you much suffering, but perhaps it is for the best. This world is fraught with dangers, without martial skills. It would be wise for you to venture out sparingly, thus avoiding numerous hazards. After all, your parents had many enemies in their day, and within the sect, you remain relatively safe. Her words resonated deeply with Han Yun. I would prefer to endure in the sect until I ascend to immortality. Upon your return, do not engage in menial tasks. Instead, devote yourself to the study of martial arts. While you cannot cultivate, it does not preclude you from researching martial techniques. The move you taught Ling Er may escape others' notice, but I can see its merit. At the very least, it possesses the caliber of earth-level martial arts. Han Yun felt a moment of surprise. He had not anticipated that his master's wisdom and insight would allow her to discern the level of the martial arts he had created. You flatter me, master. It was merely a playful endeavor. After conversing for a while longer, Han Yun took his leave from his master and turned to depart. Observing Han Yun's upright silhouette as he left, Xian Yixianzi's gaze deepened. She initially believed Han Yun had regained his inner strength, but chose to conceal it. That was why she waited until Ling Er had departed before inquiring and examining. If Han Yun had truly restored his power, she would have assisted him in keeping it a secret. However, it was clear that he had not regained his inner strength. A person devoid of power could create martial arts of comparable caliber to Earth level. What remarkable talent that is. This child, Yun Air, truly endures a bitter fate. Possessing exceptional martial potential, yet rendered a wastrel. Were he able to cultivate, it is certain that Yin-Yang sect would gain another third-rank extraordinary martial artist. Or perhaps even a second-rank grandmaster. Xian Yixianzi sighed, no longer pondering Han Yun, and instead contemplated the mysterious powerful figure who had made a move the previous night. Upon returning to his residence, Han Yun immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. He felt an urgent need to maximize every moment, wishing to achieve invincibility without delay. 3 days later, Han Yun opened his eyes, his expression somewhat troubled. A full 3 days had passed, and despite creating dozens of martial techniques during this time, the spiritual energy accumulated had only elevated him by less than 1 realm. It is well known that as one progresses, the required spiritual energy increases exponentially. At this rate, it seems improbable that he would ever attain the foundation establishment stage, let alone achieve immortality. His current cultivation speed was excruciatingly slow, akin to a tortoise's crawl. He needed to devise a means to obtain achievement points swiftly. "Senior brother, are you at home?" Just as he was lost in thought, a voice rang out from outside. "Come in," Han Yun replied. Moments later, the door to his room opened, revealing the charming visage of his junior sister. However, it was the woman behind her that captured Han Yun's attention. The woman bore a cold demeanor, tall and slender, clad in a loose rose-red outer garment that paired elegantly with her white inner attire, exuding an ethereal grace. She held a box in her hand. "Senior brother, I knew you would be here." The junior sister sat on the mat beside Han Yun, pulling the woman to sit across from him. "Who is this?" Han Yun inquired, picking up the teapot to wash 2 cups and pour tea for the 2 women. "This is senior sister Zheng Yulin, a disciple of Elder Lu." Han Yun nodded, aware of Elder Lu, the managing elder of Chao Xia Peak. Though Master Xian Yixianzi oversaw Chao Xia Peak, it did not imply that every disciple could be her student. Rather, only those with exceptional talent were granted that privilege. Thus, the responsibility of instructing other disciples naturally fell upon the shoulders of other elder experts. "Senior brother Han," Zheng Yulin said calmly, slightly nodding in greeting. "What brings you to seek me?" Han Yun asked nonchalantly. "It is regarding Ling Air's impressive performance in the recent sect competition, where she triumphed over numerous prodigies from other peaks. Though she ultimately lost to Brother Han Shi of the main peak, her honor remains intact. After all, it is well known that Brother Han Shi is the strongest prodigy of our Yin-Yang sect since you lost your inner strength. And he is also a 7th-rank martial artist. No wonder I received an unexpected boost in achievement points a few days ago. It turns out my junior sister defeated her opponents using her martial prowess." Han Yun nodded, familiar with Han Shi, who had been his rival 3 years ago. They were both regarded as peerless talents within the sect. In truth, it was mostly Han Shi who provoked him, and Han Yun would respond, leading to Han Shi's defeat each time. After Han Yun's rebirth and transition to Immortal Cultivation, the title of peerless talent now belonged solely to Han Shi. His junior sister's defeat was not due to the inadequacy of the 9-in White Bone Claw, but rather because Han Shi's realm overwhelmed hers. Moreover, he was no ordinary individual. The strongest prodigy of the Yin-Yang sect was not merely for show. Chapter 6. Self-Created Martial Technique. Lingbo Weibu. Han Yun remained silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. After a brief hesitation, Zheng Yulin slowly continued, "My junior sister, out of curiosity, entangled Ling Air for several days, and Ling Air eventually relented, revealing that it was senior brother Han who had taught her that martial technique. Thus, my junior sister mustered the courage to bring Ling Air to visit you, which is admittedly somewhat presumptuous. My junior sister's intention is simply to request your guidance on a technique or 2. Without waiting for Han Yun to ponder, Zheng Yulin placed the box on the table, opened it, and said, "Senior brother Han, do not be hasty in declining. My junior sister has brought some valuable medicinal herbs, which may aid in your recovery." Han Yun's gaze swept over the contents of the box. Xinxing grass, Muyu ginseng, Jiawei flower. Though not priceless, these herbs were indeed hard to come by. Zheng Yulin must be quite generous to offer such valuable resources for a mere consultation. While her words were polite, Han Yun keenly sensed an air of scrutiny and arrogance in her humble demeanor. It was evident that she harbored significant doubts about a wastrel like him being capable of creating martial arts. However, Han Yun remained unfazed. As long as he could earn achievement points, her opinion mattered little. The achievement points he had previously acquired had all been converted into spiritual energy, allowing him to break through to the upper tier of chi refinement. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, he found the slow creation of martial arts to exchange for spiritual energy intolerable, longing for an immediate influx of achievement points. Was this not an opportunity for achievement points presented before him? Moreover, these herbs were materials for alchemy. Was he not lamenting the gradual pace of his cultivation? If he could procure more herbs for alchemy, his progress would surely soar. The system also contained numerous formulas available for redemption. What kind of martial arts does junior sister desire? It is this. Currently, my junior sister lacks both defensive and offensive techniques, but during actual combat, it is exceedingly difficult for her to strike the enemy, while the enemy can effortlessly evade my attacks. Might senior brother provide some guidance? You possess ample strength, yet lack agility and speed. What you require is a technique of footwork. Han Yun naturally discerned the issue at hand. Indeed, the movement techniques within the sect, even those of the Huang level, were quite unsatisfactory, and I lacked the qualifications to cultivate the Xian level. Thus, I sought to request my senior brother Han to teach me a martial technique. Zheng Yulin's tone grew increasingly polite, yet the scrutiny in her eyes intensified. Han Yun remained unfazed by this. After a moment of contemplation, a complete martial technique emerged in his mind. As fortune would have it, I happen to possess a technique suitable for junior sister Zheng's cultivation. This movement technique is swift and extraordinarily agile, allowing for remarkable maneuverability in confined spaces, rendering opponents defenseless. Oh, what divine skill is this? Lingbo Weibu successfully created a Xian-level martial art. Reward, 100 achievement points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. The achievement points gained from creating both the D-level and Xian-level martial arts were identical. It seemed he must rely on teaching others, enabling them to garner praise and enhance his own reputation through his techniques. Han Yun rose and walked toward the door. Come with me. Hee, I knew senior brother would surely have a solution. The young junior sister eagerly followed suit, bouncing along. Zheng Yulin also stood, curious to see what kind of martial technique her expensive herbs would yield. If the martial arts offered by this senior brother did not meet her expectations, while she could not reclaim the herbs, she would undoubtedly speak ill of him afterward. The three arrived at Han Yun's modest courtyard, which he occupied alone. Spacious, yet impeccably tidy. It was autumn, yet not a single leaf lay scattered. Junior sister Zheng, Lingbo Weibu requires no foundational technique. It is merely a martial skill. I shall demonstrate it to you. Observe closely. With that, Han Yun exhibited the movement technique. He appeared as light as a swallow, his form shifting left and right, seemingly ethereal and unpredictable. Yet upon closer observation, each point of contact was precisely where Zheng Yulin least expected. All doubt vanished from Zheng Yulin's eyes as she watched Han Yun perform the technique with rapt attention, even forgetting to breathe in her intensity. The young junior sister also widened her eyes, staring intently at Han Yun, committing every aspect of the technique to memory. Although Zheng Yulin had come seeking knowledge, she reasoned that if she could observe, her senior brother could hardly send her away. Wasn't it delightful to benefit without cost? After completing his demonstration, Han Yun concluded, and Zheng Yulin finally gasped for breath, having held it in too long. Senior brother Han, please, teach me, Zheng Yulin exclaimed, eagerly grasping Han Yun's arms. Her face alight with excitement. With her keen eye, she could discern that this movement technique surpassed all she had previously encountered. Its intricacies and profundities far beyond the martial arts she had practiced before. This technique could flawlessly compensate for her shortcomings. Very well, junior sister Zheng. This movement technique is of the Xian level. Should you master it, while it may not significantly enhance your combat prowess, it will allow you to respond to opponents' attacks with greater composure, catching them off guard, and even enabling you to retreat unscathed when faced with a 7th-tier master. Yes. Senior brother Han, could you please demonstrate it once more, but more slowly this time? I wish to follow your lead. Of course. I shall explain every step until you grasp it thoroughly. Thank you, senior brother Han. Han Yun broke down each movement and point of contact, teaching Zheng Yulin step by step. The young junior sister, unable to contain her excitement, joined in the courtyard to practice. There are several key points to remember for Lingbo Weibu. Han Yun began, stepping forward. Like the light clouds obscuring the moon, it flits about like the returning snow of a gentle breeze. It stands poised like a crane, as if ready to soar, moving swiftly like a divine being. Its motions are unpredictable, appearing both perilous and safe, making approach and retreat difficult to anticipate. The most crucial 8 characters are: motion is unpredictable, appearing both perilous and safe. You must remember this. Yes, I have committed it to memory. Once he finished the demonstration, Zheng Yulin's face flushed with excitement. Now, you demonstrate it. Han Yun stepped aside, quietly observing Zheng Yulin. After she attempted the technique, she panted heavily, feeling exhausted. Han Yun approached, shaking his head in disappointment. Do you feel your limbs numb and your meridians painfully swollen? How did you know, senior brother? Many of your movements were incorrect. And your internal energy's flow was also flawed. You should focus on your waist rather than your legs. I lack internal energy, so my demonstration was slow. You should be able to perform it much faster than my movements. Chapter 7. Always light as a swallow. I'm sorry, senior brother Han. I am indeed foolish. Zheng Yulin lowered her head in shame. Indeed foolish, Han Yun nodded. Zheng Yulin's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, she was merely being modest. Why did you respond in kind? Shouldn't you comfort her at this moment? Looking over at the young junior sister, Zheng Yulin saw Jun Linger skillfully executing Lingbo Weibu, each step precise, having already mastered it. Seeing this, Zheng Yulin's eyes narrowed slightly, her teeth clenched. She had come bearing gifts to seek knowledge, yet this opportunistic girl had learned it first. How unfair. Enough. Do not belittle yourself. The young junior sister possesses exceptional talent. She can learn martial arts upon a single viewing. Just practice diligently. As the saying goes, diligence can make up for clumsiness. Hee, senior brother Han. You truly know how to comfort others. Zheng Yulin rolled her eyes, gritting her teeth, determined not to let a young girl outshine her. Subsequently, Han Yun meticulously corrected Zheng Yulin's errors, guiding her on how to execute the martial technique. Meanwhile, the already proficient young junior sister sat beneath the eaves, happily munching on sunflower seeds, watching Zheng Yulin's clumsy attempts at the technique. Zheng Yulin's aptitude was indeed lacking. Even with Han Yun demonstrating several times, she struggled to grasp it. Eventually, Han Yun could no longer bear it. He stepped forward to support her waist, teaching her how to exert force. Zheng Yulin's face turned slightly red, despite having many admirers throughout her life. This was the first time a man had touched her in such a manner. Yet, why did she feel no revulsion or discomfort? After a moment of fluster, Zheng Yulin quickly adjusted her mindset, following Han Yun's guidance on how to exert her strength. This scene caught the young junior sister's attention, causing her to drop the sunflower seeds in shock. Her bright eyes narrowed into a dangerous slant. How despicable. Zheng Yulin is using this tactic to gain intimate contact with senior brother. Even more infuriating was that she had not thought of it herself. Senior brother. I too have areas I do not understand. Please teach me. The young junior sister tossed aside her sunflower seeds and hurried over. Did you not already master it? What is there left to comprehend? Han Yun asked, intrigued, as he had just received achievement points for successfully teaching others a martial technique. Not understanding is not understanding. Will you teach me or not? The young junior sister pouted, glaring at him with her hands on her hips. All right, I will teach you. But first you must clean up the ground. Who allowed you to throw sunflower seeds on the floor? Fine, I'll go. The young junior sister grabbed a broom and swiftly cleaned the area, tossing the broom aside before running back. What do you not understand? It's about the force from the waist. Teach me just as you did for senior sister. Oh, the young junior sister assumed the proper position. And Han Yun stood behind her, supporting her slender waist, guiding her on how to exert force. Unbeknownst to Han Yun, the young junior sister's triumphant gaze and slightly flushed cheeks went unnoticed. However, Zheng Yulin observed everything clearly. In an instant, Zheng Yulin's expression turned mischievous. This young junior sister was certainly up to something. At this moment, Han Yun was oblivious to the thoughts of the two women. He solely wished to impart martial skills to them. As the skies darkened, under Han Yun's meticulous guidance, Zheng Yulin finally mastered the elusive Lingbo Weibu, while her younger martial sister regrettably floundered in her attempts. Observing her increasingly clumsy junior, Han Yun, exasperated, playfully flicked her forehead, prompting a loud protest from the younger girl, who clutched her brow. Zheng Yulin stood to take her leave, and Han Yun cautioned, Junior sister, this technique requires diligent practice. If you can grasp the essence of this martial skill, you will elevate its application to a higher realm, although it is merely a mysterious level technique. Achieving an understanding of its essence could allow you to perform at an earthly level. Essence? What essence? The junior sister inquired, her curiosity piqued. After a moment's contemplation, Han Yun replied, It is the grace of a swallow in flight, landing without a trace of mud upon its feet. This couplet encapsulates the essence of this martial art. If you can comprehend it, you will naturally understand. After softly repeating the phrase, Zheng Yulin beamed and elegantly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. I shall remember this and return to my practice. Once she departed, Han Yun glanced at the smirking junior sister, sighing in resignation. Stop pretending. I am well aware of your talents. You grasped it on your first attempt. Upon hearing this, the junior sister blushed with embarrassment, realizing she had been discovered. Well, I was trying to encourage young sister by feigning ineptitude to boost her confidence. I must say, your recognition has taken me by surprise. With wide eyes, the junior sister exclaimed, I really had that intention? How was I not aware? Indeed, that was precisely your thought. I assenti it? Linger, you are remarkable. The junior sister, filled with pride, thought, I cannot let senior brother know that I dislike seeing him in close proximity to other women, lest he call me narrow-minded. Your performance has been commendable. You have made significant progress. Of course, since I am so exceptional, you must teach me more martial arts in the future. Certainly, it shall be done. After bidding farewell, the junior sister skipped away merrily. Having achieved considerable progress that day, Han Yun felt uplifted as he returned to his quarters. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, this time refraining from hastily converting his achievement points into spiritual energy. System. How many achievement points are required to exchange for a formula that can enhance my cultivation? The herbs gifted by Zheng's sister ignited Han Yun's desire to dabble in alchemy. Detected that the host is at the Qi cultivation stage. You may spend 300 achievement points to exchange for the low-level formula, Ningxi Dan. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange. Ningxi Dan formula has been issued. A new formula appeared in Han Yun's mind, and as he perused it, he discovered that the Ningxi Dan's purpose was quite straightforward, to condense a substantial amount of spiritual energy to bolster one's cultivation. However, he lacked most of the required herbs and would need to procure them externally. While both the herbs and the alchemy furnace were attainable, this world was not short on alchemists, albeit the majority produced pills aimed at enhancing inner strength or healing. The most significant challenge lay in the fact that he sought to concoct an immortal pill, necessitating the use of his innate fire rather than the conventional coal fire used by ordinary alchemists. System. How many achievement points are required to exchange for innate fire? Exchanging for innate fire requires 1,000 achievement points. And what about alchemy techniques? Exchanging for basic alchemy requires 100 achievement points. Exchanging for intermediate alchemy requires 500 achievement points. Exchanging for advanced alchemy requires 1,000 achievement points. Exchanging for master-level alchemy requires a core formation level to unlock. If you have previously exchanged for alchemy techniques, the achievement points spent can be deducted when exchanging for a higher-level technique next time. Chapter 8. Why am I so arrogant? Currently, Han Yun found himself destitute, devoid of any achievement points, and could only wait for future opportunities to accumulate them for exchanges. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly inquired, System. Is there no shop? A place where I can freely choose what to exchange for, rather than being limited to what you provide. The host cultivation level is too low to unlock the shop. What cultivation level is required to unlock the shop? However, this time, the system offered no response. Never mind, let us first acquire the herbs and the alchemy furnace. The following morning, Han Yun set out early, deliberately disguising himself with a conical hat as he ventured out to procure supplies. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Chaoxia Peak, not all disciples were privileged enough to reside atop the mountain. Many lived in the broader area below, including numerous disciples and families. These families had resided within the Yin-Yang sect for generations, relying on the sect, and their younger members could also become disciples. On a spacious training ground on the hillside, many disciples gathered, engaged in martial practice or sparring. At that moment, a group of young disciples aged around 16 or 17 approached, led by a youth clad in luxurious attire, hands clasped behind his back, striding with an air of superiority. Upon seeing the leading youth, the surrounding disciples parted like the Red Sea, avoiding him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Among this group, a slender youth, upon spotting them, quickly turned to distance himself, his head bowed and demeanor timid. Hey, Peng Cheng, where are you off to? I came looking for you to spar. The ostentatiously dressed youth called out. I cannot match your skills. I will not spar with you, Peng Cheng replied, lifting his head just slightly, still too timid to meet the other's gaze. Oh, sparring is meant for mutual improvement, and the sect encourages it. You refuse me, Lu Yuan. Is it because you look down upon me? Lu Yuan swaggered toward Peng Cheng, flanked by his entourage. The surrounding disciples reacted differently to this scene. Some watched with detached indifference, others with amused anticipation, while a few openly laughed. Everyone was aware that Lu Yuan was a privileged disciple from a wealthy and influential family, often leading a pack of sycophants to bully others. The most frequent target of their bullying was the frail Peng Cheng. Lu Yuan dashed toward Peng Cheng, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? I told you I wouldn't spar, Peng Cheng protested from the ground, clutching his lower back in anger. This is no sparring. This is bullying, a one-sided assault, he thought bitterly. How dare you shout? Even my dog wouldn't dare bark at me like that. Get him. Lu Yuan commanded his followers, who then began to pummel Peng Cheng mercilessly. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? How arrogant can you be? Lu Yuan taunted as he kicked. Curled on the ground, Peng Cheng shielded his head with his arms, tears mingling with the dust, turning it to mud. Each strike from the privileged youth felt like a dagger piercing through him. They showed no restraint, merely reveling in their display of power and amusement. Yet, even more unbearable than the physical pain was the suffocating humiliation and hatred within him. The voices of ridicule and insult echoed in his ears, filled with vile words. Though surrounded by hundreds of disciples, not one extended a helping hand. Some watched with cold indifference. Others cheered on the perpetrators, shouting encouragement to Lu Yuan. A few laughed derisively at Peng Cheng, declaring him deserved of his fate, likening him to a dead dog lying on the ground, begging for punishment. Others mockingly suggested that his arrogance warranted such treatment, even to the point of death. Each time Lu Yuan struck him, he would taunt him for his arrogance. Peng Cheng could not comprehend why, truly. He walked with his head down within the sect, avoiding their gaze and keeping his distance. He never instigated conflict, never fought back, nor uttered insults. Why, then, was he deemed arrogant? In time, he began to understand. Arrogance seemed to hinge on the number of friends one had, the wealth of one's family, and the quality of one's attire. If he truly were arrogant, if he fought daily and could best his opponents, perhaps then he would no longer be perceived as such. Peng Cheng was but a child from a humble village affiliated with Yinyang Zong, having lost his parents at an early age. His grandparents, who toiled tirelessly, raised him with immense dedication. Eventually, he was fortunate enough to join the Yinyang Zong to study martial arts, which brought great joy to his grandparents. Before he departed, they repeatedly urged him to train diligently and to avoid trouble. Lacking both wealth and influence, and possessing a low cultivation level, his childhood was marked by hunger, leaving him frail. Upon entering Yinyang Zong, he naturally became a target for bullying. Lu Yuan tormented him, and although he reported this to his master, the master merely scolded Lu Yuan, dismissing it as childish antics. Subsequently, Lu Yuan retaliated fiercely, beating him so severely that Peng Cheng feared for his life. And he spent 2 weeks bedridden in recovery. During that time, he came to the realization that no one would come to his aid. Just when he thought he could no longer endure, a sudden voice echoed from afar. "Stop!" Peng Cheng's body shuddered slightly as he lowered his hands that shielded his head and looked up curiously. He could not fathom that someone in the sect would come to his rescue. Lu Yuan halted his bullying and turned to see 2 beautiful female disciples glaring at him. "Oh, isn't that Zheng Yulin? What is this? Do you wish to join me for some joyous meditation? Perhaps a dual cultivation?" Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Zheng Yulin, incensed by his words, gritted her teeth and pointed at Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "You, Lu Yuan, are at it again, bullying others and daring to harass me. Just wait while I break your legs today." Lu Yuan, wary, glanced at Juan Ling'er, recalling her impressive performance during the grand competition. He did not believe he could rival her. As for bullying the weak, he conveniently ignored his own actions. "I can handle you alone without needing Juan Ling'er's assistance. You will find yourself on the ground, searching for your teeth." "Very well, since you wish for a one-on-one, do not blame me for being ruthless," Lu Yuan mocked. Aware of Zheng Yulin's strength, which was merely brute force lacking agility, during their previous encounters, he had easily outmaneuvered her. "Enough chatter," Zheng Yulin shouted, dashing forward to strike Lu Yuan squarely in the face. Chapter 9. The Arrogant Senior Brother. The sycophants around immediately scattered. Peng Cheng, enduring immense pain, crawled away to a distance. As Zheng Yulin and Lu Yuan clashed, Lu Yuan quickly sensed something was amiss. When had this brutish woman become so nimble? Zheng Yulin's waist twisted like a serpent, her movements graceful and fluid. With each step, she glided effortlessly, barely touching the ground before leaping again, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Her speed was astonishing, and the enhanced agility made her figure seem like an apparition, elusive and unpredictable. The onlookers were left in awe. In a short span, Lu Yuan had suffered several heavy blows, while his attacks were deftly evaded by Zheng Yulin. Finally, with a decisive kick, she struck Lu Yuan hard in the lower back. He let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Unable to rise, his lackeys hurried to assist him. "So will you submit?" Zheng Yulin declared triumphantly, finally avenging her previous defeats against him. Lu Yuan, covered in dirt and utterly disheveled, stared at Zheng Yulin and shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! How are you so strong? What is impossible? Is it only permissible for you to strike others while no one can retaliate?" Zheng Yulin shot back. "You wait, I'll have my cousin deal with you." Lu Yuan retorted, "You might as well give up. Your cousin is currently bedridden and unable to rise." Zheng Yulin countered, referring to Lu Feng, who had recently been bested by Juan Ling'er. As Lu Yuan was carried away, the surrounding crowd observed Zheng Yulin with curiosity, pondering how she had grown so formidable overnight. The young disciple's eyes darted around, regretting not seizing the moment to boast about her senior brother's prowess when Lu Yuan had questioned her. This visit was meant for Zheng Yulin to reclaim her honor. She wished to showcase her senior brother's might. However, she must not allow others to think the skill was solely hers, for it was undoubtedly taught by her senior brother. Zheng Shiji, what martial technique is this? It is truly impressive, inquired a tall disciple with a respectful gesture. Finally, someone had asked. The young disciple's eyes lit up as she eagerly responded. This is called Lingbo Weibu. Isn't it remarkable? Indeed, indeed. This technique is exquisite. If only I could learn it as well. The young disciple, filled with pride, raised her chin. Of course, it's impressive. You should consider who taught it to me. Do you remember my Jiuyin Baiguzhua? The one that defeated Lu Feng and made waves during the sect competition was also taught by him. What? That astonishing claw technique and Zheng Shiji's Lingbo Weibu share the same master? Who is this person? How could they be so powerful? Upon hearing this, the young disciple's heart swelled with pride, lamenting that such a person was not properly recognized. It is none other than my senior brother Han Yun. Han Yun? Isn't he a waste now? The tall disciple frowned, glancing at his companions. Hearing this, the young disciple became indignant, crossing her arms defiantly. I will tell you that although Han Yun cannot practice martial arts these years, he has devoted more time to studying martial arts. My Jiuyin Baiguzhua is a ground-level martial art, and Zheng Shiji's Lingbo Weibu is also a mysterious level technique. Is Han Shixiang truly that impressive? Doubts appeared on the faces of the crowd, shaking their heads in disbelief. It is impossible. Ground-level martial arts cannot be created by a waste. The young disciple was immediately infuriated, hands on her hips, glaring at them. You don't believe it? Fine. How about a friendly spar? Never mind. We are not your match. TCH, do not let me hear any more disparaging remarks about my senior brother. The young disciple huffed, her demeanor fierce. Linger shimmy. We also wish to consult with senior brother about martial arts. How much does he charge? Charge. Senior brother never charges. The young disciple frowned, her large eyes swirling adorably. No charge. Then since we have nothing better to do, shall we go take a look? The tall disciple turned to his companions. Wait a moment, Ju and Linger called out. I must inform you that Zheng Shiji offered valuable herbs worth several thousand taels to ask Han Shixiang for this technique. Are you truly planning to go empty-handed? What? Several thousand taels? Wasn't it free? The group lamented, realizing their own lack of resources. He might not require anything, but can you truly go without a gift? Moreover, Han Shixiang teaching you for free is due to my good relationship with him. May I inquire who you are? What is your surname? Why should Han Shixiang teach you? His willingness to teach depends entirely on his mood. If you approach him empty-handed, will he be in a good mood? In that case, whether he teaches you or what techniques he imparts will all depend on the value of your gifts. It seems there are indeed those who would seek favors without offering gifts. Ju and Linger scoffed. That is indeed the case, when Han Shixiang was not a waste. As the most outstanding disciple of Yin Yang Zong, he often looked down upon us. Whether he taught or not would certainly depend on his mood. I believe that if several thousand taels can secure a mysterious level technique, that would be quite a bargain. Forget it. That Han Shixiang is not an easy person to deal with. When he was still capable, I once brought him a gift, but what happened? He threw it back at me. I have no intention of going again. Whoever wants to go can go. The earth-level martial skills can only be cultivated by the esteemed elders and peak masters. They are rare and invaluable, worth millions of liang, but unfortunately, we lack the funds. My family does have some money, but several thousand liang cannot be wasted like that. Who knows if his martial skills are genuine or not? Forget it. I think it's best to wait and see. I certainly don't want to be thrown out after bringing a gift. I'm leaving. In the corner, Peng Cheng felt a surge of excitement upon hearing these words. If only the Shixiang could teach me a move or two after I break through my cultivation. Combined with the martial skills taught by him, wouldn't I be able to make Lu Yuan regret it? At that point, no one would dare to bully me. Although I lack wealth, currently, these individuals do not believe in the prowess of the Shixiang's martial skills. I should seize this opportunity to win his favor. If I wait until others come with thousands of liang, he may not even glance at my meager offerings. Chapter 10. The world has never treated me kindly as for whether the Shixiang's arrogant disposition would cause him to reject me. Peng Cheng had already set aside such concerns. Having lived this long, anyone could bully him. He had become a soft persimmon easily squeezed by anyone. Devoid of dignity or face. Even if he were rejected, there would be little loss. With this thought, Peng Cheng hurried back to his residence, rummaging through his belongings to gather all the silver he had saved over the years. His room was left in disarray from his frantic search. He had been at the Yin Yang sect for 4 or 5 years, saving his monthly disciple allowances, and whenever he returned home, he would offer the money to his grandparents, who never accepted it. Each time he secretly left silver behind, it remained untouched by his grandparents. So he ceased leaving it altogether. Fortunately, Lu Yuan and his companions came from prominent families and did not covet his meager savings. Otherwise, he would have been unable to save a single liang. His money was hidden in inconspicuous places like under the bed, in wall crevices, and behind cabinets, to prevent thieves from making off with it while he was away. After thoroughly searching all his hiding spots, he managed to gather about 20 to 30 liang, a result of years of frugality. Holding the money tightly, he swiftly made his way up the mountain to the back mountain, locating the Shixiang Han Yun's courtyard. Is the Shixiang home? Disciple Peng Cheng seeks an audience. Peng Cheng called out loudly at the entrance. After calling 3 times with no response, he surmised that the Shixiang was not at home. Therefore, he entered and patiently waited in the courtyard until noon. Han Yun returned home, carrying a large alchemical furnace in his left hand and a substantial bag of herbs in his right, seemingly content. He was unbothered by the fact that others could see him. After all, as someone deemed useless, what harm was there in dabbling in alchemy? Who are you? Upon entering, Han Yun noticed Peng Cheng and felt displeased that someone had entered his home without permission. He was well aware of the close relationship he shared with his little shimmy. Whenever she visited, she always called out first. Seeing Han Yun return, Peng Cheng knelt on the ground with a thud, exclaiming, "Disciple Peng Cheng pays respects to the Shixiang." He held out a small cloth bag containing all his savings. "Shixiang, this is all the silver I've saved over the years. I know it's a bit insufficient, so I dare not ask you to teach me martial skills. I only hope you can guide me in a move or two." Han Yun observed his disciple, who was covered in dirt and looked rather disheveled. When he raised his arm, it seemed slightly awkward, indicating he was injured. "Wait for a moment." Han Yun entered the house to place his items down before returning. "Take a seat." Han Yun sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gesturing for Peng Cheng to do the same. "Who did this to you?" Peng Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, "It was Lu Yuan." "Lu Yuan?" I haven't heard of him. As a direct disciple of the sect master, Han Yun naturally did not concern himself with insignificant individuals. "All right. How did you come to know that I would teach martial skills?" Peng Cheng recounted the events of that morning in detail. Han Yun chuckled softly upon hearing this. "So it was the little shimmy. No wonder when I was buying elixirs today, my mind was flooded with notifications about increasing reputation points. There were over 10,000 of them. From what you say, this Lu Yuan, who is the cousin of Lu Feng, is a spoiled brat who often bullies you, correct?" "Yes, Shixiao." Han Yun would never utter such nonsense as to question why Lu Yuan bullied Peng Cheng instead of others. He understood that such situations were common in schools of the past. "Shixiao, I am an orphan. My family is in a mountain village, and I lost my parents at an early age. My grandparents raised me, and it is my immense fortune to join the sect. This is my opportunity to change my fate. However, I have no money or power, and lacking strength, I dare not retaliate against the bullying from someone like Lu Yuan. I know they target me for my weakness, but I no longer wish to remain weak. The Yin-Yang sect has many disciples from noble families, but there are even more children from humble backgrounds like me who have suffered bullying from those ruffians, unable to voice their grievances. Therefore, I seek to ask Shixiang to teach me martial skills, so that once I am capable, I can teach those bullies a lesson and prevent them from bullying others." Han Yun nodded, understanding this principle. Most disciples at the Yin-Yang sect were young, and many had joined at a young age. The bullying from those ruffians could indeed leave lasting scars. Many had faced bullying during their adolescence, leading to a lifelong character of weakness, and even years later, they would awaken from nightmares. As for the bullies, once they matured, they would reflect on their past misdeeds with a dismissive laugh, thinking, "I was young and foolish then. It's all in the past." They were oblivious to the fact that the harm they inflicted on others could never be erased. "Peng Cheng, here, I can teach you martial skills and how to cultivate, enabling you to gain enough strength to defeat Lu Yuan. When you possess such power, what will you do?" Han Yun asked, gazing intently into Peng Cheng's eyes. "I will return to teach him a lesson, to beat him so he won't dare bully anyone again." Peng Cheng declared with righteous fervor. "You are lying." "Huh? What?" Peng Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Han Yun replied calmly, "When you spoke just now, you could not meet my gaze, and there was a hint of murderous intent in your tone." Peng Cheng paused for a moment, lowering his head in disappointment. "Shixiao, you truly are extraordinary, seeing through me at a glance. Indeed, I do wish to find a secluded place to quietly eliminate him. What he has done to me warrants a price on his life, and if I do not kill him, he will bring more people to retaliate against me, using the power of his family. I am merely an ordinary disciple. How can I contend with the Lu family?" "Peng Cheng." Han Yun sighed, and personally poured him a cup of tea. Thank you, Xixiao. If you approach me with this mindset, then I cannot teach you martial arts. In that instant, Peng Cheng felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, his eyes wide with shock, nearly dropping the cup in his hand. Why not? Because I wish for you to become a kind and good person. But, Xixiao, Peng Cheng's expression turned fierce as he spoke earnestly. I lost my parents at a young age and have endured the hardships of this world. Even upon joining the sect, I am still looked down upon and bullied by those scoundrels. Xixiao, one cannot counsel others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. This world has never treated me kindly. Yet I am expected to be virtuous. There is no such reasoning. Chapter 11. The 3-foot Qi Wall. Han Yun, unfazed, merely smiled and remarked, as for Lu Yuan. From a public standpoint, his crime does not warrant death. To execute him would indeed violate the sect's regulations, and the truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. Of course, if we speak of personal feelings, I too find such a person unworthy of life. However, have you considered that the death of such a scoundrel would not only be a loss for him, but would also irreparably destroy your own life? At your age? To take a life prematurely in an attempt to satiate your thirst for vengeance would only sow the seeds of inner demons within your heart. You would come to believe that all matters in this world can be resolved through killing. How simplistic. Over time, you would grow into a ruthless fiend, consumed by bloodshed. Han Yun gazed earnestly into Peng Cheng's eyes and continued, Peng Cheng, while Lu Yuan may not be worth mourning, I do not wish to see a good person like you ruined. In that instant, tears streamed down Peng Cheng's face, and all his grievances erupted. Senior brother, it has been years since someone has shown such concern for me. I am experiencing the taste of understanding and respect for the first time. Well then, it is noon. Let us have a meal first. In the afternoon, I will teach you martial arts. Han Yun rose and walked towards the kitchen. Senior brother is willing to teach me martial arts? Peng Cheng sprang to his feet, astonished as he gazed at Han Yun's retreating figure. I will first teach you some body tempering techniques and defensive martial arts to spare you from being battered. As for whether to impart powerful offensive techniques to you, I shall assess your future conduct. Given Peng Cheng's current state of mind, if he were to learn the 18 dragon subduing palms now, he might very well descend the mountain tonight to kill Lu Yuan. Nevertheless, Han Yun held a fondness for this pitiful child and planned to guide and nurture him diligently. Peng Cheng's nature was not wicked. It was merely the environment and experiences that had forged his extreme and resentful character. Thank you, senior brother, thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Peng Cheng stood in a daze for a moment, then slapped his forehead with his right hand, hurriedly tossing the money pouch onto the table and rushing into the kitchen. Senior brother, I will prepare the meal, you can rest. As he spoke, Peng Cheng attempted to seize the kitchen knife from Han Yun's hands. No need, you go tend to the fire. All right. Peng Cheng squatted before the stove, effortlessly gathering firewood. Being a child from a mountain village, cooking was second nature to him. Senior brother, why don't you eat in the dining hall? It's troublesome to cook for yourself. I can't be bothered to go, and what is so good about communal meals? Cooking for oneself allows for personal taste, nutrition, and health. Each peak has its dining hall, but one must pay. After all, inner strength cannot substitute for food. Even a third-grade master must eat. Han Yun rarely visited, preferring to cook at home to avoid attracting disdain. He even had a small vegetable garden behind his courtyard. Ah, I can already smell something delicious from outside. What delectable dish is senior brother preparing? A cheerful voice floated in from outside the kitchen, followed by the lively figure of the little junior sister who hopped into the kitchen. Huh, who are you, and why are you at senior brother's home? Upon seeing this, Peng Cheng immediately dropped the firewood in his hands and clasped his palms, saying, Greetings, senior sister Ling Er. My name is Peng Cheng, and I have come to seek guidance from senior brother. Today, I heard your words while on the mountain and have immense admiration for senior brother, which led me to intrude. Upon hearing this, Jun Ling Er scrutinized Peng Cheng, stroking her chin and asking, Were you present at that time? How come I didn't see you? Peng Cheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Senior sister Ling Er, being the direct disciple of the sect leader, was a celestial being, and naturally, she wouldn't remember him. You are quite articulate. So, you came to seek senior brother's martial arts teachings. What gifts have you brought? I only have a bit of silver I managed to save. Bring it forth. The little junior sister extended her small hand. Please wait a moment. Peng Cheng hurriedly ran outside and returned with a small parcel in hand. The little junior sister glanced at Peng Cheng's frail and honest demeanor and couldn't resist teasing him. After taking the money pouch and weighing it in her hand, she laughed. Is this all the money you have? TSK, how stingy. When senior sister Zheng came, she brought over 10,000 taels of silver worth of herbs. You barely have 20 or 30 taels. This will make it difficult for senior brother. Peng Cheng's face turned crimson as he gazed at Junling's beautiful yet haughty countenance, lowering his head and remaining silent. All right, return the money to him. I do not charge for teaching martial arts. After placing the vegetables into the pot, Han Yun wiped his hands with a towel and looked at Junling. To you, this amount may merely be enough for your next meal at a restaurant, but for him, it represents years of hard-earned savings. Can you bear to take his money? Oh, I was just teasing him. The little junior sister initially intended to toss the money pouch back, but upon reflection, she extended her hand and returned it, saying, Here, take it back. However, while senior brother may not require it, you cannot do nothing in return. After learning martial arts today, you must do something within your means to repay senior brother. As long as senior brother gives an order, Peng Cheng will comply with anything. Enough of that. Senior brother's temperament would never impose tasks on you. You must demonstrate your own efforts. At the very least, you should chop some firewood. Considering you will be eating here, I will do that right away, Peng Cheng exclaimed, about to dash outside. Come back. Eat first. Han Yun spoke calmly, retrieving 3 bowls and washing them before serving the rice. The 3 of them sat outside, eating and conversing, while Peng Cheng remained quite reserved, sitting stiffly. Han Yun gazed at the dishes of rice and sighed. Inner strength cannot replace food, but spiritual energy can. Once foundational cultivation is achieved, one can completely abstain from food, purging the body of impurities and no longer needing to eat daily. After finishing the meal, Peng Cheng dutifully washed the pot and dishes. As they entered the house, the little junior sister wondered, Senior brother, aren't we going to practice martial arts outside? What if something gets damaged in here? She looked around the bare room with concern. In this house, even a thief would leave me 2 bags of rice and depart in tears. There is nothing of value here. Moreover, today I will teach defensive martial arts, which only requires the circulation of inner strength, not external strikes. Han Yun turned to Peng Cheng with a serious expression, stating, Today, the martial technique I will teach you is called the 3-foot chi wall. Host successfully created an earth-level martial art, earning 100 achievement points. The benefit of having a system is that Han Yun can ascertain the level of the martial arts he creates without needing to experiment personally. The 3-foot chi wall allows the practitioner to project inner strength outward, creating an impervious protective barrier around the body, unwavering and steadfast, rendering them immovable against any assault from adversaries. Chapter 12. The True Fire of Samadhi. Following this, Han Yun imparted the method of circulating inner strength for the 3-foot chi wall to Peng Cheng, while the little junior sister attentively listened alongside. After a single attempt, the little junior sister successfully grasped the technique, while Peng Cheng, being somewhat slower, managed to master it only after 3 or 4 attempts, allowing Han Yun to earn achievement points. All right, once you have mastered it, practice diligently. Little junior sister, go outside and practice with Peng Cheng. You will attack, and Peng Cheng will defend. I wish to see the extent of Peng Cheng's training. Okay, the little junior sister exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she exited. Upon reaching the courtyard, she stood with her hands behind her back, nose in the air, and proudly declared, Junior brother, are you ready? I am ready. All right, I will make my move. With that, the little junior sister curled her fingers in preparation to strike. No using the 9-in white bone claw. You are to test and spar, not to incapacitate him for half a month. Understood. The little junior sister pouted in response, then switched to a different martial technique. Throwing a punch at Peng Cheng. Having already activated the 3-foot chi wall, Peng Cheng stood firm, adopting a horse stance to withstand the attack. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The chaotic energy barrier you have erected is utterly disordered, ostentatious, yet insubstantial. Stand up and continue your practice. Han Yun commanded coldly. Acknowledging his words, Peng Cheng promptly rose to his feet, readying himself to activate his martial arts for defense. Observing this, the junior sister struck again with a punch. Each time, despite being prepared, Peng Cheng was sent flying, landing in the same spot. And soon a shallow pit formed in Han Yun's courtyard. By evening, the junior sister, feeling exasperated, declared, You are too weak. I am done playing. Please, linger Shiji. I can still improve, Peng Cheng implored, struggling to rise, begging for another chance. You may be able, but I cannot. After this afternoon of striking your turtle shell, my hands are swollen. If you do not compensate me well, I shall cease striking you in the future. I promise to bring you delicacies tomorrow. Just for another chance to practice, he pleaded. Such a request is unprecedented in my life, the junior sister thought to herself, rubbing her small hands. Han Yun stood up and remarked, You have indeed made progress. I can see it. Initially, the junior sister only used 20% of her strength to defeat you. Yet by the end, She required 70%. Do not forget, you are merely a 9th grade practitioner, while the junior sister is 8th grade and quite accomplished. Upon returning tonight, cultivate diligently. I hope that tomorrow, she will not be able to defeat you even with her full strength. I shall heed your guidance, Xixiang, Peng Cheng said, enduring the pain as he bowed. All right, you may return, Han Yun concluded. Yes, Shitty will come again tomorrow. The junior sister, with a charming smile, approached and said, Hey, Xixiang, I want to learn from you tonight, while I wish to have some peace. Oh, she pouted, leaving with Peng Cheng as they exited Han Yun's residence. Once outside, Peng Cheng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Shiji, for helping me train today. I am deeply appreciative. It was a trifling matter. Striking is quite enjoyable, she replied. After spending the afternoon together, June Linger recognized the resilience and indomitable spirit of her frail junior brother. Her impression of him significantly improved. Shitty, what do you think of Xixiang? I find Xixiang to be quite different from the rumors. He is very easygoing and treats me, a poor disciple he has never met, with kindness. He imparts such profound martial arts without seeking any return, demonstrating great patience. I believe he is the kindest person in the world. Sigh. Those are merely rumors crafted by those envious of Xixiang. They are utterly untrustworthy. It is simply that Xixiang is too self-effacing to argue with them. Indeed. By the way, Shitty, do you wish to learn more martial techniques? Of course. Though it may seem greedy to say so, what Xixiang has given me is already excellent. However, being merely a defensive technique, who would want to be constantly on the receiving end of blows? Peng Cheng shyly smiled. Then, listen to me. The junior sister leaned closer to Peng Cheng, speaking softly, the fragrance from her body wafting towards him, causing his face to flush. In truth, apart from the Jiuyin by Gu Claw, Xixiang has not specifically taught me martial techniques. However, I have learned Zheng Shiji's Ling Bo Wei Bu and your San Chi Chi Chong. Why? Because I run to Xixiang every day when he teaches others martial arts. I listen in. Could he possibly send me away? That would be rather fortuitous. Shiji, I too wish to benefit from this. Peng Cheng stowed his shyness and mustered his courage. That's the spirit. I assure you, Xixiang is quite indifferent. He does not care how many people learn his techniques. He merely wishes to help others. As long as you are obedient, sensible, and do not irritate him, and perhaps assist him a little more, he will not send you away. Thank you for your guidance, Shiji. Let us not dwell on that. Now, here arises a question. Since we wish to learn, we must bring more people to learn martial arts so we can secretly learn on the side. After all, we cannot always approach Xixiang for techniques. We still have our pride. You make a valid point. Thus, to learn martial arts, we must attract more individuals to seek Xixiang's teachings, encouraging them to present gifts in exchange for learning. In this manner, Xixiang benefits while we gain martial techniques for free. You could, like I did today, use the techniques learned to defeat opponents in crowded places and inform others that it was taught by Xixiang. After some time, as Shiji chuckled mischievously, even the honest and earnest Peng Cheng couldn't help but join her laughter. But will Xixiang truly not mind? Rest assured, he is willing to contribute to the sect. Teaching martial arts is a contribution as well, and this will earn him more respect from others. Isn't that a good thing? Very well, let us proceed with this plan. After bidding farewell to the two, Han Yun locked the courtyard door and returned to his room, retrieving his alchemy furnace and placing it on the ground. System. Exchange for my life essence fire and advanced alchemy technique. Consume 1,000 achievement points to exchange for advanced alchemy technique. Consume 1,000 achievement points to exchange for my life essence fire. Detecting host constitution. Matching suitable fire. Sanmei Zhenhua activated successfully. In an instant, Han Yun felt a flicker of flame ignite within his dantian. This flame was of an exceptionally high temperature, its Dao rhythm profound, yet it posed no harm to him whatsoever. Stunned by the system's announcement, Han Yun remained momentarily frozen. How could he not know the illustrious name of Sanmei Zhenhua, the mightiest divine fire capable of incinerating all? It was rumored that great beings trained to the utmost could even burn through the fabric of space and time. How fortuitous this find was. Chapter 13, Breakthrough. Foundation Establishment Stage. After a moment of shock, Han Yun regained his composure and took out the herbs he had prepared, igniting the furnace with the Sanmei Zhenhua. Fueled by spiritual energy. The greatest advantage of the system is that there is no need to cultivate the life essence fire yourself. It provides you with the best and most suitable flames, saving you from the arduous time of cultivation. There is also no need to struggle through alchemy techniques, as failure is not an option, saving the herbs that would otherwise be wasted in the common trials of alchemy. With utmost care, Han Yun wielded the advanced alchemy technique, skillfully manipulating the Sanmei Zhenhua to ignite the furnace. He maintained excellent temperature control, Otherwise, the Sanmei Zhenhua would have incinerated the furnace entirely. Following the alchemical formula, Han Yun sequentially placed the herbs into the furnace, refining and extracting their medicinal power, filtering out the residues, and merging the essence of the medicine. After an hour, a deep brown pill emerged from the alchemy furnace. This was the first Ning Qi Dan he had crafted. Without hesitation, he consumed the pill, which dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, unleashing a torrent of medicinal energy that coursed throughout his body, converging in his dantian with the spiritual energy in his meridians. Upon inspecting his dantian, he realized that his cultivation, previously at the late stage of qi refinement, had surged to the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage after consuming this Ning Qi Dan. However, he could faintly sense a layer of shackles obstructing him, preventing the absorption of more spiritual energy. He understood that breaking through that barrier would allow him to enter the foundation establishment stage, thus granting him a lifespan of 200 years. 200 years. The thought ignited a sense of excitement within Han Yun. Though this was merely the first step on a long journey, it represented a significant milestone in his growth. With renewed determination, Han Yun seized the herbs and ignited the furnace once more to create more pills. Longevity was his sole motivation for cultivation. Soon, after 2 hours, he had refined 3 additional Ning Qi Dan, depleting all the herbs he had purchased. Sitting cross-legged, he swallowed all 3 pills at once. The formidable medicinal energy from these 3 pills coursed through his body before entering his dantian. The spiritual energy generated by the medicinal power violently assaulted the barrier of his cultivation, and Han Yun felt excruciating pain in his dantian, drenched in cold sweat. Finally, after the duration of an incense stick, Han Yun's cultivation successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Within his dantian, there was no longer an empty sea of spiritual energy, but rather the emergence of a rectangular, ancient base, a hallmark of the foundation establishment stage. Cold sweat trickled down as Han Yun felt the immense power within him, a sensation far surpassing that of the qi refinement stage. He pondered the extent of his current strength. During the initial stages of qi refinement, he could unleash power equivalent to a 7th-grade martial artist. Now that he had entered the foundation establishment stage, he must possess at least 6th-grade strength, if not more, by conservative estimates. With a mere thought, Han Yun levitated effortlessly into the air. In the realm of cultivation, once one reached the foundation establishment stage, flight became possible. He contemplated taking to the skies to further test his newfound strength, but recalled the disturbance he had caused his master during his qi refinement days. Who knew how many formidable figures might be alerted this time? No, he decided, it was best to remain inconspicuous. Strength should not be flaunted. His pursuit of cultivation was not merely for power, but for the essence of longevity. The world was fraught with peril, teeming with powerful beings. And he remained but a fledgling. Should anyone witness him soaring through the air, they might mistakenly assume him to be a 3rd-grade expert. If they were to strike, only to discover his true nature, it could lead to dire consequences. Flight. Only 3rd-grade practitioners could take to the skies. This ability could serve as a facade to instill fear in others, he mused, as his thoughts wandered in the night. Early the next morning, Peng Cheng arrived. Sans his axe. After retrieving it from Han Yun's courtyard, he promptly set off again. By noon, Peng Cheng returned, bearing a massive bundle of twigs and branches that dwarfed his stature. He carried it with ease, undeterred by the weight. Have you broken through? Han Yun inquired with a smile, observing Peng Cheng's effortless demeanor. Setting the firewood down at the kitchen door, Peng Cheng replied, thanks to my senior brother's teachings. I practiced the martial arts you imparted last night, and managed to break through to the 8th grade. Excellent. Let us prepare a meal, Han Yun responded. Just as he was about to start cooking, the voice of his junior sister rang out from outside. I'm here, senior brother. Han Yun was puzzled. Though his junior sister often visited, her recent frequency was unusual. I suppose she is here to mooch a meal, he thought. You come here every day without bringing any meat or vegetables. Isn't that a bit shameless? Who says I didn't bring anything? She retorted, triumphantly revealing a dead rabbit she had concealed behind her back. I hunted this morning to add some meat for you. It took me the whole morning to catch it. You, an 8th-grade martial artist, spent the entire morning catching a rabbit? Han Yun expressed disbelief. Well, to be honest, when I arrived this morning, the rabbit suddenly jumped out, startling me, and it ran straight into a tree and died. I thought the tree must be special, so I sat there hoping another rabbit would meet the same fate. Alas, I waited all morning and had to bring this one back. Han Yun was taken aback. Are you telling me a fable? After skinning and cleaning the rabbit, Han Yun chopped it into pieces and placed it in the pot with star anise, Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, cinnamon, nutmeg, monk fruit, scallions, ginger, cilantro, soy sauce, and salt. He simmered it gently before finishing it over high heat. Delicious. This rabbit is so adorable. It tastes amazing once cooked, his junior sister exclaimed, savoring the meat. Peng Cheng looked up in surprise. Sister, the rabbit tastes good not just because of its cuteness, but due to senior brother's culinary skills. His junior sister smiled sweetly, teasingly replying, Junior brother, I think you're quite cute too, though I wonder how you would taste. Peng Cheng's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly lowered his head to eat. However, when it came to cuteness, Sister Ling was truly the cutest. After finishing their meal, Peng Cheng diligently washed the dishes. How is your 3-foot chi wall cultivation progressing? Senior brother, I have thoroughly mastered this martial art, he replied. Very well. Linger, practice with him, and this time, use all your strength. Got it, just watch. Excited to have the chance to spar with Peng Cheng again. She threw a punch at him. This time, Peng Cheng stood still, unmoving, while it was Ling who was sent sprawling. You bully. Your shell is too hard. You weren't this strong yesterday, she complained, rubbing her sore bottom from the fall. With his recent breakthrough and mastery of the 3-foot chi wall, Peng Cheng was virtually impervious to anyone below the 7th grade. Is that so? Junior brother, you've become quite formidable, Linger remarked, her big eyes darting as she turned to Han Yun. Since he has succeeded, we shall take our leave, senior brother. With that, she tugged at Peng Cheng's sleeve, leading him outside. Watching their retreating figures, Han Yun felt a surge of curiosity. His junior sister, who usually lingered for hours to seek his guidance, seemed unusually eager to leave today. Oh well, their departure brings peace, and I can exchange the accumulated achievement points for spiritual energy to solidify my realm. Once outside, Junling turned to Peng Cheng. I'm sorry, senior brother. I didn't mean to hurt you. Oh, it's nothing. Linger, I thought of a great idea last night. Since you're short on money, I'll take you to a lucrative opportunity. Making money. Peng Cheng instinctively clutched his chest. Sister, I'm not selling myself or performing. What are you thinking? She exclaimed, playfully tapping him on the head. What kind of money-making scheme do you have in mind? Performing. Crushing stones with my chest? Listen, we'll go to that martial arts arena from yesterday. It's crowded. We set up a stall, and anyone can come to challenge you. If they defeat you, they earn a reward of 10 taels of silver. If they fail, they must pay us 1 tael. We can split the earnings 50-50. What do you think? Me, let them hit me? What are you afraid of? You have the 3-foot chi wall. No one below the 7th grade can break through it. How many 7th grade practitioners do you think there are among the 3rd-generation disciples? Do you think someone of Han Shi's caliber would come to challenge you? Peng Cheng immediately saw the merit in her idea. See, you're intrigued, right? When no one can defeat you, people will ask, Peng Cheng, who taught you this martial art? You just say it was senior brother, and they praise you immensely. More people will come to seek senior brother's teachings, and we could. Linger raised an eyebrow, her grin widening mischievously. Exactly. It's a win-win. We earn silver, senior brother gains fame and gifts, and we get to learn martial arts for free. Oh my sister, you're brilliant. Truly a celestial being. Of course. Just look at who I am. With the plan set, the duo stealthily made their way to the martial arts arena. Upon arrival, they found over 100 disciples engaged in practice. Seeing the crowd, Ling's excitement peaked as she shouted, Come one, come all. Don't miss this chance to earn free silver. Gather around. Her call drew the attention of all the disciples, who quickly converged on them. Isn't this Ling What is going on? Are you giving out silver? One disciple laughed. Junling the youngest direct disciple of the sect leader, was not only beautiful but also possessed a lively and cheerful personality, making her quite popular on Chaoxia Peak. Indeed, it is about distributing silver coins. However, whether you can seize this fortune depends entirely on your own capabilities. Junling produced a money pouch from her hand and weighed it thoughtfully. What is the situation? Please clarify, junior sister June. It's quite simple. Do you see this junior brother here? Regardless of who it is, anyone who can defeat him will receive 10 taels of silver from me. Junling pointed towards Peng Cheng, who, upon noticing all eyes upon him, recalled Junling's instructions. He promptly placed his hands on his hips, adopting a defiant and arrogant posture, with his nostrils flaring and an expression that practically screamed, Come and fight me. Ah, isn't that Peng Cheng? He was just beaten yesterday, and today he is so audacious? What is going on? Is this really Peng Cheng? Could it be that junior sister June found a stand-in? Oh dear, junior sister, had you mentioned earlier. I specialize in beating Peng Cheng. I shall go first. Wait a moment. The little junior sister interjected, stopping the eager crowd. Let us clarify the rules first. This is a betting game. If you wish to strike Peng Cheng, you must first pay me 1 tael of silver. If you defeat him, I will reward you with 10 taels. If you fail, I'm afraid that 1 tael will not be refunded. Consider it a registration fee. What? You are charging money? Humph. Do you think such a windfall could simply fall into your lap? There is no logic in expecting gains without investment. Besides, winning yields 10 tails, while losing only costs 1 tail. If you cannot afford to play, then do not participate. I refuse to serve those who cannot handle this. I will come forth. I do not believe defeating Peng Cheng will be particularly difficult, just 1 tail. The tall disciple from yesterday stepped forward first. Junior Sister June, please outline the rules clearly. Of course, there are rules. You are limited to 3 moves, and if you cannot defeat him in 3 moves, you must willingly step back and allow the next challenger. Of course, Peng Cheng will not retaliate. You may strike at your leisure. Very well, I shall proceed. I will also register. Just for fun. Junior Sister. Here is my 1 tael of silver. Soon, more than 30 individuals submitted their funds, fearing that if they delayed, the earlier challengers might incapacitate Peng Cheng, and they would miss out on the 10 taels. In truth, this group of disciples, having grown up within the sect, were rather naive and lacked social experience. Additionally, Peng Cheng had always been perceived as weak and easily bullied, which made them easy targets for this ploy. A more astute individual would certainly recognize the oddity. A typically weak disciple suddenly exhibiting prowess could either indicate a lapse in judgment or a newfound strength. The former possibility was exceedingly slim. After collecting over 30 taels, the little junior sister gleefully stepped aside, signaling for the challenge to commence. The first to step up was the tall disciple. Possessing mid-level 8th grade strength but only a limited repertoire of martial techniques, as he was merely an ordinary disciple. He gathered his energy, his legs propelling him forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Peng Cheng. The punch whistled through the air, swiftly closing the distance to Peng Cheng. However, as the tall disciple approached within 1.5 feet, it felt as though he struck an iron wall, sending him flying backward. Meanwhile, Peng Cheng remained utterly unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Chapter 15. Rising Fame. The spectators gazed in astonishment at the tall disciple who had been flung back. What is going on, Lu Feng? This performance is far too contrived. Indeed, you haven't even touched him yet, and you've already been sent flying. What are you trying to portray? Can you even manage this, you phony? Silence. The tall disciple stood up, furious at being caught off guard and humiliated. He unleashed another punch at Peng Cheng, only to be sent flying once more, as predictable as the sunrise. Peng Cheng's 3-foot barrier of energy enveloped him, creating an impenetrable shield of force around him, with a distance of 1.5 feet from the center. Again, after being repelled by the seemingly weak Peng Cheng for the 2nd time, the tall disciple was filled with indignation. This time, he unleashed a powerful kick towards Peng Cheng. With a sickening crack, the disciple's calf snapped. Let me go? I can still fight. The tall disciple pushed past those nearby, dragging his injured leg as he attempted to confront Peng Cheng once more. Halt! The little junior sister intervened, her voice commanding. You have exhausted your 3 moves. Should you wish to continue, you must pay again. At her words, the tall disciple calmed down, begrudgingly turning to leave with the assistance of others to tend to his injury. I must inform you that Peng Cheng will not retaliate. It is your actions that have caused your injuries, and we bear no responsibility for the severity of your strikes. Now next. Upon hearing this, the other disciples understood and tempered their strikes, cautious not to injure themselves. A succession of challengers failed to make a dent in Peng Cheng, and the onlookers began to take an interest. One sly-eyed disciple observed the proceedings, his mind racing as he quietly slipped away from the crowd. The 30 or so disciples, having paid their dues, took turns pummeling Peng Cheng. To them, 1 tael was a trivial sum, merely a source of amusement. An hour later, after all the challengers had had their turn, the little junior sister called out for anyone else willing to try, and a few more disciples, displeased, paid up to take their shot at Peng Cheng. The little junior sister gleefully counted the coins in her pouch, positively elated. News of the event spread swiftly, attracting many other disciples who flocked to witness the spectacle, creating a bustling scene with layers of onlookers. The little junior sister beamed at the sight. Clear the way. Clear the way. Just as the disciples continued to challenge Peng Cheng, voices called out from the outskirts of the crowd. A few sycophants cleared the path, allowing others to pass through. Lu Yuan, observing Peng Cheng in a horse stance, remarked with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, isn't that Peng Cheng? He was just beaten yesterday, and today he appears so brazen. You are quite audacious." "Indeed, I am quite audacious. Why don't you come and take a few swings at me, Lu Yuan?" Peng Cheng's retort surprised Lu Yuan and the others. Was this the same timid Peng Cheng who once cowered in silence? My goodness, it has only been a day, and you have completely transformed. It appears you have become a different person. Oh my, the timid pup has turned into a fierce dog. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, observing Peng Cheng with a mocking grin. I hear you are allowing anyone to strike you here without retaliation? Today, I shall put that to the test. Go ahead. The little junior sister approached, extending her small hand. Come, one tail for 3 strikes. Any injuries incurred will be your own responsibility. Lu Yuan paused, scoffing. Why are you always around? The world truly is declining. I used to hit Ping Chung for free, and now I must pay? Indeed, payment is required. Everyone else has paid. If you refuse, is that fair to the others? Be careful, or those who have paid may join in against you. The little junior sister brandished her fist playfully yet fiercely. All right. I dare not provoke junior sister Ling. Let us adhere to the rules. If I defeat him, you will hand me 10 taels, correct? Precisely, only you may engage. No assistance from others is permitted. Deal. Lu Yuan produced 1 tael of silver, handing it to the little junior sister before stepping before Peng Cheng with a sinister grin. Peng Cheng, today, if I do not beat you to a pulp, I shall not carry the surname Lu. If you do not carry the surname Lu, that is fine. You may take my surname Peng as well. And I would gain a splendid son in the bargain. Youthful and brash, Peng Cheng could not resist the urge to retort against Lu Yuan. Now that he had gained confidence, he no longer feared offending the Lu family, particularly since he had fostered a favorable relationship with Jun Shiji, who was his substantial backing. The Jun family was no less formidable than the Lu family, and with her support, any threats from them would have to contend with her first. Humph. You're courting disaster. Lu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. This soft, dog-like Peng Cheng dared to speak to him in such a manner. If he did not teach him a proper lesson today, what face would he have left? After uttering these words, Lu Yuan summoned all his strength and swung a punch at Peng Cheng. Observing this, Peng Cheng sneered and activated his 3-foot energy barrier to its utmost limit. A tremendous crash resonated as Lu Yuan was sent staggering back several steps, nearly losing his balance. Quite impressive, Lu Yuan mused while rubbing his wrist with a sinister smile. Is that all you've got? Peng Cheng retorted mercilessly. You wretched cur, I will end your life. Lu Yuan yelled, following up with a kick, only to be met with a backlash once more. On his 3rd attempt, he exercised extreme caution, employing his martial technique, the Tiger Roar fist, but Peng Cheng remained unyielding. Blood trickled from Lu Yuan's fist. As Lu Yuan prepared to strike again, his junior sister admonished him, stating, 3 strikes have passed. If you wish to continue, you must pay. 3 strikes already? Lu Yuan frowned, baring his teeth. Indeed, each person is allowed only 3 strikes. How could mere silver allow you to fight for an entire day? Peng Cheng seized the opportunity to interject. Lu Yuan, will you continue or not? If not, step aside. Others are waiting. The prospect of humiliating his adversary while profiting from him delighted Peng Cheng. I will fight. I have plenty of money, Lu Yuan declared, tossing 10 taels of silver to Jun Linger before lunging at Peng Cheng once more. After an hour of futile attempts, Lu Yuan had spent over 40 taels of silver, yet could not budge Peng Cheng in the slightest. Instead, he left the arena battered and bruised, ultimately being dragged away by his subordinates. Esteemed guests, is Peng Cheng's martial skill not formidable? Jun Linger loudly inquired of the crowd. Indeed, remarkable. If I possessed such skill, I would fear neither heaven nor earth. What kind of martial skill is this? Jun Linger proudly proclaimed. This is the unique technique created by my senior brother Han Yun. My 9 white bone claw and senior sister Zheng's Lingbo Weibu also originated from his hand. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonished chatter. On a distant hillside stood an elderly man with gray hair, hands clasped behind his back, his deep-set eyes exuding an aura of gloom as he coldly observed the scene. Han Yun snorted. Chapter 16. The Path to Wealth. In the afternoon, Han Yun sat in his room, gazing at his withered purse, lost in thought. He had tasted the sweetness of alchemy to enhance his cultivation just yesterday. Its cost-effectiveness was exceedingly high, far surpassing the gradual accumulation of achievement points to exchange for spiritual energy. After his junior sister and the others departed today, he converted all his remaining achievement points into spiritual energy, not only solidifying his recently established foundation, but also reaching the initial perfection of the foundation stage, with the next goal being the mid-foundation stage. Yet, while alchemy held great promise, it was exceedingly costly. Yesterday, he had depleted his savings on herbs, and even with the herbs gifted by Zheng Yulin, he had managed to concoct only 3 batches of condensation pills. Alchemy was truly a financial abyss. He was now devoid of funds to purchase herbs. What could he do? Should he sell the remaining herbs? However, these were all gifts from senior sister Zheng, each precious, some even rare to find. Selling them would be easy, but repurchasing them would prove difficult. He might need these herbs for concocting other pills in the future. Han Yun, in his current state, was utterly impoverished lacking both money and achievement points. Just as he was wallowing in despair, a series of notifications suddenly appeared in his mind. Reputation increased, reward, 100 achievement points. Reputation increased, reward, 100 achievement points. Within moments, his mind was flooded with achievement point notifications. Hundreds of alerts appeared at once, with more continuously popping up thereafter. After an hour or so, another wave of achievement points inundated his mind. Then, the system's achievement notification followed. Host received acclaim from 1,000 individuals, achieving the status of rising fame, with an additional reward of 1,000 achievement points. As Han Yun gazed at the nearly 200,000 achievement points that had suddenly materialized, he fell into deep contemplation. What had transpired? What had he done? Why had he suddenly become wealthy? After pondering these questions, Han Yun suddenly recalled his junior sister's clandestine departure with Peng Cheng earlier that afternoon. Could it be? As darkness fell and the workday concluded, the last disciple finished his 3 strikes, and his junior sister pushed through the crowd to stand before Peng Cheng. Let us go back. Wait, June junior sister, is it true that the martial skills you mentioned were all taught by our senior brother? One disciple called out loudly. Han Yun had been the first to be taken under the wing of Xian Yi Fairy, demonstrating unparalleled talent in recent years. And thus the entire Chaoxia Peak publicly referred to him as senior brother. However, behind the scenes, some would occasionally disparage him after he altered his cultivation method. Of course. Who else could it be but senior brother? I mentioned it yesterday. You didn't believe me. Peng Cheng was the only one who went. So you can only envy his fortune. Wow. Is senior brother truly that formidable? Peng Cheng, is your skill really taught by him? Peng Cheng smiled slightly, nodding as he replied. Indeed, I was fortunate to receive guidance from senior brother yesterday, allowing me to master this martial technique and break through to the 8th rank. I can never repay the kindness of senior brother. Damn it, I hesitated for a day, allowing you to take the lead. Tomorrow morning, I will prepare a generous gift to visit senior brother. I want to go too. I want to try it out. If yesterday, the crowd had been skeptical of Han Yun's superiority and his aloofness, today they were all convinced. If senior brother taught Peng Cheng, how could he possibly be arrogant? You may go or not. I am leaving. The junior sister and Peng Cheng ascended the mountain, while the other disciples arranged to visit Han Yun early the next morning. With the sun setting in the west, visiting at night would be highly disrespectful, and as they sought something from him, they naturally understood the proprieties. Sister, there were still so many people who didn't take their turn. Why didn't you continue fighting? Peng Cheng inquired as he followed Jun Linger up the mountain. Indeed, there were many, but how much inner strength do you have left? Utilizing martial techniques and defending against others' attacks consumes inner strength. By the time I reached those last few, I could clearly sense you were running low on energy and unsteady on your feet, indicating your inner strength was depleted. Continuing would have been perilous. Hearing his sister express such concern for him moved Peng Cheng deeply, elevating her to the status of one of the greatest individuals in the world in his heart. Jun Linger continued, otherwise, if you were defeated, I would have to pay 10 taels to settle the score, which would be a loss. It's better to know when to stop. In an instant, the warmth in Peng Cheng's heart vanished. The greatest person in the world was still only senior brother. Sister, how much money did we earn today? Not much, just over 200 people participated. The bulk of it came from Lu Yuan, totaling 260 taels. We shall split it evenly. Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks to my sister's cleverness, we earned so much. Peng Cheng beamed at the prospect of receiving 130 taels, a sum he had never seen before. Previously, he had saved only 20 or 30 taels through frugality. Huh, such a meager amount has you grinning like that. How amusing. His junior sister rolled her eyes. Now I can repay senior brother. Would it be too cliché to give him money? Sister, what gift do you think I should get for senior brother? Huh, does senior brother even care for your little gifts? He is quite wealthy, you know. I suppose senior brother must not lack for money. The greatest repayment you can offer him is to promote the martial techniques he taught you, allowing more people to learn. And as you earn more money, his reputation will grow. That, in itself, is your return. All right, senior sister, shall we set up our venue here again tomorrow? I will cultivate throughout the night to restore my inner strength. The ever-enthusiastic Peng Cheng is now fervently eager to earn money. One cannot merely fleece a single sheep. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? This kind of tactic only works the first time. Now that everyone knows your defenses are impenetrable, who would willingly fall into the trap? If we do not set up tomorrow, we can choose another peak in a few days. Is it not feasible to go to another mountain peak tomorrow? Peng Cheng asked, bewildered. Jun Linger, observing his dazed expression, was so exasperated that she struck him on the head. How foolish can you be? Today, as promotional efforts were so effective, many will undoubtedly come to seek guidance from senior brother tomorrow. If we do not seize this opportunity, when will we? Money is merely a material possession. The few taels you earn are hardly enough to purchase a martial skill. Yes, you are absolutely right, senior sister, Peng Chung said, covering his head in compliance. Chapter 17. The master brother who teaches without discrimination. Let me tell you, we must surprise senior brother with this matter and keep it a secret from him for now. What can I not know? Suddenly, a voice echoed down the moonlit mountain path. The little junior sister and Peng Chung both looked up to see senior brother standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his shadow stretching long on the ground. Bathed in moonlight, smiling at them. Oh, senior brother. The little junior sister's face turned crimson as she hurriedly concealed the money pouch behind her back. Enough. I heard everything you just said. Did you go out to spar with someone today? Han Yun said with a smile as he descended. It was not exactly a spar. It was simply a matter of enduring a beating. The little junior sister recounted the day's events in detail. After listening, Han Yun understood how he had acquired those 2 significant achievement points today. So, you mean to say that numerous individuals will come to seek my guidance on martial arts tomorrow morning? Han Yun inquired nonchalantly. The little junior sister lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake and softly said, Oh, senior brother, I only meant well. You see, by coming here, I can help Peng Shitty earn some money, and I can also enhance your reputation. After all, people say you are useless, and I want them to respect you. Please do not be angry. At least let me share half of the money we earned today, she said, bringing forth the bulging pouch with reluctance. Upon hearing this, Han Yun chuckled, saying, All right, I have no intention of blaming you. You both did well today. Han Yun thought to himself. At present, he was in need of both money and achievement points, and the little junior sister's unintentional assistance had provided him with a significant advantage. Tomorrow, when those individuals arrive, they will surely bring gifts, and he would then have the funds to purchase medicinal herbs and teach them, thus reaping achievement points, a win-win situation. Furthermore, once these individuals learn, they will undoubtedly spread the word of how formidable his martial arts are, leading to an increasing number of visitors seeking his guidance, and consequently, his achievement points and wealth will grow. This is indeed a prosperous path. He could maintain his strength and secrecy while accumulating achievement points. As for the matter of alchemy, he could easily disguise it as an endeavor to restore a damaged physique. With this in mind, Han Yun found the little junior sister increasingly agreeable. Oh, senior brother praised me. How delightful. The little junior sister laughed heartily while clutching the money pouch. Very well, when others come tomorrow, you two should also come to my place. Will senior brother be teaching us martial skills? Peng Chung exclaimed excitedly. For senior brother is truly the best person in the world. Oh, not exactly. The little junior sister learns quickly and can assist in teaching, while you can serve as a practice target for others. Peng Chung's expression darkened. The status of senior brother as the world's best person seemed to waver. All right. If there is nothing further, you may return. After speaking, Han Yun turned and walked up the mountain. Goodbye, senior brother. The little junior sister smiled sweetly. Watching senior brother's departing figure, the little junior sister whispered to Peng Chung, Senior brother must care for us. That is why he came to find us in the dark. You are right, senior sister. Senior brother is so kind to ask us to learn martial arts tomorrow. Sigh. I truly feel guilty. Perhaps we should share some of the money we earned today with senior brother. Enough. Senior brother is not lacking in money. Come. Let us split it between us. This conversation reached Han Yun's ears, almost causing him to stumble. How am I not lacking in money? Clarify where you think I have wealth. He had moved quite far away, and the little junior sister spoke in a low voice, which normally would not be heard by an average person. Yet, Han Yun could hear her clearly, as he had discovered another significant advantage of cultivating after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, spiritual perception. After the foundation establishment, a sea of consciousness forms in the mind, protecting the soul, and the power of spiritual perception can be projected outward. At his current cultivation level, he could sense a radius of 1 mile. Under the coverage of his spiritual perception, he could perceive any movement within that distance. Earlier, he had overheard the conversation between the two little junior sisters thanks to this ability. Moreover, the power of spiritual perception is not limited to mere observation. It can directly attack an enemy's soul, causing light injuries that render them mentally incapacitated or, in severe cases, shattering the soul, resulting in instant death without any external wounds. It is indeed an essential tool for travel and for dealing with adversaries. Han Yun pondered whether he could exchange for some techniques utilizing spiritual perception from the system, such as manipulating another's soul. Upon returning home, Han Yun sat cross-legged in meditation. Early the next morning, he was awakened by the clamorous voices outside. Is senior brother at home? Junior brother Liang Chao wishes to see you. Senior brother, junior brother Yu Ming wishes to see you. Junior brother Zhang Heng wishes to see you. Junior sister Zhang Yuanxin wishes to see you. Outside the courtyard, the voices clamored incessantly, and Han Yun felt as though a flock of crows was incessantly cawing outside his door. He rose, exited his room, and approached the courtyard gate, opening it. His courtyard door was rarely locked. As the saying goes, even thieves would leave behind some rice before departing. The moment Han Yun opened the courtyard door, his pupils dilated in surprise. Goodness! Outside his door, the small path was crowded with over 100 young disciples, each carrying gifts of various sizes. Their eager gazes fixed upon him. Greetings, senior brother. They all bowed in unison. Greetings to all of you, Han Yun responded. What brings you all here? Han Yun feigned ignorance, inquiring. A clever disciple quickly replied, Senior brother, I am junior brother Liang Chao. I heard yesterday that you have devoted yourself to the study of martial arts over the years, so I brought a small gift to visit and seek your guidance. Han Yun nodded and looked at the others outside. You all share the same purpose? Indeed, they all responded. Han Yun chuckled, saying, I am but a useless person. How could I possibly possess any martial skills? You all flatter me. Senior brother, please do not be modest. We are all aware that junior sister Jun's 9-in Whitebone Claw can defeat senior brother Lu Feng in a single move. And junior sister Zhang's Lingbo Weibu is unparalleled, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. Junior brother Peng's 3-foot chi wall renders him invincible within 3 feet. These martial arts are all taught by you personally. Senior brother, you are the master brother of our entire Chaoxia Peak. It is said that you teach without discrimination. We sincerely seek your guidance, so please grant us this opportunity. Yes, although senior brother cannot practice martial arts, your talent remains intact. In your prime, you were unmatched among the 3rd generation of disciples in the sect. Surely, your prowess has not diminished over the years. We implore you to guide us. Chapter 18. The dog-beating stick technique. As the crowd chattered and debated, Han Yun felt overwhelmed, and he quickly raised his hand to signal for silence. Very well, esteemed guests. I, Han, have understood your intentions. Since none of you bear any grievances, please form an orderly queue and approach one by one. After all, your numbers are quite substantial, and I may not be able to attend to everyone at once. I shall go first. Liang Chao reacted swiftly, stepping briskly through the entrance, while the others remained outside. After all, no one wishes for their martial arts to be gleaned by another. Respecting others is akin to respecting oneself. Each should learn independently, without taking advantage of one another. Liang Chao offered a brief apology before closing the door and followed Han Yun into the courtyard. Under the eaves of Han Yun's abode, 2 tatami mats had been laid out on the wooden corridor, with an incense burner and a teapot set between them, prepared well in advance. Junior brother Liang, please take a seat, Han Yun gestured. I shall sit first. The 2 sat cross-legged on the tatami mats, and Liang Chao placed his bundle upon the table. Smiling as he spoke, Master brother, as this is my first visit, I was uncertain what gift to bring. I heard that when junior sister Zheng visited a few days ago, she brought some precious herbs, and I also learned that yesterday. Master brother Han purchased a furnace and herbs for alchemy. I presume you intend to refine elixirs, so I took the liberty of selecting some herbs. Of course, they cannot compare to what junior sister Zheng brought, as her family is a prominent one, while I am merely a junior. Come as you are. There is no need for gifts. Even if you arrived empty-handed, as long as you wish to learn martial arts, I shall gladly teach you, Han Yun replied. His demeanor open and approachable. You are exceedingly generous, Master brother. Liang Chao expressed his admiration. He understood that Han Yun was merely being courteous. While the latter could decline the offering, he could not do so himself. Are you planning to study alchemy lately, Master brother? I have some formulas at home. I shall bring them to you on another occasion. Liang Chao continued. I am merely passing the time, after all. Being a good-for-nothing, unable to practice martial arts. I must find something to occupy myself. Han Yun smiled slightly, and Liang Chao sensed that the matter was far from simple. The alchemy was likely for treating his own condition. As long as you have a desire in your heart, I shall prescribe the remedy accordingly, Han Yun stated. What is most feared when seeking a gift is encountering someone who desires nothing, impervious to all offerings. As long as the other party has something they yearn for, it can serve as an opening. Now, tell me, do you have any doubts regarding your cultivation, or do you seek martial skills? Han Yun poured a cup of tea for him. Before Liang Chao could respond, 2 figures leaped over the wall and entered the courtyard. Who is so inconsiderate? Did we not agree on one person entering at a time? Liang Chao turned with annoyance, only to see it was Jun Linger and Peng Cheng. Master brother, what is the matter at your home? The entrance is completely blocked, and we had to jump the wall to enter. Jun Linger exclaimed. Greetings, junior sister Ling. Junior brother Peng. Liang Chao rose to salute them, though inwardly he gritted his teeth, maintaining a cheerful facade. Are you both here to seek Master Brother's guidance in martial arts? He inquired, implying the need for them to queue outside. Not at all. I come to play with my Master Brother daily, and Junior Brother Peng is here to chop firewood. What about you? What are you doing here? Junlinger placed her hands on her hips, showcasing her acting skills. Peng Cheng, ever perceptive, picked up an axe and began chopping wood. I am Liang Chao. I came specifically today to seek guidance from Master Brother as per Junior Sister's recommendation, he explained. Oh, well then, you may inquire as you wish. But do not mind me. Junlinger perked up. Wait, did you bring something? Is it something tasty? She bounded over to the table, peeking inside the bundle, only to frown upon discovering it was herbs. Ugh, how dreadful, it's not edible. With that, she took the herbs inside, her performance impeccable. I shall be sure to bring something delicious for you next time, Liang Chao assured her before turning back to Han Yun. Master Brother, I have practiced with the staff since childhood, yet I have never truly grasped the essence of it. While I am proficient now, I lack formidable techniques. I wonder if you have any insights? Staff techniques? Han Yun pondered for a moment before responding. The staff is indeed a remarkable weapon, though it is a blunt instrument. Its power is boundless. The staff embodies compassion, capable of wounding without taking lives. Your practice with the staff reveals your admirable disposition. You are a person of good character. You flatter me, Master Brother. Han Yun continued. I possess a staff technique known as the dog whipping staff method. Junior Sister, please fetch my staff. Host successfully created a mysterious level martial art, earning 100 achievement points. Han Yun's home was well equipped with various weapons, all acquired from his previous endeavors. Since embracing the path of cultivation, he had not touched them again. Dog whipping staff method? Liang Chao frowned slightly at the name, finding it lacking in grandeur. Junior Sister, in a lively manner, returned with 2 staffs and handed them to the pair. Han Yun stood, staff in hand, and moved to the courtyard, declaring, Junior Brother Liang, though the name dog whipping may sound crude, the techniques within are intricate and marvelous. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Han Yun showcased the dog whipping staff method. The staff in his hands transformed in a whirlwind of motion, exuding an aura of power that left Liang Chao awestruck, dispelling any doubts he had. Throughout the demonstration, Junior Sister watched intently, while Peng Cheng paused his wood chopping to absorb the lesson. After witnessing the display, Liang Chao exclaimed, Master Brother, this staff technique must be among the finest within the mysterious level martial arts. How did you come to develop it? Han Yun merely smiled, refraining from answering the question. The dog whipping staff method consists of 8 principles: trip, slash, entwine, stab, flick, draw, seal, and turn, comprising 36 moves. I shall demonstrate each one for you. Thank you, Master Brother. Han Yun meticulously explained each move, breaking them down for Liang Chao to learn. Master Brother, I now understand why it is called the dog whipping staff method. Executing this set will surely make an opponent resemble a dog, Liang Chao said enthusiastically. Just ensure you do not end up looking like a dog after sparring with Junior Sister, Han Yun teased, tossing the staff to her for practice. All right. Junior Sister eagerly accepted the staff and approached Liang Chao. You want to practice with me, Junior Sister Linga? Liang Chao was taken aback. Any martial art my Junior Sister can master in a single glance. Let her guide you. Han Yun called out towards the entrance. Next. No sooner had he finished speaking than another disciple entered, prompting many outside to peer in with curiosity. They were met with the sight of Liang Chao and Junior Sister engaged in an animated duel with their staffs. As fellow martial artists, they could instantly discern the prowess displayed, and from their battle alone, they could glean a sense of the skills involved. Truly worthwhile. Master Brother possesses genuine ability. Chapter 19. A sword to the throat. Junior Brother Yu Ming. I pay my respects to Master Brother. The newcomer was a tall and slender young disciple, his expression respectful yet devoid of warmth, appearing quite cold. Please take a seat. Yu Ming settled at Han Yun's table, placing a thin package before him. With a neutral expression, he stated, Master Brother, I am unsure of your preferences and thus could not decide on a suitable gift. Here is 1,000 taels in silver notes, which can be used for purchases within Dechuan territory in exchange for silver at any bank. Simply buy what you desire. How straightforward. Han Yun mused internally, noting the flatness in Yu Ming's tone. Junior Brother prefers to be direct. Let us not beat around the bush. State your desires clearly. Han Yun encouraged. Yu Ming nodded, confessing, Master Brother, to speak candidly, I seek a martial art with explosive power. Ideally one capable of defeating an enemy in a single strike, swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Furthermore, it should complement my weapon. As he spoke, he revealed a short sword, barely a foot long, that had suddenly emerged from his sleeve. A sleeve sword? Han Yun furrowed his brow, sensing the heavy aura of killing intent. Do not misunderstand. Master brother, I hail from the Yu family, a lineage of assassins, and have trained in the art of assassination from a young age. This is a family tradition, one I did not choose, but as the eldest grandson, I am compelled to uphold our family's legacy. No wonder he appears so cold and reticent. It must be due to the training in the family's assassin techniques. An assassin lurking in the shadows must certainly refrain from smiling all day long. Ah, I see. I happen to possess a martial art that is perfectly suited for you, known as Yi Jin Feng Ho. One sword seals the throat. Host successfully creates a mystical level martial art. Reward, 100 achievement points. Come forth. Han Yun rose and inquired of Liang Chao, how has your training progressed? The junior sister put away her staff and disdainfully remarked, he is exceedingly weak. After 3 exchanges, I defeated him effortlessly. Liang Chao chuckled awkwardly and remained silent. Very well. Return to practice diligently. During your training, identify your shortcomings. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask me tomorrow. Thank you, senior brother. Liang Chao understood it was time to impart to Yu Ming the martial arts. Being present was indeed inappropriate. After clasping his hands in farewell, he left in high spirits. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, over 100 disciples immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about the martial arts he had learned and their effectiveness. Eager to return to practice, Liang Chao simply stated it was worth the trip before hastily departing. From his words and countenance, everyone could discern that he had genuinely acquired something valuable, and their anticipation grew, wishing to immediately seek guidance from the senior brother. Han Yun intended to teach Yu Ming martial arts, but lacking a sword, he approached Peng Cheng, picked up a 1-foot-long branch, bound it to his hand, and began instructing Yu Ming in martial arts. The technique Yi Jin Feng Ho is deceptively simple, as it comprises a single move that emphasizes timing and explosive power, while also training the body's coordination. However, mastering it is no trivial task. Achieving proficiency and executing a true lethal strike demands prolonged, arduous practice and exceptional comprehension. Have you grasped it? After demonstrating, Han Yun asked Yu Ming. At this moment, Yu Ming's face was devoid of its earlier calmness and coldness, replaced by sheer astonishment. He stared at the branch poised against his throat, still reeling from the realization of what had just transpired. The senior brother's branch had executed the killing move. Remarkably, this was without any internal energy. Had he possessed it, that very branch could have claimed his life. Senior brother, this technique is priceless for an assassin family. It could be a treasured legacy passed down through generations. Are you truly willing to teach me? Yu Ming asked breathlessly. Of course, I shall teach you. However, there is little I can impart beyond your own practice. Peng Cheng, accompany him in his training. Yes, senior brother. Yu Ming, within the 3-foot energy wall of Peng Cheng. He is invincible in that range. Feel free to unleash your attack. But senior brother, I fear I might injure Peng Shitty. Yu Ming cast a troubled glance at Han Yun. Haha, Peng Cheng's 3-foot energy wall is a terrestrial-level martial art. Not only can you not harm him, but even to force him to take a step back, you would need to unleash a 7-rank attack. Rest assured and train with confidence. All right, Yu Ming nodded, looking at Peng Cheng with clasped hands, saying, Peng Shitty, I beg your pardon. Come forth, Yu Shixiang, I am prepared. Peng Cheng had already activated his 3-foot energy wall. Readying his defense, Yu Ming concentrated his internal energy in his right arm, slightly bending his legs, and suddenly sprang forth, his right arm sweeping forward. The hidden sword in his sleeve shooting out in an instant, aiming for Peng Cheng's throat. Assassins often employ their weapons to pierce the throat, severing the windpipe to eliminate their foes. While there are many vital points on the human body, the skull is too hard to penetrate, requiring substantial force, and the heart, being unprotected by bone, is the easiest target. Even if the strike is slightly off, it could still pierce the lung through the ribs, ensuring the enemy's demise. As the gaps between ribs are relatively large, an assassin's blades tend to be slender. However, the heart area is generally well protected, often shielded by heart guards or soft armor, making the chances of a miss significant. Therefore, the soft throat, which is difficult for the average person to protect, becomes the prime target. Nevertheless, Yu Ming's sword tip was halted at a distance of 1.5 feet, followed by a sound of impact as he staggered back a few steps. A faint white mark remained on Peng Cheng's 3-foot energy wall, which was promptly restored by his circulating internal energy. Excellent. Your comprehension is quite commendable. To leave a mark on Peng Cheng's energy wall on your first attempt is already impressive. Return to your training for now. And once you feel you have made significant progress, seek Peng Cheng again for a trial. Encouraged by Han Yun's words, a rare expression of excitement emerged on Yu Ming's previously expressionless face as he clasped his hands and said, Thank you. Senior brother, thank you, Peng Shitty. I shall return to disturb you another day. Farewell. Indeed. After Yu Ming exited, another pair entered immediately, leaving Han Yun with no time to catch his breath. To his surprise, the newcomers were a man and a woman. The man wore the disciple robe of the Yin Yang sect, with a long sword slung across his back, while the woman donned a flowing white dress, with fair skin and a celestial aura, making Han Yun involuntarily recall the immortal maiden, Xiao Long Nu junior brother Zhang Hong. Pays respects to senior brother. Junior sister Zhang Yuanxin. Pays respects to senior brother. Han Yun nodded, signaling them to sit. What inquiries do you have? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong gazed affectionately at Zhang Yuanxin, then took her small hand and placed it on his thigh. Han Yun immediately understood. They were a pair of partners. Chapter 20. Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Senior brother. It is like this. Yuanxin and I are in perfect harmony, having been childhood friends, and our bond runs deep. Now that we are united as partners, we are lauded by all as a match made in heaven. Zhang Hong chuckled, holding Zhang Yuanxin's hand, while Han Yun was left bewildered. Are you here to flaunt your affection? Ah, congratulations. Indeed, you are a handsome couple. What martial arts do you wish to learn? We share a profound relationship and often train together. Thus we seek your guidance for a martial art that allows partners to cultivate together. Ideally one that can be executed in unison, yielding extraordinary combat prowess. Such techniques do exist within the sect, yet our qualifications to practice them are lacking. We humbly request your instruction, senior brother. Zhang Heng's expression was earnest, and Zhang Yuanxin smiled as she added, Thank you, senior brother. Han Yun nodded. This pair of partners indeed shared a strong bond. While he did not envy them, he sincerely wished them well. Very well. I happen to possess a martial art for dual cultivation that I can impart to you. Thank you, senior brother. Ha! Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong excitedly grasped Zhang Yuanxin's hand, exclaiming, See, I told you senior brother would have a solution. Once we master this martial art, we shall blend our swords in harmony and make a name for ourselves, after which I shall visit your family to propose. With our reputation and strength, especially since we are cousins, this will only strengthen our bond, and your parents will surely consent. Yes, yes. Zhang Yuanxin nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with excitement and shyness. However, as Han Yun sipped his tea, he nearly spat it out upon hearing their conversation. What is this? Cousins? This is quite improper. May I ask, are you truly cousins? Have you traced your lineage? Han Yun inquired with surprise. Tracing lineage? Not quite. My grandfather and Yuanxin's grandfather are brothers, so in terms of generations, we are indeed cousins. Under normal circumstances, Han Yun, who was usually calm as a rock, was taken aback. This does not even span 5 generations, let alone 3. The junior sister behind them was grinning from ear to ear. Such close-kin marriages are not encouraged, Han Yun delicately rephrased. Who would have thought that Zhang Hong would suddenly slap his thigh and burst into laughter, exclaiming, Master brother, I must say, your thinking is rather antiquated. What era are we in? The Dechuan government supports freedom and love. As long as 2 hearts are in harmony, what does the weight of societal constraints matter? As young individuals of great promise, we should break these shackles and embrace innovation. If there is true love, we need not concern ourselves with the mundane judgments of the world. How can you accuse me of being feudal? You are the one clinging to outdated traditions. Zhang Hong continued, albeit with a hint of playfulness. Well then, as long as you are happy. After all, it is their personal affair, and I cannot say much. Though I remain skeptical. Master brother, regarding the martial arts, Zhang Hong abruptly recalled, smacking his forehead, look at my forgetfulness. I've been so engrossed in our conversation that I neglected to bring a gift. No, that was not my intention. I was just contemplating martial arts. How vexing. It makes it seem as if I am someone who only acts upon immediate rewards. Master brother, this is a jade pendant that has been passed down in my family. It may not hold much monetary value, but please accept it as a token of my sincerity. He then placed the jade pendant on the table. Without even glancing at it, Han Yun replied, the size of the gift holds no significance. It is the thought that counts. I am primarily interested in acquiring some achievements. Zhang Hong, have you lost your mind? The younger sister suddenly interjected, pointing at the jade pendant on the table. Your Zhang family is not particularly affluent within the Yin Yang sect, and this pendant is priceless, a rare piece of Wenxin jade, exclusively held by the eldest sons of each generation's patriarch. It also signifies the heir of the family. If your father finds out you gifted this to Master brother, he might break your legs for such a folly. Hearing this, Han Yun furrowed his brow, realizing the importance of the item. Junior sister, please do not say such things. As long as I can gain martial arts that allow for dual cultivation with Master brother, A mere jade pendant is of little consequence. My father has another patriarch's pendant. I could always borrow it later. Zhang Heng, you truly are a prodigy of filial piety, the younger sister scoffed. That would not merely be a matter of broken legs. According to your family rules, you would need to be flayed and have your tendons removed before the ancestral shrine. Han Yun shook his head, returned the pendant. Please, Master Brother, I genuinely wish to learn martial arts from you. This pendant holds great significance for you. Do not carelessly give it away. If you gift it to me and your father finds out, he may strip you of your status as heir. Surely, you do not wish to forfeit your future position as patriarch. Moreover, even if you do not care, have you considered your future partner? Only by becoming the patriarch might you break the archaic customs and bring her into your home. When Han Yun spoke these words, he was hesitant. He truly did not wish to see the two become entwined. Master Brother speaks validly, but regarding martial arts, I will teach you the martial arts. If you wish to show gratitude, you may bring a gift next time, but do not mention the jade pendant again. Very well, thank you, Master Brother. Next time, I shall prepare a thoughtful gift. Zhang Heng respectfully took back the pendant. The martial arts I am about to teach you comprise a complete set of techniques and skills, distinct from mere martial techniques. I shall first explain the methods to you, and then you may practice. The host successfully created Earth-level martial arts, rewarded with 100 achievement points. This martial art is called Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, which must be cultivated by a male and female partner together. It is perfectly suited for you both. Furthermore, this martial art is also of Earth level, characterized by its remarkable speed. While it may not claim the title of the fastest in the world, it certainly does not lag far behind. Its speed is different from Lingbo Weibo, which focuses on agility in confined spaces, allowing for evasive maneuvers that catch opponents off guard. In contrast, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra reaches an unparalleled speed, where such swiftness can be transformed into strength. Imagine this, when battling an opponent, if they thrust a sword at you, you could unleash 20 strikes before they even land one. Such is the certainty of victory. Earth-level martial arts? The fastest skill? Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuanxin stared in astonishment. Then rejoiced, Master Brother, please teach us quickly. Han Yun nodded and shared the cultivation mantra of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with the two. They immediately began practicing it. After circulating their energy through several cycles, they managed to grasp it, albeit just barely. Draw your swords. I will teach you the Jade Maiden Sword technique. Han Yun accepted the sword handed to him by the younger sister and began demonstrating the swordplay. Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuanxin had previously practiced some dual cultivation techniques, and they could discern that the swordplay in Han Yun's hands appeared unremarkable, yet when executed together, it became exquisite and powerful. Chapter 21. Han Yun, merely a third-generation disciple. After completing a demonstration, Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuanxin practiced under Han Yun's guidance. The two partners were in perfect sync, their thoughts intertwined, and they quickly grasped the essentials. With each swing of their swords, they exhibited formidable power, their garments fluttering in the wake of their strikes, further accentuating their elegant forms. The younger sister watched enviously from the side. She had already learned the dog-beating stick technique in one sword to seal the throat, but the Jade Maiden sword technique required joint execution with a partner. At that moment, she felt a twinge of urgency. Where could she find a partner? Surely, she could not practice with that fool, Peng Cheng. Never mind, the thought alone is terrifying. If only Master Brother could practice the sword technique with me, how wonderful that would be. The younger sister found herself daydreaming about performing the Jade Maiden sword technique alongside Han Yun, a sweet smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Peng Cheng approached Jun Linger. Senior sister, shall we practice this sword technique together? Get lost. Oh, the younger sister coldly replied, rolling her eyes. What a pity it was, if only Master Brother could engage in martial arts. You are already familiar with this sword technique. Practice diligently when you return. Once you are proficient in the Jade Maiden sword technique, I shall teach you a special move. Han Yun stated calmly. A special move? What special move, Master Brother? The Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword. Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword? The name sounds formidable. Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuanxin were invigorated. It may sound impressive, but this technique demands high comprehension and insight. First, master the Jade Maiden sword technique. Understood, Master Brother. We shall take our leave now. Do not see them off. Once Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuanxin departed, the next disciple entered, burdened with various gifts, a broad smile illuminating their face. Throughout that day, Han Yun tirelessly received disciples, imparting martial arts, accumulating a significant number of achievement points and numerous gifts in the process. The younger sister and Peng Cheng were quite busy as well, assisting others in their learning while also acting as practice dummies for the disciples. Yet they too reaped rewards, acquiring several excellent martial skills. as evening approached. In a secluded area on the back mountain of Chaoxia Peak, specifically designated for the second-generation elders' residences, the environment was serene, filled with melodious bird songs and fragrant blossoms, the finest dwelling on Chaoxia Peak. Inside one of the courtyards, an elderly man with graying hair and deep-set eyes stroked his beard, listening to the lamentations of the person before him. Master, uncle, you do not understand. That Peng Chung is truly overstepping his bounds. He is but a rustic bumpkin, a despicable creature. For our Yin-Yang sect to accept him is a monumental favor he should cherish. Yet, he did not appreciate it, and even injured me. Uncle, I am a member of the Liu family. This is not merely an injury to me. It is an affront to your dignity and that of the Liu family. The elder regarded the weeping Liu Yuan with growing impatience, finally fixing him with a sharp glare. Humph, do not take me for a child of 3. You have always bullied that Peng Chung. You are a worthless scion, merely a wastrel, perpetually bringing trouble to me. The last time he came to me, lamenting how you bullied him, I scolded you on account of your father and spared you punishment. Yet, you, without restraint, turned around and severely injured Peng Chung. You claim he is overstepping? I suspect it was you who instigated this conflict. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan clenched his teeth in silence. Had it not been for his cousin Liu Feng still bedridden, he would not have sought out this old man for retribution. I am a direct descendant of the Liu family, while this old man is merely a side branch, fortunate enough to have broken through to the 6th rank and, riding on the coattails of the Liu family, has become a low-ranking elder at Chaoxia Peak. Although he is referred to as an elder, in such a large clan as the Liu family, how many 5th and 4th rank elders are there? This fellow is hardly regarded. I have been foolish enough to become his disciple, addressing him as uncle merely by virtue of our generational hierarchy. Uncle, can I truly lie? Can the wounds on my hand lie? Look at my hand. Liu Yuan extended his bandaged right hand, his expression pitiable. Humph, I was present yesterday and witnessed everything clearly. It was you who assaulted Peng Chung, who did not retaliate at all. You injured yourself while attacking others, and still have the audacity to seek my aid? Even if I wished to help you, how could I? So many witnessed it clearly. You were the aggressor, not the victim. If I were to personally confront my own disciple, even if it is the one I despise the most, it would simply invite ridicule. Moreover, that Junlinger seems to have a good relationship with Peng Chung. If she were to report this to the headmaster, I would be in a difficult position. Alas, Liu Yuan was in a state of agitation, for everyone knew that he harbored no grudges overnight and would settle scores immediately. Having waited a day to seek his uncle's help, he had already endured much. Was there truly no way to exact revenge? Suddenly, Liu Yuan caught sight of a figure joyfully approaching from the open gate. Lu Bao, come here. Liu Yuan's bellow startled the robust young boy outside. Upon seeing this, Lu Bao rushed in. Greetings to Elder Lu Jing and Brother Liu Yuan. What brings you here? Lu Bao stammered nervously. This elder is named Lu Jing. You seem in high spirits. What have you been up to? Oh, I learned a martial technique from senior brother Han Yun and was just preparing to return and practice diligently. Han Yun? That good-for-nothing is teaching others martial arts? Liu Yuan frowned. Yes, Brother Liu Yuan, you may not know, but many disciples went today. I waited all day in line and got sunburned. Yet I must say, Senior Brother Han is truly capable. The technique he taught me is at least of peak Xian level. Jun Shiji S9 Inbone Claw, Zheng Shiji S Lingbo Weibu, and Peng Qing S 3-foot Qi Wall all originated from him. Many disciples returned with great satisfaction today. Hearing this, Liu Yuan felt a surge of anger, gritting his teeth. Humph, Junlinger defeated my brother, and Zheng Yulin and Peng Chung have also bested me. No wonder they have grown stronger. It all makes sense now. Han Yun is resolutely opposing my Liu family. Master, we cannot let him off easily. Liu Yuan seethed with indignation. Lu Jing stroked his beard, his expression darkening. That Han Yun, a useless individual, still dares to teach others? What a farce. Furthermore, as a mere third-generation disciple, what qualifications does he have to take on students? If this continues, chaos will ensue. After speaking, he turned to Lu Bao and inquired, how much did Han Yun charge you for teaching martial arts? Senior Brother Han does not charge, but we all brought gifts. He treats everyone equally, regardless of the value of the gifts. Everyone praises him. Chapter 22, The Disruptors Arrive. Nonsense. Just tell me whether he accepted those gifts. Lu Jing slammed the table in anger. He did accept them. Lu Bao trembled, his legs shaking. Did he receive a lot? Quite a bit. Many wealthy disciples offered valuable treasures and herbs. Some even brought silver notes. By the end of the day, the total value must be several tens of thousands of taels. Several tens of thousands of taels? Lu Jing mused, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. As an inconsequential elder, His income was already limited. The Liu family is vast and wealthy, yet it bears no relation to him. Upon hearing that a single day could yield several tens of thousands of taels, he could no longer contain his greed. A scheme began to form in his mind. Master? Lu Yuan called softly. Lu Jing returned to his senses, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Lu Yuan, summon the law enforcement hall. It's time to purge the unwholesome atmosphere within the sect. Understood, Master. I shall go at once. Lu Yuan, filled with excitement, dashed out. Shortly thereafter, a contingent from the law enforcement hall was brought forth. Lu Jing waved his hand grandly, leading them towards Han Yun's residence. Han Yun's courtyard was also atop the rear mountain, not far away, and they arrived quickly. Outside Han Yun's door, there were still over 100 disciples gathered. Most of the earlier batch had already left, and these were mostly those who had come upon hearing the commotion. Disperse at once. What is this ruckus? How can so many gather atop Chao Xia Peak and make such a din? Lu Jing bellowed, and the disciples surrounding the entrance immediately scattered, watching them nervously. Lu Jing himself was not particularly fearsome. What truly terrified them was the law enforcement hall. Humph! Lu Jing swung his sleeve and commanded, "Where's Han Yun? Come out and face your punishment." Inside the courtyard, Han Yun was instructing a disciple. Hearing the shout, he furrowed his brow and stepped outside. His junior sister and Peng Cheng followed closely behind. Upon stepping out, Han Yun looked at the elderly figure before him, not recognizing him. "Who are you?" Han Yun, being straightforward, asked without pretense. "Humph, you little brat. You don't even recognize this elder." Seeing the unfriendly demeanor, his junior sister whispered to Han Yun. "This is Lu Jing, an elder of the Liu family, a 6th-rank nobody. He is also my master," Peng Cheng added quietly. Then, noticing Lu Yuan standing behind Lu Jing, he immediately grasped the situation, realizing that Lu Yuan had come to cause trouble for him. Thus, Peng Cheng stepped forward, pointing at Lu Yuan and declaring, "Lu Yuan, if you seek revenge, come at me. I take full responsibility for my actions. Do not involve senior brother Han." Han Yun cast a surprised glance at Peng Cheng. Noting his sense of responsibility, he shook his head and said, "Peng Cheng, return. It was Lu Yuan who struck you, and you did not retaliate. What fault do you bear?" "Exactly, what fault do you bear?" Lu Jing, with a flick of his sleeve, turned his gaze back to Han Yun. "The one at fault is this Han Yun. Oh, Lu Jing, leading the law enforcement team, has come to my doorstep, accusing me of wrongdoing. I am quite curious to hear where I have erred. You disregard the laws. As a mere 3rd-generation disciple, you dare to take on students and teach others martial arts? Do you believe yourself worthy? Moreover, you shamelessly accept bribes, hoarding wealth and deceiving other disciples. Such heinous crimes must be addressed. Now come with us to the law enforcement hall for judgment." Upon hearing this, his junior sister could no longer contain herself. She leaped up, pointing at Lu Jing and berating him. "You old dog, are you envious of my senior brother's success? You come here to cause trouble. My senior brother possesses genuine skill. Why should he not teach others martial arts? Humph, you admit that he profits from this, which makes you a witness. Furthermore, how dare you insult an elder? This is a breach of decorum. Come, let us take you back. I dare anyone to try." His junior sister rolled up her sleeves, ready for a fight. Han Yun pulled her back, positioning her behind him, and raised his head to face Lu Jing, speaking calmly. "Since Elder Lu claims I have erred, let us clarify the matter. Firstly, I have not taken on students. Those who come here call me senior brother, and I refer to them as junior brothers and sisters, establishing a genuine brotherhood. Where is the notion of taking on students? Secondly, our brothers and sisters are merely exchanging martial techniques, which is encouraged by the sect. How can this be deemed a fault? If interactions among disciples are considered wrong, then the Yin-Yang sect should cease all martial training. Finally, my dear junior brothers and sisters, visiting someone's residence with gifts is the most natural courtesy. If I refuse such gestures, it would be tantamount to showing disdain for others and contravening the principles of etiquette. When I, Han Yun, pay a visit, it is only fitting that I bring a present. Elder Lu, might you enlighten me on what transgression I have committed?" Hearing this, Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback, and his expression darkened to an extreme. "Humph, sharp-tongued lad. No matter how you argue, the truth will reveal itself in the law enforcement hall. Furthermore, this incident where Junling humiliated me cannot simply be overlooked. Oh, when did the junior sister insult you? Have you gone deaf? She just called me an old dog. Is that not an insult? That is clearly an affront to dogs, which are loyal and benevolent creatures, our good friends. They do not bark indiscriminately at others' doorsteps. How can you, Elder Lu, be compared to a dog?" Lu Jing nearly spat blood in rage. Despite his lack of recognition, he had never been subjected to such insults, especially not by two juniors. "This is outrageous. Bring these two rascals to justice. Lu Jing seethed with impotent fury. Wait. Han Yun coldly huffed and said languidly, if you wish to apprehend me, you must present evidence. The law enforcement hall cannot arbitrarily detain individuals. Moreover, Elder Lu, I am a direct disciple of the sect leader. Even if I am guilty, you must seek her consent before taking any action against me. You dare to assert such a position? Upon finishing his words, Han Yun turned and returned to the courtyard. After the incidents involving Lu Feng, Lu Yuan, and Lu Jing, he had developed a complete aversion to the Lu family. Humph, you insolent child, we shall see. Lu Jing bellowed at the surrounding disciples. What are you all staring at? Disperse. Until Han Yun is officially charged, none of you are to approach him for guidance. Otherwise, you will be considered accomplices. The disciples exchanged glances, fearing the fallout of a celestial clash leading to mortal consequences, and quickly scattered. After all, neither Han Yun nor Lu Jing was someone they could afford to offend. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Jing's expression softened slightly, revealing a trace of smugness as he coldly departed. Chapter 23. The Master summons again upon returning to the courtyard. The junior sister, infuriated, grabbed a stick and waved it about, cursing Lu Jing and invoking the names of his ancestors. Elder brother, I am sorry. I know that today my master must have been summoned by Lu Yuan. He sought vengeance for Lu Yuan, but could find no fault with me. So he came to trouble you instead. Peng Cheng lowered his head, standing before Han Yun with a demeanor of contrition. It is all right. I do not blame you. It is natural for him to feel envious when so many people came to visit me bearing gifts. Han Yun was not so naive as to believe that Lu Jing was genuinely concerned about upholding the moral standards of the sect. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so harshly to Lu Jing. You truly do not blame me? All right then, it is getting late. You two should return to your training. Han Yun turned to the junior sister, urging her to set down the stick and go to bed. I cannot let this go. I must report this to my father and my master, and have them seek justice for me. The junior sister stormed off. It is not worth it. Lu Jing did not truly harm you. In fact, he was scolded by you instead. What is there to be angry about? But he is causing trouble for you. Life is not always smooth sailing. It is filled with trials and tribulations. This is but a minor incident. Lu Jing has already been driven away by our words. Return now. Oh. The junior sister walked away in displeasure, and seeing this, Peng Cheng bid farewell to Han Yun and followed her out. Han Yun shook his head and returned indoors. Peng Cheng hurried to the courtyard entrance and quickly caught up with Junling asking, Junior sister, what shall we do now? With Lu Jing causing such a ruckus, the disciples of Chaoxiao Peak dare not approach elder brother for guidance. How can we continue learning martial techniques? Peng Cheng had long ceased to refer to Lu Jing as master. After Lu Yuan had bullied him and he had gone to complain, Lu Jing had brushed it off, and in the end, he was the one who suffered a beating that left him bedridden for half a month. His faith in that master had been thoroughly shattered. Not to mention today, when the master indiscriminately sought trouble with elder brother, his disappointment had reached its peak, leaving no room for gratitude, only disdain. Hearing Peng Cheng's words, the junior sister sighed and punched him on the head. Peng Cheng yelped in pain, clutching his head in confusion. Junior sister, I understand that you are upset. But must you take it out on me? I hit you because I am frustrated with your lack of ambition. Junling gritted her teeth. Cannot you think of another solution? Forget it. Asking you to come up with a plan is truly a challenge. If the disciples from Chaoxiao Peak will not come, cannot we go to other peaks? The 7 peaks of Yinyang sect are all within our domain, along with the surrounding peaks of various families. Let us set up a competition on another peak tomorrow, just like yesterday. We can challenge the other 6 peaks, gather resources, and showcase elder brother's martial prowess. By doing so, our elder brother will gain fame throughout the entire Yinyang sect, which is far better than merely promoting him on Chaoxiao Peak. The disciples of other peaks do not fear Lu Jing, who would dare to challenge him. Upon hearing this, Peng Cheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately perked up. Yes, junior sister, you are brilliant. This idea is truly exceptional. I could never have conceived of it. All right, let us hurry along. Do not follow me. I fear your foolishness might infect me. I have a phobia of fools. Keep your distance. Peng Cheng had suffered countless blows that day. This junior sister was wonderful in every regard, beautiful, lively, and intelligent, yet her sharp tongue was relentless, as if she could not survive a day without mocking him. I shall come find you tomorrow. Understood. After returning to his quarters, Han Yun organized the gifts he had received today into 3 categories. One category consisted of herbs, which he identified and stored in a cool place for future alchemical use. The second category comprised various treasures, a mixed bag of items both familiar and unfamiliar. Han Yun planned to keep some, convert a portion into money, and gift the remainder to the junior sister and Peng Cheng, considering their considerable efforts. The final category consisted of silver notes and coins, amounting to a substantial sum, 2,000 to 3,000 taels, sufficient to procure numerous herbs. Gazing at the pile of silver before him, Han Yun found himself in a quandary. In the past, he had been so impoverished that he often jested about thieves leaving him with only 2 bags of rice, unafraid of their covetous eyes. Now, however, everyone knew he was wealthy, and they also knew he was considered inept. What if someone were to steal from him in his absence, or even rob him outright? With so many items, it was impractical to carry them all at once. He needed to go out to conduct business or purchase herbs. He could not remain like a miser, guarding his wealth day in and day out. Detected that the host possesses a large sum of money. Would you like to purchase a storage space? Storage space? Han Yun's interest piqued instantly. Is this not akin to the storage bags or rings found in tales of immortal heroes? With such a treasure, he would never fear losing his money again. How many achievement points are required to purchase storage space? Han Yun inquired inwardly. To purchase 1 cubic meter of storage space, 10,000 taels of silver are required. This scales up indefinitely. Buying space with money? Is there a mistake? Why would a system need money? Though reluctant, the thought of being able to carry a vast array of items with ease was too tempting. Han Yun gritted his teeth and purchased 1 cubic meter of space. Instantly, his pile of silver diminished by nearly half, and he felt a new realm of space materialize in his mind. With a grand sweep of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy lifted all the belongings from the bed, and with a mere thought, those items vanished from sight. Simultaneously, he clearly perceived the myriad of stacked goods within the recesses of his mind. Once everything was tidied up, Han Yun felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he settled into a meditative posture to cultivate, exchanging a portion of his achievement points for spiritual energy to further enhance his cultivation. The following morning, Han Yun, finding no one seeking his counsel on martial arts, felt no disappointment and prepared to venture out to procure some herbs for alchemy. He found the Ningqi pill particularly beneficial, as it facilitated cultivation without any adverse effects, which he greatly appreciated. Senior brother, the headmaster requests your immediate presence. The voice of the young attendant, a mere servant rather than a disciple, echoed from outside. It was the same boy who had summoned Han Yun on a previous occasion. As Han Yun reached the door, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What does my master wish to discuss?" The young attendant glanced around nervously and whispered, "Senior brother, I saw Elder Lu storming into the headmaster's hall with great intensity, but I am unaware of the specifics surrounding the matter." Upon hearing this, Han Yun chuckled softly, realizing that Lu Jing, the old curmudgeon, was indeed relentless. After being chastised the previous day, he had now resorted to complaining to Han Yun's master. Just as Han Yun was about to follow the attendant to his master, he suddenly recalled something important. "Please wait for me for a quarter of an hour. I must prepare something." With that, he turned back into his room. "Oh, senior brother, please do not keep the headmaster waiting. You know her temperament is not easily swayed." The attendant's anxiety was palpable. However, he seemed to forget that the headmaster's stern demeanor was reserved for others. As the leader of the peak, she must maintain her authority. Otherwise, how could a single woman command such ferocious beasts? Yet, she had always been patient and forgiving towards Han Yun, who, though not raised by her, had grown under her watchful eye. Once back in his room, Han Yun retrieved brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began to write fervently. Soon, he completed his task. In total, he had written 18 sheets, the upper halves detailing methods of martial arts practice, while the lower halves outlined sword techniques, comprising a total of 18 moves. Finally, he took a blank sheet and inscribed the 4 characters Hong Xiao Tian Xiang as a cover. With needle and thread, he bound the edges of the 19 sheets together, crafting them into a semblance of a book. This Hong Xiao Tian Xiang was a terrestrial-grade martial art, far superior to the 9-in white bone claw and the 3-foot chi wall. It was an original creation of his own, rather than a mere adaptation from previous lives. After his last meeting with his master, Han Yun had been contemplating the creation of a martial art suitable for her. However, he had been too occupied to put pen to paper until now. Unlike the fleeting thoughts he had when teaching others, this technique had consumed him for days. As he tirelessly refined and simplified it, pouring considerable effort into crafting a swordplay perfect for women. Originally, he intended to present it to his master after a couple of days. However, with her sudden summons, he resolved to deliver it today. Tucking the sword manual into his robe, he followed the attendant up the mountain. Upon reaching the exterior of his master's loft, Han Yun first reported his presence. Once granted permission, he entered. Disciple pays respects to master. Han Yun clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Inside the chamber, Xian Yixianzi sat cross-legged, delicately tending to an incense burner, filling the room with fragrant smoke that intertwined beautifully with her ethereal presence. Regrettably, this enchanting tableau was marred by the presence of an elderly man with sunken eyes, a figure cloaked in gloom. Humph! Lu Jing flared his sleeves and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nostrils flared. Han Yun, Elder Lu has accused you of privately teaching martial arts to others and accepting remuneration. Is this true? It is indeed true, Han Yun replied with a nod. Oh, how forthright of you to admit, Lu Jing sneered. I doubt you would dare to lie in front of the headmaster. Lu Jing turned to Xian Yixianzi and stated, Headmaster, this boy has confessed. I implore you to punish him. Elder Lu, I have already clarified my position yesterday. Why do you persist in your baseless accusations? Pray, tell me, what transgression have I committed? You are the one causing chaos. You have violated the sect's regulations. Is it not a crime? Within the Yin-Yang sect, we have elders to instruct disciples. When did it become your place, a third-generation disciple, to teach? Were everyone to follow your example, what need would there be for elders in the sect? Such a state of affairs would lead to chaos, and the Yin-Yang sect would surely perish. Hearing this, Han Yun could not suppress a chuckle. I never imagined that exchanging martial arts with fellow disciples could lead to the downfall of the Yin-Yang sect. Elder Lu, do you hold me in such high regard or think so little of our sect? If the Yin-Yang sect were to fall, it would not be due to communication and advancement, but rather at the hands of obstinate and inflexible individuals like yourself. Lu Jing, fuming, turned to the headmaster. Headmaster, this boy is still arguing. Will you not punish him? Upon hearing this, Xian Yixianzi's expression darkened. Elder Lu, Han Yun is my most esteemed disciple, one whom I have nurtured. Are you implying that my guidance is lacking? I certainly did not mean that. It is Han Yun who is violating the sect's rules. When have I violated the sect's rules? Which regulation states that disciples cannot exchange ideas? Which rule forbids bringing gifts when visiting? Your actions are unbecoming and warrant discipline. Law permits what is not expressly forbidden. The sect allows such exchanges. By what right do you, Elder Lu, forbid this? Do you believe yourself above the regulations? Lu Jing attempted to argue further, but Xian Yixianzi raised her hand. Enough. There is no need for further discord. I have grasped the situation. The sect does not forbid disciples from teaching each other martial arts, only from carelessly imparting the sect's techniques. Han Yun's martial arts are his own creations, and thus he may teach them to whomever he wishes. He is not at fault here. Elder Lu, this matter ends here. At her words, Lu Jing raised his head, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. So, you affirm that Han Yun's actions are justified? Indeed. Well then, if imparting knowledge is the duty of us elders, and since Han Yun is permitted to do so, may I not do the same? Xian Yixianzi shot Lu Jing a perplexed glance, soon realizing the implications, her expression darkening further. Headmaster, I take my leave. Lu Jing clasped his hands and departed with a flourish. Once he was gone, only Xian Yixianzi and Han Yun remained in the room. Come, sit with me. Yes. Han Yun approached and settled onto the cushion before her. That old man's intent was never to suppress you. Rather, he grew envious upon seeing you profit from teaching martial arts. His last remark revealed his true motives. Xian Yixianzi sighed softly. Han Yun smiled nonchalantly. Indeed, it is a substantial opportunity, and it is only natural for him to desire a share. Yet, as you said, law permits what is not prohibited. His actions were not erroneous, and I cannot discipline him. Had he acted alone at the outset, I could argue that he abused his power for personal gain. But he first caused trouble for you, and then led me to believe that my actions were permissible, using this to ensnare me and prevent me from asserting his faults. I have caused you trouble, master. Not trouble, merely a minor nuisance. Lu Jing is but a small fry. Even the head of the Lu family must show me respect. He is inconsequential. However, your business has undoubtedly suffered from this. Chapter 25. The graceful dance of the red sleeves, the national beauty. Upon hearing this, Han Yun chuckled softly, indicating that it was not so much a business venture, but rather a matter of teaching his junior brothers and sisters martial arts. Their subsequent displays of skill had gradually garnered him a modest reputation, attracting some disciples who sought his guidance. Naturally, he could not turn them away. After a long day of activity yesterday, although his disciples were unable to practice martial arts, they were still eager to contribute to the sect in any way they could. Huh, you speak so sweetly. Do you think I am a fool? The celestial Xian Yi chuckled lightly, casting a playful glance at Han Yun, her eyes shimmering like silk. As the leader of a peak, how could she possibly be naive? She was, after all, a being akin to a celestial, exceptionally intelligent and possessing a heart as delicate as a fragrant orchid. How could a disciple dare to deceive her? With her words, Xian Yi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Han Yun. Are you complimenting me? You have never spoken this way before. Sounding like a block of wood. Caught off guard, Han Yun lowered his head in contemplation, wondering how he had uttered such words. Certainly, he must have unwittingly been influenced by Peng Cheng, who often lavished praise upon the junior sister. Peng Cheng had quite the impact on him. You call me a block of wood, yet you act like one yourself. You are but a young lad, yet you carry yourself with the composure of an elder, lacking the vitality of youth. Xian Yi took a delicate sip from her teacup and continued, as I mentioned before, if you find yourself with idle time, you could devote it to researching martial arts. Such knowledge should not languish in your hands. Passing it on to others is the best course of action. Rest assured, I will handle any obstacles that arise. Hearing this, Han Yun felt warmth in his heart. He retrieved the sword manual of Hong Xiao Tianxiang from his robes and presented it to Xian Yi. Auntie, this is a martial art I have specially composed for you during this time. If you have a moment, you may wish to practice it. You composed a martial art for me? Xian Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise as she accepted the manual, which still bore the warmth of his touch. The name Hong Xiao Tianxiang is quite appealing. I never expected that after teaching you martial arts for so long, the tables would turn, and you would now be teaching me. Should I call you master? Upon seeing the playful smile on Xian Yi's face, Han Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, and he dared not respond. Flipping to the first page, Xian Yi pouted slightly and remarked, You say this was created specifically for me, yet the ink is hardly dry. Did you simply write this in a moment of inspiration this morning? Not at all. I have had it in mind for a while. It was only upon your summons today that I hastily wrote it down. Xian Yi did not reply. Instead, she flipped through the pages, examining them earnestly. Han Yun observed as her expression transformed from calm amusement to shock, solemnity, and ultimately to delight and admiration, as she nodded repeatedly. This is truly excellent martial arts. Not at all inferior to my own Lian Yi sword technique. Han Yun had witnessed Xian Yi's signature technique, which, when executed, unleashed inner strength akin to a dragonfly touching the surface of water, creating ripples that erupted in a continuous barrage, overwhelming any opponent with relentless force. Auntie, when this sword technique is performed, it will be nothing short of breathtaking. Red sleeves dancing, national beauty and fragrance, perfectly suited for a celestial being like you. Humph, such flattery. Xian Yi's cheeks flushed slightly. Red sleeves dancing, national beauty and fragrance? Is this child suggesting I perform a dance for him? How preposterous. All right, if there is nothing else, you may return. I will practice this sword technique when time permits. Han Yun nodded in understanding. Given his master's talents and martial arts knowledge, he felt she would require no further guidance, and thus he rose to take his leave. Wait a moment. Just as Han Yun reached the door, Xian Yi called out to him. What is it, Annie? You must not teach this sword technique to others. After all, it is a terrestrial-level martial art. If too many people learn it, chaos will ensue. Han Yun nodded in agreement, assuring her that this technique was intended solely for his master and would not be shared with anyone else. After Han Yun departed, Xian Yi eagerly picked up her sword and could not resist trying out the technique. Her graceful figure, clad in a flowing gown, moved like a celestial being descending to earth as she danced with the sword, every motion akin to a startled swan and a gliding dragon. Such a beautiful and powerful sword technique. Xian Yi wished to keep it for herself, for as a woman, she was naturally reluctant to see any other woman master it. As for the prohibition against teaching terrestrial-level martial arts, that was merely a ruse. She harbored a hint of greed as well. After leaving the residence of the sect leader, Han Yun made his way to the herbal market. After purchasing some herbs for refining qi-gathering pills, he returned home to prepare for alchemy. Today, he received very few visitors, merely 4 or 5 who came by discreetly, as many had retreated due to the orders of the elders and the law enforcement hall. Avoiding unnecessary trouble, in the evening, a disciple approached him, seeking guidance and then informing him of a matter. The elder Lu Jing had publicly reprimanded Han Yun for privately teaching disciples, claiming he was incapable and was leading others astray. He found this intolerable. But lacking the authority to punish Han Yun, he informed the entire Chao Xia Peak that anyone could come to him for instruction, as he was the true expert. In order to prevent others from being misled by Han Yun's influence, Han Yun shook his head upon hearing this, unperturbed. Lu Jing was merely an insignificant elder, knowing little of even the Xian-level martial arts, let alone the terrestrial level. What could he possibly teach others? In contrast, the martial arts he imparted were at least of the pinnacle Xian level, and depending on his mood and whom he favored, he might even teach terrestrial-level techniques. It is known that terrestrial-level martial arts could only be practiced by peak leaders and elders, and not all elders were qualified. They needed to be at least 5th rank and have made contributions to the sect. Lu Jing himself could not practice them. So what right did he have to instruct others? Han Yun felt no pressure regarding this matter. Justice would reveal itself in time. And soon everyone would understand whose martial arts were truly superior. Today was refreshingly quiet, aside from instructing a few individuals in martial arts. He spent both day and night refining pills, expediting his cultivation. To his surprise, neither the junior sister nor Peng Qing visited him that day. These two were usually frequent guests, appearing daily without fail. After 2 or 3 days, Han Yun's disciples began to increase in number once more. Some, after visiting Lu Jing and offering lavish gifts, returned disillusioned, having learned only some yellow-level martial arts, which left them dissatisfied. In comparison to the teachings at Han Yun's place, they derided Lu Jing as a swindler. What a waste of money for such worthless skills. It is far better at the senior brother's place, honest and affordable. Everyone who visits speaks highly of it. Gradually, the popularity of Han Yun's teachings surged once again. Chapter 26. Heaven did not create me, Wang Hanshi, in recent days. The gifts received by Han Yun had multiplied, and his achievement points soared. Some came from self-created martial arts, some from teaching others, and others from disciples who had learned and defeated opponents, earning him prestige. Of course, the majority of the acclaim came from the junior sister and Peng Qing, who had been visiting various peaks to challenge and enhance their reputation. Although they had not vocalized it, Han Yun was not entirely unaware of their endeavors. In these days, not only disciples from his own peak came to visit, but also those from Qixia Peak, Lai Ri Peak, and others, who shared with him the activities of the junior sister and Peng Qing. The two were earning money outside while he accumulated achievement points at home. Although the three had never communicated or conspired, an unspoken understanding and affinity allowed their collaboration to flourish. Today marked the 6th day of the junior sisters' endeavors. Aside from Chaoxia Peak, they had successfully showcased their prowess at 5 other peaks, with today being the final one. Sister, are we certain we want to go to the main peak? It is the strongest mountain in the entire sect, teeming with powerful individuals, far surpassing the other peaks. As they ascended the mountain path, Peng Qing inquired anxiously of Junling. Yinyang Zong Zhu Feng, the most significant and central peak of Yinyang Zong, is aptly named Yinyang Peak. It serves as the residence and meeting place for the sect leader and numerous elders. When guests from other sects arrive, they are also received here, making it the nucleus of authority within Yinyang Zong. What is there to fear? The higher the peak, the more we should venture forth. Consider this. If even the disciples of the main peak cannot breach your defenses, would not the reputation of the elder brother soar instantly? To challenge, one must take on the most formidable adversaries. Previous encounters were merely to hone your skills, and this main peak is my true objective. Yet, I still worry that I may not withstand the enemy's onslaught. Peng Qing scratched his scalp, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What is there to fear? It is merely 10 taels of silver. Have we not earned enough in these days? Moreover, should you fall, I am here as well. I too possess the 3-foot chi wall, and my internal strength surpasses yours, thus I can hold my ground. The words of junior sister moved Peng Shidi deeply. Indeed, she still cares for me. Although he had been at Yinyang Zone for several years, this was Peng Qing's first ascent to the main peak. In previous sect competitions, he had been eliminated in the first round. While only the sect leader's direct disciples participated in the final matches, it was never his turn. During leisure, although the main peak did not prohibit other disciples from visiting, he had no acquaintances there, and his feelings of inferiority and introversion naturally kept him away. The two chatted as they made their way to the summit of the main peak. Here lay a vast, flat expanse of land, one of the training grounds of the main peak, where hundreds of disciples were currently practicing martial arts. Not far within was the grand main peak plaza, entirely paved with blue stone slabs, behind which stood the imposing Yinyang Zone Great Hall. Upon arriving at the training ground, neither of them garnered any attention, for anyone could come to the training ground. Everyone, please pause and lend me your ears, junior sister shouted, raising her hands. The disciples ceased their training. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to see what this charming young lady intended. Dear friends, look over here. We are disciples of Chaoxia Peak, and today we come to your main peak with no ill intent. We do not wish to challenge you, but rather to engage in a game together. As soon as junior sister spoke, a disciple stepped forward, laughing. Is it that you stand still and do not retaliate, and we strike you 3 times to claim victory? Huh, how did you know? Junior sister exclaimed, her eyes wide and adorable as she gazed at the disciple. Laughter erupted among the other disciples. Do you truly believe that information is scarce within Yinyang Zone, that we are all secluded? Our main peak is the most well-informed. Just the other day, we heard about your challenges to various peaks and discussed whether it would be our turn today. Little did we expect you to actually arrive. The previously speaking disciple smiled at Junlinger and continued, I have seen you before, junior sister. During the recent sect competition, you were on stage, defeating several of our brothers before ultimately losing to Brother Han Shi. Nevertheless, I must say, your 9 Whitebone Claw is truly formidable. I heard it was taught by Han Yun. Indeed, do you not feel indignant? Shall we spar? Junlinger placed her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely. Very well. Very well, I cannot best you, but if you wish to compete, let us follow your rules. No counterattacks, 3 strikes at most. How does that sound? Come, let us do this. We are here precisely for this reason, but first, let us settle the wager. Junlinger extended her small hand, her nose held high. The disciple produced a tail of silver and placed it in her palm. Observing this, Peng Cheng also assumed a stance, employing the 3-foot chi wall to prepare for defense. Junior brother, allow me to say this. Our main peak is unlike the others. You may have never tasted defeat at the other peaks, but today, at the main peak, you shall experience its flavor. Enough with the nonsense. Come forth, Peng Cheng retorted coldly. What boldness! The disciple scoffed, condensing his internal energy in his fist. With a move known as Tiger Crane Dual Form, he struck towards Peng Cheng. Following a resounding crash, the disciple staggered back several steps while Peng Cheng remained unyielding. The disciple attempted 2 more strikes, yet the outcome was unchanged. Who would have thought my peak 8th grade strength would be insufficient to overcome you? I concede, junior brother. The disciple, displaying no shame, graciously acknowledged his defeat and stepped back. The disciples of the main peak are indeed commendable. They can accept defeat unlike those of other peaks. Who would cry and complain? Who is next? Junior sister exclaimed, turning to the others. I will. The occurrence of disciples from other peaks challenging the main peak was a rarity, and the gathered disciples found it amusing, each stepping forward to give it a try. The results were mostly similar. Apart from one challenge that caused Peng Cheng to sway slightly, none could defeat him. As Junior Linger gleefully counted her silver, a sudden chant arose from behind the crowd. Heaven did not birth me, Wang Han Shi. Martial arts endure as the long night. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to look, forming a path. There stood a tall and handsome youth in pristine white robes, his back to the crowd, gracefully waving a fan in his right hand while his left rested behind him, exuding an air of elegance and arrogance. In an instant, the imposing aura of Wang Han Shi became apparent. Chapter 27. Martial arts endure as the long night. It is Brother Han Shi. Many anticipated that Brother Han Shi would not stand idly by as disciples from other peaks provoked their main peak. Surely, he would take action this time. As the eldest disciple of Yin Yang Zong, his prowess eclipsed that of the 3rd generation, and with him present, they felt reassured. Everyone yearned to witness Brother Han Shi's prowess. Yet, Brother Han Shi showed no intention of advancing, remaining with his back turned, continuing to fan himself. Observing this, Junior sister curled her lips in disdain, remarking, he is not here to intervene in our challenge. He merely came to bask in the excitement of the crowd. As soon as Junlinger spoke, Wang Han Shi ceased moving the fan. With a gentle tap of his toes on the ground and a slight turn of his ankle, he elegantly pivoted without moving his upper body, his legs straightening in a graceful manner. This motion drew applause from the surrounding disciples. Junior sister, your words are misguided. I, as the eldest disciple, have also heard that you have come to our main peak to engage in martial exchanges today. How could I possibly miss such an occasion? As the eldest disciple, I am most delighted to witness the growth and strength of my fellow disciples. While speaking, Wang Han Shi approached, fanning himself. How pretentious. In this late autumn, nearing winter, you still wield a fan. Truly an eyesore. How are you not frozen to death? Such a display. Junior sister crossed her arms. Her mouth turned down, rolling her eyes dramatically. It is well known that Junior sister possesses both beauty and a sharp tongue. Anyone she finds displeasing is bound to receive her scathing remarks. Wang Han Shi was somewhat familiar with Junling, having often sought out Han Yun for sparring while she cheered for Han Yun from the sidelines. If he lost, she would dance with joy and point at him, ridiculing him. Yet, if he triumphed, he had never won against her. Although this junior sister found him insufferable, as the eldest disciple of the sect, he possessed the grace and magnanimity to overlook her remarks. Wang Han Shi surveyed the crowd, his demeanor calm, and inquired, today, disciples from Chaoxiao Peak have come to our main peak to challenge. Do any among you wish to engage? What has been the outcome? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the main peak lowered their heads in shame. Despite their numbers, none had managed to shake Peng Cheng. Wang Hanshi let out a deep sigh, snapping his fan shut with a resounding clap. Alas, it is not my junior disciples' fault. I simply arrived too late. Nevertheless, since they have come to me, as their senior brother, I shall assist in restoring their honor. Who else, but I, Wang Hanqi, could embody the eternal essence of martial arts. Wait a moment. Did I ever say you could take action? As the esteemed senior brother of the main peak and a peak 7th grade warrior, do you truly have the audacity to strike against a mere junior disciple at the initial stage of the 8th grade? Where is your dignity? The junior sister crossed her arms, fully aware that Wang Hanqi was not here to reclaim honor, but rather to show off before others. Having known him for many years, she understood that his only flaw was his penchant for seeking admiration in crowded places to satisfy his pitiful vanity. For this reason, she had never liked Wang Hanqi. Unfortunately, the junior sister was unaware of the term showing off, or she would have used it daily to berate him. Junior sister, your argument is flawed. You have not decreed that any disciple is forbidden from participating. I, Wang Hanqi, am also a 3rd-generation disciple, not an elder. It is entirely normal for disciples to spar. Moreover, since they have already struck our main peak, if I, as your senior brother, do not intervene, where shall I place the honor of our main peak? As he spoke, a devilish smile crept upon Wang Hanqi's lips as he looked skyward. It is a pity, however, that in the past, with Han Yuan as my opponent, you always referred to him as senior brother. The junior sister glared fiercely. Wang Hanqi was momentarily taken aback, but then pretended not to hear her. With Han Yuan as my rival, we engaged in mutual sparring, and neither of us had the upper hand. Have you ever won? We were evenly matched, inspiring one another, which was a fortunate affair. But later, Han Yuan faced an attack, and overnight he became a cripple, unable to practice martial arts. In this world, there is no longer Han Yuan, only Wang Hanqi, lonely and in pursuit of defeat, high above yet cold, with no confidant left in life. Now I hear that Han Yuan has returned to the martial world, teaching numerous junior disciples. I presume this junior disciple's martial skills are indeed taught by Han Yuan. Very well, although I can no longer spar with Han Yuan, it would still be splendid to indirectly experience his martial prowess. I wonder if this junior disciple would be willing to spar with me? Peng Cheng's expression revealed his reluctance. He knew he was no match for Wang Hanqi. The senior brother of the Yin-Yang sect was not merely a title. However, if he chose not to fight, it would disgrace Han Yuan. If he did engage, defeat was inevitable, and he would still bring shame to Han Yuan. How could he resolve this dilemma? Why would we hesitate? You, the illustrious senior brother of the main peak, a peak 7th grade warrior, are willing to strike against us, mere junior disciples at the initial stage of the 8th grade. What do we have to fear? Regardless of the outcome, you will not emerge with glory. Upon hearing this, Peng Cheng felt a surge of courage. He declared, all right. Senior brother Hanqi, I am ready. Wang Hanqi nodded. In that case, I shall give it a try. Rest assured, I will hold back. He placed the fan in his left hand and extended his right hand, pressing it against Peng Cheng's 3-foot energy barrier. Immediately, Peng Cheng felt an overwhelming force continuously eroding his barrier, as if relentless waves of internal energy were crashing against it. Should Wang Hanqi deliver a strong blow, he might have the chance to withstand 1 or 2 strikes. However, this attack was evidently designed to collapse his energy flow, seeking to breach his 3-foot barrier through sheer continuous force. Indeed, after merely a few moments, the barrier shattered with a deafening crash, sending Peng Cheng tumbling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Thank you for your mercy, senior brother Hanqi, Peng Cheng said as he rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. His opponent had indeed shown restraint. After breaking his barrier, he had withdrawn without inflicting harm. His injury was merely a consequence of the chaotic energy impacting his meridians during the barrier's collapse. Had Wang Hanqi seized the opportunity to strike, he would have faced grave consequences, rather than just a minor wound. Wang Hanqi nodded and proudly declared, Heaven did not give birth to me, Wang Hanqi. Martial arts shall endure through the ages like a long night. Han Yuan's martial skills possess unique qualities. It is a pity that this junior disciple's cultivation is too weak to fully manifest this technique. Chapter 28. Senior brother Hanqi arrives. The junior sister frowned, first inquiring about Peng Cheng's well-being, then producing 9 taels of silver from a small pouch to hand to Wang Hanqi. Here, take this, we accept our defeat. What is this? Why are you giving me money? Wang Hanqi paused mid-fan movement. It was agreed that to spar, one must pay 1 tael of silver. If defeated, we owe 10 taels. Since you didn't pay, we deduct your 1 tael, leaving you with 9. Haha. Wang Hanqi chuckled lightly, elegantly stating, Do not sully my pure heart with such mundane objects. I carry no such filthy things. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed gracefully. Go without silver? You'll starve to death. The junior sister muttered through gritted teeth. Senior brother, where are you going? A disciple asked. I heard that these 2 junior disciples' skills are taught by Han Yuan. I witnessed the junior sister's skills during the last competition, which were quite impressive. It has been a long time since I've seen Han Yun. It would be good to visit and exchange insights. The senior brother is going to consult Han Yun? I shall go too. I will go as well. I want to see how far Han Yun's martial comprehension has progressed to create such formidable skills. Upon hearing that Wang Hanshi intended to visit the senior brother, the junior sister immediately chased after him, running to his side. Are you going to find my senior brother? Indeed, now that Han Yun is openly teaching his disciples, I wish to seek his guidance as well. Is that not permissible? Of course not. You've always had a conflict with my senior brother and surely harbor resentment. What if you take action when you meet? My senior brother cannot practice martial arts now. What if you take advantage of him? Wang Hanshi's expression faltered momentarily, and he replied displeased, Junior sister, do you perceive me as such a base and shameless individual? The junior sister pondered seriously before looking up to ask, aren't you? Justice resides in the hearts of men. Furthermore, I would never strike Han Yun. What honor would it be for a peak 7th grade warrior to bully a cripple? But you, a peak 7th grade warrior, did bully junior brother Peng Chung, did you not? That was sparring. What if you wish to spar with my senior brother? Will you ever stop? Go play elsewhere. I must keep an eye on you. If you dare to strike, I will do everything in my power to protect my senior brother. The junior sister swung her small fist, exuding fierce determination. Wang Hanshi, unfazed, smiled. I truly envy Han Yun for having such a devoted and adorable junior sister to protect him. Of course, my senior brother is such a wonderful person, unlike you, who only seeks to show off before others. The junior sister beamed, finding Wang Hanshi slightly more agreeable due to his previous compliment towards both Han Yun and herself. I say, are you really planning to go empty-handed? Others know to bring gifts when visiting my senior brother. This is rather rude. As I mentioned earlier, I carry no filthy objects such as silver. Where would I procure a gift? Moreover, I have known Han Yun for over a decade, and our bond is deep. There is no need for excessive formalities. Gifts are for outsiders. You are simply stingy. A throng of individuals descended from the main peak, making their way towards Chaoxia Peak. Among them, Peng Chung trailed behind, his expression marred by concern as he observed Wang Hanshi and Jun Ling who were engaged in jovial conversation ahead. The Yin-Yang sect was comprised of 6 peaks encircling the central peak, with varying distances between them. Chaoxia Peak, positioned at the easternmost edge, was the farthest away. It was not until noon that they finally reached Chaoxia Peak and arrived at Han Yun's residence. Outside Han Yun's courtyard, a large gathering of people awaited their turn. A sharp-witted disciple from the main peak, standing beside Wang Hanshi, called out loudly, Hanshi Shixiang has arrived, make way. Upon hearing this, the gathered disciples instinctively parted to create a path. Simultaneously, their curiosity piqued as they speculated whether Hanshi Shixiang was there to challenge or to seek advice. Everyone knew of the long-standing rivalry between Han Yun and Wang Hanshi, which had persisted for 3 years. If Wang Hanshi had come to provoke, a spectacle was certainly in store. If he sought counsel, it would validate Han Shixiang's true prowess, capable of impressing even Hanshi Shixiang. As Wang Hanshi approached, and the crowd made way, he graciously acknowledged them with a class salute before proceeding to the entrance of Han Yun's abode. Here he comes, he is about to kick the door down. The crowd eagerly anticipated. However, their expectations were dashed. Wang Hanshi stood with his hands clasped behind him and proclaimed, Heaven did not give birth to me, Wang Hanshi. The martial way is as eternal as the long night. Hanshi, it has been many years since we last met. I have come to pay a visit. Just come in. Why must I come out to welcome you? A calm voice emerged from within. Wang Hanshi smiled faintly and pushed the door open, with his junior sister and Peng Chung following closely behind, effectively blocking the others outside. Inside the courtyard, a disciple was practicing martial arts under Han Yun's guidance. Upon noticing Wang Hanshi, he offered a respectful salute, preparing to leave discreetly. No need to leave. I have merely come to visit Hanshi. You should continue your practice, Wang Hanshi said. The disciple, bewildered, nodded and resumed his training. Wang Hanshi did not turn his gaze towards Han Yun, but instead began to offer pointers on the disciple's sword technique. Your form is commendable. Yet your internal strength lacks depth, and your movements appear somewhat clumsy. When you wield the sword, try to channel your internal energy into your feet, ensuring a stable stance for a powerful strike. The disciple, upon hearing this, attempted the technique and found his strikes significantly sharper, promptly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Hanshi Shixiang, for your guidance. He was elated, never expecting to receive instruction from both Han Yun and Wang Hanshi, 2 prodigies of their generation. This was a tale he would boast about for a year. Very well, continue your practice, Wang Hanshi said, waving his fan as he strolled towards Han Yun, who was seated motionless on a mat. Hanshi, I have come to visit you. You could at least stand to greet me. Your internal strength may be depleted, but your legs appear functional. Han Yun took a sip from his teacup. What stature do you possess, Wang Han? That warrants such a reception. He chuckled. You've changed considerably over the past 3 years. Once so arrogant, now you resemble an old man. Yet you remain unchanged in your antics, constantly seeking attention with those cringeworthy verses of yours. How could it be cringeworthy? It is a true reflection of my life. Ever since you could no longer practice martial arts, my existence has been solitary, yearning for a defeat that remains elusive, Wang Han replied, beaming with pride as he regarded Han Yun. He then settled onto the mat opposite him, pouring himself a cup of tea. If you have come to flaunt your superiority, you have succeeded. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Han Yun remained composed, his expression unfaltering, which irked Wang Han. Why do I feel you are even more ostentatious than I, though you have become a mere errand boy? Your calm demeanor exudes an air of profundity that seems to eclipse mine, Wang Han remarked. This statement held truth. With Han Yun's current foundational cultivation, he could easily overpower Wang Han with a mere finger. Han Yun smiled slightly, setting down his teacup. As for the art of ostentation, you are indeed lacking. Your approach is overly showy and superficial. Such things must emanate from within. Han Yun understood Wang Han well and knew how to manage him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly attempt to assert his superiority. Though he was typically calm, he found annoyance in such persistent buzzing. A strategy to send him away was necessary, and addressing Wang Han's character was essential. Wang Han drew in a breath, his eyes darting as he turned to Han Yun with a smile. Han Shidi, it seems you possess considerable insight into this matter. Why not engage in a discussion? Wang Han openly embraced his penchant for seeking attention, viewing it as his greatest passion with nothing to hide. It is not that I do not wish to discuss, but my time is constrained. As you can see, the disciples at my door are in quite a frenzy. The workload is substantial, leaving little time to spare. Han Shidi, your words are misplaced. Teaching numerous disciples does not preclude me. I too have come humbly seeking guidance. You cannot favor some over others, Wang Han countered. After feigning contemplation, Han Yun sighed. Very well, since you claim to seek knowledge, I shall not hold back. I happen to possess a martial art that would be perfectly suited for you. One that can amplify the effects of your ostentation to the utmost. Is it so? Han Shixiao, Wang Han corrected earnestly. How have you come to be my Shixiao? Why am I not your Shixiao? I am older than you and possess higher cultivation. Which disciple of the Yin Yang sect's third generation would not address me as Shixiao? Why is it different with you? Upon hearing this, Han Yun sighed. If you are indeed my Shixiao, then your understanding and mastery of martial arts must surpass mine. So this art is likely beneath your notice. Let us leave it at that. Wait. Wang Han exclaimed, his expression shifting. He had come specifically to assert his superiority over Han Yun, intending to overshadow him. If he acknowledged Han Yun as Shixiao, that would be a failure of his intent. Yet, if the martial art Han Yun spoke of was genuine, enhancing his display, addressing Han Yun as Shixiao might not be entirely unacceptable. Fine, Shixiao, Wang Han said through gritted teeth. Observing his discomfort and humiliation, Junling Air erupted into laughter, while Peng Cheng stifled his amusement. The disciple practicing swordplay in the courtyard looked on, alarmed. How unfortunate that I witnessed Han Shixiao's awkward moment. Will I be silenced? Oh, Han Shixiao, what is this? Have you begun to call me Shixiao? Is this not a confusion of ranks? Han Yun feigned astonishment, though a smile played at the corners of his eyes. You are my Shixiao, provided your martial arts truly prove effective. Henceforth, you, Han Yun, shall be my esteemed Shixiao. What say you? Very well, although others arrive with gifts, your empty-handed visit is inconsequential. Just for calling me Shixiao, I shall impart this martial art to you. Excellent. Quickly. Tell me. I shall teach you the internal energy circulation formula. Give it a try. The host successfully created a profound martial art, earning 100 achievement points. Han Yun conveyed the martial arts incantation and operational method to Han who, as the esteemed senior brother of the entire Yin Yang sect, displayed exceptional talent and comprehension. After merely one demonstration, he mastered it effortlessly. Immediately, a blinding radiance enveloped Wang Han, rendering his seated figure remarkably majestic and divine. The host successfully taught martial skills to others, rewarding him with another 100 achievement points. Wang Han opened his eyes and, looking at Han Yun with confusion, inquired, Brother Han, why do I not sense the formidable power of this martial art? Han Yun explained, this technique is called Shun Guangshu. By igniting your inner energy, it allows for swifter circulation, enabling you to execute martial skills with greater speed, accompanied by a luminous effect that can dazzle your opponents in battle. but it lacks any real offensive power. It cannot be used to harm others. Yet you will shine, but it lacks substantial effects. Nevertheless, you will shine. Hanshur nearly spat blood in frustration. After calling you brothers so many times, you teach me a technique that merely makes me glow? What use is this martial art to me? Do not underestimate it, Hanshur. Consider this. In combat, while your opponent executes a single strike, you, with your accelerated inner energy, can unleash 3 attacks. The disparity in strength is evident. Moreover, envision yourself radiating with dazzling light amidst a crowd, resembling a divine being, captivating all with your graceful presence. Your brilliance will guide us, the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, towards the right and glorious path. Encouraged by Han Yun's words, Wang Hanshur envisioned himself glowing under the spotlight, and the thought of such divine presence exhilarated him. This was no trivial martial art. It was nothing short of divine skill. Furthermore, about your famous phrase, the heavens did not birth one like Wang Hanshur. I can teach you a few more lines that will amplify the effect. Oh, Brother Han has more slogans? Wang Hanshur exclaimed, invigorated. Indeed. Listen closely. Grasping the sun and moon, plucking the stars, there exists none like me in this world. This line struck Wang Hanshur's heart like a bolt from the blue, igniting a fervor within him that made him tremble with excitement. He envisioned himself, radiant and reciting these lines amidst a sea of admirers. Merely imagining such a scene was enough to send shivers of ecstasy through him. There's more. Remember this. Han Yun cleared his throat. More? You truly have more? Wang Hanshur gripped Han Yun's hand in astonishment. Han Yun quickly withdrew his hand and continued. At the peak of martial arts, I stand proud in this world. With Hanshur, the heavens are present, who stands at the pinnacle of martial arts. Upon seeing Hanshur, the path becomes clear. As these verses flowed from Han Yun's lips, Wang Hanshur was momentarily rendered speechless, murmuring the lines repeatedly, before closing his eyes and taking several deep breaths to calm himself. Now this is the supreme way to shine before others, Wang Hanshur proclaimed, rising and bowing deeply to Han Yun. Today, Brother Han imparted martial skills to me, greatly enriching my understanding. Your benevolence is akin to a rebirth, and I shall forever remember it. From now on, Brother Han will always be my esteemed elder. Han Yun nodded calmly, his smile reflecting the pride of a mentor witnessing a promising disciple. Nearby, the younger junior sister and Peng Cheng were utterly astonished. Is this really happening? Wang Hanshur is so easily swayed. With such intellect, he is the senior brother of the Yin-Yang sect? I never expected Brother Han Yun to possess such a side. Hasn't he always been the epitome of virtue and guidance? Just listen to what he is saying about standing at the peak of martial arts and other absurdities. My toes are curling in embarrassment. Is this truly what our Brother Han would articulate? His image is crumbling. Hanshur, you are too generous. It is only natural for us brothers to exchange martial arts. There is no need for such gratitude. Go back and diligently practice this technique until you master it completely. Rest assured I will. Wang Hanshur regained his earlier composure, snapping open his fan and departing without further ado. Did he just express gratitude for 3 seconds? Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. Come out, Han Yun. We challenge you. Han Yun, come forth. Today we represent Elder Lu to issue a challenge. If you have courage, face us. Step outside, useless Han Yun. Voices clamored, filled with insults and defenses for Han Yun, creating a chaotic uproar. Han Yun frowned at the noise, recognizing the persistent Lu. Ah, Brother Han. It seems trouble has come to your doorstep. This cannot be tolerated. Those rascals must be taught a lesson. Wang Hanshur declared with righteous indignation, though his eyes gleamed with anticipation for the ensuing spectacle. Han Yun approached and opened the courtyard door, with Wang Hanshur and the younger sister following closely. What do you want? Han Yun inquired coldly. The crowd, nearly on the verge of a fight, fell silent. Lu Yuan stepped forward, sneering at Han Yun. Han Yun, my master, Elder Lu Jing, has dispatched me to deliver a challenge. He awaits you at the martial arts arena at the foot of the mountain. Today we shall determine the victor. Of course, my master understands that you are incapable of fighting. Thus, he proposed a fair condition. Each side will send 5 disciples into battle. Since you have no disciples, you may select any 5 from those you have taught. If you lose, you must publicly acknowledge my master as the true master of Chaoxia Peak, while you, Han Yun, are nothing but a fraud. From henceforth, you must refrain from misleading other disciples. Do you dare to accept? Boring. Han Yun, with his indifferent nature, was uninterested in the commotion and turned to leave. Though he didn't take care, the younger sister was infuriated, grabbing Han Yun and insisting, Elder brother, accept it. What is there to fear? Do we not fear them? What is the point of fighting for such a hollow title? Han Yun was disinterested, preferring to quietly accumulate achievement points and cultivate. Elder brother, I know you do not care, but they have come to challenge you directly. If you do not confront them, they will think you fear them and will harass you daily. How will you handle that? Even if he remained indifferent, did he not find it bothersome? After considering her words, Han Yun realized this was valid. He preferred a peaceful life, but daily barking from troublesome mutts was indeed irksome. Very well. Let us resolve this once and for all. All right. Then, lead the way, Han Yun replied, turning to Lu Yuan. Good. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in excitement and hurried down the mountain. Upon witnessing Han Yun's willingness to engage, the crowd followed suit. Han Yun trailed behind, flanked by Wang Hanshi, the younger sister, and Peng Cheng. On the way, Wang Hanshi incessantly questioned Han Yun about his confidence. But Han Yun was disinclined to respond. Upon reaching the martial arts arena at the foot of the mountain, they indeed found numerous disciples gathered, surrounding the area tightly. While Lu Jing stood proudly at the center. With the addition of the over 200 disciples Han Yun had brought, the arena transformed into a veritable sea of people. The crowd parted, allowing Han Yun and his companions to proceed. Lu Jing, upon seeing Han Yun's arrival, smirked with delight. Han Yun, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. These days, your charming words. Enough of the nonsense, Han Yun interjected coldly, his expression unwavering. You set the stage, and I'll follow suit. According to your rules, we shall have 5 contenders, correct? Regardless of whether it's you or I. The loser shall never instruct other disciples in martial arts again. Am I right? Indeed, that is the arrangement. Lu Jing replied with a chilling laugh. This time, he had meticulously prepared, selecting 5 late-stage 8th-tier disciples from his own ranks and diligently training them in profound martial arts. He was determined to defeat Han Yun and seize the coveted prize for himself. My 5 disciples are ready. What of yours? As Lu Jing spoke, 5 of his disciples stepped forward, striking their stances, ready to engage in battle. Everyone turned their gaze toward Han Yun, curious about whom he would choose. The junior sister and Peng Cheng were eager to compete, while Wang Hanshi surveyed the surroundings, thoughtfully assisting Han Yun in selecting suitable fighters. No need for selection. I shall send just one person, Han Yun replied with a serene demeanor. Chapter 31. Go ahead, Hanshi, he instructed. What? Just one person? What is happening here? Those 5 are all late-stage 8th-tier powerhouses, and the ones selected by Elder Lu are certainly the cream of the crop. How can Han Xiong only send one person? Who could it be that instills such confidence in him? Is it junior sister June? I've heard she shares a close bond with Han Xiong and has undoubtedly received the most guidance from him. If she were to participate, there would be hope for victory. Upon hearing the discussions around her, the junior sister felt a mix of pride and urgency, her eyes fixated on Han Yun, eagerly awaiting his command to enter the fray. Big brother, allow me to lend you my strength. Suddenly, a figure leaped into the arena, standing beside Han Yun. It was Liang Chao, who had mastered the dog-whacking stick technique. Big brother, ever since you taught me the dog-whacking stick technique, my martial skills have surged. Now, none of my master's disciples can match me in a single bout. Today, Liang Chao comes to repay your kindness. Han Yun felt moved by his words, but gently dismissed him. Suddenly, another figure leaped into the arena, standing next to Han Yun without uttering a single word, simply declaring his identity. Yu Ming is here. As if that weren't enough, a male and female duo swiftly arrived, the Zhang siblings, Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuanxin, who had mastered the formidable lightness skill, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. The Zhang siblings are here to assist Big Brother in battle. They soared through the air, astonishing everyone present. It was known that only 3rd-tier powerhouses could fly. Their lightness skill allowed them to travel dozens of yards without touching the ground, a feat that seemed almost divine. Moreover, more disciples who had once been guided by Han Yun rushed forth, each calling out to support their big brother in battle. Seeing this, Lu Jing sneered. Humph, you may have many helpers, Han Yun, but didn't you say you would only send one into battle? I am eager to see who could inspire such arrogance in you. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they eagerly watched Han Yun, their eyes wide in anticipation of his selection. Wang Hanshi, too, was intrigued, eager to discover which disciple was so extraordinary that they could face 5 opponents alone. However, in the next moment, Han Yun turned to him. Why are you looking at me? Wang Hanshi asked, bewildered. What are you waiting for? Go ahead, Hanshi. This declaration sent a shockwave through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the representative for Han Yun in battle would be Wang Hanshi, the esteemed elder brother of the Yinyang sect. Wang Hanshi's name was well known. He had claimed the top spot in the sect's competitions for 3 consecutive years, truly embodying the strongest prodigy and the pride of the Yinyang sect. Every 3rd-generation disciple would praise him with a thumbs up, exclaiming how formidable Big Brother Hanshi was. That Han Yun could even persuade him to fight was astounding. What was the point of battling? The opponents should concede immediately. Wang Hanshi, in a state of confusion, pointed at himself and asked me, "Why must I fight?" Elder Lu had clearly stated that the condition for contesting was that the participants must be disciples whom Han Yun had instructed. Well, it appears so. Am I not your elder brother? Yes. Are you not my junior brother? Indeed. Have I not taught you martial arts? You have. Then that settles it. Wang Hanshi was somewhat bewildered. He had come today intending to humiliate Han Yun, yet here he was, being thrust into the arena to fight on his behalf. What was going on? Had he inadvertently shot himself in the foot? I never said I would fight for you. Wang Hanshi retorted stubbornly. He did not wish to be used as a pawn by Han Yun. Han Yun sighed. Alas, they say a teacher is like a father for life. You could at least call me master. But since we are brothers, I won't press the issue. However, Elder Lu's disciples are all grateful and willing to stand up for him. But, considering there are 5 opponents, it would indeed be a challenge for you. If you're afraid, I shall choose again. Who said I am afraid? Who said I am ungrateful? Wang Hanshi erupted in anger. 5 mere 8th-tier opponents? I can take them down with one hand. Then please, let us all witness the prowess of you, big brother Hanshi. Han Yun stepped back with the junior sister, leaving the battlefield to Wang Hanshi. Wang Hanshi surveyed the crowd, noting that there were indeed over 1,000 spectators. Though being used as a pawn by Han Yun was infuriating, it was also a splendid opportunity to showcase his abilities. As Wang Hanshi advanced, Liang Chao, Yu Ming, and the others prudently stepped back. They all understood that even bound together, they could never match Wang Hanshi. Wang Hanshi strode to the center of the battlefield, swiftly unfurling his fan and fanning himself lightly, his nostrils flaring with pride. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. In this world, there is none like me. Fellow disciples, come at me all at once. His words elicited a wave of cheers and applause from the crowd. Many female disciples, seeing their adored big brother Hanshi so dashing and graceful, were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The 5 disciples under Lu Jing, witnessing this scene, retreated one after another. Although there was only one opponent before them, the name and reputation of Wang Hanshi were well known. They were fully aware of his strength. They had come to support Elder Lu against Han Yun, yet they found themselves facing such a formidable figure. The 5 exchanged glances before finally looking towards Lu Jing. Seeing their hesitance, Lu Jing gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "We cannot afford to lose face. If you cannot even step up now, will you retreat when you encounter strong foes in the future? Go, 5 of you can certainly defeat Wang Hanshi." The 5 disciples found themselves in a dilemma. If they retreated, they would be ridiculed for an entire year. Charging forward would only result in a beating, but at least it would not be as humiliating, considering they were facing the top prodigy, Wang Hanshi. Thus, they mustered their courage and roared as they charged towards Wang Hanshi. Suddenly, my eyes, what is this? It's so blinding. In an instant, a brilliant light radiated from Wang Hanshi, dazzling the 5 disciples to the point they could barely open their eyes. It wasn't just them. Even the surrounding disciples instinctively shed tears and closed their eyes from the overwhelming brightness. Moments later, the crowd was met with the sounds of combat and anguished cries, which faded away mere seconds later. As they rubbed their reddened eyes and looked ahead, they saw the 5 disciples sprawled on the ground, wailing and utterly unable to rise. The light emanating from Wang Hanshi gradually subsided, revealing him fanning himself nonchalantly, his expression indifferent as he gazed at the sky. At the pinnacle of martial arts, I stand proud. With me, Han Shi, the heavens are mine. Big brother Han Shi is so handsome. Incredible. What is this radiance that elevates his stature so magnificently? Truly, he is big brother Han Shi. In a casual moment, he reduces his enemies to ashes. Big brother Han Shi is the first. Chapter 32, The Golden Boy and the Jade Maiden. The 4 great protectors amidst the jubilant cheers surrounding him, Wang Hanshi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He relished in the admiration and envy reflected in the gazes of others, as well as the words of reverence directed towards him. The technique imparted to him by Han Yun proved to be exceedingly effective, validating his journey. "Thank you, Han Shi," Han Yun expressed with a clasped hand gesture. Upon hearing this, Wang Hanshi's movements momentarily froze, and he inwardly gritted his teeth. With so many witnesses present, could you refrain from calling me Shitty? Do I not deserve some dignity? This remark only intensified the admiration in the eyes of the onlookers towards Han Yun. Wang Hanshi may be formidable, yet he willingly sought guidance from Han Yun, calling him Shixiao with genuine respect. The prideful Wang Hanshi's willingness to submit and even fight on behalf of Han Yun spoke volumes of Han Yun's prowess. In an instant, the achievement points swirling in Han Yun's mind surged with even greater intensity. Lu Jing, witnessing the scene, scoffed and departed, offering no glance at the 5 disciples lying on the ground, merely useless, disappointing individuals. Ultimately, it was his own disciples who carried those 5 away. Han Shixiao. With this matter concluded, I shall take my leave. Should there be anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Satisfied, Wang Hanqi fanned himself and, employing his lightness skill, leaped gracefully to the outskirts of the crowd, making his way down the mountain. Although he departed, the disciples from the main peak remained, surrounding Han Yun and clamoring to inquire about their respective martial arts and the confusions they faced in practice. Han Yun felt as though he were enveloped by a swarm of bees, their incessant buzzing causing him a headache. He offered a round of applause to those around him and expressed, I am deeply grateful for your kindness and support. I must take my leave now. In the future, should you encounter any uncertainties in the martial arts, feel free to seek me out. Though my abilities may be lacking, I assure you of my willingness to share my knowledge. Having concluded his speech, Han Yun attempted to exit, but the crowd was unyielding, their enthusiasm impeding his escape. He could not simply take to the skies and fly home. That would be too outrageous. At that moment, his attentive little sister, along with Peng Cheng, rushed over to assist him in navigating through the throng. Yet, their combined strength was ultimately limited, prompting Liang Chao, Yu Ming, Zhang Heng, and Zhang Yuanqin to join in. With the help of these 6, Han Yun finally managed to break free. As he walked towards his residence, a throng of over 1,000 followed him down the mountain path, creating an impressive spectacle. Upon returning home, Han Yun continued to arrange for disciples to enter, teaching martial arts and providing guidance. In the ensuing days, news of Wang Hanqi representing Han Yun in battle and effortlessly defeating 5 opponents spread throughout the entire sect. Countless individuals were astounded. Although Jun Linger and Peng Cheng had previously visited various peaks to challenge them, many were still skeptical about the once great Han Yun, now deemed a failure, teaching others martial skills. After all, regardless of one's innate talent, if one cannot cultivate, what value does it hold? Who could ascertain the authenticity of his abilities? It was possible he had merely enlisted a couple of stooges to deceive them. Even if some disciples from their peak sought his counsel and returned with positive reports, what if he had employed too many imposters? However, with Wang Hanqi seeking guidance from Han Yun and using the techniques, he learned to easily vanquish 5 adversaries while humbly addressing Han Yun as Shixiao. The news sent shockwaves through the entire Yin Yang sect. As the esteemed Shixiao of the Yin Yang sect, Wang Hanqi commanded respect, and his notorious pride rendered it impossible for him to be a mere pawn. This indicated that Han Yun indeed possessed genuine ability. Soon, all 3rd-generation disciples of the Yin Yang sect concurred that if Wang Hanqi was the strongest among the disciples, then Han Yun was undoubtedly the foremost in understanding martial arts. Moreover, the techniques he taught surpassed those of many elders. After all, the number of elders was limited, while the disciples were abundant. Elders also needed to cultivate, and found it challenging to meticulously instruct each disciple. In contrast, Han Yun, with ample time at his disposal, could teach with individualized attention, ensuring each disciple received tailored instruction suited to their needs. Within the expansive Yin Yang sect, housing hundreds of thousands of disciples, although some were occupied with external affairs, others faced financial hardships, and some secluded themselves for cultivation, the remaining disciples, well-off and leisurely, formed a staggering number. Each day, Han Yun's entrance was besieged by a throng of eager disciples. While this influx of disciples resulted in a remarkable accumulation of achievement points for Han Yun, it also brought him considerable distress. He found himself inundated with countless disciples, each seeking his attention, resulting in an exhausting schedule that only concluded late at night, only for him to reopen the doors at dawn for the next wave of inquiries. Some disciples waited outside for an entire night, while others endured days without rest. And Han Yun felt compelled to empathize with their hardship. Although he was a cultivator capable of enduring without food or sleep, he could not appear abnormal in the eyes of others, especially as a so-called failure. Fortunately, with the support of his little sister and Peng Cheng, they aided in teaching. His little sister, quick to grasp concepts, could assist in instruction, allowing Han Yun to teach once and leave the rest to her. Peng Cheng, having learned a considerable amount of martial arts himself, often took on the role of a shield. Liang Chao and the others also remained by his side, asserting that there were no capable individuals available to assist Han Yun, and it was their duty to ensure his safety. After all, Lu Jing's subordinates had previously caused trouble. If they persisted, it would be unseemly for Han Yun to intervene personally each time. Thus, the 4 of them assumed the responsibility of maintaining order. Given the throng of young, impassioned disciples gathered outside, where conflicts were inevitable, with just a slight misstep, A minor altercation could escalate into a full-blown brawl. In such moments, their role became apparent. They would emerge to reprimand and separate those engaged in conflict, issuing warnings and dismissing any troublemakers, ensuring they would not return to seek guidance again. Additionally, they took turns preparing meals, while the external disciples were provided sustenance by the sect's servants, provided sufficient funds were available. As a result, the disciples playfully dubbed them the Four Great Protectors, while also referring to Jun Linger and Peng Cheng as the Golden Boy and Jade Maiden. When Han Yun heard these titles, he could not help but twitch his lips. If they were to add in 8 Great Vajras or 20 Hall Masters, he would surely solidify his reputation as the leader of a nefarious cult. Chapter 33. Han Yun's Yunwu Hall. As the number of individuals seeking Han Yun's counsel grew, those waiting outside endured considerable hardship, while Han Yun himself felt utterly exhausted. Were it not for the 4 hours of night he could dedicate to cultivation and refining spiritual energy, he feared his own progress would stagnate. Initially, he had envisioned his growing fame and the increasing number of seekers as solely beneficial, neglecting the pressures and negative impacts brought by such a multitude. While he desired to instruct multiple disciples simultaneously, the limited space of his courtyard hindered their ability to practice effectively, making it necessary to devise a solution. One day, while Han Yun was instructing a disciple in front of him, shouts suddenly echoed from outside. Make way, Han Shixiao, the Zhangzu summons you. You must go at once. The voice was familiar to Han Yun. It belonged to the disciple under his master's tutelage. After providing a few more words of guidance to his disciple, he rose and made his way outside. Han Shixiao, the Zhangzu summons you. Hurry. The disciple's hair was tousled from squeezing through the crowd. Had he not invoked the name of Xianyi Xianzi, he might have faced a beating. All right, I understand. Han Yun gazed at the crowd outside the door and addressed them. Esteemed friends, my master has summoned me. I shall return shortly. Please wait a moment. In an instant, a chorus of lamentations erupted, for they had been waiting for so long, and now Han Shixiao was about to leave. Navigating through the throng, Han Yun made his way toward his master, accompanied by his 4 loyal protectors, who were eager to ensure his safety. Han Yun shook his head in exasperation, wondering how his master could possibly wish him harm. Upon arriving at the residence of Xianyi Xianzi, Han Yun reported his presence, but instead of permitting him to enter, his master emerged personally. Salutations, master. Greetings, esteemed leader. Han Yun and Jun Linger spoke in unison to their master, while the others addressed her as the esteemed leader. Xianyi was adorned in her customary azure and white gown, exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. She cast a glance at the entourage behind Han Yun and then turned her gaze back to him, teasingly remarking, "Ah, Honda? It seems you have gained quite the reputation. Do you now require such a retinue for protection? Are you afraid I may have ulterior motives?" Han Yun's face flushed crimson as he clasped his hands in humility, explaining, "It is merely my junior brothers and sisters who worry for my safety. After all, I have become quite the target and lack martial prowess to defend myself. Their concerns are genuine." "Well, you certainly have a loyal following," Xianyi observed. "They are commendable, showing gratitude and loyalty." She then walked past Han Yun, beckoning, "Follow me." The group exchanged glances, unsure of where Xianyi intended to lead them, but they obediently followed. In silence, they trailed her westward for a quarter of an hour, passing several grand halls and pavilions, ultimately halting outside an expansive courtyard. Upon entering, they beheld a vast area of several acres, paved with blue stone slabs, adorned with wooden training dummies and weapon racks, showcasing an array of martial implements. Ahead lay a main hall flanked by 2 side halls, with additional buildings on either side, resembling a grand elder's palace. Above the central main hall hung a plaque inscribed with the words Yun Wu Dian. Yun Wu Dian? Master, I was unaware that there existed such a grand hall on Chaoxiao Peak, Han Yun remarked. It was somewhat secluded, yet undeniably spacious. His junior sister, bouncing with curiosity, approached Xianyi, inquiring, "What is this place?" Xianyi smiled, directing her gaze at Han Yun as she replied, "Han Yun, this will be yours from now on." "My own." Han Yun and his companions were taken aback, glancing once more at the grand hall. It soon dawned on him that his master must have deemed his current quarters too small and sought a more suitable location for his instruction. "Indeed, it is yours. Your reputation has grown immensely. The entire sect is aware of you, and disciples flock to seek your guidance daily. The path behind the mountain is perpetually congested. Observing this predicament, I personally visited the main peak to consult with the sect leader about granting you the title of elder, allowing you to formally accept disciples and teach. However, this proposal was met with substantial opposition from the majority of elders, who argued that you are still young, a third-generation disciple, and lack martial capabilities, making your appointment as an elder inappropriate. In light of this, I requested the sect leader to select a few disciples you have previously taught to demonstrate the martial skills you imparted. Most of their abilities were at the Xian level, with one at the D level. After witnessing their prowess, the sect leader recognized your potential for creating original martial arts and acknowledged that your teachings would benefit Yin Yang sect. Even his disciple, Wang Hanshi, advocated for you, affirming your capabilities. Ultimately, the sect leader devised a compromise. While you will not receive the title and benefits of an elder, you are permitted to teach other disciples. And I shall secure a location for you to instruct them, alleviating the congestion at your doorstep. Upon reflection, I believe this arrangement is favorable. Being an elder and accepting disciples would inherently limit you and impose numerous regulations. In your current capacity as a senior brother, any disciple can approach you for guidance, with fewer restrictions. How do you feel about this? I find it to be quite agreeable. Thank you for your assistance, Master, Han Yun responded earnestly, bowing deeply in gratitude to Xian Yi. This arrangement indeed alleviated his immediate concerns, providing him with a space to teach other disciples. Furthermore, as it was sanctioned by the sect leader, he need no longer fear interference from other elders and could teach openly. Master, you are the best. This Yun Wu Jian is clearly named after the Shi Xiao. You are so thoughtful. I absolutely adore you. Jun Linger exclaimed, clinging to Xian Yi's arm in playful affection. You only seek to protect your senior brother, Xian Yi teased, lightly tapping Jun Linger's head. This hall was previously the domain of a third-rank elder from Chaoxia Peak, who passed away a decade ago. Most of his disciples have achieved success in their martial paths and have since been assigned to various roles. So there is no need to worry about complications. The Yin Yang sect is a grand sect, with disciples numbering in the tens of thousands. Such power rivals that of the Day Chuan dynasty's army. To sustain such a multitude, the sect possesses numerous enterprises and businesses. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as being wealthy enough to rival a nation. This is the reality of a world steeped in martial prowess. Here, the martial way reigns supreme. In other realms, the authorities would never allow any force to grow so formidable. By the way, there is one more matter. Although the sect leader has granted you permission to teach openly, any monetary gains you receive must have 20% submitted to the sect monthly. Regarding this stipulation, Han Yun did not find it particularly surprising. It was not that the Yin Yang sect coveted his modest earnings, but rather that as a disciple of the sect, he was nurtured and raised by them. Earning from fellow disciples while utilizing the sect's resources warranted some form of rent and taxes. Han Yun nodded, affirming, that is only reasonable. However, Master, the sect leader must also realize that I never demand anything from my disciples, regardless of their financial situation. Even those who come empty-handed receive my utmost guidance, as I teach them in the most suitable manner possible. Xian Yi chuckled, I am aware. And so is the sect leader. If you were to extort your disciples by charging fees, do you think the sect leader would allow such behavior? Would he have arranged a space for you to use? He values your generosity, your willingness to teach without greed. Han Yun continued, however, this means that my monthly income will not be fixed. Given the limited number of Yin Yang disciples, there will inevitably come a day when I have taught them all. While newcomers may bring lavish gifts initially, subsequent visits will likely yield less. Consequently, the amount I submit may decrease. Rest assured, the sect will not concern itself with such trivial sums. Should you ever find yourself in need, the sect can provide financial support. In that case, I am truly grateful to my master. Why are you being so formal with me? Get ready for a beating, Xian Yi playfully admonished, rolling her eyes at him before stepping into the main hall, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon entering the hall, they observed that the walls and pillars had been freshly painted, the floor spotless, and over 100 meditation cushions arranged neatly. At the forefront stood a writing desk, with a cushion placed behind it and 2 additional cushions flanking either side. In the past few days, I had this place renovated. Considering that you would be teaching many disciples, all unnecessary clutter was removed, replaced with meditation cushions, Xian Yi explained as she walked. Jun Linger dashed to the front and plopped down on the cushion directly behind the desk, declaring proudly, how do I look? Am I not quite impressive as an elder? Do I not exude the essence of one? Hee, this spot shall be mine in the future, Peng Chung remarked, scratching his head. Senior sister, if you sit there, where will the big senior brother sit? Beside you, of course, the junior sister replied with certainty. Xianzi paid no heed to the little girl and turned to Han Yun, saying, actually, your teaching method has some flaws. Allow me to offer a few suggestions. Master, please do, he answered respectfully. First, do not teach martial skills to every disciple, even if you possess immense talent and creativity. There will inevitably come a day when you exhaust them, and this will wear you out. Second, Most disciples have uncertainties regarding martial Tao rather than a thirst for skills. It would be more beneficial for you to guide them in their cultivation. Third, do not spend all your time teaching every day. Your Yunwu Hall need only be open for 5 or 6 hours a day. You can utilize the remaining time for your own affairs, as I do not wish to see you overexerting yourself. For instance, you could document your martial arts techniques, compile them into a volume, and place it on your desk. Disciples can peruse it and ask you about anything they find unclear, thus saving you a considerable amount of time. Feeling the concern from his aunt, Han Yun was quite touched and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master. I will remember these teachings. Well then, this place is entrusted to you. I shall take my leave. We bid farewell to our esteemed master. We bid farewell to the hall master." After Xian Yixinzi departed, Peng Cheng exclaimed excitedly, "Big senior brother, the hall master treats you exceptionally well. This place is so spacious. We will have a splendid location for our cultivation. I noticed there are some side halls and rooms nearby. I wonder if I could move over there?" "Move over? Is your current place not suitable?" Han Yun asked in confusion. Hearing this, Peng Cheng awkwardly scratched his head. "The place I currently reside in is still in the area where Elder Lu's disciples live. Although it is a small single room, I have already been expelled from the sect. The other disciples of Elder Lu harbor great hostility towards me, blocking my door daily and hurling insults that are quite unpleasant. So now that big senior brother has his own space, I wish to move over." Han Yun could easily imagine the harsh words directed at Peng Cheng, accusing him of being ungrateful and betraying the sect, casting him in the light of being a sycophant. Given Peng Cheng's naturally self-conscious and sensitive disposition, such taunts would be unbearable for anyone, let alone him. "You were expelled from the sect? Why have you never mentioned it?" The junior sister rushed over, fuming. "It's nothing. It was merely expulsion from the sect, not banishment from the clan. Without that master of mine, I still have big senior brother and all of you." Peng Cheng replied with a cheerful smile, clearly regarding Han Yun, Jun Linger, Liang Chao, and the others as family. "Peng Shidi, you have indeed suffered, yet you did not tell us. Had you mentioned it earlier, we would have confronted that Lu Jing," Liang Chao said with a smile. "What would we confront that old rogue for? I would be happier without him. I would be free." Han Yun nodded. "Very well. I see there are quite a few houses over there. Anyone who wishes to move over may do so." "Big senior brother, are you not moving?" the junior sister inquired. "I have my own residence. Why would I move? I quite like that place. It is peaceful." Knowing Han Yun's fondness for tranquility, Jun Linger refrained from further persuasion, already contemplating which room she could claim as the best. Liang Chao, ever the astute thinker, pondered for a moment before stating, "The middle position will surely belong to big senior brother, while Jun Shimi and Peng Shidi, you two, the pair of golden boy and jade girl, shall sit on the 2 cushions beside him. As for the 4 of us, we will continue to shoulder the responsibilities of maintaining order and assisting. We can remain around this grand hall. The opening of the hall is no small matter, and we must all strive to help." Liang Chao believed that by doing so, he could secure permanent residence in Yunwu Hall, allowing him to stay within the grand hall daily while Han Yun instructed other disciples, benefiting from the experience. Of course, they were aware that Han Yun held Jun Linger and Peng Cheng in high regard, and their status was unassailable. So it was only natural for them to seek some advantage for themselves. After all, they were the 4 protectors, and with the establishment of Yunwu Hall, their positions could be further solidified. Chapter 35 100 Wooden Tokens. Han Yun contemplated that he indeed needed capable individuals under his command. Now that the hall was officially opened, responsibilities would surely multiply. These few were personally taught by him, and were commendable in both character and talent, displaying unwavering loyalty to him. Thus, he would employ them. "Very well. Since you are all willing, I consent. However, I shall not have you work for free. I will provide you with a monthly stipend, which will certainly exceed what you would receive as disciples." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, and Liang Chao clasped his hands, exclaiming, "Big senior brother, this is absolutely not necessary. You teach us martial skills, and we can also listen to your guidance here daily. That in itself is a tremendous blessing. We should not only avoid paying you, but how could we even think of accepting your silver? Work deserves its reward. That is only just. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Liang Chao, go summon the disciples in front of my house. Junior sister and Peng Cheng, prepare ink, paper, and brushes, gather plenty, just as master instructed, to document the martial skills. Yu Ming, you 3 go purchase miscellaneous items needed for the hall, like candles, as the lighting in the rooms is somewhat dim. All right, off you go to your tasks. Keep track of the expenses, and I will reimburse you later." "Understood." The 6 received their orders and immediately dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Han Yun walked alone within the grand hall, inspecting for any areas that required adjustment. After surveying the hall, he ventured into the side chambers adjacent to the main hall. He had yet to determine their purpose and did not plan to relocate there, but would remain in his old courtyard. Upon returning to the grand hall, Han Yun settled cross-legged on a cushion behind the desk, reviewing his current achievement points. Having been occupied endlessly, he had not had the opportunity to check until now, and upon doing so, he discovered a staggering total of over 100,000 achievement points. Most of these points had been accrued from the acclaim he received in recent days. Calculating an average of 100 points per person, he had at least earned the recognition and appreciation of over 10,000 individuals. These achievement points, which raised his reputation, could only be obtained through genuine acknowledgement and admiration from others, stemming from a heartfelt belief in his prowess, rather than merely from widespread awareness of his abilities. Furthermore, although the Yin-Yang sect boasted hundreds of thousands of disciples, it was clear that nurturing disciples over several centuries could not be as simple as merely keeping them within the sect. New disciples continuously entered, while older ones left. Many accomplished martial practitioners were assigned to various enterprises of the Yin-Yang sect across the land, some managing businesses, others protecting assets, and some engaging in trade. It was through them that the sect sustained itself. Therefore, the number of disciples remaining within the Yin-Yang sect was quite limited. As Han Yun regarded these achievement points, a fervor stirred within him. Surely, these points would be sufficient for him to break through to the Jiedon stage. System. Do you possess any elixirs that could enhance my success rate in breaking through to Jiedon? Immediately, a formula for an elixir appeared in his mind. Xian Yuan Dan increases a cultivator's success rate of breaking through to Jiedon by 50%. It is effective only during the foundational breakthrough to Jiedon, protecting the golden core without any other effects. Formula value, 2,000 achievement points. Exchange. The system provided the detailed formula for the Xian Yuan Dan. After reviewing it, Han Yun found that he possessed all the required herbs, all of which had been gifted to him during this period, sufficient for him to refine a batch of Xian Yuan Dan. Certainly, he was not naive enough to believe that a single Xian Yuan Dan could increase the success rate by 50%, and that too would yield 100%. Such elixirs would likely prove effective only once, if they truly could enhance success rates by such margins. Cultivators in the realm of Xiaoxian would never fail in their breakthroughs to the Jiedon stage. He sought to exchange for the spiritual energy necessary to reach the pinnacle of the Juji stage. With an abundance of achievement points, he indulged for once without practicing the Ningqi Dan to replenish his spiritual energy. Soon, Han Yun realized that he had lost over 200,000 achievement points in a heartbeat. It was astonishing that merely progressing from the initial stage of Juji to its peak required such an amount. The spiritual energy provided by the system also required his own absorption. Were it so simple to break through with sufficient spiritual energy, the Xiaoxian world would be awash with it, and its inhabitants would advance effortlessly. Fortunately, this spiritual energy resided within him, eliminating the need to draw from the external realm, which, incidentally, lacked spiritual energy. He needed only to guide this energy into his Dantian, surmounting the obstacles of each small realm to expand his Dantian and enhance his cultivation. This process demanded a gradual approach. One cannot expect to achieve greatness overnight. The path of cultivation had never been smooth sailing. He had only been practicing for a little over a month, which was indeed quite rapid. Once he fully absorbed this spiritual energy and reached the pinnacle of Juji, he would be poised to break through to Jiedon. Before long, his junior disciples returned. Junlinger and Peng Cheng placed a stack of thick papers and inkstone on Han Yun's desk, beginning to organize them. Yu Ming and the others brought in various items, including candles and candle holders, illuminating the grand hall. At that moment, Zhang Heng approached with a handful of small wooden tokens, smiling as he spoke. Senior brother, I purchased 100 tokens, numbered from 1 to 100, with our Yunwu Hall's emblem inscribed on the back. My thought is this. Our hall can accommodate only 100 cushions, and your time is limited. Teaching 100 students is already a strain. We can allow the disciples to enter in batches, with 100 each day. Those who receive tokens can return the next day, alleviating the burden of waiting for so many outside. This arrangement will save time for everyone and benefit us all. What do you think? Han Yun's eyes brightened at these words, and he nodded in agreement. That sounds splendid. Teaching 100 students each day would indeed be sufficient. Those who receive tokens can return the next day, while those who do not can practice on their own rather than waste time here. Zhang Heng, you are quite thoughtful. Haha, senior brother, you flatter me, Zhang Heng replied with a cheerful smile. Just then, Liang Chao arrived with a multitude of disciples. However, he instructed them to wait outside the courtyard while he entered the hall. The disciples gazed in awe at the magnificent hall, marveling at the three characters of Yunwu Hall, expressing admiration for their senior brother's capabilities. Seeing this, Han Yun led a few of his companions outside. Greetings to the master of Yunwu Hall. The thousands of disciples outside bowed in unison. Master of Yunwu Hall. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback, while his junior disciples stared in astonishment. Liang Chao stood nearby, wearing a proud smile. Chapter 36. Han Yun's new teaching method. There was no need to inquire further. This was undoubtedly Liang Chao's arrangement. Noticing Han Yun's glance, Liang Chao humbly smiled. Senior brother, I believe it is somewhat chaotic for everyone to address you as senior brother, considering that Wang Hanshi is also a senior brother. And every peak has its own senior brothers among the disciples of the elders. While they recognize you when addressing you directly, referring to you as senior brother in casual discussions may lead to confusion. With the establishment of Yunwu Hall, it would be simpler and more memorable for everyone to call you the master of Yunwu Hall, making it clear who they are referring to. In front of me, you need not be addressed as master. Simply calling you senior brother suffices. This title was merely superficial. Han Yun did not care much for it. Being called master would only create a sense of distance. Thank you all for your kindness, dear junior brothers and sisters. I am merely fortunate to have received a place to teach, not a master, he stated. However, now that Yunwu Hall is established, everything must become formal. The previous teaching methods had their flaws, and I discussed this with a few brothers. We will welcome 100 disciples each day for instruction. As my energy and time are limited, and everyone's time is precious, there is no need for all of you to waste it waiting, especially when some have already been waiting for 2 or 3 days. I apologize for my oversight. The first 100 disciples to arrive can wait in the hall. Subsequently, according to the order of arrival, we will distribute 100 tokens. Those who receive tokens may return the next day. Master, we have over 1,000 disciples here. Will the remaining 800 have to return tomorrow for tokens and come back the day after for lessons? This would be chaotic, as it would render the waiting futile. Someone shouted from the crowd. Han Yun pondered for a moment and responded, very well, I will have my junior sister write some notes to distribute among you. Those of you who have arrived early will have priority in receiving tokens for lessons over the next few days. I will strive to instruct you first. When you return, inform your junior brothers and sisters that if they wish to attend, they should come back in 10 days. This 10-day period is reserved for you. Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brother. Long live the master of Yunwu Hall. The disciples cheered in excitement, relieved that their efforts over the past few days were not in vain. With the notes, they would know precisely when to attend classes and merely needed to come a day in advance to exchange for tokens. Han Yun instructed Liang Chao to allow the earliest 100 to enter and then distributed tokens to the next 100. He also directed Liang Chao to organize the remaining 800 disciples into 8 groups of 100 each, allowing the last arrivals to return home and return in 10 days. He and his junior sister then entered to write the numbered notes. These notes only needed to be written once to address the immediate concern. After 10 days, the initial group would be resolved, and the tokens would be first come, first served for the next day's slots. Han Yun's team was quite resourceful. His junior sister, with her quick comprehension of martial arts and outstanding talent, could assist him in teaching. Peng Cheng, being the most loyal and honest, was reliable, while San Chi Chi Chong had the deepest insights and could serve as a shield. Important matters could be entrusted to him. Liang Chao, with strong organizational skills, though one of the 4 guardians, could also take on the role of steward to manage various affairs. Yu Ming, being decisive and terse, was undoubtedly the captain of security. Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuan, the sibling duo, also had their own merits. Thus, Han Yun's initial team was effectively established. After a brief moment, Han Yun handed the notes to Liang Chao for distribution among the gathered disciples outside. He understood that his rising reputation had piqued the curiosity of many disciples who had never experienced his teachings, leading to overwhelming attendance. However, there would come a day when all would be taught, and as the fervor subsided, he anticipated that daily inquiries would not even fill the hall. The disciples seated cross-legged within the hall were exhilarated. They had feared they would not get a turn today, only to find their fortunes had turned, allowing them not only to participate, but to do so in such a splendid venue. They soon discovered that Han Yun had altered the teaching methodology. Rather than rushing to instruct each disciple, he took the time to listen to their questions and needs. Cultivation had bestowed upon him formidable spiritual awareness, enabling him to remember each disciple's characteristics and requirements, swiftly analyzing what they sought. Even Han Yun is capable of listening to 100 individuals speaking simultaneously and articulating their needs, remembering every single word with unwavering precision. However, such extraordinary abilities are too astonishing for him to showcase, as he seeks to eliminate any risks that may expose his identity. After an hour, Han Yun concluded listening to their requests and organized the information. 15 disciples sought palm techniques, 16 desired sword techniques, 20 yearned for saber techniques. 23 wished to learn spear techniques, while the remaining disciples had various uncertainties regarding their cultivation. Han Yun nodded and rose, stating that those wishing to learn palm techniques should follow him outside. Upon exiting, Junlinger, Peng Cheng, and others followed suit, as did the 15 disciples eager for palm techniques. He devised a unique palm technique for them to learn collectively, while appointing his junior sister to assist in their instruction. Subsequently, he summoned the 16 disciples interested in saber techniques, instructing them to bring their sabers for practice. After sequentially teaching these 4 groups of disciples, he returned to the main hall to address the remaining disciples' questions regarding their cultivation. Due to the late opening of the hall, instruction commenced around noon, and he toiled until the late hours of the night to complete teaching all of them before dismissing them. Elder brother, we are heading back now. I am utterly exhausted. I will return tomorrow morning to bring my belongings, his junior sister yawned. All right, go ahead. Those who wish to move in tomorrow can do so. The gates will open at the hour of Chun. Do not miss the time, he replied. The news delighted Zhang Hong and Zhang Yuan immensely, as they could finally reside together without any pretense. Han Yun set the opening and closing times for Yun Wu Dian. Doors would open at the hour of Chun, which is 7 in the morning, and close at the hour of Yu, or 7 in the evening, allowing for 6 hours of daily instruction. As he arranged these matters, Han Yun couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament, realizing he had become a mere cog in the wheel of incessant labor. From 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening, working 7 days a week, even capitalists would shed tears at the thought. Once everyone departed, Han Yun began to fervently pin his martial arts manual under the flickering candlelight. Chapter 37. The daily life at Yun Wu Dian the next day, just as dawn broke. His junior sister was the first to push open the doors of Yun Wu Dian, followed closely by 7 or 8 attendants, all carrying her belongings, her bedding, weapons, clothes, and cosmetics. Hee, I arrived the earliest to claim the best spot. Junlinger proudly directed the attendants to place her items in the largest room, when suddenly she noticed flickering candlelight within the hall, prompting her curiosity. This elder brother left without extinguishing the candles. What a waste. However, upon entering the hall, she found Han Yun diligently writing at his desk. Elder brother, why are you still writing? Have you not slept all night? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Han Yun smiled, not lifting his gaze. I wish to finish writing as soon as possible so that teaching can be a bit easier. I am documenting the martial techniques I have created during this period. Later, I can jot down any new techniques that come to mind. You are overworking yourself. You should take a break. I can write, Junlinger insisted, moving closer to him, her curiosity piqued. What can you write? Let me handle it, he replied. Do not underestimate me. I can assure you that I know all the techniques you have taught others. I currently possess knowledge of at least 200 techniques. Even the elders cannot compare to my prowess. I am a walking repository of martial arts, she declared with pride, then strive to learn even more. Aiming to surpass the techniques found in our Yin-Yang sect's Zunjinggo, he encouraged. Forget it, learning so many would surely exhaust me. Most of the techniques I know, I probably will never use in my lifetime. 190 white bone claw is sufficient for me. One trick to conquer all, she retorted. As they conversed, Liang Chao and Peng Cheng joined them, soon followed by 3 others. All 6 had moved in together, sharing a bond of friendship, enjoying freedom without excessive rules. Before the hour of Chun arrived, Liang Chao took it upon himself to stand at the entrance of Yun Wu Dian. Shortly after, disciples began arriving, presenting their wooden tokens to enter. Some disciples, who were to attend classes the following day, were asked to wait. Once the 100 disciples of the day had entered, Liang Chao instructed the waiting disciples to submit their notes, exchanging them for wooden tokens to return the next day. After all, notes are easily forged, but wooden tokens are not, and each token has a unique code that can easily be identified if duplicated. As the steward, he had to manage these matters well. Following the teaching methods of the previous day, Han Yun spent the morning instructing the disciples in martial arts, clarifying their doubts. At noon, he asked Peng Cheng to hire a few attendants who worked odd jobs within the Yin-Yang sect. Han Yun recruited several, providing them with monthly salaries to handle tasks such as cleaning and cooking. Upon hearing they could work in Yun Wu Dian, the attendants were overjoyed, eager to secure a position where they could also secretly learn some martial arts. Ultimately, Peng Cheng selected 10 attendants who shared his humble beginnings. Such individuals, having faced adversity, tend to be more diligent, honest, and grateful. Realizing there would not be enough time to cook for lunch, Peng Cheng sent 5 attendants to the cafeteria to purchase meals, while the other 5 procured cooking utensils, pots, bowls, and brooms. The back courtyard of Yunwujian was equipped with a garden, kitchen, and restroom, providing all necessary living facilities. The disciples, pleased to have their meals provided, expressed their gratitude profusely. After lunch, Han Yun led everyone out of the hall to the courtyard, instructing them in their martial practice. He supervised their efforts, offering guidance on various issues, before leaving his junior sister to oversee them while he returned to continue writing martial techniques. After the hour of Yu passed, Liang Chao dismissed all the disciples, locked the hall doors, and entered. None of them returned to rest. They were all curious to watch Han Yun write. After a while, his junior sister, rubbing her hands and blowing on them to keep warm, complained about the cold. Winter has already set in. It was barely light when we opened the doors this morning, and now it's pitch dark as we close them. It's freezing. How can anyone sleep at night? It must be quite cold for you, elder brother, as well. Han Yun paused, realizing he had overlooked this concern. His internal energy kept him immune to the cold, but others might not fare as well. Liang Chao, tomorrow take a few attendants down the mountain to buy some charcoal. It would be best to negotiate with a merchant for daily delivery of charcoal. We will settle accounts with them each day. Ensure that each of your rooms has a charcoal brazier at night. The main hall can have one during the day. The attendants' rooms should also have brazier provisions. They are people too, and we must not let them freeze. On the outskirts of the Yin-Yang sect, there are many affiliated families, serving as their living quarters. With over 100,000 people residing within the Yin-Yang sect, their population exceeds that of ordinary towns, leading to a natural emergence of commerce driven by their needs for food and clothing. However, most of this commerce is controlled by the Yin-Yang sect, with some being managed by various families. Typically, resources like summer ice and winter charcoal are primarily allocated to the elders and peak masters, while ordinary disciples must purchase them at their own expense. Peng Cheng remarked, "Elder brother, buying charcoal is too extravagant. I can just chop wood." Han Yun chuckled and shook his head. Chopping wood creates too much smoke and is quite irritating. Plus, we lack the proper tools for burning charcoal. Besides, with over 100 of us using charcoal, you alone cannot gather enough without exhausting yourself. Furthermore, Peng Cheng, Han Yun raised his head with a serious expression and said, "I hope you can realign your mindset. You are a disciple, not a mere servant. Tasks that can be assigned to servants should not fall upon you. Your time should be dedicated to cultivating your inner strength and mastering martial skills." To speak bluntly, although our Yunwujian is merely a place for teaching other disciples and does not represent an independent faction, our reputation is considerable. Do you wish for others to regard the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of Yunwujian, along with the 4 great protectors, merely as weaklings? He then cast his gaze towards the others present, and the same goes for all of you. Now that Yunwujian is newly established and responsibilities are plentiful, you must take on some tasks personally, but you should also teach these tasks to the servants as soon as possible. If we lack enough servants, we can hire more. Do not hesitate. We have ample resources now. Once these matters are delegated to others, you must quickly free yourselves to focus on your cultivation. The stronger you become, the happier I will be. I believe that as long as you are willing to put in the effort and with my guidance, your growth will be swift. Upon hearing Han Yun's words, the others were deeply moved. Senior brother Han Yun genuinely cared for them. Rest assured, senior brother, we will not be lazy. We will strive diligently to improve ourselves and protect you. The junior sister concluded her statement with a playful slap on Peng Cheng's head. Especially you, Peng Cheng. You are the slowest and the weakest, always holding us back while thinking about chopping wood. If you do not step up your efforts, we will kick you out of Yunwujian. Peng Cheng covered his head and nodded solemnly. He felt the pressure, indeed. The 5 others had cultivation levels far superior to his own. If this continued, the gap between him and them would only widen. At that point, not only would they want to drive him away, but he would also have no face to remain here, bringing shame to senior brother. Peng Cheng secretly vowed to exert greater effort than anyone else. You 6, within a month, all of you must break through to the 7th rank. Han Yun stated without lifting his head. What? A month? The junior sister exclaimed in surprise. Is there a problem? It's not that I have a problem. I have been at the 8th rank for 2 years, so I am definitely fine. I am just worried about Peng Cheng. He has only just broken through to the 8th rank. The junior sister stammered. No worries. I will teach you rapid cultivation methods. The improvements before the 6th rank are almost effortless. With my assistance, you will reach that level quickly. As for breaking through the 6th rank, I have other methods to help you. All right, senior brother, thank you. This put pressure not only on Peng Cheng, but also on the others. After they departed, Han Yun continued to toil at his desk, diligently writing down his martial techniques. In the following days, he spent his days teaching disciples and his nights composing martial skills, working tirelessly. However, After this period of adjustment, Yun Wu Jian had officially found its rhythm, and all tasks were proceeding in an orderly fashion. The servants knew what they were supposed to do. Han Yun even had Liang Chao invite a chef and an assistant from outside to handle daily meals. The vegetables and meat required each day were delivered by merchants from the foot of the mountain. They only needed to prepare and cook them, while the servants took care of serving the food. Notably, the chef named Zhujiu was actually a disciple of Chao Xiaofeng, not a servant. He hailed from a family of chefs and possessed exceptional talent. Fortunate enough to join Yin Yang sect to learn martial arts. He sought out Liang Chao when he heard Yun Wu Jian was hiring chefs and presented gifts to secure this position. His sole motivation was to sneak into the corners of the Great Hall during his free time to listen to the teachings of the hall master, Han Yun. Finally, 10 days after the opening of Yun Wu Jian, the first batch of 1,000 disciples completed their training. The subsequent disciples would arrive each day, hoping to be among the first to grab their wooden tokens. The achievement points earned during these 10 days perfectly compensated for the points Han Yun had spent on spiritual energy earlier. Moreover, Han Yun finally completed the refinement of the spiritual energy, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. After 10 sleepless nights, Han Yun finished writing over 1,000 martial techniques. The task of binding them he entrusted to the junior sister and her companions. Although this collection of over 1,000 techniques was still far from sufficient, they could continue to write more in the future. On the 11th day, after the gates of Yun Wu Jian closed, Han Yun stretched and said to the others, "You all take your time. I must return home to rest. Go on, senior brother, you have worked hard during this time. I don't know how a mere mortal like you has managed to endure," the junior sister lamented with great concern. "As if you are not mere mortals, but deities." Han Yun waved his hand dismissively and made his way to the back garden of Yun Wu Jian, exiting through the rear door. Upon returning home, Han Yun first tidied up a bit, then took out his alchemy furnace along with the herbs needed to concoct Xinyuan Dan and began the alchemical process. With his advanced alchemy skills, crafting this intermediate-grade pill was effortless, and he succeeded within just an hour. Holding the elixir, Han Yun sat cross-legged, adjusting his state and fully activating the spiritual energy within his body. After circulating it a few times, he finally consumed the Xinyuan Dan. The overwhelming medicinal power surged into his body, rushing towards his dantian and violently striking against the barriers of the golden core, impacting his foundation. Han Yun maintained a keen focus on his dantian, clearly sensing a small golden orb slowly manifesting and solidifying within. At last, after 2 hours, the small orb fully formed, and the foundational base was already riddled with cracks. It then burst apart, transforming into specks of spiritual energy that entered the golden core. Han Yun reveled in the powerful sensation brought about by his breakthrough, filled with joy. From this day forth, he would possess a lifespan of 500 years. The next step would be to continuously cultivate and progress, allowing the golden core to give birth to the primordial infant, thus granting him a lifespan of 1,000 years. Most importantly, the primordial infant represents a second life for a cultivator. Host has broken through to the golden core stage, rewarding 5,000 achievement points. Breakthrough to the golden core stage successful. Please prepare to face the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? Han Yun was taken aback. Why was there a heavenly tribulation upon breaking through? His thoughts were detected by the system, which took the rare opportunity to elaborate further. This world is a martial arts realm. Cultivating immortality does not belong to the orthodoxy of this world. Violating the world's rules is inherently an act against heaven. Thus, the will of heaven will perceive your breakthrough and descend a tribulation to eliminate the immortal cultivator. Does a heavenly tribulation descend with every breakthrough? Indeed. And as cultivation levels rise, the tribulations will also become increasingly formidable. Then why was there no heavenly tribulation when I broke through to the foundation establishment? Too weak. The will of heaven could not perceive it. Is there a chance to survive this heavenly tribulation? Since it is the will of heaven, it must be relentless, right? The will of heaven will only descend a portion of the heavenly tribulation capable of eliminating immortal cultivators, and it will not descend limitlessly. If you can overcome it, you will remain safe. The system also possesses a fragment of the will of heaven, which will help mitigate a portion of the tribulation for the host. Han Yun pondered for a moment. For instance, if the heavenly tribulation required 100 units of power to eradicate him, it would only descend to that extent. Not more. After the system mitigated a portion, it would be insufficient to eliminate him. With this thought in mind, Han Yun rushed out of his room. At that moment, the sky was already overcast, with faint flashes of lightning flickering ominously. Please find a deserted area to face the tribulation. The heavenly tribulation will indiscriminately attack all life within a 3-mile radius of the tribulation bearer to prevent any assistance. Upon hearing this, Han Yun furrowed his brows and soared into the sky, heading towards the outskirts of Yin Yang sect. His speed was swift, and being high above, no one noticed him. Soon, he burst forth from Yin Yang sect and arrived at the vast mountain range. He had just found a desolate area when a bolt of lightning struck him from the sky. Chapter 39. The Ferryman of Heavenly Tribulation. The lightning struck Han Yun squarely, causing him to emit a piercing scream as he fell heavily to the ground, colliding with several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he sensed the acrid aroma of charred fabric emanating from his back. Rising to his feet, he exchanged some spiritual energy to heal his wounds. Before long, a second bolt of heavenly tribulation descended upon him. Enduring the intense agony, Han Yun summoned his spiritual energy to shield his entire body. This time, he was prepared. Yet the second bolt proved significantly more powerful than the first, once again sending him crashing to the ground. Each subsequent bolt was more formidable than the last, but fortunately, Han Yun's will remained resolute, and the system had mitigated some of the heavenly tribulation. Though he was battered and bruised, he managed to survive the 9th wave of lightning. In Han Yun's perspective, this was not merely a single heavenly tribulation capable of annihilating him. It was evidently a test to discern how much lightning could extinguish his life. It attempted 9 times, and had he faltered even once, death would have been inevitable. He leaned against a large tree, staggering as he settled down to recuperate, channeling spiritual energy for healing. He had witnessed the terror of heavenly tribulation. It was insurmountable divine wrath. He would rather confront 100 foes than endure a single heavenly tribulation. Alas, if only there were individuals designated to ferry others through heavenly tribulations. This world lacks ferrymen for heavenly tribulations. Han Yun merely expressed a complaint, yet the system responded unexpectedly. A ferryman for heavenly tribulations? What might that be? A profession, perhaps? Indeed, such individuals possess an innate thunder body and are unharmed when faced with heavenly tribulations. Conversely, they can absorb lightning to enhance their cultivation, and their innate thunder body renders them naturally attuned to thunder, allowing them to wield thunder attributes with remarkable proficiency. An innate thunder body? Could the system transform my body into such? Han Yun's heart raced with excitement. If he possessed such a constitution, he would no longer fear heavenly tribulations, and his future endeavors in cultivating thunder attributes would yield exceptional results. Insufficient permissions. How might one acquire such permissions? However, this time, the system fell silent. It seemed that he was not even qualified to know how to gain permission at present. Han Yun did not dwell on this further. After exchanging another portion of spiritual energy, he soared into the sky, heading homeward. Upon returning, he inquired again with the system about any medicinal formulas for healing elixirs. Although spiritual energy could mend his injuries, the process was rather slow. In future battles, healing elixirs would be indispensable. Despite adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict unless absolutely necessary, such situations were often unavoidable. With healing elixirs, he might even save a life. Recovery Pill. Known for its swift healing properties and replenishment of spiritual energy and internal strength, requires 1,000 achievement points for exchange. After obtaining the formula for the recovery pill, Han Yun suddenly recalled that the system had mentioned previously that after he broke through to the Jidan stage, he could exchange for master-level alchemy skills. Presumably, with superior alchemical skills, the efficacy of the pills he crafted would also improve. After inquiring further, Han Yun learned that the exchange for master-level alchemy skills required 5,000 achievement points. He had previously expended 1,000 for advanced alchemy skills, which meant he only needed to spend 4,000 this time. Upon completing the exchange, dawn began to break. Noticing that he had no visible external injuries, he changed into fresh clothes, washed his face and hair, and stepped outside. Upon arriving at the Yunwu Hall, he found the head chef, Zhuijio, preparing breakfast. With smoke curling from the back garden, while the little junior sisters were groggily washing up, Han Yun greeted everyone, noting how early they were up, and questioned why they weren't using warm water, given that cold water was quite frigid. Zhuijio had used all the hot water for cooking, leaving none for them, which prompted the little junior sister to pout and complain loudly. At that moment, Zhuijio and the assistant chef emerged with the meals. With over 20 people dining that morning, the food was prepared quickly. Master brother, this morning when the merchants from the foot of the mountain delivered vegetables, they shared an amusing story, Zhuijio chuckled. What is it? Han Yun inquired. At the early hour of the tiger, a sudden thunderstorm erupted in the southwest of our Yin Yang sect. It was quite a spectacle. The thunder lasted for quite some time, frightening the people nearby. Can you imagine? In the dead of winter, with no rain, how could there be thunder? Indeed, I heard it too. It woke me up in the middle of the night, leaving me with dark circles under my eyes, the little junior sister chimed in. The others echoed their agreement, confirming they had heard the thunder as well. Han Yun felt a bit awkward and nodded, admitting he had also heard it. It seemed he would need to find a more secluded place for future breakthroughs. Fortunately, the people in this world were unaware of the existence of heavenly tribulations. After breakfast, the hour of the dragon arrived. Liang Chao opened the door, and the lessons at Yunwu Hall commenced. A crowd of several hundred disciples had gathered at the entrance, those holding wooden tokens displaying smug satisfaction, while those without tokens clamored forward, hoping to secure a spot for the following day. Liang Chao collected the tokens as the disciples entered and began distributing new ones. The bustling scene at the entrance of Yunwu Hall caught the eye of Elder Lu Jing as he passed by. Observing the throng of people, his expression darkened, and his hatred for Han Yun intensified. Had it not been for Han Yun's fortunate summoning of Wang Hanshi, which led to his defeat, he imagined there would be a similar crowd before him now. It infuriated him that a mere third-generation disciple like Han Yun could possess such a grand hall while he, an elder, was confined to a small courtyard. The thought of Han Yun's current standing and the wealth he accrued daily drove Lu Jing to the brink of madness with jealousy. He turned and stormed away, seething with anger while contemplating how to deal with Han Yun. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at his courtyard, pushing open the door only to suddenly see a figure with their back turned to him. Startled, Lu Jing quickly entered, closed the door behind him, and knelt on the ground, murmuring, "I pay my respects to the branch leader." "Rise and sit," the branch leader commanded as they turned around. Lu Jing looked up, but despite the figure being right before him, he could not discern their face. It was not obscured by a veil. Rather, a layer of black mist shrouded their visage. Trembling, Lu Jing took a seat, shedding any previous defiance, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect, as if treading on thin ice. "Lu Jing, since your entry into the sect, I have treated you well, have I not?" the branch leader remarked coolly. "The branch leader's grace is something I shall never forget," Lu Jing replied. "I am but a mere Lu Jing of the Pang clan, destined to remain at the 6th rank. It was the branch leader who granted me the Baodan, enabling my breakthrough, allowing me to become an elder. You also cured my son's ailment, allowing him to live. Such immense kindness, I shall always hold dear. That is well. Now, there is a matter that requires your assistance for the sect. The branch leader may speak. I dare not disobey. I have heard that you have a grievance with Han Yun." Han Yun? Lu Jing's mind raced. The branch leader sought him out for Han Yun? Was the implication that he should eliminate Han Yun? Lu Jing made a gesture across his throat. He then noticed the branch leader's gaze upon him. Although he could not see their eyes, he inexplicably felt as though the branch leader regarded him as a simpleton. "Can you not use your feeble mind to contemplate? The grudge with Han Yun lies with you, Lu Jing. What does it have to do with our merchant association?" "I misunderstood. The merchant association, as you know, operates in obscurity, yet possesses unimaginable strength behind the scenes. Among the 9 rivers of the world, our influence spans across all 7 major righteous sects, infiltrating both the upper echelons and the lower ranks." Lu Jing felt a tinge of confusion, for he was well aware of his role as an operative for the Fugue Shanghui within the Yinyang sect, which stood as one of the 7 major righteous factions, arguably even the foremost among them. He also knew that the individual before him, the master of the Yin Chuan branch of the Fugue Shanghui, held a position of great authority within the Yinyang sect, possibly as a high elder or even the sect leader, though the exact identity eluded him. Although we refer to it as a merchant association, controlling merchants and amassing wealth is merely one of our endeavors. The primary focus remains the recruitment of exceptional talents to strengthen our ranks. Within our association, numerous formidable experts and promising disciples thrive, all of whom have been cultivated through our careful observation and investment in their innate abilities. As for Han Yun, I have monitored him for some time. While he may not practice martial arts, his comprehension of martial principles surpasses even my own. To train him merely as an ordinary disciple would be a grievous waste. Should he join our association, his profound understanding of martial arts would undoubtedly enable us to nurture even more talents and formidable individuals. Such a talent must be courted. Yet it would be inappropriate for me to approach him directly, hence my turning to you. This evening, prepare some gifts and fine wine, claiming you wish to extend an apology and reconcile with him, and then proceed to recruit him. I trust you know how to navigate this matter without my guidance." The prospect of the association courting Han Yun troubled Lu Jing, who furrowed his brow and inquired, "Master, given that Han Yun has grown up within the Yinyang sect, he must be fiercely loyal. What if he refuses?" "Refusal? Such a talent, with boundless potential. cannot be left to remain with the Inyang sect to cultivate their own strong warriors. Do you understand? Lu Jing's eyes flickered with a hint of malice. The branch master nodded, turned, and exited the room. During lunch, Han Yun summoned Peng Cheng and handed him a list of herbs. Procure these herbs in large quantities without concern for cost. Also, bring me some clothing, 5 or 6 white garments, 2 in sky blue, and 2 in black. The new year approaches, and my wardrobe is lacking. Do treat yourself to some new clothes as well. Do not always appear so disheveled. Simply charge it to my account. Moved by Han Yun's words, Peng Cheng departed the mountain with 2 attendants. The clothing Han Yun requested was intended for disguise. At times, he needed to traverse the skies. And during daylight, he could don the sky blue attire to blend with the heavens. On cloudy days, he could wear white, and at night, black, making it difficult for others to notice him. By evening, Peng Cheng returned, laden with bags, and directly deposited the items in Han Yun's residence. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants of the Yunwu Hall, upon returning home, Han Yun stored the clothing and herbs in his spatial pocket. The cubic space he had previously purchased no longer sufficed, necessitating an additional 2 cubic meters at the cost of 20,000 taels of silver. Seated in quiet meditation, Han Yun eventually rose, preparing to retrieve the alchemical furnace. Exercising caution, he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense to ensure no one was observing him, only to suddenly detect Lu Jing approaching his doorstep with a bundle of items. His home was situated on a hillside, devoid of neighboring residences, meaning Lu Jing's visit must pertain to him. Remaining composed, Han Yun returned the alchemical furnace to its place. He continued to monitor Lu Jing with his spiritual sense. Yet Lu Jing's demeanor appeared unremarkable, offering no indication of his intentions. Is Master Han at home? Has he retired for the night? Lu Jing called from outside. Who is it? Han Yun replied. It is I, Lu Jing, here to pay a visit to Master Han. I hope for an audience. Ah, Elder Lu, it is late, and I am at an inconvenience. Let us discuss matters tomorrow instead. Oh, do not be so hasty, Master Han. I am well aware of my past transgressions, and I have come specifically to apologize. I hope you will not dismiss my request. Han Yun remained expressionless, his gaze piercing. He did not trust Lu Jing's motives for seeking reconciliation, yet he was curious about the underlying intentions and deemed it prudent to meet. Now that he had broken through to the Jedon stage, should Lu Jing harbor ill will, Han Yun could easily counteract a mere 6th-tier martial artist. With a sense of invulnerability, Han Yun stood and opened the courtyard door. I greet you, Elder Lu. He maintained a neutral expression as he clasped his hands in respect. Ah, Master Han, I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. Please, do allow me to enter. Han Yun stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Jing to proceed. Thank you. The two entered the residence, and once seated, Lu Jing placed the gifts on the ground and set a jar of wine on the table. Observing this, Han Yun retrieved 2 cups, rinsed them, and placed them on the table. Elder Lu, you need not bring gifts. Your presence is honor enough. I shall certainly return the courtesy on another occasion. No need for such formalities. Come, let us share this fine liquor from the snowy rivers of the northeast. You know how difficult it is to procure such exquisite wine in Yinchuan. Let us indulge tonight. As Lu Jing spoke, he reached for the wine jar. But Han Yun swiftly seized it, pried open the mud seal, and poured 2 cups. How could a disciple allow you, elder, to serve the wine? You are the elder here. Han Yun was wary of any potential underhanded schemes involving poison. Indeed. Lu Jing raised his cup, adopting a serious tone. Master Han, I acknowledge my previous errors and my failure to recognize your true worth. I sincerely apologize and hope you can overlook my past misdeeds. With that, Lu Jing downed his drink, and upon seeing him finish, Han Yun also raised his cup. However, he did not swallow. Instead, he employed his spiritual energy to vaporize the liquor upon entry. Chapter 41. The truth revealed it was winter, and speaking in the cold produced visible breaths, thus concealing his actions. Elder Lu, your words are too grave. I have long since forgotten those trivial matters. You have always been a fair and benevolent elder in my eyes. Should you wish to share a drink, simply send word, and I shall visit you with wine. Han Yun feigned politeness while contemplating Lu Jing's ulterior motives. Oh, how could that be? Master Han is now in charge of the Yunwu Hall, managing numerous affairs and instructing disciples. I would not dare impose upon your daytime hours. I have only taken this opportunity to visit in the evening, and it is my honor to converse with you. Now let us drink. Lu Jing's demeanor was exceedingly courteous, entirely devoid of his previous arrogance. As he frequently toasted Han Yun had long since perceived the underlying issues. While engaging in polite exchanges, he awaited Lu Jing's next move. Flattery without cause is often suspect. Lu Jing must have some ulterior motive. As the drinks flowed, Lu Jing's complexion began to redden, revealing signs of inebriation. After clinking glasses with Han Yun, he remarked, "Master Han, not only do you excel in martial arts, but I am astonished by your capacity for liquor. I am ashamed of my own limitations. You flatter me, Elder Lu." Internally, Lu Jing cursed himself. He had intended to intoxicate Han Yun and then persuade him to join the merchant association. Yet he was baffled that Han Yun showed no signs of inebriation despite the rapidly depleting jar of wine. This was renowned liquor from the snowy rivers. Known for its potency, how could Han Yun, devoid of any internal power, remain unaffected? With such a quantity, even a donkey would have succumbed to drunkenness by now. Han Shiji, your martial arts prowess truly commands my admiration. In the past, I held some reservations about your capabilities. But after sending a few of my disciples to seek your guidance, they returned and demonstrated your techniques. It was a revelation. Your skills surpass even my most treasured martial arts. Remarkably, those disciples, once mere 9th-tier practitioners, swiftly ascended to the 8th tier under your tutelage. At that moment, I recognized the exceptional individual you truly are, a true gem among men. Alas, there is a lamentable aspect to this. The conversation turned serious as Han Yun smiled slightly, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. "What is it that you lament?" he inquired. "I lament that the brilliance of your talents, Han Shiji, is obscured within the confines of the Yin-Yang sect, akin to a pearl shrouded in dust or a precious jade hidden away. With your capabilities, had you found a more favorable environment, you would undoubtedly shine brightly, becoming a true dragon among men." Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, Han Yun pondered deeply. Was he suggesting I align myself with another faction? But Lu, an elder of the Yin-Yang sect, could not possibly be a spy for another force, could he? This thought ignited a spark of realization in Han Yun's eyes. He needed to extract more information from this elder. Lu's assertions intrigued him, for the Yin-Yang sect was among the most powerful factions in the Nine Rivers, even commanding respect from the royal family. What other sect could rival the Yin-Yang sect's might? As he spoke, Han Yun emptied his cup, feigning a slightly intoxicated demeanor. Han Shiji, having grown up within the Yin-Yang sect without venturing beyond its borders, it is no wonder you remain unaware of the vastness of the world. How could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the expanse of mountains and rivers? Surely, the world is not limited to the prowess of the Yin-Yang sect. Feigning disbelief, Han Yun retorted, "Oh, pray tell, Elder Lu, what forces exist that are greater than our Yin-Yang sect?" Lu replied, "Indeed, there are many. For instance, the Wealthy Merchants Guild, which possesses power and wealth far beyond that of the Yin-Yang sect." The Wealthy Merchants Guild? Han Yun had never heard of it, having never ventured beyond the sect's gates and holding little interest in worldly matters. "I expected you to mention a formidable faction, yet you bring forth merely a merchant guild. There are countless such guilds in every city. If you had spoken of the Shuechuan Witch God Cult or the Luochuan White Horse Temple, I might have been more inclined to believe you. But what is this Wealthy Merchants Guild?" Lu Jing's expression darkened as he replied, "Han Shiji, do not be so dismissive. Your ignorance of the Wealthy Merchants Guild is understandable, as most people are unaware of its true nature. While it is termed a guild, its influence surpasses that of all martial sects, operating in the shadows and remaining hidden from the light. We pride ourselves on recruiting formidable talents and young prodigies, with our influence reaching every corner of the Nine Rivers. The wealth we amass from controlling commerce far exceeds what the Yin-Yang sect could ever hope to earn. Within our ranks, there are countless third-tier practitioners, and some even at the second tier. I cannot speak of the first tier, but our disciples number in the thousands, spread across the 4 seas. Moreover, the remuneration we provide to our disciples and elders surpasses that of the Yin-Yang sect by tenfold. With your talents, Han Shiji, you would undoubtedly receive the treatment of a grand elder, with an annual salary starting at no less than 100,000 taels. You would enjoy unparalleled glory and wealth. What say you? Will you consider this opportunity?" Listening to Lu Jing's words, Han Yun contemplated his response. He was not weighing the decision of whether to join. The Yin-Yang sect was satisfactory, and he had no intention of aligning with another faction. Instead, he was mulling over the exaggerated claims regarding the Wealthy Merchants Guild's immense power and wealth. It was simple logic. If the guild truly held such strength, they could easily seize control of a river and establish their own authority, basking in the admiration of the populace without needing to skulk in the shadows. However, the fact that the Wealthy Merchants Guild operated clandestinely suggested they must have hidden agendas among the various factions, with Lu Jing serving as a prime example. Given Lu's 6th-tier status, it was likely that his position within the guild was not particularly elevated. Within the Yin-Yang sect, there were undoubtedly others with even higher status operating in secret. Such a guild, functioning so discreetly yet wielding considerable power, must have grand ambitions. With this in mind, Han Yun smiled and remarked, Elder Lu, I mean no offense. But with your standing, you must be a mere ordinary elder within the guild. You cannot possibly have the authority to grant me the position and treatment of a grand elder. I cannot make such decisions alone, Lu Jing admitted candidly. To be frank, my visit to you today was under the instruction of a significant figure within the guild. While I lack the authority, this individual possesses the power to make such arrangements. Han Yun mused silently. The person who could directly confer the position of Grand Elder must hold an exceptionally high rank within the guild, someone with real authority. Might such a person also exist within the Yin-Yang sect? If so, why not have this influential figure approach me directly for negotiations, instead of sending you, Elder Lu, on this arduous journey? Ah, you jest, Han Shiji, Lu Jing replied. Such high-ranking individuals do not move easily. Besides, it is but a short distance to the Yin-Yang sect. I could reach it in just a few steps. Han Yun chuckled while sipping his drink, but Lu Jing's brow furrowed as he blurted out. How do you know they are within the Yin-Yang sect? Indeed, a hint of a smile flickered at the corner of Han Yun's mouth, partially obscured by the cup. The influential figure behind Lu was a powerful authority within the Yin-Yang sect. Lu Jing regretted his slip of tongue, his expression shifting as he cursed himself for this blunder. Han Shiji, have you reached a decision? Lu Jing's eyes glinted with a cold light. This matter is of great significance. May I request a few more days to consider it? After all, you know the Yin-Yang sect raised me, and I hold deep feelings for it. Dear disciple, what is there to contemplate? The world is bustling with pursuits of profit. Emotions cannot fill one's belly, and the Yin-Yang sect cannot offer you wealth and glory. You cannot practice martial arts. Your life is but a fleeting few decades. If you do not seize the opportunity to improve your lot, will you not have lived in vain? One must live for oneself, not for others, would you not agree? While Lu Jing's words held some merit, the gravity of the situation made it difficult for Han Yun to be swayed by mere rhetoric. You know well that betraying one's sect is a capital offense, and I have but this single life to consider. In response, Lu Jing let out a cold laugh, discarding any pretense. To be frank, Han Shiji, what I have said is nothing but the truth. Once you join us, you may verify it for yourself. However, after all I have shared today, should you refuse and later report to the sect leader, my life would be forfeit. The guild cannot allow the Yin-Yang sect to uncover such secrets. I believe you understand my meaning. Indeed, it is either compliance or suppression, Han Yun replied with a slight smile, feigning ignorance. Elder, it is not that I refuse, but this matter is of such weight that I find it difficult to reach a decision. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing rose, his inner energy coalescing in his hand. Han Shiji, is my message still unclear? You are aware of the implications. According to the rules, you must either comply for our mutual benefit, or you must perish to ensure silence. Han Yun remained unfazed as he replied, Oh, is Elder Lu preparing to turn against me? I am truly alarmed. Lu Jing regarded Han Yun with unease, his expression fluctuating as he felt a sense of trepidation. The opponent was clearly just a powerless wretch. Yet faced with a sixth-tier powerhouse who could easily crush him with a single palm, how could he remain so composed and unperturbed? Was he truly unafraid of death? Or did he possess some hidden reliance? Han Shiji, I shall ask you one last time. Do you agree or not? Lu Jingyin said ominously. Han Yun could certainly choose to comply, ensuring his temporary safety, but that would lead to an incessant stream of troubles. Of course, he could also play the role of a double agent, infiltrating the merchant guild to gather intelligence. However, regardless of the choice, both options were fraught with complications and dangers. He had no intention of aiding the Yin-Yang sect in rooting out infiltrators, nor did he wish to be embroiled in such matters. His only desire was to teach his disciples in peace and accumulate achievements in cultivation. Lu Elder, there is no need for such aggression. If you leave here today, I shall treat this incident as though it never occurred, as if you had never come at all. You know that is impossible, Lu Jingyin retorted. However, if others were to see you here and I were to die today, even a fool would realize you were the one who killed me. You would not escape culpability. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyin smiled coldly. That is precisely why I chose to come at this late hour. Moreover, I have been vigilant on my way here. No one has seen me, and no one knows that you are the one I have killed. Oh, I see. What a pity. For you are far more valuable alive as a witness. I could bind you and present you to the sect leader. Yet, in doing so, you would also uncover my secrets. Therefore, I must insist, Lu Elder, that you perish. Han Yun's tone remained calm and unwavering, sitting motionless in his chair. Lu Jingyin's expression changed dramatically. It was evident that Han Yun had a trump card. As Han Yun observed Lu Jingyin raise his palm to strike, he remained unmoved. unleashing his spiritual power within his mind, directing a concentrated attack toward Lu Elder's brow. In an instant, Lu Jingyin's hand, poised to strike, halted abruptly. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, his body rigid. Host has slain an enemy, resolving the crisis. Reward, 100 achievement points. With a single strike of spiritual force, Han Yun obliterated Lu Jingyin's soul, leaving no external wounds. After completing this, Han Yun sighed. He had no desire to invite trouble, but if someone sought to kill him, he had no choice but to retaliate. To safeguard his secrets, he had to eradicate the threat entirely. Rising, Han Yun retrieved a black garment purchased from Peng Cheng earlier that day, donning it along with a black veil that concealed all but his eyes. His next task was to eliminate evidence of the crime. Suddenly, Han Yun paused. Lu Jingyin's words could not be wholly trusted. If someone indeed knew of Lu Jingyin's visit to him, and then he disappeared, that person would inevitably draw connections back to Han Yun. At the very least, the mastermind behind this scheme was aware of Lu Jingyin's inquiry. Furthermore, he had to report the affluent merchant guild to the sect leader, which would necessitate disclosing Lu Jingyin's visit. After all, the sudden death of an elder from the merchant guild would not be easily overlooked. To resolve this trouble, the sect must eradicate the guild's infiltration within the Yin-Yang sect, a task that required the sect leader's assistance. With this thought in mind, Han Yun decided against destroying the evidence for the time being. Instead, he resolved to return Lu Jingyin's body to his own home, positioning himself at a distance to observe. If he could lure out the mastermind and ascertain their identity, it would facilitate the eradication of these infiltrators. The most crucial matter now was to discover who the mastermind was. As for the cause of Lu Jingyin's death, with no visible injuries and having perished in his own home, who could prove any connection to Han Yun? In due course, he could frame the mastermind, claiming that Lu Jingyin's recruitment efforts had failed, prompting them to silence him. As for why the mastermind had not eliminated Han Yun, that was simple. They still wished to recruit him. After formulating his subsequent narrative, Han Yun rose, seizing Lu Jingyin's body and soaring out of the house. Chapter 43. The Mastermind's Counterframe. After ascending into the sky, Han Yun expanded his spiritual consciousness to its fullest, scanning the surroundings. Now that he had broken through to the Jedon stage, his spirit could detect any movements within a 3-mile radius. Regrettably, he found no suspicious figures. Soon, he arrived at Lu Jingyin's residence, and after a thorough examination, he opened the door, placing Lu Jingyin's body on his own bed, covering him with a quilt to create the appearance of peaceful slumber. Afterward, Han Yun departed Lu Jingyin's house and took refuge a mile away in a concealed location. Hiding behind a large tree, continuously monitoring Lu Jingyin's home with his spirit, he awaited the moment the mastermind could no longer contain their anxiety, eager to learn the outcome of Lu Jingyin's recruitment. At this hour, just past midnight, the coldest part of the night, all the lights in nearby homes had been extinguished, and their inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. No one noticed the dark figure blending seamlessly with the night atop the tree. Han Yun waited patiently, his aura shielding him from the biting cold. Time passed slowly, the wind howled fiercely, echoing like a wailing specter. Finally, at the hour of the tiger, within Han Yun's range of spiritual perception, he spotted a figure clad in black descending from the sky, landing deftly in Lu Jingyin's courtyard. Han Yun's gaze sharpened. This individual had landed with certainty from above, not gliding, as if using lightness skills, indicating they possessed the ability to fly, suggesting that they were at least of the 3rd tier. Now at the Jedon stage, Han Yun had not engaged in combat, but surmised that he was approximately at the 5th tier. He believed he could survive an encounter with a 4th tier opponent. Yet he was by no means a match for a 3rd tier individual. Upon reaching the 3rd tier in martial arts, one was regarded as being in the extraordinary realm, transcending the realm of ordinary mortals. The 2nd tier was that of a grandmaster, capable of establishing a sect and forming a top-tier force anywhere. While the 1st tier was a figure of legend, rarely seen, known as a terrestrial immortal. It was clear that those above the 3rd tier and those below existed on entirely different planes of existence. A mere novice cultivator, having trained for only a month or two, could hardly contend with the world's elite. Such aspirations were futile. Han Yun scrutinized the black-clad figure closely, but to his dismay, the individual's face was shrouded in an elusive black mist, obscuring their features, and even his spiritual consciousness could not penetrate the veil. Upon landing, the black-clad figure pushed open Lu Jingyin's door. Upon discovering Lu Jingyin's lifeless form in the bedroom, their hearts sank. They lifted the quilt to examine Lu Jingyin's body, flipping him over and inspecting for any signs of injury, but found none. Next, they produced a silver needle, piercing it into Lu Jingyin's wrist. After a brief moment, they withdrew the needle and it remained unchanged. How did he die? The black-clad figure murmured in a hoarse voice. Han Yun committed this voice to memory. Though he understood its significance was limited, if the individual could alter their appearance, it was likely they could modify their voice as well. Could Han Yun truly be a mere weakling? The black-clad figure pondered. They were unaware of Lu Jingyin's cause of death, rendering them unable to deduce Han Yun's strength, or even ascertain if Han Yun was involved at all. After a moment, the black-clad figure dressed Lu Jingyin again, then retrieved a small vial. With Lu Jingyin having been deceased for over 2 hours and the cold weather causing rigor mortis, the figure propped Lu Jingyin up, pried open his mouth, and poured the liquid from the vial into it. After this, they meticulously wiped away any trace of poison from the corner of Lu Jingyin's mouth, patting his back to ensure the liquid flowed into his system before covering him once more with the quilt. Han Yun, regardless of whether you killed him or not, you will be deemed responsible. Once you are detained and judged by the Yin-Yang sect, I shall find a way to rescue you. At that moment, you had no choice but to join my Chamber of Commerce. Han Yun, a mile away, witnessed the scene and his eyes narrowed sharply. The black-clad person's actions were undeniably ruthless. Originally, with Lu Jing's death occurring without any visible wounds or signs of poisoning, there would be no evidence to implicate him in the murder. However, by poisoning Lu Jing in such a manner, the black-clad individual could emerge tomorrow to testify that Lu Jing had sought him out, leading to Lu Jing's untimely demise. Even if he were to jump into the Yellow River, he would remain unclean. Inevitably, he would find himself detained and interrogated by the sect. This man, being of third-tier cultivation, surely held a significant position within the sect. When the time came, he would undoubtedly be rescued. And returning to the Yin-Yang sect would be impossible. With no retreat, he would be forced to acquiesce to joining the Chamber of Commerce. What a cunning strategy to undermine him. Initially, he had merely sought to lure out the mastermind behind the scenes, yet he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. After pondering for a moment, Han Yun resolved that once the black-clad person had left, he would stealthily retrieve Lu Jing's corpse, transporting it to a secluded location where he would incinerate it with true fire, erasing all traces. However, while he devised a plan, the mastermind, as the local head of the affluent Chamber of Commerce in Yinchuan, was undoubtedly shrewd and calculating. Han Yun observed that the black-clad figure had risen and perched atop a nearby residence, intently watching Lu Jing's courtyard, waiting for him to fall into the trap. Han Yun waited until the hour of the rabbit, with dawn's light creeping in, yet the black-clad figure remained, seemingly resolute in keeping vigil. He had contemplated approaching the sect leader to expose the situation and apprehend the black-clad figure directly. However, such a course of action was fraught with complications. First, the back and forth would likely result in the incident occurring before he returned. Second, he could hardly explain why he was observing Elder Lu's courtyard or how he had discovered the black-clad person. Most importantly, should the individual truly be a senior elder, he could easily claim to have found Lu Jing deceased at home and sought to ambush the murderer, leaving Han Yun with far too many points to clarify. After a moment of contemplation, he finally conceived a strategy to break the deadlock. Since you wish to play games, then let us engage. A faint, cold smile crept upon Han Yun's lips as he rose from the great tree and swiftly navigated the forest back to his home. Upon returning, Han Yun changed into his own attire, concealed a dagger at his waist, and proceeded toward the Yunwu Hall as if nothing were amiss. Upon arriving at the Yunwu Hall, his junior sister and others had just awakened and were washing up. Han Yun joined them for breakfast and offered a few pointers to the chef, Zhuijiao. When the hour of the dragon arrived, the Yunwu Hall opened its doors for business. Disciples bearing wooden tokens entered smoothly, while others received their tokens. Instructed to return the following day, everything proceeded as usual until the tranquility of the morning was abruptly shattered. Greetings, Senior Brother Han. The sect leader summons you. Please proceed at once. A disciple approached the entrance and cupped his hands in greeting. Chapter 44. Breaking the deadlock. Han Yun smiled slightly. What was destined to come had finally arrived. If so, let the black-clad person witness what it means for the righteous to rise above malevolence. Everyone, the sect leader has summoned me. I shall return shortly. Please organize your questions and practice diligently on what I have already taught you. Understood. Han Yun stood and made his way outside, with his junior sister hastily following. Senior brother, what does the sect leader want with you? How would I know? We shall find out when I arrive. I will accompany you. We will go as well. Peng Cheng, Liang Chao, and others promptly followed suit. Why are you all tagging along? Remain here and instruct the other disciples. There is nothing to worry about. What could possibly happen in the Great Hall? Let Yu Ming watch over things here. We'll guard you. Very well then, let us go together. Han Yun nodded. The honest assassin Yu Ming stayed behind, while while the other 5 accompanied Han Yun out. Under the guidance of the disciple, they proceeded toward Elder Lu's courtyard. Before long, they arrived at the area where the elders resided. As they approached the door, they were met with heart-wrenching cries. "Father, your death is so tragic. How can I live now that you are gone? I, your unfilial son, shall avenge you and personally slay the murderer." As they reached the entrance to Elder Lu's courtyard, they beheld a young man kneeling on the ground, weeping in a manner that was truly heartrending. Before him lay a bedboard, upon which Lu Jing's corpse was covered with a large white cloth. Time had been too tight to craft a proper coffin. Surrounding Lu Jing's body were several individuals, including Han Yun's master, Xian Yixianzi, a few middle-aged men, and a group of elders. Although Han Yun was unfamiliar with these individuals, the original body had encountered them. Among them, the gray-haired elder in the center was the sect leader, while one of the middle-aged men was the peak master of the Lai Ri Peak, and the others were elders from the Chaoxia Peak. Both Xian Yixianzi and the Lai Ri Peak master were of 3rd-tier cultivation, while the remaining elders were of 4th or 5th-tier cultivation. Adhering to the principle that murderers often return to the scene of their crime, and considering the likelihood that the mastermind would personally orchestrate the framing of others, Han Yun immediately placed his suspicions on the Lai Ri Peak master. The reasoning was simple. He could eliminate his master from suspicion, as the mastermind was undoubtedly male, and the sect leader would not be a hidden player. Thus, the only 3rd-tier cultivator left was the master of the Lai Ri Peak. "Greetings, sect leader, master, and esteemed elders." Han Yun stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. Before the sect leader and peak master could speak, a middle-aged elder sprang forth, pointing an accusatory finger at Han Yun. "Han Yun, did you kill Elder Lu Jing?" Han Yun raised his gaze to this individual, who he did not recognize well, but vaguely recalled as having the surname Lu. However, he quickly deduced that the mastermind would certainly not personally emerge to frame him. That individual, holding a high position and having concealed himself within the Yin Yang sect for many years, was well versed in self-preservation. Such matters would surely be left to the lackeys of their Chamber of Commerce to voice. "May I inquire who this esteemed elder is?" Han Yun asked, looking at the man. "What does it matter to you who I am? I ask you, did you murder Elder Lu Jing?" Seeing the elder's furious demeanor, Han Yun's expression darkened as he cupped his hands and replied, "Esteemed elder, I wish to ask, what punishment should befall one who spreads falsehoods, distorts the truth, and unjustly accuses innocent disciples within the Yin Yang sect?" The elder was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to accuse Han Yun, yet this young man had flipped the script and turned the blame onto him. "Good for you, Han Yun. Even after committing murder, you dare to turn the tables on me. Elder Lu, enough." Xian Yixianzi stepped forward to halt the elder's tirade. "Han Yun is my disciple. Until there is concrete evidence to convict him, no one has the right to label him as the murderer. Yuner, answer our questions as they are posed. Simply respond truthfully, and no one will trouble you." Though this elder was from the Lai Ri Peak, he was also the head of the Lu family, and Lu Jing was indeed one of their own. In light of the death of a Lu family elder, his concern had led him to speak in an overly heated manner. "Please bear with him. Thank you for your guidance, master." Han Yun nodded. He now found himself somewhat perplexed. The Lu family head's reaction to Lu Jing's demise was reasonable, as it was a member of his family who had perished. Moreover, given his prior interactions with Jun Linger, Peng Cheng, and others, the Lu family's disdain for him was understandable. However, this alone was insufficient to determine whether the Lu family head was an agent of the affluent Chamber of Commerce. "Elder Lu, I too am deeply saddened and surprised by Elder Lu Jing's passing. However, I am curious as to why you are so quick to conclude that I am the murderer." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu huffed and called over a young disciple, stating, "This is Lu Jing's apprentice. He told me personally that Lu Jing sought you out last night." Upon hearing this, the disciple quickly nodded in affirmation, recounting, "Indeed. Last night after I finished my training and was about to return, I happened to see Master carrying gifts and wine as he walked out. Out of curiosity, I inquired, and Master mentioned he was going to find Han Yun, but offered no further explanation." Upon hearing the name Han Yun, Lu Zuchang's eyes burned with both indignation and satisfaction. "Now we have a witness. As long as we find the gifts Lu Jing took from your home, we will have physical evidence. What excuse do you have left?" "I have nothing to defend," Han Yun replied calmly. "Humph, an admission is sufficient. Guards, take Han Yun to the dungeon for thorough interrogation." Lu Zuchang commanded with a flourish of his sleeve. "Stop." Han Yun smiled slightly, standing with his hands behind his back, addressing Lu Zuchang with an air of indifference. "To convict me, both the sect leader and the deputy leader are present. They have yet to speak, so what authority do you, Lu Zuchang, possess to apprehend me? Or do you believe your power surpasses that of the sect leader, allowing you to act without their consent and unjustly condemn an innocent disciple? Lu Zuchong, this is an overreach on your part. It seems your ambitions know no bounds, disregarding even the sect leader, turning our Yin-Yang sect into your personal fiefdom. You sharp-tongued brat, you have already admitted that Lu Jing visited you yesterday and died in his own home last night, with traces of poison still lingering in his mouth. We have verified this personally. The evidence is irrefutable. Are you not the murderer? A piercing scream erupted, and Lu Jing's son leapt up, ready to confront Han Yun. Fortunately, the other disciples managed to restrain him. Chapter 45. This revenge for my father, seek another to avenge father. Your death was so tragic. Han Yun, I shall take your life. I must avenge you. My father served as a paragon for others, nurturing countless disciples and dedicating his life to the Yin-Yang sect. Only to meet such a fate. Father, I will personally avenge you. The outcry was grating, and while those present felt exasperated, they could only tolerate it given the recent loss. Han Yun, recount the events of Lu Jing's visit yesterday truthfully. If you are indeed innocent, we shall restore your reputation. The sect leader's expression was stern, his tone impartial. Last night, after preparing the teaching materials for the next day, I was about to retire for the night when Elder Lu Jing visited, bringing along a jar of wine and some gifts. As an elder, he personally came to visit me, a junior. How could I refuse him entry? After entering, Elder Lu took a seat, and I fetched 2 clean cups for wine. We drank and conversed, during which Elder Lu expressed a desire to apologize for previous misunderstandings and sought reconciliation. I mentioned that those matters were long past, and that our differences were merely philosophical in nature, not worth such animosity. We chatted amicably for nearly half an hour, consuming the entire jar of wine. After Elder Lu departed, I was too inebriated to tidy up and fell asleep immediately. Due to my intoxication, I hastily made my way to Yunwu Hall this morning, leaving the wine jar and cups unattended, and had not yet opened the gifts from Elder Lu. The sect leader can send someone to investigate for poison. Upon hearing this, the sect leader casually gestured to a disciple, instructing, you go fetch it. At your command. The disciple replied. Han Yun turned to Junlinger, saying, Junior sister, you should accompany them to ensure nothing is tampered with. Understood. The designated disciple was Lu Jing's pupil, and Han Yun was concerned that the individual might secretly apply poison to the cups. Continue, Han Yun, the sect leader urged. Yes, I believe that after Elder Lu returned home yesterday, he was harmed by someone with ulterior motives, aiming to frame me. I implore the sect leader to discern the truth and restore my honor. The sect leader pondered for a moment before stating, however, Elder Lu drank wine before returning home. Given his cultivation level, he should not have been rendered unconscious. If someone suddenly appeared at his home to poison him, would he not have been on guard? How could he be so easily poisoned? Upon hearing this, Lu Zuchong immediately concurred. Indeed, how could Elder Lu become intoxicated from merely half a jar of wine? It is unlikely he could be easily poisoned, and we have checked his household items, including the water vessel, ruling out the possibility of poisoning through his drinking water. It is simple. The murderer killed Elder Lu first and then administered the poison. Utter nonsense. We have already confirmed that Elder Lu bore no external injuries. He died from poisoning. Sect leader, I respectfully request an autopsy, Han Yun stated with his arms crossed. Very well, you may proceed with the autopsy. Han Yun nodded and approached Lu Jing's corpse, pulling back the white cloth. The sight of Lu Jing's lifeless body, with lips turning purple, indeed bore signs of poisoning. He feigned an examination, circling around before lifting Lu Jing's head to inspect the back, a confident smile gracing his face. Then, he unfastened Lu Jing's clothing, revealing his chest and abdomen. Finally, with swiftness, he drew a dagger hidden at his lower back and slashed across Lu Jing's body from neck to belly. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, bewildered by Han Yun's seemingly deranged actions. Lu Jing's son, witnessing this, let out a furious cry and attempted to charge at Han Yun. Do not restrain me. This scoundrel Han Yun not only killed my father, but now desecrates his corpse. This is intolerable. Let me kill him. Those around felt Han Yun had gone too far. The deceased should be revered, and such disrespect towards a corpse was profoundly inappropriate. Silence. Do you not wish to know the truth behind your father's death? Han Yun retorted coldly, then pointed to Lu Jing's abdomen, addressing the sect leader and the others. Please observe closely. These darkened areas are limited to the esophagus and stomach, indicating that the poison was indeed administered orally. However, the intestines remain a vibrant red, showing no signs of toxin infiltration. Additionally, the blood clots within the deceased's body are dark red, not black, indicating he did not die from poison circulating through the bloodstream. This suggests that the deceased was already dead when the poison was administered, His physiological processes ceased, preventing digestion and blood flow, thus concentrating the poison in the stomach. Had he been alive when poisoned, his blood should be black. Furthermore, a living person who ingests poison would undoubtedly experience discomfort in the stomach, potentially leading to vomiting or foaming at the mouth. Yet Lu Jing's mouth and lips show no traces of blood or contamination. Upon hearing this, the crowd was enlightened. Nodding in agreement, Lu Zuchang then countered, "If you claim Lu Jing was poisoned post-mortem, how did he die? Do not forget, he bore no external injuries." "Who says he did not? Look at the back of his head. It is clearly swollen and bruised, indicative of a blow." Upon hearing this, several elders approached to feel, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. This swelling was, in fact, the result of Han Yun's actions. After killing Lu Jing's body struck the ground, causing the impact to bruise the back of his head during the moments immediately following his demise when physiological activity was still present. Han Yun initially believed this would be a flaw, but unexpectedly, it has now become an asset. Esteemed master, in my humble opinion, Elder Lu was struck on the back of the head by an unseen assailant. Although there are no external injuries, the profound inner strength exerted upon him has devastated his brain, leading to his demise. Subsequently, the murderer poisoned Elder Lu posthumously, attempting to frame me for the crime. Upon hearing this, the master nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the reasoning was sound, and the evidence irrefutable. To kill a 6th-tier expert with a single blow while leaving no visible marks would require at least a 4th or 3rd-tier practitioner, certainly not someone as powerless as Han Yun. Lu Jing's son, upon hearing this, was struck dumb. Even if he were to seek vengeance against a practitioner of such caliber, he would stand no chance. A resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes as he seized a pair of scissors, viciously severing a handful of his hair and casting it into the nearby brazier. He wept bitterly. "Father, your death was so tragic. I yearn to avenge you myself, but your murderer is too powerful. I have no hope of achieving this in my lifetime. Forgive me. Father, I am unworthy to be your son. I shall sever our father-son ties today. Seek revenge through another." The clan leader, upon hearing Lu Jing's son's outrageous words, swiftly kicked him to the ground. He then turned his icy gaze toward Han Yun, saying, Even if your words are reasonable, how can you prove that Lu Jing was not slain by you? What if you killed Lu Jing, poisoned him, and staged this entire charade?" In response, Han Yun cast a look of incredulity at the clan leader. "You cannot genuinely believe that a mere powerless individual like myself could strike down a 6th-tier expert with a single blow, can you?" The clan leader retorted. "Just because you claim to lack inner strength does not mean you truly do. I have heard that you have recently purchased numerous herbs to concoct pills, attempting to restore your wasted body. Indeed, I sought restoration, but I have long since come to terms with my limitations. A powerless man remains powerless. Yet even without martial prowess, I can impart my knowledge and guide more disciples, contributing my modest efforts to our Yin Yang sect and aiding in its growth." The master, Xian Yi Fairy, and the elders were visibly moved by Han Yun's words. Han Yun's previous prodigious talent was well known. At the tender age of 16, he had eclipsed Wang Hanshi, rapidly becoming the strongest genius of the Yin Yang sect, unmatched among the 3rd generation of disciples. After enduring an assassination attempt that rendered him powerless, he had patiently persevered for 3 years, eventually finding clarity and choosing to walk a different path by teaching other disciples. This situation had long filled the master with guilt, as Han Yun had been attacked within the sect, reflecting a failure on the master's part to provide adequate protection. Decades ago, when Han Yun was merely 2 or 3 years old, the master had personally taken him from his mother's arms. At that time, Han Yun's parents were being pursued, his father had perished in battle, and his mother, desperate, sought refuge with the master, entrusting Han Yun to him while she drew the pursuers away, never to be heard from again. Now, this child had grown, yet had become a mere shadow of his former self. Nevertheless, he had not succumbed to despair. Instead, he had tirelessly shone brightly, contributing to the sect's strength. Such a remarkable child, how unfortunate. At this moment, the junior sister and Lu Jing's disciple approached with various items in hand. "Master, here are the wine cups and flask." The disciple carries the unsealed gifts from Elder Lu. The junior sister presented the flask and cups. An elder accepted them, and the master personally tested for poison with a silver needle, confirming their safety. "Very well, let us put this matter to rest. Han Yun is indeed innocent. Henceforth, no one shall claim Han Yun to be the murderer, or they shall face charges of defaming a fellow disciple. Clan leader Lu, see to Elder Lu's funeral arrangements. As for the murderer, we shall continue our investigation. You may disperse." After speaking, the master turned to Han Yun, sighed, and said, "Yun'er, please accompany me." "Yes, master." Han Yun turned to wave at Jun Linger, Peng Cheng, and the others, signaling them to return to the Yunwu Hall first. The master and Xian Yi Fairy led Han Yun outside, soon arriving at Xian Yi Fairy's pavilion. Han Yun sensed that the master had something to discuss, as he appeared contemplative throughout their journey. The master surely had uncovered something. His seemingly flawless deception undoubtedly had its cracks. No crime in this world is perfect. Han Yun was eager to discover what insights his astute master had gleaned. The master looked at Han Yun and said, "Yun'er, you have endured much hardship. It brings me joy to see you rising again. Your success in solving this case will not go unrewarded." "Thank you, master." "Xianyi, do you have something to say? You have seemed hesitant to speak along the way." The master regarded Xian Yi Fairy with concern. "It is nothing. I am merely pleased to see Han Yun vindicated." Xian Yi Fairy smiled gently. Han Yun understood that she was protecting him. Having traversed this world for 3 years and encountered many individuals, he knew that his master was the wisest among them, even surpassing the mastermind behind the prestigious merchant guild. "Oh, is that so? Very well then. Take good care of Yun'er. I shall take my leave." "Farewell, master." "Please wait, master." Just as Xian Yi Fairy was about to bow, Han Yun called out to the master. The master turned, perplexed. "What is it? Do you still have something to say?" Han Yun smiled slightly, glancing at Xian Yi Fairy. "Indeed, I have something of great importance to share. I killed Lu Jing." At this proclamation, both the master and Xian Yi Fairy widened their eyes in disbelief. "Yun'er, think carefully before you speak. Do not take on blame that does not belong to you." Xian Yi Fairy continued to defend him. "Thank you for your concern, master. But I must convey this crucial matter to both of you. Speak. Yesterday, Elder Lu did indeed approach me. Initially, he sought to apologize and reconcile. However, after a few rounds of drinks, he revealed a significant secret to me. Han Yun intended to leverage the master's influence to uproot the hidden forces of the wealthy merchant guild within the Yin Yang sect, and thus felt compelled to report this matter." "What secret?" "Lu Jing attempted to recruit me into his faction." "His faction? Are you suggesting that Lu Jing is indeed a pawn of another force within the Yin Yang sect?" The master's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Xian Yi Fairy added thoughtfully, "I was just pondering how Lu Jing, with his vindictive nature, would suddenly seek you out to apologize. It was indeed abnormal. It appears he had ulterior motives." Now, Han Yun understood how perceptive his master was. "Master's insight is remarkable. You have discerned the problem with ease. Enough with the flattery. Continue." "Yes. Elder Lu confided that he is an agent of a hidden force known as the Wealthy Merchant Guild. Though it is termed a guild, its influence is formidable. They control a vast network of merchants across the realm and have secretly nurtured many powerful individuals, with numerous disciples embedded in various factions. The higher-ups within this organization recognized my talents and offered me substantial rewards to join their ranks. I naturally declined, for the Yin Yang sect has raised me. How could I betray my own sect?" Xian Yi Fairy interjected, "Such a clandestine organization is now known to you, and having rejected them, Lu Jing will certainly not let you off easily." Han Yun acknowledged his master's wisdom, continuing, "Indeed, after I explicitly refused, Lu Jing turned hostile." "Lu Jing turned hostile against you?" The sect leader gazed incredulously at Han Yun. Chapter 47. The Wise Xian Yi Fairy. "It should not be possible. Lu Jing is a 6th-tier expert, and you possess no internal power. If he were to attack you, there would be no chance for you to survive. Indeed, I am no match for Lu Jing. However, as the sect leader and master are likely aware, I have carried a jade pendant since childhood, which my mother placed upon me when I was young. This pendant is a treasure. 3 years ago, it shielded me from an assassination attempt, though not entirely, leaving me with a crippled body. This time, when Lu Jing sought to kill me, the pendant once again protected me. As he struck, the pendant unleashed its power, repelling Lu Jing's attack, which ultimately led to his demise due to internal backlash. Unfortunately, my protective jade pendant was shattered in the process and can no longer shield me from harm. Alas, you are indeed fortunate to have survived 2 such calamities," the sect leader remarked. "But what happened afterward? How did Lu Jing's corpse end up in his own home?" Xian Yi Fairy inquired. "Originally, I intended to report to my master, but I thought it prudent to use this opportunity to lure out the one who orchestrated Lu Jing's actions. Thus, I carried Lu Jing's corpse back to his home and concealed myself in a corner of the rooftop to observe quietly. During the hour of the tiger, I saw a figure clad in black descend from the sky and land in Lu Jing's courtyard. I surmised that this person possessed at least 3rd-tier abilities. Shortly thereafter, the individual emerged and discreetly concealed themselves. I wished to discern their actions, but they remained vigilant, and despite waiting until dawn, I had no opportunity to approach and was compelled to return. Why did you not report this to me or your master? The sect leader asked, frowning. If I had reported it, you would have been forewarned, and today's performance would have faltered, Han Yun replied. Performance? Yes. The figure yesterday was obscured by a shroud of black mist, rendering their features indistinguishable. Had I sought you out, it would have alarmed the hidden mastermind, preventing them from revealing themselves. Therefore, I resolved to observe who would emerge after the incident today, identifying those present while attempting to unearth the puppet master. Do you have any targets? Xian Yi Fairy inquired. Surely, my master has his suspicions, Han Yun smiled slightly. Indeed, the leader of the Lyran Peak possesses third-tier cultivation, and Lu Zuchong has certainly emerged. However, whether they are the hidden players remains to be substantiated with concrete evidence. I am curious why. Upon the death of the elder of Chao Xia Peak, my master, as the overseer and the sect leader responsible for managing sect affairs, are here. How did the leader of Lyran Peak arrive? Upon hearing this, the sect leader furrowed his brow. This morning, Qiu Zhongzhu sought me to discuss next year's disciples' descent from the mountain for training. Coincidentally, we encountered Xian Yi's message via carrier pigeon regarding the incident, and thus we came together. Your observation does suggest a curious coincidence. Sect leader, this matter must be investigated, but it must be done discreetly. We cannot cause a commotion and alert the snake, Han Yun asserted. You are correct. We must exercise caution. Until we possess irrefutable evidence, we cannot take action against them. I will ensure this matter is handled appropriately. Now, there remains one final question. What question? The sect leader narrowed his eyes, regarding Han Yun with keen intensity. How will you prove that your claims are true? Han Yun smiled. It is quite simple. Just now outside, I have cleared my name regarding Elder Lu's cause of death. No evidence can implicate me. This matter ends here. If my intent were merely to eliminate those hidden players, I could have concluded matters without further ado. Why would I go to the lengths of exposing my own involvement in Lu Jing's death merely to arouse your suspicion? Furthermore, if my goal were simply to eliminate evidence, I could have incinerated Elder Lu's body on the back mountain, thereby erasing all traces. Why would I place it back in his home, awaiting discovery that would complicate my situation? Han Yun's words bore a blend of truth and deception, making them all the more convincing. After a moment of contemplation, the sect leader nodded. Your reasoning is sound and logically coherent. I believe you. However, it is evident that the Rich Merchants Guild has turned its attention towards you. They may either attempt to recruit you once more or resort to eliminating you, or they may seek to frame me to force my departure from the Yin-Yang sect. Han Yun stated solemnly. Lu Jing is dead, but the mastermind possesses the means to kill me. Yet, they chose not to, instead poisoning Lu Jing to implicate me. What could their motive be? I suspect it is to have me imprisoned, only to covertly rescue me afterward, thus placing me in their debt and making me reliant upon them. Such a scheme is undeniably insidious, and yet they underestimated my ability to unravel their plot. Xian Yi Fairy chuckled. I never expected you to mature so much and become so astute. Lu Jing attempted to ensnare you, only to fall victim to your counterattack. Then, you devised a plan to lure out the mastermind, who in turn sought to trap you again. Ultimately, you not only broke their scheme but also obscured the truth with an alternative narrative. Remarkable. You and the mastermind are indeed formidable adversaries, each displaying exceptional cunning. Master, you flatter me. This only illustrates the formidable nature of our opponents, and we must remain vigilant, Han Yun replied. I can't help but feel you are even more fearsome than that adversary, Xian Yi Fairy remarked playfully. Han Yun was speechless. His master, while undeniably clever, had a rather mischievous disposition. Very well, I have gathered the essence of your discussion. Our adversary is indeed shrewd and calculating, operating from the shadows while we remain exposed. One misstep could lead us into their trap. Han Yun, in future encounters, you must not act unilaterally. Always inform your master and me immediately. Reflecting on this, I shudder at the thought. Had you not possessed the jade pendant, Lu Jing could have easily killed you. If you had been discovered by that cloaked figure while hiding, you might have faced annihilation. Moreover, had you failed to demonstrate that Lu Jing was poisoned after death, you could have been imprisoned. Each step was fraught with peril, and one miscalculation could lead to total ruin. Henceforth, never act recklessly. In any situation, call upon your master without delay. Han Yun clasped his hands in gratitude. Understood. Thank you, sect leader, for your concern. I shall not treat my life lightly. However, I believe that the Merchants Guild sees no necessity to silence me now. Oh, knowing their secrets, shouldn't they wish to eliminate you? The sect leader asked, perplexed. At this moment, Xian Yi Fairy interjected, indeed, there is no longer a need for that. For once Han Yun unraveled their scheme, he remained unharmed. rendering the mastermind's plans futile. Now that Han Yun has arrived here with us, the mastermind will surely deduce that Han Yun has informed us of the matter. From the moment Han Yun unraveled the plot to his arrival here, we have protected him. He was never afforded the opportunity to be silenced. The reason for silencing him was to prevent us from uncovering their dealings, but now that we are aware, the mastermind knows we are aware. Therefore, is there any need to eliminate Han Yun? Such clandestine organizations prioritize profit. Killing Han Yun would not yield them any gain. So their next course of action will likely be to extricate Han Yun for their own service, whether by abduction or coercion. Eliminating Han Yun would be the most disadvantageous course of action. Upon hearing this, the sect leader pondered for a moment and found her reasoning compelling. Regardless, Xianyi, it is evident that Han Yun has become a target. Please remain vigilant and ensure Han Yun's safety. Our opponents are at least third-tier experts. Rest assured. Shimi has taken note. Xian Yi Xianzi nodded in agreement. The sect leader departed. Xian Yi Xianzi scrutinized Han Yun, her gaze growing increasingly peculiar. What troubles you, Gugu? Han Yun felt uneasy under her scrutiny. I was merely observing. The child I remember has now matured into an adult, yet has shed the arrogance of youth, becoming humble and astute, with a broader perspective. Listening to your cunning battles against that clandestine organization, I must admit, I was drenched in cold sweat. Tell me, how is it that you, lacking any internal power, possess such audacity to toy with your own life? Han Yun offered a faint smile. He would never gamble with his life. In truth, he held an intense fear of death and cherished his life dearly. He would never undertake such ventures without complete assurance. Do not worry, Gugu, I am well aware of my limits. It is you, with your remarkable intellect, who surprised me by not only identifying my flaws, but also aligning your thoughts with mine. Are you praising yourself or mocking me? I am nowhere near your level of cleverness, Xian Yi Xianzi retorted, casting a playful glare at Han Yun. She then sighed, grasped his hand gently, and patted it. Her gaze softened. Last night, you endured the biting cold. Your body must be weakened. Upon your return, have your kitchen prepare some ginger soup. Your constitution is frail. Do not fall victim to the chill. As Xian Yi Xianzi tenderly patted his hand, Han Yun felt her genuine concern and was deeply moved. I understand, Gugu. I am young. A night of wind is of little consequence. Are you implying that I am old? Forget it. You are perpetually busy. I suppose you will soon forget. Allow me to prepare the ginger soup for you. You return first. I will send it to you once it is ready. Thank you. Gugu. Han Yun nodded in agreement. He felt that the concern and affection from his elder should not be dismissed. Despite the fact that his master appeared to be in her early 20s, which hardly aligned with the notion of a venerable elder, standing beside his master. He felt more like a contemporary than a disciple. After bidding farewell to his master, Han Yun retraced his steps, reflecting on the recent endeavor. Honestly, in his intellectual duel with the mastermind, neither side had a flawless plan. It was entirely a matter of responding to each other's moves. Both were maneuvering while attempting to undermine the other's strategy. Even his final resolution had only materialized that very morning. This strategy could hardly be deemed comprehensive, as it lacked prolonged preparation and scheming. It was merely a reaction to circumstances. Initially, he had intended to use a corpse to lure out the mastermind, only to find that the opponent had countered his plan and framed him. Thus, he had to hastily devise a plausible truth. If he were to engage in another contest of wits with the mastermind, he must conduct a thorough assessment. Upon returning to Yunwujian, Han Yun observed his junior sister animatedly recounting to the disciples the tale of how he had outsmarted the Liu clan leader and ultimately cleared his name through an examination of the corpse. In truth, his junior sister had not witnessed the events firsthand. She had only learned of them from Peng Cheng and Liang Chao on the way back. At that moment, she had lamented her absence, wishing she could have witnessed it. Her vivid storytelling captivated the audience, and Han Yun suspected that if she continued, the listeners would soon be tossing coins in appreciation. As Han Yun entered, the crowd immediately quieted down, returning to their martial studies, and Yunwujian resumed its usual activities. In the days that followed, Han Yun taught martial arts during the day and returned home at night to refine revival pills. His fear of death compelled him to concoct a substantial quantity of revival pills, totaling over 100 within a month. During this time, the shadowy figure behind the scenes had made no further moves, seemingly aware that Han Yun had leaked information and thus chose to lie low for a while. One day, the sky was overcast and snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers. The doors of Yunwujian were tightly shut, and 4 braziers filled with charcoal provided warmth inside, as everyone dined and engaged in casual conversation. Senior brother, with the new year approaching and the heavy snowfall outside, when will we have a break? His junior sister asked, cracking sunflower seeds and tossing the shells into the brazier, occasionally igniting a flare. A break? Han Yun pondered. It seemed time for a holiday. Yunwu Jian had been established for nearly 2 months, and no one had rested a single day. If he was not weary, surely others were. What day is it today? Today is the 23rd. It's already the small new year. You focus solely on studying martial arts and cannot even keep track of the dates, his junior sister scolded, glaring at him. Has the wooden tokens been distributed for tomorrow? Han Yun inquired, looking at Liang Chao. Yes, senior brother. Then let us do this. There shall be no further distribution of wooden tokens tomorrow. After we finish teaching for the day, we will take a break and reconvene after the 5th day of the new year. Yay, a break. We can enjoy ourselves. His junior sister exclaimed with delight. Being only 16, she was in the prime of her youth and eager to play. Liang Chao addressed the disciples in the hall. Everyone, when you return, please help spread the word to the other disciples that they should not come for wooden tokens tomorrow. They can return after the new year. Senior brother, let's celebrate the new year here at Yunwu Jian, his junior sister suggested. Are you not returning home to reunite with your parents? Han Yun asked, curious about his junior sister. He recalled that her family, the Jun family, was also a formidable clan within the Yin Yang sect, rivaling the Lu family, and surpassed the Zhang and Liang families, as well as Yu Ming's lineage of assassins. Why would she not return home for the new year? Was the red envelope not enticing enough? Chapter 49. The youth and the young lady, his junior sister, propped her chin on her hand, pouting in complaint. Oh, celebrating the new year at home is so dull. There are hardly any peers my age. Most are older than I, or much younger. Little tots with whom I cannot play. If it were just my parents and brother, it would be fine. A harmonious family gathering is quite delightful. But we are a large family, and we must all dine together for the New Year's feast. My grandfather's entire family gathers in one courtyard, while my second uncle's family occupies another, and my third uncle's family another. Ugh, the thought is vexing. Whenever I return, a throng of relatives bombards me with questions. Just last year, at 15, they were already matchmaking for me. Imagine, 100 people gathered, all wearing smiles while speaking in veiled tones, and I must tread carefully, considering what to say and what to avoid, as well as the relationships between everyone, who is friendly with whom and who has grievances with whom. My brother has no time to play with me. He is preoccupied with vying for power among the other cousins, each with 1,000 schemes. It's utterly exhausting. Our Yunwu Jian is far superior. Though fewer in number, we are all familiar with one another, and our relationships are wholesome. There are no ulterior motives or entanglements, and it is simply enjoyable to be together. Han Yun nodded in agreement. He understood his junior sister's sentiments. Indeed, large families often succumb to intricate power struggles and countless conflicts. With the larger the family, the more pronounced the rivalries. What about you all? Will you return home for the new year? Han Yun asked the others. They all shook their heads, indicating they would not be going home. Why not? Your families are all within the Yin Yang sect, right? And you, Zhang Hong, as the heir of the Zhang family, why will you not return? You are an important figure. Oh, I'm not an important figure. Family gatherings have nothing to do with me. There are too many rules. It is better to celebrate here. Zhang Hong laughed nonchalantly. The young clan leader is my father, not me. My grandfather is the clan leader. Despite his age, he is still a 5th-grade martial artist. Strong and vigorous. If my father does not perish, I doubt I will ever inherit the clan leader position. My father is waiting for my grandfather to pass. I am waiting for my father to pass. What reason would I have to return? Zhang Hong chuckled heartily, his carefree demeanor eliciting exasperated expressions from those around him. Truly filial. Liang Chao commented with a smile. Do not ask me. My reasons for not returning have already been made quite clear by Jun Shimi. He is also a scion of a large family. Although he belongs to the legitimate line, he is fated to be far removed from the position of clan leader, rendering him a negligible figure within the household. Whether he returns home or not makes little difference. And you, Yuming? In response, the taciturn Yuming coldly remarked, Master brother, can you envision a large family gathered together, each wearing my expression and not a word spoken? What a scene that would be. Frankly speaking, even a visit to the ancestral grave would be livelier than a family meal at my home. Ha ha ha. How can you say something so amusing with such a straight face? How do you manage to keep from laughing? And what about you, Peng Cheng? Your grandparents are at home. Aren't you going to pay them a visit? Hearing this, Peng Cheng shyly smiled. I won't be going back. The heavy snow has blocked the mountains, and by the time I reach home, the new year will have already passed. I don't want to worry my grandparents about my safety on the journey. I'll return when spring arrives. All right then, let's all stay here for the new year. We'll go out another day to buy some couplets, New Year paintings, and firecrackers to liven things up. Absolutely. This will be the first new year since the establishment of our Yunwu Hall. It must be festive. The little junior sister leaped with joy, contemplating how to have a splendid celebration this year. When the 24th day of the 12th lunar month arrived, after instructing all disciples, Yunwu Hall officially closed its doors for the holiday. Early on the 25th, Han Yun braved the heavy snow and arrived punctually at Yunwu Hall. He couldn't afford to miss it. Although the holiday had begun, it was still the new year. The previous day, several elder disciples had already begun to visit with gifts, and some small families had sent representatives to offer their congratulations. It was likely that even more visitors would come in the following days. Liang Chao, following Han Yun's instructions, had brought a large group of workers down the mountain the day before to purchase numerous items, some for the New Year celebrations, and others as reciprocation for the gifts received from various families. This was essential for maintaining social connections. Moreover, the gifts received were all quite valuable, and since they were not earned through teaching disciples, there was no tax owed to the sect. Upon arriving at Yunwu Hall, Han Yun noticed that everyone was still asleep, so he went to the main hall, lit some candles, and continued to write his martial arts manual. It was not until the sun had risen high in the sky that the little junior sister and a few others began to stir, yawning and stretching. "Master brother, come and put up the couplets," the little junior sister shouted from the courtyard. Han Yun stepped outside and saw that everyone was dressed casually, wrapped in thick cotton jackets. The little junior sister had even come out in a thick nightgown, without any makeup, her natural beauty adding a touch of innocent charm. In contrast, Han Yun wore a flowing white robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, and draped in a luxurious white mink cloak, exuding an air of dignity and grace. "Master brother, why are you so formally dressed? Are you going on a blind date?" the little junior sister asked, with her sleepy eyes filled with disdain. "There will be many guests visiting in the coming days. Dressing casually and sloppily would be disrespectful to our visitors." Liang Chao, the guests coming these days are generally here to bring gifts to many families. We, too, will be receiving many gifts, so efficiency is key. We mustn't waste time. However, you must remember who sent what gifts so that we can reciprocate all at once. Don't worry, master brother, this is my forte. All right. Has Zhuojio finished preparing the paste? Let's go put up the couplets. I have it ready, master brother, I'm coming. Zhuojio's figure appeared in the corridor, carrying a large pot of steaming paste. Leave it to me, I'm the best at this. The little junior sister eagerly dashed over, but after just a couple of steps, she slipped and fell into the snow with a thud. "Ha ha ha, you big fool." Peng Cheng laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. "How dare you laugh at me?" Peng Cheng. The little junior sister remained on the ground, scooping up a handful of snow and forming it into a snowball to throw at him. Peng Cheng dodged nonchalantly, but was hit on the forehead, slipped, and fell to the ground. This time, it was the little junior sister's turn to laugh uproariously. Peng Cheng stood up and approached the little junior sister. "I'm sorry, senior sister, I shouldn't have laughed at you. Let me help you up. At least you have a bit of conscience." Peng Cheng reached out, pulling the little junior sister up by one arm, while with the other hand, he stealthily shoved a snowball down the back of her collar. Chapter 50, Snow Fairy, but that was not the end. As he pulled the little junior sister's hand, he suddenly exerted force, sending her back down into the snow. Peng Cheng, the little junior sister, having been teased, let out a cry and quickly got back up, shaking the snow from her clothes, then squatted down to grab another handful of snow to throw at Peng Cheng. Peng Cheng scrambled away, while the little junior sister pursued him relentlessly, and the two engaged in a snowball fight in the training ground of the courtyard. Their playful antics brought joy to Liang Chao and the others, but suddenly, a snowball landed with a thud on Liang Chao's head. "Ouch! How dare you harm an innocent bystander? Do you wish to be punished? Brothers, let's teach them a lesson." Liang Chao roared in anger, waving his hand as he, along with Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuanxin, joined the fray. As the scale of the battle expanded, even Yu Ming and Zhuojio were drawn in, and soon the training ground of Yunwu Hall was devoid of any untouched snow, littered with fallen snowballs. The group was in complete disarray, with no regard for alliances. The little junior sister and Peng Cheng were the most fervent in their attacks, while Liang Chao and Yu Ming also launched their own assaults against each other. Han Yun observed the lively scene with a smile, refraining from admonishing them or urging them to work, reveling in the vitality of youth. As he watched their frolicking, Han Yun noticed that Peng Cheng was the one being bullied the most, as everyone targeted him. Yet he seemed to hold back against everyone else, focusing solely on the little junior sister, always aiming his snowballs at her. It appeared that in his eyes, she was the only one in the world. Seeing this, Han Yun's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He was not foolish. He had experienced the age of 16 himself, and could easily discern that Peng Cheng harbored a crush on the little junior sister. Boys at this age often struggle to express their affections for girls. To attract their attention, They may resort to teasing, clumsily interacting while concealing their feelings deep within, viewing the girl as their own moonlight, illuminating their youthful hearts. A gentle smile akin to that of a mother appeared on Han Yun's face. After a quarter of an hour, the little junior sister could no longer endure it. She squatted down, continuously gathering snow, and after a full minute, managed to form a snowball larger than her head. Peng Chung, prepare to meet your doom. The little junior sister shouted as she charged at him, snowball in hand. Seeing this, Peng Chung was taken aback and hurriedly fled, yet his face was alight with joy. At last, the little junior sister caught up to him, yelling as she smashed the snowball onto his forehead, causing him to cry out and fall to the ground. Immediately, she climbed onto his back, pinning him down to prevent him from rising, and began piling snow onto his head. Soon, his head was completely obscured, covered by a large snowball. Master brother, Peng Chung is bullying me. Hurry and help me beat him up. The little junior sister pouted angrily as she pointed at the person beneath her, suddenly breaking into a bright smile. Yes, it is Peng Chung who is bullying you, and he is not actually pinned down and unable to rise. Han Yun laughed heartily. He was indeed the one who bullied me. You laugh now. Soon, I will pin you down in the snow as well. Laughter erupted among the group. Just as they were conversing, guests from the Jun family arrived to pay their New Year's greetings. And it was none other than Jun Linger's brother, Jun Wu. When Junwoo arrived, he first noticed his younger sister enjoying herself, and with a smile, he reminded her to maintain her image before greeting Han Yun. The guest from the Jun family, Han Yun, was someone Junwoo held in high regard, and he instructed his servants to prepare food and drinks to entertain him. During the feast, Junwoo proposed that Jun Linger return home for the new year, but she firmly rejected his suggestion, having already made plans to celebrate at Yunwoo Hall. Since childhood, Junwoo had indulged his sister, and seeing her resolve, he decided to let her be happy. After a lively drinking session, Junwoo left with a flushed face, while his sister had only consumed a little without any effects. He was curious, however, as to how Han Yun, with no internal power, managed to drink so much without becoming intoxicated. If the late elder Lu Jing could hear his thoughts, he would surely empathize with him. This fellow was indeed peculiar, never seeming to get drunk. The holiday passed swiftly, filled with snowball fights, snowman building, firecrackers, and the hanging of New Year paintings. Everyone was reveling in joy. Even Han Yun felt rejuvenated in their company. On the eve of the new year, as evening approached, the group rushed to the kitchen. Zhuojiao and his assistant were busy preparing the reunion dinner, while Han Yun and others were making dumplings. Han Yun asked a servant to boil water and personally wrapped a bowl of dumplings, tossing them into the pot to cook. Senior brother, why are you so eager to cook the dumplings? Are you hungry? Can't we just eat together later? The curious junior sister inquired. Han Yun chuckled. I am not cooking for myself. I am preparing for our master. She is home alone and has no one to share a meal with, so I will deliver these to her. That's true. Master is also lonely, and we have not shown her our concern. I will fetch a jug of wine, and I will accompany you shortly. All right. After the dumplings were cooked, Han Yun scooped them into a plate, placed them in a lunchbox, and, after picking it up, walked with his junior sister towards their master. Delicate snowflakes danced in the air as they walked side by side, leaving 2 neat rows of footprints behind. Snow accumulating on their hair as they playfully teased each other, calling one another old folks. Soon, they arrived at the front of Xian Yixianzi's loft. 2 lanterns hung by the door, their flickering candlelight illuminating the graceful figure dancing amidst the wind and snow. Xian Yixianzi wielded a long sword, practicing the technique of Hong Xiao Tian Xiang, her flowing sleeves billowing in the storm, every movement exuding a poignant beauty. The snowflakes drifted past the sword's tip, melting at her fingertips and falling into her hair. This scene captivated both Han Yun and Jun Linger, who paused to watch in silence. Finally, after completing her dance, Xian Yixianzi turned to them. The junior sister rushed forward, beaming, Master, you were so beautiful just now. What sword technique was that? Linger wants to learn. It was so stunning. That sword technique was taught to me by your senior brother. If you wish to learn, you should ask him. Xian Yixianzi gently brushed the snowflakes from her hair. Han Yun stepped forward, smiling as he said, in the simplicity of the cottage, one hears the barking of dogs. A traveler returns home in the snowstorm. Although your sword technique is well practiced, it carries a touch of melancholy. Nevertheless, each person's understanding of martial arts is unique. To grasp such profound meaning is already at the pinnacle of earthly techniques, yet you manage to exhibit a heavenly standard. You understand the essence of martial arts? Xian Yixianzi looked at Han Yun in surprise. These insights could only be perceived by those with experience. often only by those who have weathered many storms or possess exceptional mental acuity. For a child like you to comprehend this is remarkable. Every martial technique I create carries its own essence. It depends on the practitioner's ability to perceive it. I previously taught Jing Shimi the Lingbo Weibo and even hinted at its essence, yet she could not grasp it. Senior brother, teach me. The junior sister was still captivated by Xian Yi Xianzi's sword technique. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback, then recalled his master's warning not to teach this technique to others. He noticed her playful gaze and the subtle warning in her eyes, so he replied, "This technique is not suitable for you. It is too gentle, and you are still too young to comprehend its exquisite essence. What then is suitable for me? The 9-in white bone claw would suit you perfectly. It is straightforward and brutal, the kind that can kill an enemy with a single strike." "Humph. You're just bullying me." The junior sister huffed in indignation. "What brings you here on New Year's Eve?" Xian Yi Xianzi observed Han Yun's reluctance to teach Junlinger, feeling a small sense of pride and contentment. "We noticed Master was all alone, so we came to deliver dumplings." "Master, these dumplings were personally wrapped by Senior Brother. We hurried to bring them over after the first batch was cooked. Senior Brother is wonderful." The junior sister's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Xian Yi Xianzi. "How thoughtful of you. Come in." Xian Yi Xianzi sheathed her sword and turned to enter the loft. The three of them stepped inside. Sitting at the table as Han Yun opened the food box, Xian Yi Xianzi noticed that the dumplings were still steaming, and her curiosity was piqued as she examined the box, realizing it was lined with cotton padding all around the interior and on the lid. No wonder they remained warm in the winter chill. This boy truly has a considerate nature. "Master, here is the wine I brought for you." The junior sister placed a jug of wine on the table, then took 3 cups and filled them. "Master, Happy New Year. Cheers. I wish you eternal youth, and may you one day become a transcendent being." After delivering her heartfelt wishes, the junior sister flashed a playful smile. "Very well. Then I wish you find a capable suitor who can tame your wild spirit, so you need not act like a mischievous child every day." Xian Yi Xianzi chuckled. "Humph. No one besides Senior Brother can manage me." After clinking their cups together, the three downed their drinks. "Master, please try the dumplings and see how they taste." "Although they were wrapped by Senior Brother, I made the filling." "That can't be right. The meat was chopped by Liang Chao. The scallions were cut by Yu Ming. The cabbage and mushrooms were handled by Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuanxin, and the seasoning was added by Zhuo Jiu. You merely mixed them together." Han Yun exposed his junior sister without mercy. "Be quiet. I mixed them, and I am certainly better than Peng Chong, who only knows how to stoke the fire." The junior sister retorted in embarrassment. "The dough was made by Peng Chong." Xian Yi Xianzi watched them bicker, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She then picked up a dumpling and tasted it, nodding in approval. Quite delicious. "Of course. Hurry and eat, master. I will pour you another cup of wine." As the saying goes, dumplings pair well with wine. The more you eat, the better it gets. The trio chatted and drank under the candlelight, enjoying a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After finishing a plate of dumplings, Xian Yi Xianzi wiped her mouth and said, "By the way, in March of the coming year, it will be time for the annual disciples to venture down the mountain for training. Linger, will you be going down this year?" The Yin Yang sect is different from other sects. With its vast size and resources, it has always maintained the tradition of sending disciples down the mountain to gain experience. This serves to broaden their horizons and expose them to the world, which is beneficial for their growth and future contributions to the Yin Yang sect. Additionally, it allows them to traverse the martial world, promoting the sect's reputation and enhancing its influence among the common folk and other factions. Of course, the prerequisite is that they must not abuse their strength while down the mountain. "I am still young. I think I will stay up here." The junior sister lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty. "After tonight, you will be 17 years old. Still young? When I was your age, I journeyed alone to Longchuan and saw the Danxiao landform in the Gobi Desert. Oh, if I must go down the mountain, then Senior Brother must go too. I want to travel with him." The junior sister quickly grabbed Han Yun's arm. "That is not feasible. Your Xixiang lacks internal strength. With his meager abilities, it would be challenging for him to protect himself, let alone safeguard you. Furthermore, your Xixiang is currently being targeted by a clandestine force. If he descends the mountain, he risks being abducted, and we would be unable to rescue him in time." "Clandestine force? What clandestine force? What has transpired?" "It's nothing significant. It's just that your Xixiang has gained considerable fame. Not only are we from Yinyang Zone aware of him, but even external factions recognize his martial prowess. With him among us, he can cultivate many exceptional disciples, which naturally incites envy from other forces. You wouldn't want your Xixiang to descend the mountain only to be captured and forced to instruct the disciples of others, would you?" That is absolutely unacceptable. Shi Xiang belongs to our Yinyang zone. He is ours from Chaoxiao Peak, and no one can take him away. The younger Shimi tightened her grip on Han Yun's hand. Han Yun smiled. He had no intention of descending the mountain. His ambition was to cultivate within the sect and attain immortality. The outside world was too perilous, and even the wealthy merchants had set their sights on him. If he descended, he could attract formidable opponents. Then I won't descend either, the younger Shimi stated. That is not an option. You must descend the mountain for training. If you are afraid, you can practice within Yinchuan. Our Yinyang zone is authoritative in Yinchuan. And once others learn of your affiliation, they will not dare to lay a finger on you. Oh, then I shall invite a few more people, like Liang Chao and Peng Cheng, to accompany me. You are free to choose whomever you wish to form a team with. After the three of them joyfully finished their meal, Han Yun stood up, returned the dishes and wine pot to the food box, and said to Xian Yi Xianzi, Master, you must be bored at home alone. Why not join us for the New Year's Eve dinner? It would be more festive. We are all disciples of Chaoxiao Peak. And as our leader, you are one of us. Let it be. As a leader, sitting with you would be too mundane and stifling. I would not enjoy myself. Not everyone is as relaxed around me as you two. Chapter 52. All at 7th rank after leaving Xian Yi Xianzi's residence. The younger Shimi and Han Yun walked side by side back to Yunwujian. At that moment, Peng Cheng and the others were busy wrapping dumplings, eagerly awaiting them to be cooked. Zhuojiu had also prepared an abundant feast, making for a sumptuous New Year's dinner. Upon their return, the atmosphere grew lively as everyone ate, drank, and cooked dumplings, reveling in the bustling dining hall, exchanging cups, and playing games with great merriment. Han Yun possessed an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. With the aura surrounding him, no amount of wine could affect him. The group played until midnight before dispersing to their respective rooms for rest. On the first day of the new year, Han Yun returned to Yunwujian to continue compiling his martial arts manual. He had no need to pay New Year's greetings to anyone, lacking relatives. The external festivities held no relevance for him, making this time perfect for his writing. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted in the courtyard, and the younger Shimi and others rushed in, shouting amidst the noise, Shi Xiang, Happy New Year, wishing you wealth and red envelopes. Han Yun chuckled, producing 6 red envelopes from his sleeve and handing them over. The younger Shimi gleefully snatched them all and then distributed them among the others. Upon opening them, their jaws dropped in astonishment. 1,000 taels. Shi Xiang is so generous. Impressive, impressive. I could never save up this much in a century of monthly allowances. The 6 of them held the 1,000-tael banknotes, grinning from ear to ear. Among them, aside from Peng Cheng, all were descendants of prominent families. Yet even they received only a couple of 1,000 taels as annual pocket money. After all, while wealthy families earn substantial profits, they also have many members, meaning the funds allocated for each member's allowance are limited. When Zheng Yulin acquired medicinal herbs worth over 10,000 taels, and Yu Ming brought 10,000 taels in banknotes, they were both asking their families for support, not from personal savings. The martial skills they learned must also be shared with family members, which is indeed a form of investment, benefiting those families greatly. Hence, the sudden gift of 1,000 taels brought them immense joy, especially for Peng Cheng, who, after 3 to 4 years as a disciple, had only managed to save 20 to 30 taels after covering his living expenses. Thus, this 1,000 taels equated to his entire allowance for a century. Next, Han Yun produced a dozen more red envelopes and handed them to Liang Chao, instructing him to distribute them to the miscellaneous workers. All right, I'll do it shortly, Liang Chao replied, taking the envelopes with a nod. At that moment, Peng Cheng stepped forward, scratching his head shyly, and said, Shi Xiang, I have something to report to you. Han Yun looked at him in surprise. What is it? Just speak freely. No need to be so reserved. It's nothing major. I've just broken through to the 7th rank. You broke through. Junling Air and the others exclaimed in unison. Peng Cheng smiled and nodded. Yes. I broke through during my training last night. How infuriating. The one with the lowest internal strength among us breaks through first, while I haven't even managed it yet. This is more unbearable than being killed. Junling Air gritted her teeth. Last night, weren't we all drunk and heading to bed? Peng Cheng was the first to succumb to drunkenness. How despicable. This guy pretended to be drunk, sneaked off to train, and now astonishes us all. Liang Chao clenched his fists. Yu Ming unsheathed his sleeve sword, his expression impassive, stating, Kill the overachiever. How detestable. We agreed to slack off together. Yet you secretly worked hard. Zhang Heng could hardly contain his annoyance and wanted to punch Peng Cheng. Han Yun could not help but laugh at their antics. They were simultaneously worried about their brother suffering and their brother outshining them. Peng Cheng had been diligently training for the entire month leading up to the new year, while the others indulged in merriment. Before the opening of Yunwu Jian on the 6th day of the new year, all of you must reach the 7th rank. By the time the disciples descend the mountain for training in March, you all must attain the 6th rank. This goal must be accomplished. Failure will result in expulsion from Yunwu Jian. Upon hearing Han Yun's decree, a chorus of lamentations erupted among the group. Descending the mountain for training inevitably posed dangers, and Han Yun aimed to bolster their strength as much as possible, ensuring they had a better chance of self-preservation when faced with threats. These individuals were fiercely loyal and shared strong bonds, and Han Yun wished for none to be left behind. Fear not, Xixiao. As the strongest in Yunwu Jian, I am willing to take on the title of Grand Elder to supervise their training diligently, Peng Cheng proclaimed, thumping his chest, all smiles. The younger Shimi gasped, Peng Cheng, do you truly have no shame left? Yu Ming, holding his sword, remained expressionless. Perfect. My sleeve sword shall taste blood tonight. Count me in when it's time to act. Me too. If he doesn't get beaten to a pulp, it one count. Oh my. Peng Cheng swiftly fled in panic. Xixiao, I'm going to train. The group burst into laughter. Moments later, as Peng Cheng's figure vanished, Jun Ling remarked, is it truly all right for us to deceive Peng Cheng like this? Let him have a moment of joy. If he discovers that we had already broken through to the 7th rank, he would likely punish himself in his typical extreme fashion. Liang Chao sighed. They had already surpassed the 7th rank before the new year and decided to keep this a secret to spare Peng Cheng's feelings, thus orchestrating this little ruse. How did I perform just now? Was it convincing? Yu Ming asked, his expression flat. It cannot be said to be flawless, it was riddled with flaws. Very well done. A true portrayal of your character. If only you had added a bit more expression. You are making it difficult for me. Let us go. Xixiang has issued orders. In just over 2 months, you must all reach the 6th rank. If you do not step up, Peng Cheng will truly surpass you. Zhang Yuanxin finished speaking and walked outside, declaring that for these few days, no one should disturb him. He was determined to train hard and surpass them all. I, too, shall strive to cultivate diligently, aiming to reach the pinnacle of the 7th rank within a month. I will distribute red envelopes. Liang Chao exited with a hefty stack of red envelopes, summoning all the miscellaneous workers. Upon seeing the envelopes in Liang Chao's hands, the workers were overjoyed, and their excitement escalated as they opened them to reveal 100 taels silver note. The monthly stipend for the miscellaneous workers was lower than that of the disciples, amounting to merely 500 won a month, which equated to only 1 tael of silver after 2 months. Later, when they were recruited into Yunwu Hall, the senior brother provided them with an additional 500 won, allowing them to earn a tael of silver per month, for which they were immensely grateful. To their astonishment, this new year, the senior brother had given out such a generous red envelope, equivalent to 10 years of income. Chapter 53. The Public Enemy, Han Dianju today. The atmosphere in Yunwu Hall was jubilant, with everyone in high spirits, and the same could be said for the main hall of the Yin-Yang sect. At this moment, many elders had gathered in the main hall, exchanging New Year greetings. Every year on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the heads and elders of the 7 peaks, Chaoxiao Peak, Liar Peak, Qixiao Peak, Yinyang Peak, Yiyu Peak, Jutian Peak, and Yunxiao Peak, would convene at the main hall of Yinyang Peak to pay their respects to the sect leader. The sect leader would also make an appearance, offering auspicious words and discussing the sect's plans for the new year, while bestowing New Year gifts upon everyone. This was an unchanging tradition. Xianyi, why do you stand here alone without speaking to anyone? A handsome middle-aged man in a Taoist robe approached Xianyi, who was standing in a corner, greeting her with a smile. What is there to discuss? We see each other frequently. Is there really so much to talk about? Xianyi raised her gaze to meet his. You, as the esteemed head of Yiyu Peak, should be leading your elders to welcome the sect leader rather than coming over here. Is it not because I noticed you standing here alone, with no one to converse with, fearing others might say you lack social connections? He retorted, genuinely concerned for her. Oh, I must thank you, Head Wang. Xianyi responded sarcastically, rolling her eyes. No need for thanks. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, how about we meet at Danxiao Forest this evening? I will bring your favorite delicacies. I'm busy. Very well, I understand. I know you are deeply engrossed in martial arts and seldom venture out. Recently, I have gained insights into a ground-level martial art, and I plan to visit Chaoxiao Peak this afternoon. Perhaps we can exchange knowledge. Spare me. Your martial arts skills are inferior to my disciple S. What could I possibly learn from you? If I wanted ground-level martial arts, I could acquire dozens from Yunwu Hall. Are you referring to Hanyan? I must say, Xianyi, you truly know how to teach your disciples. Your disciples' reputation is soaring, which is enviable. Why can't I produce such an exceptional disciple? Enough. The sect leader has arrived. Xian Yi did not even lift her eyelids as she spoke. Upon hearing this, the head of Yu Peak discreetly retreated. The gray-haired sect leader entered through the back door of the main hall. The elders, upon noticing, simultaneously bowed to the sect leader, wishing him longevity and health, and congratulating the Yin Yang sect on its prosperity. The sect leader took his seat and smiled, nodding at everyone. Ah, my dear friends. How swiftly time flies. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Over the past year, our sect has welcomed many new elders. The older generation of third-generation disciples, most of whom have broken through to the 6th rank, have mostly become elders, while those who have not been assigned to work outside. Our enterprises are flourishing, generating substantial profits. This year, everyone's rewards will be even more generous than in previous years. Thank you, sect leader. In the Yin Yang sect, disciples who are cultivated are expected to contribute, generally. Those over 30 who reach the 6th rank are promoted to elders, while those who do not meet the requirement are assigned to work outside or join the sect's small military force. Of course, this is not rigid. Many disciples under 30 can also choose to work outside. The distinction between 2nd-generation elders and 3rd-generation disciples is based on seniority rather than age. For instance, though Xian Yi may be younger, her master is of the same generation as the sect leader's master. Thus, she shares the same generation as the sect leader. The Yin Yang sect is not lacking in 3rd-generation elders, who share the same generation as the 3rd-generation disciples. As for those assigned to work outside, they automatically lose their status as disciples. Wang Hanxi, in his early 20s, is currently the strongest among the 3rd-generation disciples in the sect, but when considering all 3rd-generation elders, he is not the strongest, nor is he even the strongest among those under 30. Today, however, the hall was filled solely with 2nd-generation elders, all of whom share the same generation as the sect leader. A significant portion of these elders belong to prominent families. Even those without family ties have their own factions of disciples. After some idle chatter, the sect leader suddenly declared, "Esteemed elders, I have an announcement to make. It has been 10 years since the last opening of the Shenyun Pond, and this year marks the time for its decennial opening." Upon hearing this, the elders immediately quieted down, their eyes glowing with anticipation as they focused intently on the sect leader. Everyone was aware of the Shenyun Pond, a renowned treasure within the Yin Yang sect. In the northern part of the sect, there lay a low mountain, atop which grew a divine tree known as the Shenyun tree. This grand tree does not bear fruit, but possesses immense vitality. Its bark, branches, and trunk are all invaluable medicinal materials. Yet, this is not the most crucial aspect. More importantly, surrounding the Shenyun tree is a natural small pond, the water of which is stagnant and never flows, yet remains eternally pure. The trunk of the Shenyun tree continuously secretes a milky white resin, which falls into the pond, gradually transforming the water into a milky hue. The Shenyun water is said to possess miraculous healing properties, capable of reviving those on the brink of death. Of course, it is widely acknowledged that such claims are exaggerated. However, its potent vitality can indeed restore life to those who cling to their last breath. Furthermore, the Shenyun water can enhance a person's physical constitution, bestowing even mediocre youths with exceptional martial arts potential. Unfortunately, the pond is quite small, accommodating no more than 20 individuals at a time. Exceeding this limit renders it overcrowded, and the medicinal properties of the pond water are insufficient for more. Once individuals have absorbed the medicinal essence, the water returns to its clarity, and it takes another decade for the resin to once again transform the water into its milky state, restoring its properties. Hence, the Shenyun Pond opens every 10 years. And each time, various families and elders fiercely compete to secure one of the scarce slots for their direct descendants, aiming to enhance their physical constitution. Seeing that the assembly had quieted down, the sect leader continued, "After careful consideration, I have decided to grant this opportunity to a single individual." What? Only one person? This is unacceptable. There are so many families with children. Indeed, sect leader, who is this individual, and why should they monopolize the Shenyun Pond? This cannot be allowed. Sect leader. The sect leader raised his hand to signal for silence. Enough. My decision is made. This opportunity will be granted to Han Yun, a disciple of Chao Xiao Peak. This child has displayed extraordinary martial arts talent from a young age. Despite his setbacks, he has created hundreds of martial techniques, including many outstanding ground-level martial arts, and has trained over 10,000 disciples, greatly enhancing the strength of our Yin Yang sect. His contributions merit the privilege of the Shenyun Pond. Chapter 54. A new round of wit and strategy. At this pronouncement, the elders erupted in chaos. Sect leader, this is unacceptable. If we are to discuss merits, which of U.S. elders does not surpass Han Yun? Indeed, Master, we, the elders, although we possess no great achievements, have certainly toiled diligently. We have spent decades educating disciples and nurturing numerous talents, while safeguarding the safety of Yin Yang Zone. Surely, our contributions surpassed that of Han Yun. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, believing that the master's actions were unwarranted. Upon hearing this, the master cleared his throat and spoke, stating that this decision was not solely based on merit, for we must also look towards the future. If the Shun Yun Tan can restore his damaged physique, then with his martial arts prowess, Yin Yang Zone may gain at least one third-grade powerhouse, or perhaps even a second-grade one. Moreover, Han Yun comprehends a wealth of martial philosophies. In just a few months, his self-created techniques have already constituted a significant portion within our esteemed scripture pavilion. Consider the potential over the coming decades. How many techniques might he create, and how many outstanding disciples might he teach? Therefore, both in sentiment and reason, it is imperative that Han Yun be granted the opportunity to use the Shun Yun Tan. Master, granting Han Yun one slot is acceptable, but we cannot erase the other 19 slots for his sake. If we wait another decade, our family's children will have grown, and entering the Shun Yun Tan would yield little benefit. Precisely, allocating a single slot is sufficient. There is no need to give them all. Enough. Let us not be short-sighted. The value Han Yun brings to Yin Yang Zone far exceeds your imagination. This time, let him have it. If there remains any pond water after his restoration, you may divide it then. After the master concluded his remarks, he swept away his sleeves and departed. Subsequently, attendants brought forth the rewards to distribute among the elders. Although this year's rewards were more abundant than previous years, the elders were not pleased, each lamenting their fate. Those hopeful for slots were filled with righteous fury, wishing they could tear Han Yun apart. Even those without children felt the master had shown undue favoritism towards Han Yun, and they felt quite unsettled. As the elders received their rewards, they exited while vocally discussing the situation. The master has indeed gone too far. Conceding one slot to Han Yun is one matter, but to have him take everything is unacceptable. Just yesterday, at the New Year's Eve dinner, I held my little grandson in my arms, vowing to secure a slot for him. Now, I have broken my promise, and where can I show my face? Enough of that. Your grandson is still quite young. My Chuan is 8 years old, with exceptional talent. He has already learned to wield martial techniques. Anyone who sees him must acknowledge he is a potential dragon, and by all rights, he should enter the Shun Yun Tan. The master has shown blatant bias this time. Alas, it has chilled the hearts of us old fellows. What can you do if your heart is cold? You must still obey. The master has made his decision. There is no room for negotiation. Han Yun. It is always Han Yun. During this time, he has amassed considerable wealth while instructing disciples, resulting in my own disciples offering me significantly less. Indeed, my disciples have flocked to him, disregarding me as their master. A third-generation disciple who cannot practice martial arts yet teaches others is a most absurd situation. As the discussion continued, the elders' grievances towards the master shifted onto Han Yun. The patriarch of the Liu family remained silent, holding his reward while quietly listening to the complaints of the surrounding elders. Finally, he selected a dozen of the most disgruntled elders and summoned them, saying, "Esteemed elders, allow me to speak. This evening, I will host a banquet at my residence, and I hope you will join me for a drink." Drink what? Who has the mood for drinking? I shall not attend. One elder huffed, angrily waving his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Liu's expression darkened, yet he maintained a forced smile and whispered, "Fool, do you not wish to strive for more? Are you truly willing to relinquish all slots to Han Yun?" At these words, the gathered elders were taken aback, murmuring among themselves, "Old Liu, do you have a plan?" The root of this matter lies with Han Yun. Once he is dealt with, the rest will follow. I shall say no more. Come to my home tonight, and we shall discuss it further. After speaking, the patriarch of the Liu family noticed Xian Yixianzi looking in his direction. He smiled faintly and departed. The other elders also dispersed. At that moment, Xian Yixianzi was indeed observing the group, having been the last to collect her reward. Listening to the complaints about the master's unfairness and the curses directed at Han Yun, she felt irritated and decided to leave quickly. The situation had solidified in Han Yun's favor, and those who grumbled could do so without her involvement, as she had no need to lose her dignity in a quarrel. However, as she walked away, she suddenly noticed Liu Elder gathering several elders together. Curious to hear their discussion, she approached, but they were not foolish enough to speak openly about Han Yun in the presence of his master. Although Xian Yixianzi was a third-grade powerhouse, she did not possess the divine sense of Han Yun. making it impossible to hear their hushed voices amidst the noise of the crowd. She could only gauge their intentions from their expressions. Suspecting they were contemplating matters regarding Han Yun, the group exchanged a few words before dispersing, leaving Xian Yixianzi unable to decipher their true intentions. Reluctantly, she returned to Chaoxia Peak with her reward, which amounted to little more than silver notes and pills. The Yinyang Zone was affluent and not in need of funds. Upon arriving at Chaoxia Peak, she summoned Han Yun. At that moment, the Yunwu Hall had not yet opened, and Han Yun had no pressing matters. So he arrived promptly. After greeting Xian Yixianzi, he took a seat. Might I inquire why you have summoned me, esteemed aunt? Xian Yixianzi sipped her warm tea and directly addressed the matter. Today, in the main hall of the peak, the master announced that this year's Shenyun 10 slot will be granted solely to you. Hearing this, Han Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation for a long while before recalling what the Shenyun 10 was. Is it not the sacred pond that opens every decade, allowing only 20 individuals to enter? Indeed, that one. It was opened when you turned 10, and I secured a slot for you. Yet you chose to give it to the 6-year-old Ling heir. Han Yun nodded in acknowledgement, recalling that this was indeed an action taken by his former self. His relationship with his junior sister had been quite close since she was taken as a disciple by Xian Yixianzi at 5 years old. Subsequently, due to his decision to yield his slot to her, their bond had deepened further, with her consistently supporting him in all matters. How is it that such a proud person, who looks down on everyone, has such a close relationship with Ling heir? Han Yun chuckled and replied, perhaps it is because she is so young. I regard her as a younger sister. By the way, were there not 20 slots in previous years? Why is it that only one is being granted this time? It was the master's decision. Your current display of martial aptitude and talent is exceptional, and your contributions are not insignificant. The master firmly believes that you will create even greater value and make more contributions to the sect. Hence the decision to utilize this year's Shenyun Tan to assist in restoring your physique. Han Yun had no desire to restore his physique. He could still masquerade as a cripple while cultivating. If he were to truly enter, even the miraculous waters capable of mending bones would not restore his physique, which would be quite unreasonable. At that point, he would likely face public censure, and the master would lose face and prestige. Yet, if the restoration succeeded, he would be devoid of internal energy, rendering any explanation impossible. However, this matter could not be declined. As a once promising genius now reduced to a cripple, how could he refuse the chance to recover? The matter at hand, the other elders are surely in disagreement, Han Yun inquired. Undoubtedly, the quota is limited, and each family vies fiercely for it. This time it has fallen solely to you, which has aroused considerable dissent among the elders and families. Xian Yixianzi responded with a smile. After contemplating, Han Yun proposed a compromise, acknowledging the unfairness of the situation. Although I possess some minor contributions, it is unjust for me to claim all the water from the pond. Therefore, I shall seek an audience with the Zhang men, requesting only one quota for myself, while the remainder can be shared among others. Han Yun's intention was to avoid offending the other elders while also granting the Zhang men a semblance of face, thus allowing both parties to coexist amicably. As for himself, when the Shun Yun Ten opens, he would merely bathe in it, later claiming it was not adequately restored. After all, it is but 1/20th of the pond's water, not the entirety, so failure to restore it would be quite reasonable. You foolish child. Others are desperate for such opportunities, yet you are willing to relinquish it. You fear offending those elders, do you? Your current demeanor is indeed far more prudent than before, yet it has dulled your brilliance. Why should you, so young, harbor such fears? Once your body is restored, with your talents and cultivation, it won't take long before you reach the 3rd grade. At that point, will you still fear those elders? Xian Yixianzi rolled her eyes, casting a disapproving glance at Han Yun. It is not fear of the elders that troubles Han Yun. It is rather the fear of his secrets being exposed. Master, this matter is indeed inappropriate and may tarnish the Zhangmen's reputation. Others will criticize the Zhangmen for unfairness. I should address this. Forget it, forget it. If you wish to go, do so after a while. The Zhangmen has just announced a decree. Do you want to request a change immediately? If the Zhangmen keeps changing orders, how will that not damage his authority? Wait a few days. After all, the Shenyun Tan will not open until the Mid-Autumn Festival. And today is merely the 1st day of the lunar month, with over half a year to go. There is no rush. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Call me Aunt. Very well, Aunt. Most importantly, I observe that many elders harbor significant grievances against you today, and that Lu family patriarch summoned over a dozen elders to conspire about something. I suspect it may be aimed at you. Xian Yixianzi stated earnestly as she regarded Han Yun. After a moment of quick contemplation, Han Yun responded, Undoubtedly, this incident has caused their dissatisfaction with me. The reason Master does not wish for me to approach the Zhongmen immediately is to discern their true intentions, is it not? Upon hearing this, Xian Yixianzi cast an appreciative glance at Han Yun. Exactly, I wish to observe what schemes this group of rats may concoct. To see how the Lu family patriarch intends to target you, and whether there are members of the Wealthy Merchants Guild manipulating this situation behind the scenes. The previous incident with Lu Jing's demise, when the Lu patriarch targeted you, likely indicates a connection with the Wealthy Merchants Guild. This time, we can use the incident to unearth any infiltrators within our Yin-Yang sect. I anticipate numerous elders will rise against me. However, not all of these elders may be affiliated with the Wealthy Merchants Guild. They could merely be pawns used by the hidden instigator or the Lu family. So we must discern carefully. By the way, it would be wise to inform the Zhongmen of this situation and my intentions, so that regardless of what transpires later, the Zhongmen will stand by us and not be deceived by those individuals. Do not worry, I shall go over shortly. My return was to discuss this with you. Since there are no issues on your end, I will proceed to speak with the Zhongmen. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt. What trouble is there? Life in the sect is the most mundane. It is rare to have mice emerge to engage in a battle of wits with me, which I find quite amusing. Han Yun smirked at Xian Yixianzi's eyes shimmering with excitement, secretly thinking that his master truly relished chaos. Such matters were not amusing to him. Rather, they were a source of irritation. Well then, let us face the challenges as they come, observing how the opponent plays their hand. I fear no schemes they may devise. As long as they do not resort to assassination, correct? Alas, if only you possessed some combat prowess, Xian Yixianzi sighed in exasperation. Wisdom is the finest weapon. Is it not? Han Yun replied with a faint smile. After bidding farewell to Xian Yixianzi, Han Yun made his way towards the Yunwu Hall, pondering how his adversaries might approach him. After much thought, he concluded that they would likely target his teaching methods rather than resort to assassination, as the Wealthy Merchants Guild would not permit such actions. His life held greater value than his demise. Upon returning to the Yunwu Hall, Han Yun detected his junior disciples diligently practicing in their respective rooms, eliciting a smile from him. It seemed he had indeed succeeded in applying pressure. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, they were all diligently striving for improvement. The subsequent days passed peacefully, devoid of incidents. And Han Yun occupied his leisure time by meticulously compiling martial techniques. Finally, on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the Yunwu Hall reopened its doors, welcoming all disciples who had previously received wooden tokens. Liang Chao stood at the entrance distributing wooden tokens, while his junior sister and Peng Qing cheerfully recorded the gifts brought by the disciples, as it was customary during the New Year festivities. Han Yun, draped in a white cloak, patiently addressed the queries of the disciples, ensuring everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Chapter 56. The Celestial Grade Martial Technique. The 18 palms of the dragon descending with the reopening of the Yunwu Hall, all continued smoothly, maintaining a tranquil atmosphere. Daily, treasures and silver flowed in, and Han Yun garnered numerous achievement points, while the disciples acquired martial arts suitable for their capabilities. Everything was progressing towards a brighter future. This left Han Yun somewhat puzzled. What schemes might the Lu Patriarch and the allied elders be concocting against him? Days passed, and on the morning of the 11th day of the Lunar New Year, Han Yun was expounding martial arts to his disciples within the Yunwu Hall when suddenly a servant rushed in, whispering something to Liang Chao, who then promptly followed him out. Shortly thereafter, Liang Chao returned, kneeling beside Han Yun and quietly informing him, "Senior brother." A disciple from the Lai Ri Peak just reported that one of their junior brothers, after consulting martial arts at our Yunwu Hall yesterday, fell into a state of deviation during his evening practice, resulting in chaotic meridians and almost losing all his internal energy. He is currently recuperating, but it is uncertain whether he can recover. Falling into deviation? Han Yun furrowed his brow. That should not be possible. They were instructed to practice as per my guidance. How could this have occurred? Is it possible that the disciple was overly anxious and altered the techniques I taught? I am unsure about that. The disciple remains in a coma, and we will need to wait until he awakens to inquire further. Senior brother, should we perhaps visit after we close the hall tonight to assist the disciple in recovery, considering he was learning our techniques? A thought occurred to Han Yun, yet he shook his head, saying, "There is no need to concern ourselves. It is merely an isolated incident, not worth worrying about. For the next few days, keep an ear out for any other disciples who may have experienced similar deviations." Understood. Liang Chao nodded and then withdrew. Han Yun addressed the gathered disciples, stating, "All of you must practice the martial arts I have taught precisely as instructed. Do not rush or make unauthorized alterations. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. If I discover that anyone has modified my teachings and encountered issues as a result, our Yunwu Hall will bear no responsibility, and that person will be permanently barred from entering our hall. The disciples responded in unison, unsure of the situation, but obliged to comply. Han Yun nodded and continued with his explanations. Thus, the day passed peacefully. The following day, the 12th day of the Lunar New Year, in the afternoon, Liang Chao approached Han Yun once more, his expression grave. Senior brother, I have gathered information. Today, 3 more disciples have fallen into deviation, hailing from Lai Ri Peak, Chi Xiao Peak, and Yu Yu Peak. Very well, I understand, Han Yun replied with a nod. Are we taking no action? Regardless, you need to thoroughly investigate which disciples have recently fallen into madness, documenting their names and the respective elders who are their masters. After Liang Chao departed, Han Yun's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. At this moment, 2 words floated through his mind. Is that all? In the preceding months, not a single disciple had succumbed to madness from practicing his martial arts. However, ever since the first day of the new year, following the dissatisfaction of numerous elders and the incident where clan leader Lu dismissed other elders, there have been consecutive reports of disciples losing their minds for 2 days straight. If this were merely coincidence, it would be a grave underestimation of Han Yun's intelligence. He could even surmise the elders' intentions. They aimed to have their disciples train under him, then return to create the illusion of madness or intentionally disrupt their meridians, resulting in injuries. As the number of those succumbing to madness increased, public opinion would gradually turn against him. At that point, people would begin to question his martial arts, nurturing seeds of doubt within their hearts. Subsequently, they would arrange for individuals to deliberately tarnish his reputation, inciting public outrage. Ultimately, a coalition of elders would gather to accuse him before the sect leader, bringing along the victims to lament their plight, thereby branding him as a teacher who misleads his disciples, forcing him into a position where he could no longer instruct them or compelling the sect leader to disband the Yunwu Hall. In such a scenario, he would lose all recognition, and the opportunity for the Shun Yun Tan would naturally slip away from him. At that time, he would undoubtedly feel resentful and frustrated, harboring great bitterness, which the wealthy merchant association would exploit to their advantage, a twofold gain. Contemplating this, Han Yun could not help but feel disappointed. The elders truly were short-sighted. They failed to recognize the value he, Han Yun, could bring to the Yin Yang sect, a potential for strength enhancement far surpassing that of a mere Shin Yun Tan. Perhaps they were aware, yet their vision was clouded by self-interest, oblivious to the broader interests of the sect. This scheme was not entirely conspiratorial. Rather, it resembled an overt maneuver, albeit executed with such clumsiness that it could be easily dismantled, lacking the finesse of a true mastermind. After pondering for a moment, he realized that resolving this situation was simple, but to eradicate the problem entirely and prevent its recurrence, he must enhance his prestige in the eyes of the elders. After all, the establishment of the Yunwu Hall had encroached upon the interests of many elders, fostering their dissatisfaction. Only by alleviating this discontent and winning their genuine respect could he avert future troubles. He resolved to prepare for 2 contingencies. He picked up 2 blank pages and inscribed 5 large characters on the first page, Jiang Long Shi Ba Zhang, while marking 2 smaller words below, Tianji. An hour later, he had meticulously documented the training methods and techniques for Jiang Long Shi Ba Zhang, illustrating each movement. Host successfully created Tian-level martial arts, rewarded with 1,000 achievement points. This marked Han Yun's first creation of Tian-level martial arts. He had initially assumed that any self-created martial technique would yield a reward of 100 achievement points, but to his surprise, Tian-level merited 1,000. It seemed that, in the system's eyes, anything below Tian-level was merely subpar martial arts. At this time, the disciples had completed their teachings, practicing their techniques and cultivating their skills, allowing Han Yun some leisure to pursue his endeavors. After finalizing Jiang Long Shi Ba Zhang, he took up another page and inscribed 3 large characters on the cover. This martial art, distinct from Jiang Long Shi Ba Zhang, had been the most widely disseminated and historically significant in his past life, suitable for individuals of all ages. Misuse of this technique could yield results inferior to Huang level, yet when mastered, it could unleash power surpassing even Tian level. This time, he intended to use this martial art to win over all the elders of the Yin Yang sect. As darkness enveloped the sky and the Yunwu Hall closed its doors, Han Yun completed the documentation of this martial art. Host successfully created divine-level martial arts, rewarded with 10,000 achievement points. Divine-level martial arts? In this world, all martial arts were categorized into 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Ordinary disciples and elders could only cultivate Huang level or Xian level martial arts, while D-level martial arts were reserved for the Grand Elders and Peak Masters, each wielding formidable power. Tian level martial arts, on the other hand, were treasured secrets held by the 9 rivers and 7 major forces, accessible only to the sect leaders and venerable elders, all of whom were akin to guardian deities of their respective factions. Even Han Yun remained unaware of the name of the Tian level martial arts within the Yin Yang sect. As for levels beyond Tian, no one knew what they entailed, and few believed that any martial arts higher than Tian existed. Now, with Han Yun's creation of this martial art, the system had directly and bluntly designated it as divine level martial arts, granting him an astonishing reward of 10,000 achievement points. Senior brother, the doors are closed and the lights are off. The junior sisters urged Han Yun while tidying up their belongings. Han Yun nodded, discreetly storing this divine level martial art into his storage space, then picked up the book on Jiang Long Shi Ba Zhang, standing up to say, "Do not worry about cleaning up. Let the servants come in to tidy up. You 6, come with me." The junior sisters, puzzled, followed Han Yun to the plaza outside the Great Hall. Han Yun instructed the servants to light the lanterns, illuminating the courtyard, and then dismissed everyone. "Senior brother, is there something significant happening?" The junior sister asked, a mixture of excitement and curiosity gleaming in her wide eyes. "It is not a grand affair, but it holds importance. You 6 have accompanied me for some time now, diligently and without complaint, performing excellently in your duties. Therefore, as a reward, I have decided to impart to you a Tian level martial art." Tian level martial art? Everyone gasped in awe, with Peng Chung exclaiming in shock. The junior sister reacted the quickest, slapping Peng Chung on the head, scolding him, "Fool, keep your voice down. Did you not see senior brother dismiss the servants? He does not want others to know. This is a Tian level martial art. Do you realize how powerful Tian level martial arts are? My master and grandfather were not even qualified to cultivate them." "I know," Peng Chung replied, feeling aggrieved. "Then why did you shout so loudly? I was just momentarily astonished. Enough of this nonsense. Gather closer." Han Yun beckoned to the 6 of them and handed over the book. "This is my first self-created Tian level martial art. I am not yet fully proficient, but I have done my utmost to refine it. Review it carefully, note the methods of internal energy operation, and then practice the techniques." "Understood, senior brother." The 6 formed a fan-shaped arrangement, huddled beneath the lantern as they began perusing the text. It took them a full hour to finish reading, with some progressing quickly while others lagged, almost causing a ruckus. "Senior brother, we have finished reading." The junior sister respectfully returned the manual to Han Yun. "You should keep it for now. Once you have all learned it, then return it to me." "Yes, senior brother. This is the treasure of our Yunwu Hall. Once we master it, we must lock it away. If others find out, they will undoubtedly try to steal it." "Very well. You will be responsible for finding a box and a lock when the time comes." Han Yun smiled indulgently and continued, "This martial art is invulnerable and unparalleled, representing the pinnacle of external martial arts. It cannot be mastered in just 1 or 2 attempts, but if learned, you will be unmatched within the same realm. I will demonstrate it for you, so pay close attention." Han Yun assumed a stance and executed a technique, shouting, "This is the first move, Kong Long Yu Hui. The second move, Fei Long Zai Tian. The third move, Jian Long Zai Tian. Hong Jian Yu Lu. Qian Long Wu Yong. Li Shi De Chuan. Tu Ru Chi Lai. Zhen Jing Bai Li. Hui Yu Zai Yuan. Shuang Long Chu Shui. Yu 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 Yuan. Shi Cheng Lu Long. Mi Yin Bu Yu. Sun Zai Yu Fu. Long Zhan Yu Yi. Lu Shuang Bing Ji. Di Yang Chu Fan. Shen Long Bai Wei." After completing the 18 palms, Han Yun executed each move with deliberate slowness, ensuring that all could observe clearly. "Have you all taken note?" he inquired. "Yes, we have," they replied. "Very well, let us begin the practice," he affirmed with a nod before stepping beneath the eaves of the Grand Hall to observe their training. Among the 6 practitioners, their natural talents varied, undoubtedly. The most gifted was Junlinger. She grasped the techniques after just a single demonstration, leaving Han Yun astonished. Her aptitude for learning martial arts transcended mere talent. It was akin to a predetermined rule. Any martial skill explained by her would be comprehended with absolute certainty, even celestial-level techniques. However, this ability was confined to her own explanations. She could not learn merely by witnessing others in battle. Despite her rapid acquisition of skills, she remained oblivious to the deeper understanding of the martial arts essence, having never demonstrated insight into any particular technique's profundity. It appeared that fairness still resided within the heavens. The other 5 students possessed similar, moderately above-average talents. Previously, Peng Chung had lagged behind due to his impoverished background. As the saying goes, the poor study literature while the wealthy study martial arts. To advance swiftly in martial arts, quality resources are indispensable. Since aligning with Han Yun, Peng Cheng had no shortage of resources and, combined with his diligence, quickly caught up with the others. The speed at which Junlinger learned incited envy among the other 5, who then redoubled their efforts and practice. By morning, they had yet to master the entirety of the techniques, having only grasped the first 10. With an additional night of diligence, they should all be able to learn the complete set. On the 13th day of the first lunar month, the Yunwu Hall opened as usual, bustling with eager practitioners filling all 100 seats. Han Yun occupied the main seat, elucidating martial concepts to his disciples. In the afternoon, Liang Chao returned with a report. Master Brother, today we have seen an alarming increase. Over a dozen disciples have fallen into the grips of deviation, failing in their training. The rumors circulating outside are rampant, claiming that you are unreliable and that your teachings have harmed others. It enrages me, for it is clear that these disciples have strayed from your guidance and altered the techniques on their own accord, resulting in their plight. Yet, the blame falls squarely on you. Liang Chao spoke through clenched teeth. The recent developments had not escaped the notice of Junlinger and the others, who gathered around upon hearing Liang Chao's words, their faces marked by indignation. Master Brother, allow me to confront those reckless disciples and teach them a lesson, Junlinger exclaimed, her anger palpable. Come back, do not act impulsively. Han Yun gestured for her to sit. Let us not concern ourselves with these matters. Allow nature to take its course. Maintain your focus and continue with your tasks. Master Brother, Junlinger stomped her foot in frustration, disliking his nonchalant demeanor in the face of adversity. She wished for his resolve to mirror her own, charging headfirst into challenges without hesitation. After they settled, Han Yun prepared to resume his lecture when a disciple interjected. Master Brother, I've also heard the recent rumors. It is evident that the deviations stem from those disciples' reckless training. I trust you completely. You are our most esteemed Master Brother and would never lead us astray. Indeed, Master Brother, do not let these misguided individuals disturb your tranquility. While a small faction may misunderstand you, the majority of us hold unwavering faith in you. I suspect that there may be someone orchestrating these events, deliberately leading others to misconstrue your intentions. How else could such a sudden surge of deviations occur? This has never happened before. Exactly. Such individuals deserve severe retribution. If I discover who is responsible, I shall report them to the Master. Master Brother, issue a statement to clarify that this situation is not a reflection of your teachings, but rather the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals. The disciples rallied in support of Han Yun, who smiled at their solidarity. It seemed they were not oblivious to the truth. A significant portion of the disciples within Yin Yang sect had sought his guidance, their skills flourishing as they trained. Moreover, the adversary's schemes were so clumsy that it was apparent to discerning eyes. I appreciate your support, but let the virtuous remain virtuous and the corrupt reveal their true nature. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. There's no need to waste words on this matter. Those who believe in Han Yun will continue to seek my teachings, and those who do not may refrain from doing so, thus allowing me to devote my time to those who do. Now, let us proceed. Han Yun resumed his lesson, appearing utterly unaffected by the unfolding events. That evening, after the hall had closed, he instructed the 6 to continue practicing the 18 palms. After a night of arduous training, they finally mastered the entire set and could unleash its full power. On the 14th day of the first lunar month, the Yunwu Hall opened its doors once more, bustling with eager visitors. However, that day saw an even greater number of disciples succumbing to deviations, over 20 in total. Han Yun calculated that the total number of afflicted disciples had reached 40, spread across all 7 peaks. The public outcry intensified, with some voices calling for the closure of Yunwu Hall and for Han Yun to accept responsibility. He surmised that the elders had laid the groundwork for their impending actions. Sure enough, after the hall's closure that evening, Xian Yixian Zi personally arrived. I pay my respects to my master. I pay my respects to the sect leader. Xian Yixian Zi nodded and took her seat at the desk, locking eyes with Han Yun. Today, over 20 elders convened at the main peak's hall, jointly accusing you of teaching techniques that have led many disciples to deviate, with some even rendered completely powerless. They demand severe punishment, including the closure of Yunwu Hall and your expulsion from the sect. Upon hearing this, Junlinger immediately grew agitated, exclaiming, Master, this is a blatant injustice against our Master Brother. There must be someone scheming behind the scenes, deliberately framing him. Han Yun gestured for her to be quiet. So they seek to expel me rather than execute me? It appears there is indeed a hidden agenda at play. Indeed, expelling you would serve the interests of the elders while fulfilling the ulterior motives of the mastermind, achieving a dual purpose. A gathering of short-sighted fools, Han Yun scoffed. Continuing, such a clumsy scheme reflects a decline in the mastermind's acumen. It pales in comparison to the previous confrontations. It may not even be the mastermind orchestrating this. It could simply be that fool Lu, with the mastermind merely fanning the flames. What has the sect leader said? The sect leader has summoned you to the main peak tomorrow, where the elders will bring the afflicted disciples for a confrontation to determine the course of action. I later met with the sect leader, and even Linger, with her keen mind, could see that there was someone pulling strings behind this. How could the sect leader not perceive it? I discussed this matter with the sect leader, who will unhesitatingly stand by your side. Even if the situation cannot be resolved, your standing will remain unshaken, though some negative repercussions are inevitable. June Linger listened, perplexed and unable to grasp the conversation between her master and senior brother. However, one phrase caught her attention. What do you mean? Even a mind like Linger's can see through it. Who are you trying to belittle? Am I that foolish? Huh. This situation can be unraveled with a mere flick of the fingers. I am fully prepared. The truth shall reveal itself tomorrow, Han Yun said with a confident smile. Oh, what brilliant strategy do you have to resolve this? Share your thoughts so I may assist you in devising a plan. The eyes of Xian Xianzi sparkled with a mischievous glint once again. If they resort to clumsy methods to deal with me, I shall reciprocate in kind. This time, I intend to earn the respect of all the elders. Very well, my master, I acknowledge your cleverness, and I have also devised a few strategies. However, since you seem to have a plan in mind, I shall refrain from sharing my rudimentary ideas and will defer to your wisdom. Is there anything you require my assistance with? Speak freely. Master, tomorrow, I request that you say nothing and take no action. That will suffice. I wish to win fairly and squarely. You are not only my revered mentor, but also the esteemed leader of Chao Xiaofeng. Whatever you may utter will undoubtedly be perceived as favoritism, which would be detrimental to your reputation. Leave everything to me. You need not worry, master. Humph. Are you not planning to include me in the fun? Xian Xianzi huffed with a hint of indignation, turning her head away, her demeanor suggesting displeasure. Observing her sulking expression, Han Yun realized that if he did not arrange some tasks for her today, it would be impossible to appease her. After all, during their discussions on the first day of the month, she had been eager to engage in a battle of wits with their opponent. Now that he had taken on the entire responsibility, leaving her no room to contribute, she was bound to be dissatisfied. Very well, master. I have only thought of a way to break the deadlock, but have yet to devise a method to unearth the mastermind behind the scenes. Might I entrust this matter to you? Chapter 59. A battle of wits among scholars, the mastermind behind the scenes? Do you mean for me to observe the expressions of every suspicious individual on site tomorrow in order to identify the target? Precisely. For instance, who is signaling to the elders from the shadows, and who, though seemingly unrelated, is subtly steering the situation with their words. Furthermore, once I break the deadlock, the elders will undoubtedly be thrown into disarray, and at that moment, they will instinctively look towards their mainstay. It is crucial to observe their expressions, particularly that of Lu Zhuzhong, who is the primary subject of scrutiny. He has been involved in both recent incidents and may be under the influence of a hidden instigator. Very well, I shall take on such a trivial task, which is rather dull. I shall return first. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the main peak. Understood. Xian Xianzi rose and departed from Yunwu Hall. At that moment, the few individuals who had been holding their breath immediately surrounded Han Yun, bombarding him with questions about his plans. Senior brother, you have appeared indifferent towards recent events. Surely, you are feigning it, as you must have devised a strategy long ago. The little junior sister looked at Han Yun with excitement. Indeed, but it certainly does not entail rushing out to beat those misguided disciples. This was what the little junior sister had said a few days prior, and upon hearing Han Yun's remark, she blushed, realizing her impulsiveness had nearly jeopardized her senior brother's endeavors. All right, no more questions. Liang Chao, please post a notice at the entrance. Yunwu Hall will be closed for 1 day, instructing those who have received wooden tokens to return the day after tomorrow. The 6 of you will accompany me to the main peak tomorrow. Whether I can navigate this crisis depends on your abilities. Understood, senior brother. Although we are unsure of what we need to do, we will execute your directives excellently. The little junior sister was eager to participate. What you need to do is to suppress your excitement and adopt a worried and angry expression when we go to the main peak tomorrow. Agreed. Han Yun nodded and returned to his abode, continuing to refine his spiritual energy, paying little mind to the matter at hand. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at Yunwu Hall, and shortly thereafter, Xian Xianzi arrived. Although she could fly, it was impossible for her to carry 7 people at once. Thus, they obediently descended the mountain, making their way towards the main peak. By the time they reached the main peak, the sun was already high in the sky, and many disciples had gathered early to witness the unfolding events. Among them was Wang Han-shi, who relished in the excitement. As the group arrived, the disciples parted to create a pathway, allowing them to enter the main hall. This marked Han Yun's first entry into the main hall, where the numerous elders engaged in discussion caught his attention, alongside the 3 Taoist statues of the Sanqing. In Dechuan, martial arts flourished, and even the Taoist and Buddhist sects practiced martial arts with unique methodologies. The most powerful and prosperous Taoist sect in Dechuan was the Yin-Yang sect. At this moment, several elders were animatedly debating. Upon noticing Han Yun and Xian Yixianzi's entrance, their faces reflected discontent, and they glared with disdain. Meanwhile, some elders appeared indifferent, while others wore amused expressions, relishing the spectacle. Han Yun chose to remain composed, and since the elders had not initiated hostility, he welcomed the tranquility. Soon, the sect leader emerged from the corridor, approached the Sanqing statues, offered an incense stick, and bowed before turning to face the assembly. "Greetings, sect leader." The elders paid their respects. "Sect leader, we accuse Han Yun of leading disciples astray, teaching them martial arts that resulted in over 40 disciples losing their way and nearly ruining their cultivation. Such heinous acts require your stern punishment to rectify the situation." Lu Zhuzhong stepped forward, bursting with righteous indignation. "Indeed, sect leader, my poor disciple is still lying down. He had to be carried here. My second disciple, although able to walk, cannot channel his inner strength, suffering from excruciating pain in his meridians. My little disciple remains unconscious to this day." Upon hearing this, the sect leader stroked his beard and remarked, "Strange, Han Yun has been teaching for several months. Why has there never been an instance of disciples losing their way until now, with such a sudden surge? What could be the cause?" As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Han Yun. Before Han Yun could respond, Lu Zhuzhong interjected once more. "What could it be? It must be that this wretch obtained a spot in the Shunyun pond, and, fearing that other disciples would compete with him, deliberately led them astray, wishing for them all to fail so that he would face no rivals." In response, Han Yun chuckled lightly and said, "Lu Zhuzhong, if I had merely secured one of the 20 spots, it would be understandable to harm others. But the sect leader has already decreed that only I am to receive a spot in the Shunyun pond. No one can alter that. All I need do is remain idle and await the arrival of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why would I need to harm other disciples and invite disaster upon myself?" "Humph, sharp-tongued as ever. Regardless of your words, the fact remains that you have led over 40 disciples astray." Another elder stepped forward to accuse. "My Yin-Yang sect has established itself for hundreds of years, and we have never witnessed such a large-scale incident. You have inflicted serious harm upon my Yin-Yang sect. Sect leader, I implore you to expel Han Yun from the sect as a form of punishment." The elders clamored, eager to see Han Yun expelled without delay. Han Yun smiled slightly and clasped his hands, stating, "Since you all believe they lost their way due to my teachings, do we have any witnesses to that effect?" "Naturally, we do. We have both witnesses and evidence. Some of them even possess the martial arts manuals you provided." Lu Zhuzhong commanded, "Bring them forth." At his bellow, the elders retreated, clearing a large space, and many disciples entered from outside. Some walked in on their own, albeit pale and weak, while others were supported by their peers, and a few were even carried in on stretchers. "Han Yun, they are all disciples who learned under you in recent days and returned to practice, only to end up in this state. You cannot deny it." Han Yun nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I remember them. They sought knowledge from me." Lu Zhuzhong let out a cold huff. "Now you admit it. The evidence is irrefutable. Tell me, Lu Zhuzhong, at your age, how is it that you never learn from past experiences? Just as before, I indeed acknowledge that Elder Lu Jing had visited me, and you were eager to convict me. However, the outcome was that I did not take the life of that individual. After losing so much face last time, you have repeated the same mistake. At your advanced age, why not maintain some dignity and enjoy your twilight years? Is it necessary to completely lose face before you relent?" Chapter 60. An intellectual overpowering you see. This time you cannot deny it. They have suffered because they practiced your martial arts. The anger of clan leader Lu was palpable, nearly causing him to spew blood. "Next time you speak, try not to jump to conclusions prematurely. Wait until the matter is settled before passing judgment on others. Otherwise, if the tables turn, where will your old face be?" Han Yun's words shook clan leader Lu, causing him to tremble with fury, almost collapsing from the strain. Meanwhile, outside the door, the junior sister listened with wide eyes, marveling at her senior brother's eloquence. He managed to chastise others without resorting to a single vulgar word, leaving them utterly bewildered. How infuriating it was that her senior brother had skills he had not yet taught her. Han Yun then turned his attention to the disciples. After surveying the group, he approached the first disciple. The disciple, wanting to speak, was interrupted by Han Yun. You need not say a word. You are Lu Binghao, who arrived on the 11th of the first month, correct? The disciple nodded. You sought my guidance on a palm technique, and I taught you the Paiyin palm. I provided you with the complete method of internal energy cultivation, yet your expression suggests that your qi is in turmoil, resulting in damaged meridians. You must have attempted to execute the Paiyin palm before mastering it, leading to your injury. Am I correct? Han Yun's gaze pierced through the disciple's eyes, instilling such fear that the disciple trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his face as he nodded dazedly. Han Yun's gaze was not inherently powerful, but he had used his spiritual force to invade the disciple's consciousness, exerting pressure upon his soul, which caused this effect. Next, he approached the second disciple. You have practiced the Tongbei fist, yet your dantian is ruptured. Logically, even if you altered my method, it should not have resulted in this. It is evident that you must have struck your own dantian after completing your training. What? The disciple's face turned pale with fear, and he staggered back several steps, colliding with others before coming to a halt. Han Yun ignored him and moved to the third disciple. You did not practice martial techniques, but I taught you a cultivation method. From your appearance, it seems you deliberately reversed the method, did you not? How do you know? As Han Yun examined each disciple, he could discern their symptoms at a glance and accurately infer their actions. The elders present gasped in astonishment, praising Han Yun's profound martial arts mastery. Finally, Han Yun reached the last unconscious disciple. This individual has not practiced martial arts. I taught him a mental technique, yet during practice, he disregarded my advice, allowing too many distractions, and has truly fallen into a state of confusion. After speaking, Han Yun strode confidently to the front and addressed the headmaster with cupped fists. Headmaster, my investigation has revealed the truth. These disciples intentionally caused their own mistakes, and they have admitted as much. Upon hearing this, the headmaster's face turned ashen, glaring at the disciples and the dozen or so elders with a cold snort. Some elders reacted quickly, stepping forward to point at their own disciples. Lu Tsong, how dare you deceive your master and conspire against Han Yun? Your crime is unforgivable. I am deeply disappointed in you. How could you collude with other disciples to do such a thing, bringing disgrace upon us elders? Such a grave offense warrants expulsion from the sect. Return and reflect upon your actions, awaiting punishment. Now get out. Clan leader Lu bellowed, ordering the disciples to leave. He dared not let them linger. If they spoke out of turn, he would be implicated. However, he was clever, but others were not fools. The observant Xian Yixinzi stepped forward, scoffing. Clan leader Lu, do not be so hasty. I believe these disciples did not intend to harm Han Yun. Her words left everyone bewildered. Why was she their master? Not defending Han Yun, but instead speaking up for others? Xian Yixinzi continued. In my view, their actions have only harmed themselves while attempting to harm others. Only a fool would act in such a manner, and our Yin Yang sect's disciples are certainly no fools. There must be some hidden reason behind their actions. We cannot wrongfully accuse our innocent disciples. They are also victims. What do you think, Yin Er? Indeed. Han Yun turned to the disciples, and once more, he unleashed his spiritual force, enveloping all the disciples. The pressure emanating from their souls subtly influenced their emotions. Everyone. I recall stating that any martial arts learned here must be practiced according to my methods. Any unauthorized alterations that lead to mistakes absolve Yun Wu Hall of responsibility. And such individuals shall never set foot in Yun Wu Hall again. Yet, you acted contrary to my explicit instructions and maliciously framed me. What punishment do you believe you deserve? Under Han Yun's pressure, the young disciples were filled with overwhelming fear, one by one collapsing to their knees, begging for mercy. Han Yun then continued, however, considering this is your first offense, I will grant you an opportunity for redemption. Reveal who instigated you to act this way, and I will plead with the headmaster for leniency in your punishment. I will speak. It was my master who instigated it. All of this was my master's doing. It was Elder Lu who instructed me. My master, Elder Zhong, told me to do this. He said that if I could bring you down, I would secure a spot in the Shunyun pool. They all spoke in a rush, eager to reveal their instigators. The surrounding elders wore amused expressions, watching the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the dozen or so elders appeared ashen, stunned into silence. Everything was lost. The headmaster turned, his gaze stern and cold as he surveyed them, slowly stating, Elder Lu and all elders, do you have anything to say? Upon hearing this, clan leader Lu's expression shifted before he responded, Headmaster, your insight is remarkable. How could you know this was not a well-orchestrated scheme by Han Yun in collusion with these disciples? Nonsense. How can you still be so obstinate at a time like this? What a disgrace. The headmaster roared. You claim that Han Yun conspired with them to harm you? Then explain how Han Yun has no enmity with you, some of whom he does not even know. What motive would he have to harm you? He simply wishes to teach the disciples well in Yunwu Hall and contribute to our Yin Yang sect. He is selfless and does not vie for gain. Why would he wish to harm you? At this moment, no matter how clan leader Lu tried to argue, it was futile. The other elders and the disciples at the entrance could clearly see what was happening. This grand performance has not yet concluded. The overturning of events is merely the appetizer. And the true drama lies ahead as we witness how Han Yun solidifies his position as the supreme emperor of our Yin Yang sect. Chapter 61. Peng Cheng. Go give him 2 slaps. Humph. This lad, merely a third-generation disciple, teaching others is inherently improper. Headmaster, your support of him is already biased. We shall manage this ourselves. What wrongdoing have we committed? Clan leader Lu fumed. The headmaster sighed, expressing his disappointment. Elder Lu, there is a saying. In learning, there is no distinction between young and old. The accomplished lead the way. Keen and eager learners do not shun asking questions. Regardless of who it is, as long as they have achievements in martial arts, they deserve respect. If our Yin Yang sect were to follow your lead, remaining stagnant and stubbornly clinging to dogma, how could we possibly progress? Han Yun smiled and said, the clan leader Lu believes that I am incapable of teaching disciples and that I mislead them. I am aware that it is not just Lu who thinks this. Many elders share the same sentiment. After all, the disciples are indeed young, and regardless of their profound knowledge and skills, they may not earn the respect of all. Thus, I propose that we engage in a friendly competition today, shall we? Competition? Are you suggesting that you, Han Shitzi, will spar with us elders? One elder inquired with a chuckle. Within the Yin Yang sect, nearly every elder held a degree of skepticism toward Han Yun, although only a few harbored hostility. Primarily those allied with the clan leader Lu. Of course, I, Han Yun, being a mere wastrel, cannot compete in martial arts with esteemed elders. Instead, let us allow our respective disciples to represent us in this contest. Oh, are you implying that your disciples from the Yunwu Hall will challenge the disciples selected by us elders? Indeed, we have 6 disciples in the Yunwu Hall, and those who have visited the hall will surely recognize them. Just months ago, they were ordinary disciples, with 1 at the 9th rank and 5 at the beginning of the 8th rank. Now, they have all broken through to the 7th rank. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples present were astonished. How could anyone progress so swiftly in just a few months? It is known that among the 3rd-generation disciples, the number at the 7th rank is quite limited, primarily comprising the direct disciples of the peak masters and the sect leader. Moreover, due to Xian Yi Xianzi being the youngest and ascending to her position later, none of her direct disciples have reached the 7th rank, making Chao Xiao Peak one of the weakest among the peaks. 7th rank. You possess such ability? The sect leader's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, esteemed leader. For the sake of fairness, why not select the 6 most outstanding disciples from among our Yin Yang sect to compete against them? Very well, if you have such confidence. We shall indeed witness your prowess in training disciples. Esteemed elders, have you not long questioned Han Yun's teaching abilities? It is a perfect opportunity for all to recommend which of your top disciples should participate. The elders, upon hearing this, became quite animated, engaging in spirited discussions about which disciples should take part. With the sun and moon in hand, there exists no one like me in this world. Outside the main hall, a voice resonated in song, and the assembly did not need to turn to know who it was. Only Wang Hanshi could be so ostentatious. Wang Hanshi, reveling in the attention, declared, Master, I am willing to compete and face Han Shixiang's disciples. Although proud and arrogant, he was also known for his unwavering commitment. Having referred to Han Yun as Shixiang, he would henceforth acknowledge him as such. You wish to compete? No, that would be too unfair. You, the strongest among the 3rd-generation disciples, would have an overwhelming advantage against those few disciples. It is acceptable, esteemed leader, let Wang Hanshi compete. Outside, the junior sister waved her small fists, shouting, Yes, let him compete. I want to battle him personally. Peng Qing also shouted. Having been defeated by Wang Hanshi in a single move months prior, this incident had been a thorn in his side, and now he was determined to reclaim his honor with the aid of a heavenly-level martial skill. The sect leader hesitated, glancing at Han Yun. Han Yun smiled gently and said, Esteemed leader, as I have stated, feel free to select the most outstanding individuals. I have no objections. Oh, are you implying that your disciples have surpassed all the 3rd-generation disciples? Very well, let Han Shi compete. As for the other 5, let the top disciples from each peak take part. The sect leader looked towards the other peak masters. The chief disciple of Chaoxiao Peak was Han Yun, while Wang Hanqi held that title at Yinyang Peak. The other 5 peaks also had their respective chief disciples, although the other peak masters had no objections. Their chief disciples were not present. After conferring briefly, they each flew back to their peaks to summon their chief disciples. In less than 15 minutes, all the peak masters returned. At this moment, the plaza before the main hall had gathered many disciples from the main peaks, and those who had initially come to observe had joined as well, resulting in an atmosphere akin to that of a grand sect competition. As the chief disciples from the 5 peaks descended, they noticed a person standing in the center of the open space, hands clasped behind his back. Without needing to see his face, they recognized his distinctive posture. Only Wang Hanqi could display such flamboyance. Opposite him stood the 6 disciples, gazing at them with cold expressions. The 5 peak chiefs did not recognize Jun Linger and her companions. As chief disciples, they held their own pride and disdain for attending Han Yun's lectures. Prior to their arrival, they had been informed by their masters about the purpose of the gathering. Upon hearing that they were to confront some younger disciples, they were taken aback, questioning whether this was appropriate. Yet, they could not defy their masters' orders. Thus, they prepared to give their all. For losing would bring disgrace to their masters. The 5 glanced around and recognized their designated camp, taking their positions alongside Wang Hanqi, intentionally leaving the center stage for him. At the pinnacle of martial arts, Han Shi, and the embodiment of greatness, Wang Hanqi flamboyantly opened his fan and lightly fanned himself. His nose elevated as he arrogantly proclaimed, "To my esteemed junior brothers and sisters, we are indeed familiar faces. I shall not make it difficult for you. I offer you the chance to surrender. This time, I shall refrain from striking." Wang Hanqi's ostentatious demeanor elicited shrieks from the surrounding female disciples, while it nauseated Jun Linger and her companions. He truly knows how to show off. How annoying. In the dead of winter, he fans himself without fear of catching a chill. Jun Linger gritted her teeth and nudged Peng Cheng, saying, "Peng Cheng, go give him a slap. Rest assured, I have long wanted to do just that." Peng Cheng stepped forward and addressed Wang Hanqi. "Han Shi, I am Peng Cheng, the weakest among our Yunwu Hall. I shall challenge you." Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples erupted in chatter. The weakest one? He dares to challenge the strongest? Is he ignorant or fearless? Humph. A fool who doesn't know his limits. Han Shi could defeat him with a single move. Despite Han Shixiang's humble nature, he has produced such an arrogant disciple. He hasn't learned anything good. Han Shi, crush him. Listening to the remarks of those around him, Wang Hanqi chuckled lightly and stepped forward, saying, "Your courage is commendable. But I recall that just a few months ago, you were defeated by me in a single strike, correct?" "Indeed. Thus I shall use only one martial technique to defeat you and reclaim my honor." Peng Cheng snorted, pulling out a black cloth strip from his pocket to blindfold himself. He then bent his knees and extended his palm, adopting the starting stance of the first move of the 18 dragon subduing palms, Kong Long Yuhui. The surrounding disciples observed Peng Cheng's decision to fight blindfolded and refrained from mocking him this time, as only those with tremendous confidence in their abilities or sheer foolishness would dare to do so. Of course, many speculated that Peng Cheng's blindfolding was merely an attempt to show off. Yet only Peng Cheng understood his true intentions. He had no desire to flaunt. He was aware that Han Yun had taught Wang Hanqi a technique that caused his entire body to glow. The last time Wang Hanqi had fought against Lu Jing's disciple, it was this technique that had blinded the opponent. Rather than be caught off guard and dazzled, he preferred to blindfold himself from the outset, since discerning position by sound was not difficult. "Are you all prepared?" An elder stepped forward to serve as the judge for this contest. "Ready. Han Yun, do you have any last words or instructions?" To show respect for Han Yun, the elder symbolically inquired for his opinion. Han Yun pondered for a moment before stating, "Defeat the opponent in the span of a single incense stick." "As you command," replied Jun Linger and her 5 companions in unison. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding disciples collectively gasped in disbelief. Could it truly be that the usually modest Han Yun had uttered such audacious claims? Not only had his disciples grown arrogant, but he too seemed to have succumbed to hubris. Did they truly possess such terrifying strength? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the elder announced the commencement of the competition. The 2 rows of participants instinctively distanced themselves from one another, each proud and disdainful of banding together to attack their rivals. A perfect matchup of 6 against 6 ensued, allowing each individual to face their own opponent. As the others cleared space, Peng Cheng had already charged towards Wang Hanshi. Unmoved, Wang Hanshi lightly fanned himself, proclaiming, "Who stands at the pinnacle of martial arts?" At first glance, the path of Han Shi appears empty. Instantly, a radiant glow enveloped him, blinding all onlookers. Peng Cheng bellowed in fury and unleashed a powerful strike. The first move of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. The dragon soars with regret. At that moment, the others also launched their attacks, invoking the same technique and announcing its name. Han Yun frowned at this spectacle. What foolishness was this? Why shout the names of their techniques before executing them? Would it not be more effective to strike stealthily and catch their adversaries off guard? After this bout, it seemed necessary to educate them. Such ostentation was hardly beneficial. As the 6 participants struck, a collective dragon's roar resonated throughout the arena. The formidable energy of their palm strikes, accompanied by a howling wind, swiftly struck their opponents. The adversaries remained unperturbed, each employing their martial skills to resist. However, the might of their combined attack proved overwhelming, causing all but Wang Hanshi to cough up blood and collapse. Even Wang Hanshi struggled, staggering backwards several steps, feeling the tumult of his internal energy and the searing pain in his meridians. He had sensed the power of that palm strike and realized the gravity of the situation. Hastily mobilizing his entire cultivation to defend himself, yet nearly faltered in doing so. As the first strike concluded, the surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment. What kind of martial skill was this? Its strength was unparalleled. The 5 chief disciples could not withstand even a single blow. Even the formidable Han Shi had been pushed back. Was this martial art of the earth level? Nonsense. Master Han had taught me earth-level martial skills, and none were this potent. The disciples buzzed with speculation while the elders stood in stunned silence. Their discerning eyes were far sharper than those of the disciples. The palm strike unleashed by the 6 was likely that of a 6th-grade expert, and it was impossible to receive it unscathed. It should be noted that these 6 were merely at the initial stage of the 7th grade, and in terms of internal energy, they were vastly inferior to their 6 esteemed adversaries. Wang Hanshi rubbed his painfully aching arm. His earlier composure evaporated, and he growled, "What a formidable 18 dragon-subduing palm. Indeed, its power is impressive. Now experience my Baitao fist." With that, Wang Hanshi roared, propelled himself off the ground, and hurled a punch towards Peng Cheng. In times past, Peng Cheng would never have dared to confront Wang Hanshi's full-force attack head-on. However, today was different. He brimmed with confidence, certain he could severely injure Wang Hanshi. Second move. The dragon soars in the sky. Peng Cheng leapt towards Wang Hanshi, who was descending to strike him. This time, he chose not to evade but to engage directly in a clash. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated as Wang Hanshi's arm shattered. And Peng Cheng's dragon soars in the sky continued unabated, crashing into Wang Hanshi's abdomen. A cry of anguish echoed as Wang Hanshi's body curled like a shrimp before crashing heavily to the ground. As for Peng Cheng, he lightly tapped his toes on Wang Hanshi's descending form, executing a graceful backflip in midair before landing steadily on the ground. The arena fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of Wang Hanshi hitting the ground. The onlookers were struck by a surreal sense of disbelief. Did I not see incorrectly? A mere commoner, once deemed a waste, defeated the esteemed Hanshi in 2 moves. Suddenly, someone broke the silence, exclaiming, "Bravo," and clapping enthusiastically. The other disciples, roused from their stupor, erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause. They were not supporting the chief disciples over Han Yun. They were merely endorsing strength. To vanquish the most exceptional disciples of the sect in just a couple of moves marked one as the true champion. Everyone understood that although Jun Linger and her companions had triumphed, the real credit belonged to Master Han Yun. If even 1 or 2 among them were exceptionally strong, it could be attributed to their innate talents. Yet, 6 individuals exhibiting such extraordinary prowess could only be a testament to the quality of their teacher's instruction. Chapter 63. The soft overcomes the hard with Tai Chi. Furthermore, they were all executing the same martial technique. While the individuals were strong, it was the martial skill itself that was even more formidable. The hearts of all the disciples ignited with fervor. If I could learn this technique, could I not attain such strength? The sect leader gestured for the chief disciples to be carried away for healing. At this moment, someone could no longer restrain themselves. Xiu Tianming, the master of the Lieri Peak, stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he turned to Han Yun and urgently inquired, "Han Shitzi, I ask you, was the martial skill just executed by those disciples a heavenly level technique? Do not deceive me. I have immersed myself in martial arts for decades, have practiced various earth-level techniques, and have witnessed heavenly level techniques with my own eyes. The power displayed just now could only be heavenly level." Han Yun raised his head to meet Xiu Tianming's gaze, recalling him as one of the few present in Lu Jing's courtyard who, along with the sect leader and his master, had been an object of his suspicion. Master Xiu has keen insight. It is indeed heavenly level martial arts. The disciples erupted in astonishment. Heavenly level martial arts. They had only ever heard of such techniques, never having seen them firsthand. Even before Han Yun's arrival, they had scarcely encountered earth-level martial arts, let alone the fabled heavenly-level techniques, which were beyond their wildest imaginations. Is this technique your own creation, or did you acquire it from elsewhere? Xiu Tianming immediately pressed. Master Xiu, you jest. Heavenly-level martial arts are the most treasured secrets of any sect, crucial to the survival of the entire faction. The disciples have yet to venture far from the mountain. How could they possibly obtain heavenly-level techniques from outside? You managed to create a heavenly-level martial skill yourself? Xiu Tianming breathed rapidly, his gaze ablaze with excitement, but quickly realized he was losing composure. He cleared his throat and said, very well, you have brought great joy to me. Forgive my indiscretion, Han Shitzi. Hearing this, the sect leader chuckled. It is rare to see you so animated, Master Xiu. Yet, it is not only you. I believe everyone is equally thrilled. Our Yin-Yang sect has gained another heavenly-level martial skill. This is a grand event. Han Yun has rendered an immense service. An elder approached and asked, Han Shitzi, we have only witnessed these few disciples execute 2 moves of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Are there not 16 more? Indeed, and each subsequent move grows in power. Han Yun affirmed. As expected of Han Shitzi, this heavenly-level martial skill is a treasure that will greatly benefit our Yin-Yang sect. I hope Han Shitzi will not keep it to yourself, but will impart this technique to us elders. Yes, Han Shitzi, we elders have never asked anything of you. This technique must not be kept secret. Han Shitzi is a disciple of our Yin-Yang sect. Naturally, his martial skills belong to the sect as well. Let us not be petty in our judgments of his intentions. Han Shitzi is generous and would never hide his gifts or favor. Indeed, this martial skill should rightfully belong to the sect. Han Yun smiled at their words, realizing they had begun to resort to moral persuasion. Indeed, it is understandable that these elders, lacking the qualifications to cultivate the celestial-level martial arts of Yin-Yang Zone, would feel envy upon witnessing its emergence from Han Yun. At this moment, the sect leader stepped forward and spoke. Everyone, please be silent. This martial skill does not belong to Yin-Yang Zone. It is the creation of Han Yun alone. The decision to teach it, or to whom it shall be taught, rests solely with him, and we must not interfere. With the sect leader's decree, the elders turned their gazes towards Han Yun, awaiting his words. With a smile, Han Yun addressed the elders, esteemed elders. Are you truly so anxious over merely a celestial-level martial art? I have prepared a far greater gift for you. At this proclamation, the entire assembly inhaled sharply. A celestial-level martial art? Merely a triviality? Who could fail to recognize that celestial-level martial arts are among the pinnacle of skills? Han Shitzi, do not keep us in suspense. What gift have you prepared for us? A particularly impatient elder could no longer contain his curiosity. Han Yun replied, Elder, please select any 8th grade disciple at your leisure. The elder, intrigued yet unsure of Han Yun's intentions, complied due to Han Yun's elevated status. Scanning the crowd, he casually pointed, Kai Tao, come forth. The disciple named Kai Tao immediately rushed over. Master, he exclaimed, listen to Han Shixiang. Do whatever he instructs. Understood, Kai Tao replied, excitement radiating from him, speculating that Han Shixiang intended to guide him. Senior brother, Han Yun said, please use your 8th grade strength to strike me. Kai Tao was taken aback and shook his head vigorously. How could I do that? Senior brother, even with 10 times my courage, I cannot strike you. This statement left the onlookers puzzled, knowing Han Yun was a martial artist without inner strength, a veritable waste. An 8th grade disciple's strike could easily crush him. Enough idle chatter. Simply strike as instructed. Am I capable of harming myself? Do not feel pressured, just come at me, Han Yun urged. Oh, very well, Kai Tao conceded, clenching his fists. Senior brother, be careful. Once Han Yun nodded, Kai Tao unleashed a punch towards him. Han Yun slightly bent his legs, adopting a horse stance, extending his left hand to block Kai Tao's punch. In a surprising maneuver, he deftly redirected the punch, causing Kai Tao to lose his balance and stumble aside. Following this, Han Yun's right hand transformed into a palm and struck Kai Tao's arm, sending him crashing to the ground with a pained cry. The crowd was engulfed in confusion. Uncertain of what had transpired, Han Yun instructed Kai Tao to rise, and after 2 exchanges, Kai Tao, no longer holding back, unleashed his full strength. Yet, each attempt was effortlessly neutralized by Han Yun. Share your feelings with us, Han Yun prompted Kai Tao. When I strike you, it feels as if I am hitting cotton, with no force to be found. It is as if you are using my own strength against me. What is the meaning of this, Han Yun? What martial skill is this? We felt no inner strength from you. Yet this disciple was so easily defeated, the sect leader inquired urgently. Han Yun smiled slightly and replied. To respond, sect leader, this is the most powerful martial art I have devised, Taijiquan. Taijiquan emphasizes the principle of light as heavy and heavy as light, borrowing force to counter force, achieving softness to overcome hardness. When mastered, it possesses the miraculous effect of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Taiji is the origin of yin and yang, giving birth to the dualities. The practice of Taijiquan emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang, the integration of hardness and softness, making it most suitable for the unique techniques of yin-yang zone. The sect leader, being well-versed in martial arts, immediately recognized that the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds in Taijiquan was perfectly tailored for yin-yang zone, showcasing formidable power and profound philosophical depth. From this move, he glimpsed the future of yin-yang zone's prominence in the Central Plains. Yin-yang Taiji. The sect leader's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mind consumed by the marvels of Han Yun's earlier demonstrations, finding them utterly enigmatic. Indeed, sect leader, this move was born from my comprehension of our foundational technique, Yin-yang Wujijing. It was specifically crafted for the disciples of yin-yang zone, a martial skill tailored uniquely for us. He continued, however, this technique requires high comprehension. If learned poorly, it may only yield the power of a yellow-level skill, serving merely as a means of physical conditioning. Yet, if mastered, as I have done, it can unleash powers that transcend even celestial levels. Transcend celestial levels? Han Shidi, are you implying that there exists a martial arts ranking beyond celestial? Chu Tianming quickly asked. Indeed, the power of Taijiquan you witnessed earlier demonstrates this. It is well known that I, Han Yun, lack any inner strength. You, esteemed elders, have observed that I possess no inner energy fluctuations, yet I can still defeat an 8th grade disciple using mere techniques. Is there any martial artist in the world capable of such a feat? As for this new martial arts rank, I have taken the liberty of naming it divine level. Divine level martial arts. This term was uttered for the first time in the ears of those from yin-yang zone. It became clear that celestial level martial arts were not the pinnacle. There existed a divine level above it. The elders gazed at Han Yun with eager anticipation. Han Shidi, what of the Taijiquan martial skill? Han Yun produced a notebook from his robe and handed it to the sect leader. Yuner, do you mean to offer Taijiquan to the sect? The sect leader's eyes widened in astonishment. Sect leader, Taijiquan was crafted specifically for the sect. Keeping it to myself serves no purpose. I entrust it to you. He continued. My intention is for the elders to practice Taijiquan first, and then you may teach it to the disciples. Of course, the order of instruction, whether based on merit or seniority, is entirely at your discretion, and I will not overstep my bounds. The surrounding elders were deeply moved. This is the true disciple of yin-yang zone, a divine-level martial art, selflessly offered without expectation of reward. Such character and virtue are commendable. This act, this deed, is worthy of being recorded in the annals of yin-yang zone's history, and Han Yun's legacy could stand alongside that of the ancestors. The sect leader, equally touched, solemnly accepted the notebook, stating, well, Yuner, I will accept this. Rest assured, the sect shall not forget your contributions, though no reward can surpass the value of Taijiquan. All elders, from this day forth, Han Yun shall hold the esteemed position of Grand Elder within yin-yang zone, enjoying the privileges and status of such an office, along with the protection of 500 disciples from the law enforcement hall. He continued, you all understand that although Han Yun holds the title of Grand Elder, his status surpasses that of any Grand Elder, even my own. In the future, any who attempt to slander Han Yun, question his teachings, or tarnish the reputation of the Yunwu Hall shall face severe consequences. Regardless of who they are, they shall not escape judgment. The sect leader's declaration not only established Han Yun's supreme status within yin-yang zone, but also served to intimidate the elders, warning that any similar incidents would result in dire repercussions. No elder voiced dissent against this resolution. Rather, they felt it was insufficient. Most elders bore no grudge against Han Yun. Previously, it was merely a matter of personal annoyance. Today, with the emergence of the dragon subduing 18 palms and Taijiquan, it was evident that Han Yun was not only beneficial to the disciples, but also of great significance to them, the elders. Regarding Taijiquan, Han Yun had proclaimed it a gift for all of yin-yang zone. Even the sect leader could not hoard it for himself, and it would inevitably be taught to the elders for their cultivation. Regarding Han Yun's self-created martial arts, he wields the power of both heavenly and divine ranks with effortless ease, while the elders, in their past endeavors, struggled even to attain the earthly level. often pleading for favors and lacking both qualifications and merit. Should they successfully ingratiate themselves with Han Yun in the future, would they not also be able to touch the celestial martial arts? Indeed, at present, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Han Yun is the most crucial figure within the Yin Yang sect. From a distance, Wang Hanqi, who was tending to his wounds, listened to the words of the sect leader and cast a glance at Han Yun, filled with jealousy so intense it threatened to drive him insane. His envy was not directed towards Han Yun's status or talent, but rather towards the immense respect he commanded, the ability to shine so brightly before others. How splendid it would be if he were in Han Yun's position. Just imagining the scene of being the center of attention, receiving admiration from all, including the elders, sent shivers of excitement through Wang Hanqi. This was the true essence of being revered in public. His past achievements seemed trivial in comparison. No, he must surpass Han Yun. One day, it will be him standing in that esteemed position. After the sect leader finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards the Liu clan leader and the others, declaring that their deliberate framing of Han Yun was inexcusable. They were to be punished with 10 years' worth of salaries forfeited, confined for a year for reflection, and subjected to 50 lashes. Do any of you have objections? To the elders, losing 10 years of salary was hardly significant. Most of their families owned businesses, and relying solely on their stipends would have left them starving. As for a year of confinement for reflection, they could easily spend that time in secluded cultivation. The true humiliation lay in the 50 lashes. It was not so much the pain, but the disgrace of being struck down before so many disciples. We are of no significance. The dozen or so elders bowed with their hands clasped, while the Liu clan leader lowered his head, concealing the malice that flickered in his eyes. Having faced such punishment and lost considerable face, he vowed to seek revenge against Han Yun in the future. As for the role Han Yun played, he felt it had nothing to do with him. He did not believe that Han Yun would impart any martial skills to him, given their relationship. Upon hearing the sect leader's judgment, Han Yun suddenly recalled something. Sect leader, the animosity from the elders towards me stems from the matter of the divine rhythm pool. I am extremely grateful for your decision to allocate all the spots to me, but this arrangement is indeed problematic. The divine rhythm pool opens only once every 10 years, and there are only 20 spots available. Countless talented children eagerly look on, hoping to seize this opportunity to transform their physiques. Should they miss this chance, they will grow up over the next decade, and the effectiveness of the pool will diminish, with new children taking their place. It can be said that if they miss this opportunity, these children will never have another chance to enter the divine rhythm pool in their lifetime. I dare to request that the sect leader rescind the order. 1 spot for me is sufficient, while the remaining 19 should be given to the other children. Han Yun's words astonished all present. Indeed, many had previously disagreed with the sect leader's decision, and the recent events surrounding Han Yun were ignited by the issue of the divine rhythm pool, as its spots were of paramount importance. However, it was precisely because of this significance that they were taken aback by Han Yun's astonishing decision. Yunner, do you comprehend what you are saying? The divine rhythm pool holds the potential to restore your wasted physique, the sect leader remarked with furrowed brows. Han Yun smiled gently, saying, Sect leader, you have mentioned it as merely a hope, to deprive so many children of their futures for the sake of restoring my physique. I cannot bear it. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. An intelligent youth leads to an intelligent nation. The children are the future hope of the Yin Yang sect. Upon hearing this, everyone surrounding him sighed in admiration, and some even became teary-eyed. What kind of person is he? He first selflessly imparts his martial skills to the other disciples, then creates heavenly and divine martial arts without reservation, directly gifting them to the sect. Now, he willingly offers this opportunity, which could restore wasted physiques and change lives. To those children, how can someone so pure and selfless exist in this world? Has he never considered his own interests? Words such as benevolence, greatness, and selflessness seem inadequate to describe his character. The other dozen elders, excluding the Liu clan leader, were left in tears. What folly had they committed to target such an admirable disciple? They had schemed against him for the sake of a mere quota. Yet now he had triumphed and voluntarily relinquished his share. Yunner, have you thought this through? Yes, sect leader, I have considered it thoroughly. Han Yun felt helpless. He did not desire even this single spot. However, he could not truly relinquish it, as he had no justification for not wanting to restore his wasted physique. Yet, if he were to take all the spots, what would he say when he emerged without any internal power? How disappointed would others be? Therefore, he decided to take just 1 spot, enter, feign an attempt, and then exit claiming failure and restoration. As it was merely 1/20th of the pool's water, such an outcome would be entirely reasonable. Thus, he could continue on blissfully in his quest for immortality. His goal had always been clear: longevity. His guiding principle was equally straightforward: survival. This display of brilliance was not his intention. It was purely to command respect from the elders so that he could avoid future troubles, preventing them from being swayed by others against him, which would hinder his pursuit of achievement points in cultivation. It appears the outcome was indeed splendid. He had also garnered a significant number of achievement points. And once word of this event spread to other peaks, he anticipated even greater rewards. Alas, very well then. Since you insist, I shall not press the matter further. Your contributions to the sect will be remembered, and you shall not be forsaken. Thank you, sect leader. With that matter settled, I shall take my leave. Very well. You and your companions may return. I shall discuss the matter of Tai Chi with the other elders. Understood. I leave it to your discretion, sect leader. After bowing respectfully, Han Yun led his junior sister and the others down the mountain. This occasion could be deemed a resounding success, though with a touch of regret. For he had failed to unearth the mastermind behind the schemes. That person had remained hidden, relying solely on the elders to voice their opinions. It seems he would have to continue this intellectual duel with them in the future. Elder brother, how did we perform today? Was it not splendid? On the way down the mountain, his junior sister tugged at Han Yun's sleeve, her big eyes playfully blinking, clearly inviting praise. We shall discuss it upon our return. Oh. The group fell silent as they returned to the Yunwu Hall. It was the afternoon, and due to the events of the morning, the hall was closed for the day, leaving them with little to do. Han Yun seized this opportunity to educate them. Come sit in the front row. Han Yun dramatically tossed his cloak and took his seat at the head, gesturing for the 6 individuals to sit closest to him. The 6, bewildered, complied and sat cross-legged. You performed well in today as confrontation, but there are significant issues at hand. Issues? We defeated our opponents in a single move. What could possibly be the problems? His junior sister pouted, feeling indignant. Then allow me to ask, why did you loudly announce the name of your technique before striking? Han Yun shot her a cold glance. Of course, it was for the dramatic effect. It could intimidate the enemy. Intimidate. The enemy had never even heard of that martial technique. How could you intimidate them? Moreover, throughout history, I have never heard of combatants being intimidated by the names of their opponent's techniques. It is fortunate that others are unaware of this technique. However, should they become cognizant, your loud exclamations will reveal your intentions, allowing your foes to prepare defenses. Conversely, if you execute it stealthily, catching your adversary off guard, the outcome would undoubtedly be more favorable. In future encounters, I hope to hear no more of your foolish proclamations of your techniques. Understood. The younger disciple lowered her head, looking somewhat aggrieved. Do not feign pity. I am not swayed by such tactics. In a little over a month, you will descend the mountain to hone your skills. The world below is not akin to our sect. It is populated by ruthless brigands who kill and plunder. Each battle is a life or death struggle. Either you perish, or they do. To vanquish your enemies, any means are justified. There are a few points I must impart to you. Upon hearing that the elder brother was to guide them, they promptly sat up straight, eager to listen attentively. Once you leave, strive to avoid conflict. In encounters of injustice, do your utmost to refrain from intervening, and steer clear of dealings with strangers. Remember, these interactions can entangle you in karma. The more people you encounter, the greater the likelihood of attracting trouble. The 6 of them exchanged glances, contemplating the elder brother's advice. So, according to him, post-training, we should seek the seclusion of remote mountains. When treasures emerge, do not vie for them. In such moments, people become frenzied, and a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Therefore, be vigilant. Furthermore, avoid places like auction houses. They are chaotic, and you could unwittingly attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Bear in mind that the outside world is fraught with danger. Elder brother, is this truly the best course of action for us? It is imperative. Remember, you have but one life. Cherish it, for caution is never excessive. Younger disciple, let me ask you, if you find yourself in conflict with another and combat becomes unavoidable, what should your response be? Of course, we must fight, the younger disciple declared, brandishing her fists. Yes, fighting is essential, yet when you engage, exert only 70% of your strength to preserve your trump cards. Wait for your opponent to lower their guard before unleashing your full force, catching them unawares. Ah, I see. The younger disciple's eyes lit up with understanding. But what if we cannot overcome our opponent? Han Yun inquired further. Elder brother, I understand it is important to fight even if we are outmatched. As warriors, we must possess the courage to confront any formidable adversary. Rest assured, we shall never falter in our resolve, lest we tarnish the reputation of Yin Yang's sect. Peng Cheng pounded his chest with conviction. Beside him, Liang Chao sighed. Is there truly anyone who fails to comprehend the elder brother's meaning? It is evident that he advocates for a cautious approach, a strategy of survival. Yet this fool remains oblivious, seemingly oblivious to the elder brother's stern demeanor. Still awaiting praise. What folly! Elder brother, I believe that in such circumstances, our best course of action would be to flee, dispersing as swiftly as possible. Preserving our lives is paramount. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. If revenge is desired, it must wait until we are powerful enough to ensure success. Upon hearing Liang Chao's words, Han Yun's expression softened slightly. After praising him, he continued, for instance, if you were traversing a forest and encountered bandits robbing an innocent, what should you do? In the past, you would have unhesitatingly drawn your weapon to assist, but now, Han Yun's words have instilled a sense of uncertainty in you all. Elder brother, should we not drive away the bandits and rescue that person? The younger disciple inquired cautiously. Han Yun sighed and responded, Younger disciple, have you considered that the bandit might be a formidable foe? What if he is a 4th or 5th tier expert? Such a person would be beyond your combined strength. Moreover, as a delicate young woman, should you fall into the hands of such a bandit, the consequences would be dire. The group fell silent, pondering the unlikely scenario of a 4th or 5th tier expert resorting to banditry. Such individuals would find their place among the elite, perhaps serving as esteemed guests in powerful families. Rather than engaging in robbery, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and suggested, Elder brother, should we not lay in wait along the bandit's path, striking when he is relaxed after a successful heist? If you have the opportunity to ambush him, why not simply flee far away? As I stated earlier, you must avoid trouble and refrain from unnecessary confrontation. Remember, if an opponent does not strike, how can you discern their true capabilities? You must understand that you are still in a vulnerable position at the lowest tier of martial artists. Each strong individual has emerged from a period of weakness. Why are there so few strong ones? It is because many fail to practice restraint, acting recklessly and losing their lives before they can seize the opportunity to become strong. Thus, in your vulnerable phase, your sole focus should be on surviving in this perilous world. Only by living can you strive for what you desire. Every endeavor is predicated on the foundation of your existence. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances or events that transpire, prioritize your safety above all else before considering anything else. The group nodded in understanding, grasping that the elder brother's lesson today centered on survival, caution, and prudent strategy. The younger disciple raised another concern, but elder brother, do you not find such an existence devoid of meaning? Without the chivalry of the martial world, without love and hate, merely living for the sake of living feels like a waste of life. What you speak of must be grounded in the reality of your existence. Living is essential for engaging in meaningful pursuits, and the most significant pursuit is to live well. When you are alive, you have the opportunity to embody the chivalric ideals, and your loved ones will not shed tears for your loss. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. Elder brother, you are exceedingly prudent. The younger disciple nodded, sighing. Well, I possess a technique that grants remarkable speed, capable of delivering swift bursts of velocity, ideal for your escape. Take this and practice diligently. Of course, this technique has its drawbacks. It consumes internal energy at a cost, enhancing speed in a frenzied manner, which may harm your meridians. However, as long as you can escape with your lives, injuries can always heal. As they accepted the manual from Han Yun, the 6 felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Realizing that their upcoming expedition down the mountain might prove to be a perilous journey from which they might not return. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, they stepped into the courtyard. I can't shake the feeling that, based on Elder Brother's perspective, remaining within the sect is the safest option. No wonder he has never ventured beyond the sect in all these years. It appears he fears the dangers of the outside world. Curiously, despite never having been outside, how has he amassed such experience in the martial world? While they debated this, Han Yun's voice echoed from within. By the way, there is one more thing. After descending the mountain, try to consume only the provisions you bring. If you must dine at an inn, choose those bustling with patrons. Avoid obscure establishments in the wilderness. When dining, designate one person to eat first, taking turns, and only when that person is safe should the others partake. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the courtyard. That evening, after reviewing their training progress, Han Yun returned home to rest. Upon entering his abode, he pushed open the courtyard door, intending to step inside, when he abruptly sensed an energy fluctuation emanating from within. Maintaining his composure, Han Yun extended his awareness and was startled to discover a cloaked figure seated in his chair. The figure cloaked in black was shrouded in a veil of darkness, obscuring any semblance of their appearance, yet it was undoubtedly the mastermind behind the previous events. Han Yun feigned a moment of distraction. As if something had fallen in Yun Wu Jian, tapping his forehead and shaking his head before turning to leave, a piece of jade pendant appearing in his hand. This pendant had been entrusted to him by Xian Yixianzi. Should he shatter it, she would arrive with utmost haste. If I were you, Han Shiji, I would think twice before activating that pendant, for I am much closer to you than Xian Yixianzi. The voice resonated from within the room, implying that the speaker could eliminate Han Yun before Xian Yixianzi could arrive. Chapter 67. Friends of the Fortune Merchants Association. Upon hearing these words, Han Yun halted his steps, refraining from shattering the pendant. The intentions of the speaker remained ambiguous, and he could not afford to act recklessly. Given his current cultivation, surviving an encounter with a third-tier expert would be exceedingly difficult. Do not panic, Han Shiji. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to converse with you. Regardless of whether we reach an agreement or not, I assure you, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you. The speaker continued. You should understand that your life holds greater value to us than your demise. Killing you would serve no benefit to me. Of course, this hinges on your restraint. Should you provoke other powerful figures, my identity may be compromised, and I would have no choice but to eliminate you to silence you. Han Yun recognized this truth. Yet he feared that the speaker might adhere to the principle of destruction over inability, willing to take his life rather than allow him to continue serving the Yin Yang sect. Nevertheless, there was no turning back now. He must rely on his wits to navigate this crisis. He turned back toward the room, opened the door, and naturally seated himself across from the cloaked figure. The black-clad individual toyed with a string of beads in hand. Upon closer inspection, Han Yun noted they were not prayer beads, but rather a collection of 14 skull-carved beads strung together. If this is merely a conversation, I see no harm in it. I harbor no ill will toward your Fortune Merchants Association, and I trust the feeling is mutual. Oh, you have seen me? The cloaked figure seemed puzzled, unaware that Han Yun had encountered him in this guise. I have not, but I can surmise a few things. You must be a significant figure within the Fortune Merchants Association in the Yin Yang sect, as Lu Jing has mentioned. Indeed, Han Shiji, you are astute. You sensed another's presence without entering the room and cleverly feigned ignorance. Should you have wished to send a warning, your quick thinking is commendable. Yet, no matter how well you disguise yourself, did you not fall prey to my perception? Let us speak plainly. You have come to recruit me into your association. Have you not? Han Yun poured 2 cups of tea, offering one to the figure. The weather has turned cool. I hope you do not mind the tea being lukewarm. It is of no concern. Cool tea may temper your agitation, Han Shiji. You speak candidly, and I shall be direct in return. Indeed, I have come to recruit you. I trust Lu Jing has conveyed the strength of our Fortune Merchants Association, so I shall not elaborate further. The choice of Lu Jing for this task was a miscalculation on my part. First, your displayed talent was not as pronounced at the time, and second, Lu Jing sought to settle a personal vendetta against you under the guise of recruitment, which I had not foreseen. My intention was for Lu Jing to apologize. Should you refuse, I would have sent him back to ensure his safety. However, he proved more of a hindrance than a help, and you have resolved matters with him. That being said, your conflict with him is a personal grievance and does not implicate the Fortune Merchants Association. Our dealings may continue as usual. Upon hearing this, Han Yun let out a scoff. And what are the schemes you have orchestrated against me? The cloaked figure chuckled lightly. That was merely a test of your reflexes. Your cleverness has exceeded my expectations, and you easily unraveled what I thought to be a guaranteed trap. Let us set aside that matter and return to the topic of recruitment. Lu Jing is but a mere insect. He holds no authority. I, however, am the branch leader of the association in Yanchuan, with dominion over all its divisions, wielding considerable power within the region. State your conditions, and I shall accommodate those I can. For those I cannot, I will strive to negotiate on your behalf. Will you truly acquiesce to all that is feasible? Han Yun inquired, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Naturally. Very well. My condition is that the Fortune Merchants Association no longer seeks me out. I wish to sever any ties with you. That, of course, is achievable. Oh, Han Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. But does Han Shiji truly intend to leave no avenue for retreat? One must remember, the heavens can shift unexpectedly, and fortunes can change overnight. The Yin Yang sect may thrive for a time, but can it sustain eternal prosperity? Should a crisis arise, or should you find yourself at irreconcilable odds with the sect? Do you not desire an alternative refuge? I do not expect you to agree immediately. I shall await your consideration to manifest, demonstrating the sincerity of the Fortune Merchants Association. Even if you choose not to join our ranks, we shall regard you as a friend. For a genius capable of creating heavenly and divine martial arts is a friend worth having for any faction. Having concluded his speech, the cloaked figure placed the beads upon the table. This Guju is a gift for our initial meeting. Such a gift is unnecessary. I prefer not to accept rewards without merit. Han Yun refrained from touching the beads, wary of their potential toxicity or tracking capabilities. Accept it. This symbolizes the sincerity of the Fortune Merchants Association. This item is a defensive tool capable of withstanding an attack from a third-tier expert. When carried, it can sense malicious intent and will alert its bearer. Furthermore, should you encounter difficulties in the future, simply present this item at any establishment bearing the name Fortune. Whether it be a tavern, pawnshop, or bank, and assistance will be rendered. Our Fortune Merchants Association has never been stingy with our friends. Han Yun regarded the skull beads, recognizing their value as a significant artifact. Han Shiji, since we are known as a merchants association, it indicates our engagement in trade. We harbor no grand ambitions. Our recruitment of powerful individuals and geniuses is merely a means of self-preservation. Since we are discussing business, let us converse on that front. Should you choose not to join the Fortune Merchants Association, I can still offer a secondary proposal. If you create any heavenly martial arts in the future, simply hang this bead before your door to contact me. I will offer a handsome price for your heavenly martial arts. For example, I am prepared to pay 500,000 taels of silver for the dragon subduing 18 palms you demonstrated today. If silver does not suit you, we can barter for treasures or herbs, or even enlist the services of our association's experts to eliminate your foes. Thus, even without your allegiance, I can leverage your abilities to bolster our association. Of course, this is a transaction, entirely voluntary. Your willingness to engage or not lies solely in your hands, Han Shiji. I will not press. Chapter 68. The Supreme Emperor of the Yin-Yang sect. Upon hearing these words, Han Yun pondered. If what the figure claimed were true, the Fortune Merchants Association posed no threat to him. However, a lack of hostility does not equate to a lack of malice. The attempts made against him to coerce him into joining the association represented the greatest ill intent. Yet, the fact that they were willing to reconcile and even offered a valuable artifact demonstrated a degree of sincerity. Though the future remained uncertain, if reconciliation were possible, it would alleviate a significant burden from his heart. At the very least, I no longer need to live in constant apprehension of the other party. His aspiration has always been to engage in tranquil cultivation, rather than to be ensnared in a vicious cycle of vendetta and revenge. Indeed, as he stated, befriending oneself is far more advantageous than creating an adversary. At the very least, I could settle for procuring martial skills from him. This merchant association is undoubtedly shrewd in business. Regardless of the perspective, reconciling with him is undoubtedly beneficial for me, just as the figure in black remarked. Who can guarantee that unforeseen circumstances won't arise in the future? It is always prudent to have an alternative route. As for the transaction of martial skills, it is impossible to obtain heavenly grade techniques, yet I can certainly offer a few earthly grade ones, as I also impart these to my disciples, allowing the Fuguo Merchant Association to benefit from their talents. Very well, since the branch lord is so earnest, I shall not turn down his goodwill. I believe he understands me. I am not one to cultivate enmity or indulge in cunning schemes. My sole desire is to teach others and nurture more talent. Naturally, befriending someone is preferable to creating an enemy. Well, Master Han, you are indeed forthright. Henceforth, you shall be a friend of the Fuguo Merchant Association. We shall both benefit from our alliance. Should you have any requests that the Yin-Yang sect cannot fulfill, do not hesitate to approach me. Thank you, Branch Lord. I have another inquiry to make. Please go ahead. Lu Zuchong, he is one of yours, correct? No, the Branch Lord replied directly. Oh, Han Yun narrowed his eyes, casting a skeptical glance at him. Do not doubt me. He is merely a fool, lofty in ambition, yet lacking in ability, of little use. I could hardly be bothered to infiltrate him. On both occasions, he simply stepped forward, and I took the opportunity to utilize him. Moreover, infiltrating such individuals is challenging. It is not only him, but also leaders, sect masters, and presidents who are difficult to infiltrate, as they are already the rulers of top-tier powers, solely focused on their own factions. What could I possibly offer them to entice them? In contrast, individuals like Lu Jing, who are frustrated and unfulfilled, or second and third in command figures from various factions, are easier to infiltrate, as we can assist them in obtaining power, wealth, and other desires. It is far simpler to assist a second in command in usurping the position of a clan leader than to infiltrate those leaders themselves. I see, I understand now, Han Yun nodded. What? Are you seeking revenge, Master Han? This matter I can handle on your behalf. Annihilating a mere Lu family is a piece of cake. Oh, that won't be necessary. I prefer tranquility and dislike stirring trouble. Furthermore, Lu Zuchong has only targeted me twice. It hardly qualifies as a life and death feud. He has received the punishment he deserves, and this matter is behind us. However, if he were to provoke me again, I would have to stand my ground. That is only natural. I reiterate, you are a friend of the Fugwa Merchant Association. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. Thank you. I take my leave. The branch lord rose, clasped his hands, opened the door, and flew away. After the other party departed for a quarter of an hour, Han Yun scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, confirming there were no watchers, before picking up the string of beads. The beads felt icy to the touch, imbued with a potent energy wave, perceptible only to him. The branch lord claimed this object could sense malice. However, Han Yun could not fully trust this assertion. Even if true, it could not be worn constantly. He stored the beads in his spatial storage, where, shielded by that space, any potential locating aura would become ineffective. Having resolved another troublesome matter, Han Yun felt quite pleased and began to meditate. Since the last confrontation with the elders of the Yin-Yang sect, following Han Yun's display of heavenly and divine martial arts, his reputation has soared to unprecedented heights within the sect. Not only is he well known among the sect, but his name has also spread throughout the martial world. Now, who in the realm is unaware of the disciple within the Yin-Yang sect, capable of creating heavenly-grade martial arts and surpassing them with the most formidable techniques? Visitors to the Yin-Yang sect have become a constant stream, all eager to witness the Taiji Quan and meet Han Yun. Naturally, to protect Han Yun and preserve his tranquility, the sect master has blocked these visitors from entry. Moreover, the rumors surrounding Han Yun have grown increasingly fantastical, eventually evolving into the notion that he is the supreme emperor of the Yin-Yang sect. When the junior sister conveyed this news to Han Yun, he was quite bewildered. How could he be considered a supreme emperor? The term refers to someone of immense stature, yet lacking real power, even more exalted than an emperor. This was the explanation offered by the junior sister. Han Yun has never placed much importance on titles or superficial accolades, yet this situation indicates the level of attention bestowed upon him by outsiders. He must tread more carefully in the days to come. After all, not only the Fugwa Merchant Association, but also other prominent orthodox factions surely covet a person capable of creating martial techniques. Presently, Taiji Quan has gradually gained popularity within the Yin-Yang sect. Elders and disciples with good aptitude have swiftly learned it, attaining a profound understanding. Most individuals remain at the first realm, effortlessly lifting weight, while a select few have advanced to the second realm, lifting light as if it were heavy. The highest realm, however, of effortlessly shifting 1,000 pounds with mere ounces, has seen virtually no successes. Regardless of whether they have learned the technique or not, elders frequently approach Han Yun for guidance. Within the Yunwu Hall, the number of disciples has dwindled while the number of elders continues to rise. Over the course of the past month, during his leisure, Han Yun has been exchanging spiritual energy for refinement. By the beginning of March, he finally reached the pinnacle of the Jedon stage, and the next consideration would be to break through to the Yuan-Ing stage. One afternoon, just after concluding his lecture, Liang Chao eagerly approached Han Yun, bearing news. Master brother, the magic fallen land has reopened. Han Yun furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment, recalling the information regarding the magic fallen land from his memory. The magic fallen land lies between Yunchuan and Shuchuan, regarded as a forbidden secret realm. It is perpetually shrouded in miasma, where any who enter are doomed to perish. However, there are occasional moments when the miasma dissipates, allowing safe entry. This interval is referred to as the reopening of the magic fallen land. The reason for the name Magic Fallen Land is due to the frequent sightings of corpses from foreign races within, towering at 3 zhang, with dark skin and grotesque features, adorned with horns. These corpses do not decay over time, exuding intense pressure and toxicity, akin to the devils of legend. As these demons have perished, the locale has been dubbed the Magic Fallen Land. The history of the Magic Fallen Land remains a mystery. It is known to have existed since the advent of written records, persisting for several millennia. It is said that a cataclysmic battle once transpired there, where the foreign races clashed fiercely with the indigenous inhabitants, resulting in their complete extinction. After their demise, their essence polluted the land, giving rise to the Magic Fallen Land. Yet, due to this contamination, the soil frequently yields highly toxic plants and uniquely efficacious herbs, which are absent in the outside world. Additionally, treasures often emerge, sometimes in the form of weapons, other times as various spiritual artifacts, relics from that ancient conflict, enticing many to explore this secret realm. Of course, it is also fraught with countless indescribable dangers. Many who enter upon its reopening do not return. The information Han Yun possesses is limited to this. Anything beyond is common knowledge. The magic Fallen Land opens every 10 to 20 years, and considering the timing, it is nearly due to reopen this year. I wonder how many lives will be lost this time. Why mention this? Are you planning to venture into the MOUNGD for your training this month? Han Yun inquired, directing his gaze at Liang Chao. To be honest, we haven't made any plans yet. I merely caught wind of some information and hurried here to inform you. It seems that the opening of the MOUNGD this time is quite extraordinary. Liang Chao replied, accepting the bowl of rice handed to him by Zhui Jiao, continuing to eat as he spoke. The news from the Mo Jiao indicates that the core area of the MOUNGD has been unlocked. Core area? Mo Jiao? Han Yun frowned. Indeed. The Mo Jiao's foundation lies in Yunchuan, and the MOUNGD is situated at the juncture of Yunchuan and Shuchuan, naturally making them the first to receive such news. Once it opened, the Mo Jiao promptly dispatched personnel to investigate. They discovered that the core area, which was previously engulfed in miasma, has significantly cleared, allowing entry for exploration. They sent dozens inside, yet only one returned alive, and he seemed to have lost his sanity, rambling about a coming upheaval. However, it is said that he brought back a sword, a weapon capable of slicing through iron as though it were mud. An unparalleled instrument of destruction, now in the possession of the Mo Jiao's leader. Shouldn't such crucial information be kept confidential by the Mo Jiao, preventing outsiders from learning of it? Han Yun pondered, sipping his tea as he continued the conversation. Alas, the Mo Jiao is not a monolithic entity. If our Yin Yang Zone can infiltrate their ranks, it is only natural that they too have spies from other factions. I have heard that our Yin Yang Zone has infiltrators within the Mo Jiao as well. I suspect that matters are not so straightforward. Were I a member of the Mo Jiao, I would certainly silence all who are privy to such knowledge, as such information would not be allowed to leak out. The fact that even you are aware of it suggests one possibility. The Mo Jiao may be deliberately disseminating this information. Perhaps they are unable to secure the core area themselves and wish to rally the martial world to explore it together. Or they might perceive it as exceedingly perilous and intend for others to tread the path first. Your reasoning is sound, Master Brother. I had indeed overlooked that. Liang Chao smiled. Your wisdom has never failed to impress. Enough of this speculation. That place bears no relation to us. We ought to focus on our cultivation, he concluded. Understood, Han Yun replied, considering this matter merely a minor interlude. His primary concern was how to break through to the Yuaning stage. Upon returning home that evening, Han Yun performed a brief, cleansing ritual before sitting cross-legged to consult the system. System. Is there any elixir that can enhance the success rate of breaking through to Yuaning? There is, but permissions are insufficient, the system replied succinctly. Insufficient permissions? I am at the pinnacle of the Jiedan stage and poised to break through to Yuaning. How can my permissions still be inadequate at this critical juncture? Must I wait until after the breakthrough? Han Yun questioned, but the system offered no further response. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yun formulated a bold hypothesis and continued to inquire. If I were to exchange for a substantial amount of spiritual energy, would that suffice for the breakthrough to Yuaning? Permissions are insufficient, the system reiterated. What must I do to obtain the permissions necessary for the Yuaning breakthrough? Again, the system remained silent. Han Yun sensed an issue with the system. It typically provided alchemical formulas and spiritual energy without hesitation, yet today it seemed to withhold all assistance. After pondering for a while, he pressed on. Last time I inquired about the freedom to exchange in the marketplace. Are my permissions sufficient now? Permissions are insufficient. And what of the transformation of my innate thunder body? Permissions are insufficient. Does the system marketplace contain tangible items available for exchange, such as elixirs or magical artifacts? There are, the system confirmed. At this revelation, Han Yun articulated his suspicion. You have consistently claimed that my permissions are insufficient. I suspect that it is not my permissions that are lacking, but yours, is it not? Indeed, the system admitted. How can I upgrade your permissions? Han Yun pressed further. This matter must be resolved. He could not remain trapped at the Jiedan stage indefinitely. His aspirations were for longevity. Not merely the fleeting 500 years of the Jiedan stage. The system does not require an upgrade. It is merely incomplete. Please seek the other half of the system to restore it fully, which will grant you all permissions, the system elucidated. The other half of the system? Where might it be located? The system does not know. Please seek it yourself, it replied. Han Yun furrowed his brow, pondering the enormity of the task at hand. The world was vast. Where could he possibly find the other half of the system? Moreover, who could say whether that half even had a host? As the lights dimmed in his room, Han Yun sat in solitude, analyzing potential clues. After much contemplation, he surmised that since his system originated from a jade pendant, perhaps the other half also derived from another jade pendant. A sudden realization struck him. He had never paid attention to the half pendant he had always worn. It appeared to be incomplete. His pendant was semicircular, adorned with intricate patterns, secured with a string, and had rarely been removed from his neck. Since it had always been in that half form, he had never thought it unusual. Now, considering it, what if that pendant had once been whole? What if it had been split neatly into two halves due to some unknown event? Therefore, to find the other half of the system, the key lay in locating another jade pendant. As for his own pendant, he only knew that he had worn it since childhood. He had heard his master mention once that it had been obtained by his mother, but he had never inquired about the specifics of how it came into her possession. Nor had he sought to learn about her current whereabouts, which had been shrouded in silence for over a decade. With this thought, Han Yun disregarded the late hour and rose to venture outside, knowing that his master often remained awake, engaged in cultivation even at night. As he exited the courtyard and walked along the path toward the mountain peak, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps racing through the nearby forest. Turning to investigate, he caught sight of several figures swiftly passing by, the foremost being a young woman in white, her demeanor fraught with alarm. It was none other than his junior sister. Trailing behind her were 5 figures clad in black, pursuing her with fervor. They ran swiftly, vanishing in an instant. It was evident that his junior sister was being hunted. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yun darted after them. The group continued their descent down the mountain, and after pursuing for no more than half a mile, Han Yun sensed something amiss. This was highly unusual. His junior sister had no known enemies. Why would she be pursued without cause? Of course, this could be explained by the covetousness of outsiders for the Tian-level martial arts, the Long Zhuang Shibazhang. If they captured his junior sister, they could extract the secret from her. However, why was she fleeing without calling for help? Was she afraid of drawing attention to herself while being hunted? His junior sister had descended from the mountain, heading towards the direction closest to his master's residence. If she truly sought to escape danger, she should have fled towards her master, as seeking refuge with a strong ally is nearly instinctive when faced with peril. Why then was she running toward a less populated area down the mountain? Detecting the oddity, Han Yun immediately unleashed his spiritual awareness to observe. The fluctuations of internal energy emanating from the pursuers were not particularly strong, far inferior to his master Xian Xianzi. Yet they certainly surpassed the 7th rank of his junior sister. It appeared they were likely around the 4th or 5th rank. To be precise, the junior sister in the lead was at the 4th rank, while the 5 black-clad pursuers were at the 5th rank. When had his junior sister achieved such a level? Who would believe that a 4th-rank practitioner was being chased by 5 5th-rank foes? Moreover, their speed was suspiciously slow. Entirely unlike what one would expect from 4th or 5th-rank martial artists, it resembled more the pace of those at the 8th or 9th rank. They were clearly waiting for me to catch up. Han Yun quickly pieced together the truth. This was an orchestrated act, intentionally staged to lure him into a secluded area down the mountain. As he pondered this, Han Yun's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. It seemed that yet another faction had set its sights on him. Although he was uncertain which group it might be, it likely wasn't the Fu Gui Shanghui. Having just reconciled with them, they were likely anticipating the purchase of martial arts techniques and would not strike at this moment. However, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that the reconciliation was merely a smokescreen devised by his adversaries. Han Yun's mind raced. Yet his pace remained unbroken as he continued to pursue them, eager to discover their intentions while simultaneously eliminating this threat. Of course, he did not act recklessly. First, he donned the bracelet given to him by the branch leader and retrieved the jade pendant bestowed by his master, ready to shatter it for assistance if necessary. The bracelet could withstand an attack from a 3rd-tier expert, easily fending off these attackers, granting him ample time until his master arrived. With his safety assured, Han Yun felt no fear. He despised trouble and understood that unresolved issues would linger indefinitely. The two parties darted through the forest with remarkable speed, soon descending from Chaoxia Peak and arriving in the eastern valley. Han Yun vigilantly observed the movements of his pursuers when suddenly, the youngest disciple at the front halted, and the 5 men in black behind her scattered, forming an expansive net, as if waiting for Han Yun to walk into their trap. Seeing this, Han Yun also came to a stop, remaining a dozen meters away from the young disciple. "Elder brother, have you come to rescue me?" she inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Rescue you? Not quite. I merely wish to see what you intend to accomplish by luring me here," Han Yun replied languidly. "He indeed. Han Dianzhu is astute, for you have discerned our ruse at a glance. However, knowing that we deliberately drew you out, why do you still dare to pursue us? What trump card do you possess?" The young disciple chuckled. "Trump card? I, Han Yun, am merely a waste. What trump card could I possibly have? Hee hee. Our intelligence suggests that you possess a cunning intellect, unmatched in wisdom. Surely, a mind as sharp as yours would not recklessly pursue us without some assurance, would it? What is it that you hold in your hand? Han Yun smiled slightly, replying, rather than concern yourself with what I possess. It would be more prudent to discuss who you are and what your intentions are in seeking me. Very well, Han Dianju, you are direct. So I shall not beat around the bush. Our objective is simple. We seek your jade pendant. Hand over the pendant, and we shall spare your life. Parting ways as if this encounter never occurred. The pendant? You mean this one? Han Yun gestured to the pendant he held. This was given to me by my master. It would be inappropriate to simply hand it over. Do not feign ignorance. You know I refer not to this, but to the jade pendant left to you by your mother. At these words, Han Yun's eyes narrowed sharply, a glint of brilliance flashing within. She knew about the pendant. Han Yun concealed the jade pendant given by his master, abandoning the notion of seeking assistance. The pendant was crucial to his system and his plans for cultivation. He could not allow others to know of it. He resolved to take matters into his own hands to extract information regarding the other half of the pendant. Oh, are you no longer considering summoning help? The opponent inquired. With your strength, you could undoubtedly kill me before my master arrives. What use would summoning help serve? Indeed. You are clever. A wise man knows how to adapt. Han Dianju, your cooperation guarantees that I shall not take your life. Now, hand over the pendant. Han Yun nodded and removed a pendant from around his neck. This was, of course, not the pendant of the system. The real one had long since shattered. And this was merely an ordinary piece of warm jade, comfortable to hold. The false young disciple, clearly unfamiliar with the true nature of the pendant, approached Han Yun. Though a hint of skepticism lingered in her heart, Han Yun calculated the distance silently, and as she drew within a few steps, he unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, attacking her forehead. Caught off guard, the false young disciple felt an agonizing pain in her head and screamed. Han Yun felt a twinge of regret. His spiritual force could slay a 6th-tier expert like Lu Jing, yet it merely inflicted pain upon a 4th-tier cultivator. His prior intent to seek assistance was for precaution, but now he acted to preserve his secret. Chapter 71. Discovery following his spiritual attack. Han Yun followed up with a punch, and a small golden dragon formed from spiritual energy suddenly appeared, roaring as it charged towards his opponent. The woman, seeing this, was taken aback and quickly raised her hand to block. When the golden dragon collided with her palm, she screamed and was violently thrown back. You're not a waste? She exclaimed in disbelief. It was difficult for her to accept. Her information indicated that Han Yun was a cultivator devoid of any inner strength. A well-known fact throughout the Yin-Yang sect. Who could have imagined that a so-called waste could strike her down with a single blow? How was this possible? If he possessed inner strength, he would not have refrained from acting for 3 years. The 5 fifth-tier experts surrounding them immediately rushed forward. Han Yun's expression remained impassive as he raised his hands, his body infused with spiritual energy, unleashing the 18 dragon-subduing palms. In truth, this was Han Yun's first time utilizing spiritual energy in combat since embarking on his cultivation journey. The massive dragon entwined around his palms was merely a manifestation of the accompanying attack style of his technique, Tai Xian Ling Long Ju. He had not practiced any celestial techniques. He had never anticipated engaging in battle within the Yin-Yang sect, thus he had not sought divine abilities from the system. He could only utilize spiritual energy to execute martial skills. However, it must be said that employing Tai Xian Ling Long Ju to execute the 18 dragon-subduing palms was exceptionally fitting, amplifying its power many-fold compared to using inner strength. In just 5 moves, he dispatched the 5 fifth-tier experts. Host has successfully slain an enemy. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. He then activated the 18 dragon-subduing palms once more, targeting the 4th-tier expert. The opponent, realizing the threat, swiftly drew her treasured sword and channeled her inner strength, thrusting it towards Han Yun. With remarkable speed, Han Yun dodged the attack and struck towards her chest with a palm. However, as a 4th-tier expert, she was not to be trifled with. Upon realizing her sword had missed, she immediately countered with a palm strike, engaging Han Yun in a fierce exchange. A deafening crash ensued, causing Han Yun to stagger back several paces while his opponent merely wobbled slightly. From this encounter, Han Yun understood that without accounting for divine abilities or martial skills, his peak Jidan cultivation level still fell short of a 4th-tier expert. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened. A few months of cultivation had already equated to decades of martial training for others, which he deemed quite commendable. You are not as formidable as you appear. The woman sneered, executing her sword technique with rapid succession, continuously thrusting towards Han Yun. However, Han Yun's martial arts prowess was extraordinary. He quickly discerned the patterns of her sword technique and identified its weaknesses. He feigned retreat, allowing himself to be driven back, while secretly accumulating spiritual energy. Soon, he found himself cornered against the cliff wall of the valley. This time, let us see where you can retreat. The woman laughed coldly, leaping into the air to stab her sword down at Han Yun. Yet, in the next moment, Han Yun vanished from her sight. Where is he? The woman gasped in shock, scanning her surroundings, but unable to find Han Yun's figure. Suddenly, she heard a dragon's roar from above and looked up in alarm. What she beheld left her utterly horrified. Han Yun floated serenely above her, surrounded by a massive dragon. 3 third-tier experts. In that instant, the woman lost all will to resist. Han Yun dove down, his dragon-like fist crashing down upon her. A resounding boom accompanied her anguished scream as her meridians shattered, causing her to vomit blood and collapse to the ground. The scene was chaotic, leaving behind a gaping hole measuring 5 zhang in diameter. Han Yun descended rapidly, seizing the woman's cheek to prevent her from ingesting poison or biting her tongue in despair. He then soared into the sky, propelling himself swiftly towards the distance. The commotion he had caused would undoubtedly attract the formidable members of Yin Zong. Thus he needed to distance himself post-haste and interrogate this woman elsewhere. However, just as Han Yun took to the air, a sharp voice called out from behind him, "What audacious vermin dares to act so recklessly within Yin Zong?" Han Yun gritted his teeth in frustration at how swiftly his master had arrived. In truth, upon sensing the disturbance, Xian Yixianzi's first thought was that Han Yun might have been ambushed, prompting her to rush to his aid with utmost urgency. There was no choice but for him to clutch the woman tightly and flee at maximum speed, hoping to elude Xian Yixianzi. "If you don't cease this, I shall be compelled to intervene." At this moment, they had already flown beyond the bounds of Yin Zong, with Han Yun leading the way and Xian Yixianzi pursuing closely behind as they sped eastward. Yet, Xian Yixianzi, being a paragon among the third tier, matched Han Yun's velocity, drawing ever nearer. Finally, when the distance had diminished sufficiently, she unleashed a sword strike, sending a wave of sword energy hurtling towards Han Yun's midsection. Constantly vigilant, Han Yun observed the action behind him. Upon seeing his master attack, he could only grit his teeth in resignation and retaliate with a punch. A golden dragon materialized, colliding with the sword energy midair, both forces dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, Xian Yixianzi had reached Han Yun's vicinity, thrusting her sword towards him. "And it is I?" Han Yun exclaimed. The night was deep, and given that he was backlit, Xian Yixianzi could not discern his features. Upon hearing his voice, she realized the identity of her intended target and swiftly diverted the sword's tip to the side, sheathing it. When she finally recognized Han Yun's countenance, she gasped in astonishment. "Yun'er? How is it you? You have attained the third tier?" There was no time to discuss this matter further. He needed to interrogate this person thoroughly. Han Yun felt somewhat helpless, after concealing his true self for over 3 years. His first display of power had been uncovered by his master. Fortunately, it was his master and not some outsider. Gripping the woman, Han Yun plunged downward, swiftly reaching the forest floor, with Xian Yixianzi following closely. Upon seeing the woman, her delicate brows furrowed. "Yun'er, what is the meaning of this? How have you suddenly become a third-tier warrior? Moreover, why is this woman in such a state? Aunt, she is not Linger, she is an enemy in disguise, attempting to lure me." "Oh, a fake," Xian Yixianzi nodded. Suddenly, she drew her sword, pointing it at Han Yun's brow, sneering, "If Linger is but a fabrication, how can you prove that you are the genuine Han Yun?" Indeed, his master was astute. It appeared he could no longer keep his secrets from her. "I have called you aunt. Does that not suffice?" "Not at all. There are others in the sect who know that Yun'er addresses me as aunt." "Then how about the sword technique I once imparted to you, called Hong Xiu Tian Xiang? Would that be enough?" "That is indeed authentic," Xian Yixianzi murmured, retracting her sword. "What is happening here? I do not know who she is. All I know is that she came to kill me, and I was about to interrogate her. I did not inquire about her. I asked you what is happening. I always found it peculiar how you suddenly appeared to be incapacitated. You who were once so composed showed no signs of despair or madness, but rather maintained an extraordinary calm. It seems you have been feigning this all along." Chapter 72. The clue of the other half of the system. Indeed, I was pretending. I have not been incapacitated, but rather secretly cultivating all this time. I faked my condition out of concern that the previous assassination attempt might occur again, Han Yun explained. "It is no wonder you refused the quota for the Shun Yun pool. You realized it would be futile for you. You have endured this charade for 3 years. It must have been quite challenging." "Indeed. I hope my master will keep this matter confidential. I do not wish for anyone else to know." You are now a third-tier warrior? Your progress is remarkable. I am not a third tier. Then how can you fly? And so swiftly? What of that golden dragon when you struck? After a moment of contemplation, Han Yun could only provide a vague explanation. My cultivation method is rather unique. The flight and the golden dragon are merely its capabilities. My years of restraint were solely to secretly cultivate this technique. Oh, what is your current realm? Third tier or fourth tier? I am not entirely sure. My technique does not conform to traditional realms. It is simply cultivation. However, I doubt I could match you. Yet this woman is a fourth tier. And I can defeat her. You hover between the third and fourth tiers. This technique is indeed astonishing. To have achieved such strength in just over 3 years. It seems you will surpass me before long. Little did she know, Han Yun had only been cultivating for half a year. From the great competition last autumn to this spring in March, it had merely been 6 months. Master, I shall proceed to interrogate this individual now. Han Yun redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. Indeed, this person is rather fearful for her life. She is yet to take her own. Xian Yixianzi observed the woman on the ground with intrigue. Oh, I broke her bones and crushed her teeth. She would find it difficult to end her own life. How ruthless. Han Yun disregarded his aunt's comments, crouching down as he extended his consciousness into the woman's mind, applying pressure while asking, Who are you? How did you know I possessed a jade pendant? Pa, even if you kill me, I will not tell you. The woman spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, which Han Yun deftly evaded. It seemed that mere pressure was insufficient. Han Yun discreetly inquired of the system if there was any ability to influence her mind, compelling her to comply. Mesmerizing technique requires 1,000 achievement points for exchange. Exchange. In an instant, the method for employing the mesmerizing technique materialized in Han Yun's mind. This was a divine consciousness technique that could manipulate the enemy's spirit to a certain extent, depending on the strengths of both parties involved. Silently, Han Yun activated the mesmerizing technique, swiftly gaining control over her. Her eyes became vacant and compliant. Are you a member of the demon sect? Xian Yixianzi inquired. No. The woman shook her head in confusion. How curious. Based on the aura of her inner strength, she is undoubtedly from the demon sect, Xian Yixianzi murmured. I shall interrogate her, Han Yun stated, turning to the woman. Who are you? I am a protector of the holy sect. Isn't the holy sect merely another name for the demon sect? This revelation nearly incited Xian Yixianzi to strike. In truth, the term demon sect was merely a label used by righteous individuals. Within their own circles, they referred to themselves as the holy sect. It was not customary for them to label themselves as demons. However, the actions of those from the holy sect were erratic, cruel, and devoid of martial ethics, leading others to dub them the demon sect. Was it your sect that attempted to assassinate me 3 years ago? Yes, we sought the jade pendant at that time. After failing previously, why have you returned after 3 years? Is it still for the jade pendant? Yes. Last time, we only knew that the jade pendant was a treasure, but were unaware of its true nature. This time, the sect leader brought back a divine sword and a madman from the land of the fallen demons. That madman wielded the sword and instructed us to seek the half-jade pendant, providing us with a hand-drawn map. Upon seeing that map, the sect leader recognized that the half-jade pendant belonged to you, instructing us to come and kill you for the treasure. Han Yun furrowed his brow at her words. The implications contained within were significant. The emergence of a madman from the land of the fallen demons, seeking his half-jade pendant, indicated the presence of another individual who knew of the pendant's existence. This strongly suggested that the other half was likely in the possession of the individual who provided the divine sword. A bold thought suddenly struck Han Yun. Could that sword, capable of cleaving through iron like mud, be a product of the system's marketplace? Of course, all of this was mere speculation, lacking any solid proof. How did you come to know that I possessed the jade pendant? I refer to the assassination attempt on my life 3 years ago. I am uncertain. The sect leader mentioned it. Indeed, I am aware. Xian Yixianzi suddenly spoke up. Han Yun stood and gazed at her. His purpose for venturing out was to inquire with his master about the origins of his jade pendant. Master, I implore you to enlighten me. That jade pendant of yours also hails from the land of demonic fall. Xian Yixianzi began to speak slowly. You were quite young then, and I refrained from burdening you with the complexities of those past entanglements of love and hatred. However, now that you have matured and gained strength, it is time for you to learn. Your father was named Han Qinglin, a remarkable talent within our Yin-Yang sect. I was his junior disciple, and we shared a close bond, akin to the relationship you have with Ling Er. Had he not descended the mountain to leave the sect, the position of the master of Chaoxiao Peak would likely have been his. That year, we, as disciples, descended the mountain for training and encountered a woman. The previous holy maiden of the demonic sect, named Xian Yao. The holy maiden of the demonic sect? Is she my mother? Han Yun inquired. Yes. Initially we fought upon meeting. Your mother was no match for your father. Yet, she, unwilling to accept defeat, repeatedly challenged him. Your father's kind heart could not bear to strike her down, and he would let her go each time. However, as fate would have it, they eventually fell for one another, pledging their lives together. Upon hearing of their alliance, the previous sect master was furious and ordered their expulsion from the sect. As for your mother, she also defected from the demonic sect. They each severed ties with their respective factions and became wanderers in the martial world, finding seclusion in Luochuan. I once visited them. Their hiding place is known only to me. 2 years later, you were born, and when you turned 3, the land of demonic fall opened. Your parents, seeking adventure, entrusted you to a neighbor's care while they ventured into the land of demonic fall. What transpired there remains a mystery to me. I only know that when I next saw your mother, she was being pursued. Your parents had discovered treasures in the land of demonic fall, pursued relentlessly by the demonic sect, and returned home. Your father, in a bid to protect you and your mother, stayed behind to confront them, ultimately perishing at the hands of the demonic sect. Your mother, clutching you and the treasures, fled to the Yin Yang sect. That treasure must be the jade pendant. The object this woman seeks, Han Yun remarked. Indeed, your mother fled to the Yin Yang sect, where the current sect master had already taken over from the previous one, who had retired. The former sect master was a strict ruler, intolerant of any disobedience, while the present one possesses a compassionate heart. Upon learning of your parents' plight, he promptly assured your mother that the Yin Yang sect would offer them sanctuary. Your mother entrusted you to the sect master, placing the jade pendant upon you. Choosing not to leave it at the sect to avoid causing trouble, she descended the mountain alone to lead their pursuers away, and now, years later, their fates remain unknown. However, at that time, the sect master mentioned that your mother had been poisoned and was being chased by so many from the demonic sect. So it is unlikely she survived. After hearing of this, I sought out the sect master, retrieved you, and raised you on Chaoxia Peak. 4 years ago, you were attacked, likely by the demonic sect, in pursuit of that jade pendant. The immense gratitude I owe to my master and the sect master will forever remain etched in my heart. Han Yun stated solemnly. Let us analyze the situation. Years ago, my parents discovered this half of the jade pendant in the land of demonic fall and brought it out, only to be pursued by the demonic sect. My mother protected me as we journeyed to the Yin Yang sect, where I have since lived. A few years ago, the demonic sect sought to eliminate me again, indicating they had learned that the jade pendant was no longer with my mother. At that point, she was either killed or captured. While they knew the pendant was precious, they did not grasp its true significance, which is why their previous attempts at assassination were not particularly forceful. After suffering significant losses, the demonic sect fell silent, likely calculating that further bloodshed was not worth the cost. However, they have now resumed their schemes, seeking my jade pendant, even deploying a 4th-tier expert, demonstrating their serious intent. 1 4th-tier and 5 5th-tier experts must hold great importance to the demonic sect. Based on what this woman just mentioned, I suspect the sect leader only learned of the true power and value of the jade pendant after acquiring that divine sword, prompting him to pursue it at any cost. The individual who provided him with that information must be associated with the divine sword, suggesting that the other half of the jade pendant likely lies within the core area of the land of demonic fall, in the possession of the one who supplied the divine sword. The leader of the demonic sect must have acted on this person's guidance, realizing that the other half resides with me, thus leading to his current pursuit. Yin, are you implying that the other half of the jade pendant is of great significance to you? What is the purpose of this jade pendant? Xian Yixianzi furrowed her brow and inquired. Han Yun chuckled lightly, saying, It is nothing extraordinary, merely containing a record of a unique cultivation technique, the very one I practice. The technique that allowed you to ascend to the 4th tier in just over 3 years? Is there still a copy of that technique? I wish to practice it as well. Han Yun, at the 4th tier, could soar through the skies and unleash a dragon with a single punch, which surely intrigued Xian Yixianzi. Master, that technique is exceptionally unique, so much so that only I can cultivate it, and now the jade pendant is lost to me. I possess only half of the pendant, and the technique inscribed within it is incomplete, allowing me only to reach my current level. The remainder of the technique is contained within the other half of the jade pendant. My purpose in venturing out today was to inquire about the origins of this jade pendant, and the assassins inadvertently provided me with a lead. I see. So you intend to seek out the other half of the jade pendant? Xian Yixianzi's delicate brows furrowed. I must go. That jade pendant is of utmost importance to me. Yet, that place is fraught with danger. the land of demonic fall, is perilous. And this opening will undoubtedly attract martial forces from all around. Coupled with the demonic sect's watchful eye, your journey will be perilous. Upon hearing this, Han Yun sighed. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the outside world. If there were any feasible alternatives, he would not descend the mountain. In truth, if only the system could continue to provide him with spiritual energy, he would willingly forego the other half of the Jade Pendant, enduring until he attained immortality. However, he currently finds his cultivation stagnated at the pinnacle of the Jedon stage. Thus, he must seek that other half of the Jade Pendant. No matter the peril, he must pursue it for the sake of longevity. Fear not, Master. With my current strength, a fourth-tier expert poses no threat to me. And I am confident in my ability to evade a third-tier adversary. Moreover, with my intellect, it would be challenging for anyone to deceive me. You know me well. During this descent, I will adopt a disguise to alter my identity. I will certainly not venture forth as Han Yun. In doing so, the demonic sect and other martial factions will be unaware of my true identity, alleviating much potential trouble. Very well, since you are so determined to go, I shall not impede you. I possess a divine weapon that I will provide you for your protection in due course, as it is unwise to descend the mountain unarmed. Thank you, Master. Han Yun nodded in appreciation. He had contemplated whether the other half of the Jade Pendant might have been hidden away by his mother or fallen into the hands of the demonic sect. However, upon reflection, that seemed improbable. He had not heard of the demonic sect manufacturing a significant number of divine weapons in recent years. Furthermore, aside from the assassination attempt 3 years prior, there had been no further actions from them. The emergence of a divine weapon prompted the demonic sect to act against him, indicating someone had informed them of the existence of the half-Jade Pendant. Combining this with previous intelligence, they deduced that the Jade Pendant was in his possession. Since they had only recently learned this, it stands to reason that the demonic sect does not possess the Jade Pendant. No one would be foolish enough to relinquish such a vital asset. As for whether that individual practices cultivation or has absorbed the Jade Pendant into their own system, that is beyond his concern. His sole focus lies in locating that person, eliminating them, and leaving the rest to the system to handle. Upon this reflection, Han Yun crouched down and inquired of the woman, "Your skill in disguise is remarkable. How did you achieve it?" This technique of transformation was so exquisite that even a third-tier master could not perceive it. Once I master it, I could descend the mountain and live in peace. What you see is not merely a disguise. It is a mask crafted from a special material. Once attuned to its owner, it cannot be removed by anyone else unless the owner perishes. To alter one's appearance, one merely needs to soak it in water for 3 days. Apply it to the face while it remains pliable, and mold it into the desired visage. Han Yun nodded, reaching out to touch her face, discovering no trace of alteration. The edges of the mask were imperceptible, and it could not be torn off. Now, with her arms and legs broken, she could not remove it herself. Han Yun raised his hand and struck her on the crown of her head, ending her life. Host successfully eliminated an enemy. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. Han Yun calculated. When he had slain Lu Jing, a 6-tier practitioner, he had received 100 achievement points. Eliminating those 5-tier adversaries granted him 1,000, thus equating to 200 each. Slaying this 4-tier foe also yielded 1,000. The higher the enemy's realm, the more achievement points awarded. However, the pace of earning points through such means was regrettably slow, far overshadowed by the potential gains from increasing one's reputation. His renown had already spread throughout the realm, and his prestige had reached an astonishing height. Chapter 74. The mischievous Xian Yi Fairy. What are you doing? You startled me. The Xian Yi Fairy glared at Han Yun, her expression a mix of anger and surprise. Why did you kill her? She was an important witness. If we captured her alive, we could extract many secrets of the demonic sect. She could unveil many of my secrets as well. She has overheard too much. My mesmerizing art cannot indefinitely influence her. She must die. At this, the Xian Yi Fairy suddenly smiled, her gaze playful as it turned to Han Yun. Noticing her expression, Han Yun sighed. His master was being mischievous again. Oh, is that so? Now I know your secret. Are you, the great Han, planning to silence me as well? Oh dear. I am but a mere weak woman, no match for the illustrious Han. Out here in the wilderness at this late hour, I cannot even call for help. How frightening. Han Yun felt a wave of frustration. She was his master, and he could not reprimand her. Let us go. Han Yun picked up the mask that had fallen from the woman's face and tucked it away. The matter was concluded. It was indeed time to leave. Yet he needed to take the body back. What do you need the body for? The commotion from our battle was significant. The sect leader and others must have already noticed. Without bringing the body back, how can I prove that we were outside the sect at this hour? I cannot simply claim you were out here on a date with me, can I? Your foresight is commendable, Master. Han Yun seized the body, and together with the Xianyi fairy, they soared towards the Yin-Yang sect. Wow, your technique is truly extraordinary. While a third-tier practitioner can fly freely, it consumes a great deal of inner strength, making it quite laborious. Typically, one would travel by horse rather than fly. Why do you appear to be flying with such ease, even carrying someone without any strain? Han Yun smiled, but offered no explanation. A third-tier practitioner's flight relied on inner strength to propel through the air, undeniably exhausting. He, however, utilized celestial techniques governed by the natural order, allowing for effortless flight. If he so wished, he could glide all the way to the land of demonic demise without issue. When do you plan to descend the mountain? In a few days. Disciple training has begun, and as they depart, I will announce the closure of the Yunwu Hall. Once they return, I shall reopen it. I will declare that I am in seclusion to study martial arts, and at that point, I will disguise myself to venture out. Are you planning to go alone? Certainly. Once I am disguised, I will no longer be recognized as a member of the Yin-Yang sect. It would be inappropriate to travel with the sect members. Only you are aware of my plans. Then I shall accompany you. Better not. Having an unfamiliar stranger alongside you, the illustrious Xianyi fairy, would raise suspicion. I prefer to go alone to avoid unnecessary complications. Oh my, I had no idea that I, a third-tier practitioner, would be seen as a nuisance in your eyes. Esteemed Han, how impressive you are. I am unworthy. Enough. Han Yun observed the playful smile on his master's face and listened to her teasing words. He felt an urge to pin her down and give her a couple of firm smacks, hoping to quell her mischief. Now that I possess your secret, I hold leverage over you. Let me consider what benefits I might extract. I shall have to ensure you comply with my wishes, and should you disobey, I shall disclose your secret to others. Ah, the taste of bullying the supreme ruler of the Yin-Yang sect is truly delightful. The Xianyi fairy teased, playfully tousling Han Yun's hair into a disheveled state. Mind your image. You are the esteemed Xianyi fairy of the Chaoxia Peak, not a mere 17-year-old girl. What do you understand? If I do not make you appear disheveled, how can I deceive others? Master, your foresight is impressive. I am in awe. Humph. Your little cleverness pales in comparison to mine. Suddenly, Han Yun looked ahead and said, Master, hold on to me and pretend to carry me while flying. The sect leader and others are approaching. Upon hearing this, the Xianyi fairy quickly grasped Han Yun's arm, flying forward for a considerable distance before spotting the figures of the sect leader and others. She mused to herself that Han Yun's technique was quite formidable. She had not noticed their presence, yet he had. Before long, the sect leader and several peak masters arrived before the Xianyi fairy. Xianyi, what happened? Was there a battle just now? Is Yun'er unharmed? The sect leader inquired, his brow furrowed. Reporting to the sect leader, it was members of the demonic sect who came to capture Han Yun. After I pursued them, I eliminated several demonic minions and chased the enemy chief to the sect's periphery. Thankfully, I caught up and rescued Han Yun. This is the body of the enemy. Upon hearing this, the sect leader and the peak masters sighed in relief, grateful that Han Yun had been saved. Yun, are you alright? The sect leader looked at Han Yun with concern. Master, I am fine. The enemy intended to capture me alive. They had no intent to take my life. Here is the enemy's body. Please have it buried. Han Yun presented the body to the sect leader. At that moment, the peak master Chu Tianming flew over, commending. Well done, young lad. You displayed remarkable courage, flying for the first time without fear, even when pursued. Regardless of other matters, your composure is commendable. Han Yun smiled. Thank you, Master Chu, for your kind words. Each time he listened to Chu Tianming speak, he diligently tried to discern if his voice resembled that of the branch leader of the Wealthy Merchant Association, yet each time the answer was negative. Indeed, the Yin-Yang sect was not comprised solely of sect leaders and peak masters of the third tier, as a venerable sect with a history spanning millennia. Its depth was beyond Han Yun's comprehension. Ha ha ha, this lad possesses the ability to remain unflinching in the face of adversity, truly unlike a 19-year-old, but rather akin to an old sage. Master, I am 20. Very well, 20 it is, no longer a child. The sect leader laughed heartily. At this juncture, the Xianyi fairy asked, Sect leader, the land of demonic demise has reopened. Shall we send representatives from our Yin-Yang sect this time? The following day, a discussion among the elders will take place to determine who wishes to venture forth and seek treasures within the Mo Yunjidi. After all, the treasures unearthed during each opening of this realm are plentiful, and participation is entirely voluntary. If that is the case, I shall lead the expedition, declared Xianyi Xianzi with solemnity. Oh, I recall you prefer tranquility over action. What prompts your eagerness to embark on this journey? Han Yun understood the true motivation behind Xian Yixianzi's initiative was to protect him during their expedition and assist in the search for the half of the Jade Pendant. This realization filled Han Yun's heart with profound gratitude, for in this world, the only individual who unconditionally cared for him, daring to risk everything for his sake, was his master. He wished to gracefully decline her kind offer, but found himself unable to articulate it in the given circumstance. Xian Yixianzi smiled and remarked that she had been receiving the sect's stipend without contributing much in return. This journey presented a perfect opportunity to descend the mountain and witness the world beyond the sect's confines. Very well, if you wish to go, then you shall. Tomorrow we will convene in the main hall to discuss which elders will accompany you. The sect leader nodded in agreement. At this moment, Chu Tianming chimed in, expressing that while Xian Yixianzi could indeed venture out, she ought to be cautious of the dashing young men outside. For she is a treasure of our Yin Yang sect. If she were to marry outside, many would be heartbroken. Would you not agree, Wang Zhangzhua? The expression of Yu Feng Zhangzhua turned crimson at the suggestion, indignantly questioning how one could so baselessly tarnish another's reputation. Xian Yixianzi rolled her eyes at the remark, dismissing the notion that such mundane men could ever catch her eye. Furthermore, her standards were quite lofty. Even among the elders, she found little of interest. Chu Tianming laughed heartily, adding that since none among the elders met her fancy, there were indeed many talented disciples within the sect. Everyone was astute enough to understand his implication, causing Xian Yixianzi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she retorted, "You shameless old man. Should you continue to babble, I shall tear your mouth apart." Han Yun, observing from the side, remained silent, not daring to utter a word. The sect leader waved his hand to quell the commotion, declaring that today's events served as a reminder. Han Yun's reputation had spread widely, attracting the attention of many factions eager for his martial prowess. The demonic sect, however, had acted shamelessly, launching a direct assault. Other factions might not hesitate to target Yun Air as well. Thus, I shall dispatch 2 fourth-grade elders to guard his home day and night, ensuring his safety. Han Yun frowned at the thought of having someone watch over him, for it would hinder his plans to sneak out of the mountain. There is no need for that, sect leader. It would be too much trouble for the other elders. Not at all. Given your status, it is only proper that you have protection. This is settled. Let us return. The group turned to soar back to Yin Yang sect. As they flew, the sect leader addressed Xian Yixianzi. "Xianyi, you are no longer a child. It is time to find a suitable companion to share your life with. Silence. Should you utter another word, I shall tear your mouth apart." Xian Yixianzi retorted coldly. The sect leader was taken aback. What had caused the usually gentle Xian Yixianzi to react so harshly today? The group soon entered Yin Yang sect, and upon noticing the 5 corpses on the ground, the sect leader instructed someone to come deal with them the following day before allowing the others to disperse. Xian Yixianzi led Han Yun to her loft, rummaging through her belongings before finally retrieving a sword. "Here, I found it. This sword, named Qing Ying, was left to me by my master. While it may not be a top-tier divine weapon, it is forged from mysterious iron and can withstand the internal energy output of a 3rd-grade cultivator. You may use it for now." Han Yun accepted the sword, drawing it from its sheath to examine it closely. The blade was entirely black, including the body and edge, with a few emerald green gems embedded in the hilt, likely designed for grip. It exuded an aura of lethal intent. Han Yun nodded in satisfaction. Although the Qing Ying sword was not extraordinary, it would suffice for the time being until he could exchange for a superior weapon once his system was complete. "Thank you, Master. However, you need not accompany me to Mo Yungd. That place is perilous. It is precisely because it is perilous that I must go. There. I can look after you. You, Han de Taishang Huang, are a treasure of our Yin Yang sect. If any misfortune were to befall you, the sect leader would surely hold me accountable." Han Yun smiled faintly, expressing his gratitude without further elaboration. For his master was the one person he trusted most in this world. As a parting gift before descending the mountain, he resolved to create a heavenly-level martial technique for her protection. Xian Yixianzi grinned slyly. "Very well, as long as you have this intention. First give me the Zhang Long Shi Ba Zhang. The other can be studied at your leisure." "Understood. The manual for Zhang Long Shi Ba Zhang is stored in Yun Wu Dian. I shall retrieve it for you. Tomorrow will suffice. It is late, and you should return to rest. In 3 hours, dawn will break." "Very well, I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell to Xian Yixianzi, Han Yun returned home to organize the information he had gathered that day. It was time to prepare for his descent from the mountain. Han Yun filled a basin with water and soaked the mask within, then returned to his room. System. Are there any celestial techniques or divine abilities available for me to cultivate? While he could utilize spiritual energy to perform martial techniques, these were still mere martial skills, not celestial arts. He realized that should he employ spiritual energy through celestial means, the potency would undoubtedly be greater. Previously, he had not given it much thought. But during this battle, he had recognized his shortcomings and resolved to learn a few divine abilities. Please select the type of divine ability, the 7 elements category or the Taoist celestial techniques category. Children make choices. I wish to embrace both. As this thought crossed Han Yun's mind, the system promptly rejected it. Simultaneous cultivation is not permitted. The myriad paths of the world are numerous. One may only cultivate one. The system has selected the 2 most suitable and powerful routes for the host. Please make a choice. Han Yun found himself at a crossroads, as he understood neither of these paths. Is there a distinction between them? The 7 elements divine abilities encompass the 7 classifications of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind, with the host being most commonly aligned with the metal attribute. Thus can only cultivate metal-based divine abilities. Taoist celestial techniques involve the Yin-Yang Bagua arts, where Taiji gives rise to the 2 forms. The 4 symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams, primarily focusing on the 8 characters of Qian, Kun, Li, Kan, Zhen, Sun, Jin, and Dui, along with talismans, sword techniques, and Taoist formations. The system succinctly summarized the differences between the 2 types. After contemplating for a moment, Han Yun resolved to choose the Taoist celestial techniques. The 7 elements path limited specialization to one attribute, lacking a diverse array of skills. Focusing solely on metal-based divine abilities would render him merely a different kind of martial artist, without anything particularly unique. In contrast, the Taoist celestial techniques promised boundless mysteries. Chapter 76, Bagua Taoism and Sword Techniques. The mere 8 characters of Bagua are filled with boundless profundities and unpredictable transformations. Han Yun had some understanding of the Bagua, recognizing that each character represented a distinct force and authority. Mastering each character could unleash formidable powers. Moreover, Taoist celestial techniques operate through the principles of heaven and earth. Han Yun believed that employing rules to contend against raw power could only yield favorable outcomes for him. Coupled with the abilities of talismans, sword techniques, and formations, his arsenal would surely expand exponentially. One factor influencing his decision is the deep sense of belonging he feels towards his sect, known as Yin-Yang, the place of his upbringing. Yin-Yang stands as the foremost Taoist sect of the Dachuan dynasty, proficient in the application of Taoist principles related to yin and yang and the 8 trigrams. However, in this realm devoid of spiritual energy, the sect's Taoist techniques merely serve as enhancements to martial skills, lacking significant potency. If they were situated in a world of cultivation, Han Yun firmly believes Yin-Yang would undoubtedly be far more formidable. Within Yin-Yang, both disciples and elders don Taoist robes, and strictly speaking, Han Yun is indeed a Taoist. What is a Taoist practice if not the mystical arts of Taoism? Upon choosing the Taoist celestial methods, the system promptly informed him, the Taoist celestial arts are numerous. It is recommended that the host begins with the foundational 8 trigrams techniques. Would you like to expend 100,000 achievement points to exchange for the 8 trigrams technique? 100,000. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback. How potent could this celestial art be? The soul mesmerization technique had only cost a mere 1,000. Yet the 8 trigrams technique demands 100,000? Subsequently, anticipation welled within him. A technique requiring such a hefty sum must possess extraordinary power. Moreover, with his vast reservoir of achievement points and his inability to advance in cultivation due to the absence of spiritual energy, it would be far more advantageous to exchange them for celestial arts to enhance his strength. He confirmed the exchange. In an instant, a plethora of methods regarding the application of the 8 trigrams technique flooded his mind. Qian represents heaven, Kun represents earth, Sun represents wind, Zhen represents thunder, Kan represents water, Li represents fire, Jin represents mountain, and Dui represents marsh. These are the attributes embodied by the 8 characters of the trigrams, each of which he can wield, far surpassing the limitations of merely cultivating the metal attribute along the path of the 7 elements. Each character signifies a unique divine ability, each with its distinct function and incantation for its execution. Do Shui Zihua refines myriad demons. The 8 trigrams mystique dispels celestial demons. Urgent as the law commands, heaven obeys. Strike with thunder. Boom. Thick earth nurtures life, Kuin's soil. Settled. Fierce wind hastens spirits, Sun's wind. Urge. Most rigid and most yang, Qian's gold. Flash. Water's virtue is boundless. Can's water, transform. Burning heaven, boiling seas, Li's fire, incinerate. Mountains like peaks, Jin's mountain, descend. Obliterate the firmament, Dui's marsh, extinguish. These techniques encompass offensive capabilities, suppression, refinement, and annihilation, each one shrouded in mystery. These are all foundational techniques. Would the host like to exchange for the 8 trigrams ultimate move? The Sun and Moon Qian Coin/? Han Yun pondered briefly. The 8 techniques should be considered foundational. They might not overly formidable, yet their versatility is commendable, each serving a purpose. The Sun and Moon Qian Coin/, however, should be regarded as an advanced technique, capable of delivering a decisive blow to foes. Without hesitation, he chose to exchange for it, this time only costing 5,000 achievement points. It seems this move could only be exchanged after acquiring the 8 trigrams technique, hence the relatively modest cost. System: how many achievement points are required to exchange for sword control technique, talisman technique, and formation technique? Sword control technique requires 1,000 achievement points. It allows for flight on a sword, faster than direct flight, and more energy efficient. The sword control technique can also enable remote killing through the manipulation of flying swords, controlled by one's spiritual consciousness. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the more swords can be controlled, with greater precision and agility. He confirmed the exchange. Han Yun once again acquired the sword control technique, quickly grasping it with a mere glance. He recalled the system mentioning that learning divine abilities would yield achievement points. Yet acquiring the sword control technique did not grant him any, just as the soul mesmerization technique had not. Perhaps it was due to the rudimentary nature of these abilities. Once he learns the celestial arts of the Taoist path, he should receive points. He then retrieved the treasured sword gifted to him by his master, placed it upon the table, and unleashed his spiritual consciousness. The Qingying sword soared directly from its sheath, hovering before him. Han Yun maneuvered the flying sword around the room before returning it to its sheath. In the future, he would be able to fly directly upon it, expending less effort. System: exchange for talisman technique. Exchanging for talisman technique requires 1,000 achievement points. Subsequent exchanges for different types of talismans will require varying amounts of achievement points. Han Yun understood that the talisman technique merely instructs him on how to draw talismans, while knowledge of the talisman's patterns must be acquired separately. He decided to first exchange for the talisman technique, and then select some talismans from the extensive array available. Received. Below are the names and functions of the talismans. Han Yun examined the talisman technique, which, as it turns out, is quite simple. One only needs yellow paper, vermilion ink, and the brush of a spiritual beast to draw. While drawing, the talisman technique combined with the established rules suffices. Subsequently, he selected a few straightforward and practical talismans from the vast collection. The sheer variety of talismans is overwhelming. Attempting to learn them all would be an insurmountable task. It is better to focus on a few of the most useful ones. These include the Explosive Talisman, Immobilization Talisman, Soul Suppression Talisman, and Power Seal Talisman. The Explosive Talisman, as its name implies, can be affixed to an enemy or any object and detonated under the control of one's intent. The Immobilization Talisman serves to immobilize others, albeit with a time limit of 1 hour. The Soul Suppression Talisman is specifically designed to subdue spiritual entities and ghosts. Given the eerie and unpredictable nature of the Devil's Descent, it is particularly useful against rumored ghostly presences. Moreover, not only in the Devil's Descent, but also among the demons. Some possess spiritual methods. The practitioners of the Shuechuan, which God's sect summon spirits, which also fall under the purview of the Soul Suppression Talisman. The Power Seal Talisman, on the other hand, seals another person's inner strength, rendering them unable to utilize it. While this seems somewhat redundant with the Immobilization Talisman, it boasts the advantage of having no time limit. As long as it remains affixed to the enemy, it remains effective. Lastly, there are formations. Han Yun inquired about the system and discovered that the variety of formations exceeds that of talismans, with each requiring high-quality materials, many of which he had never heard of, only available for exchange in the system's marketplace. There exist formations such as the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, Myriad Ghosts Soul Devouring Formation, Primordial Infinite Formation, Myriad Demons Formation, Heaven and Earth Demon Suppression Formation, Great Heavenly Transformation Formation, Lesser Heavenly Transformation Formation, and many others. The multitude of formations is simply too vast. Ultimately, Han Yun selected only the Qinglian Sword Formation as his ultimate move and a fixed invisibility formation to conceal his presence, opting not to acquire anything else. Chapter 77. Master. Senior brother has been captured by a monster. Those preparations were somewhat futile. He could simply consult the system when necessary. And most formations he could not even lay out yet. It is better not to be greedy, for now. He should focus on mastering the 8 trigrams technique and talisman technique. The Taoist methods provided by the system are detailed. Han Yun can memorize them with a glance, leaving only the need for diligent practice. As for the talismans, he must draw each one individually, creating as many as he desires. After completing these tasks, the sky had brightened, prompting Han Yun to venture outside towards the Yunwu Hall. Jun Linger, rubbing her drowsy eyes, rose to wash up and suddenly noticed Liang Chao, Peng Cheng, and Zhuo Jiu gathered in the back garden, engaged in conversation. What are you all discussing so early in the morning? Jun Linger mumbled while brushing her teeth. Zhuo Jiu replied, Oh, news has spread throughout the sect this morning. They say senior brother was captured by a monster last night. What? Senior brother was captured by a monster? The young junior sister gasped in shock. Not a monster. It is said to be the work of the demonic sect. Did you not hear the commotion last night? No. Who would be awake at such a late hour? The young junior sister grew increasingly anxious. You all still have the time to chat? Shouldn't we prioritize rescuing senior brother? I will go find Master. Jun Linger discarded her cup and sprinted while shouting, Master. Something's wrong. Senior brother has been captured by a monster. However, just as she opened the door to the backyard, she collided with someone, looking up to see. Hey? Isn't that senior brother? Senior brother, you weren't captured. Those vile fellows deceived me into thinking you had been taken by a monster. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Han Yun gently rubbed his chest and smiled, stating that someone did indeed come to capture him last night, but his master arrived just in time to rescue him. What on earth happened? His junior sister exclaimed in surprise. Last night, members of the demon sect disguised themselves as you, pretending to be pursued. I chased after them, only to find it was a trap and was captured. Fortunately, my master arrived in time, and now everything is fine. That is exceedingly dangerous. They even disguised themselves as me to deceive you. Do they know I am the one you care about most? Those vile members of the demon sect. Why would they want to capture you? Han Yun chuckled and remained silent, calling over Liang Chao. Go down the mountain and buy me some supplies. Lots of yellow paper and vermilion, as well as brushes made from the fur of spiritual beasts. Hurry back. All right. I will go now. Liang Chao did not question the reason. He simply set out to fulfill his senior brother's request. After chatting briefly with the others, the Yunwu Hall opened its doors to welcome the 100 disciples arriving for the day. In the morning, Han Yun continued to respond to the disciples' queries, imparting knowledge of martial arts and teaching them skills. By noon, Liang Chao returned with an armful of items, accompanied by 2 4th-grade elders. According to the sect leader's instructions, these elders would take turns guarding Han Yun, one during the day and the other at night, ensuring his safety without interruption. Han Yun felt somewhat touched, but mostly helpless. How could he sneak down the mountain now? By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, having addressed most of the disciples' questions and sent those needing practice to train, Han Yun took out the yellow paper and vermilion, instructing his junior sister to grind them while he began practicing drawing talismans with the spiritual beast brush. A diligent worker does not slack off. Senior brother, what kind of strange thing are you drawing? What is the purpose of these talismans? His junior sister and a few others gathered around him, curious. You will find out this evening, Han Yun replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. These talismans were not merely for his own protection. His junior sister and the others were relatively weak, each only at the initial 6th grade level. They would inevitably encounter dangers when descending the mountain, so he intended to draw more talismans over the next few days for their defense. Due to the limited time and his lack of proficiency, by the end of the workday, Han Yun had only managed to create 10 explosive talismans, 10 immobilizing talismans, 5 sealing talismans, and 3 soul-stabilizing talismans. After closing the Yunwu Hall, Han Yun instructed someone to shut the hall doors and led the 6 of them down the mountain. The 2 elders switched shifts. The elder named Zheng Zhu would protect Han Yun during the evening hours. As they descended, Elder Zheng would surely accompany them. Talismans were not particularly remarkable items in this world. However, most merely enhanced the power of weapons or served to drive away evil spirits. They lacked the extraordinary potency of Han Yun's talismans. Among all the talismans in the Great Chuan, the most formidable belonged to the Confucian sect of Donglin Academy, followed by the Yin-Yang sect. Upon arriving in the valley, Han Yun handed a talisman to Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong, you are the fastest. Take this talisman. Activate it with your inner power, affix it to that large tree, and then run away quickly. Understood. Zhang Hong knew his senior brother would not harm him. So he took the talisman and moved to a large tree 10 meters away. After activating it with his inner power, the explosive talisman immediately glowed. He slapped it onto the tree and swiftly turned to flee. Among the group, Zhang Heng possessed the best lightness skill, and within a second, he was back beside Han Yun. At that moment, the explosive talisman detonated with a thunderous roar. Everyone except Han Yun was left dumbfounded. The tree before them had been cleanly severed in half, the cut splintered, and even the trees within a 5-meter radius were shattered by the blast. Senior brother, what kind of talisman is this? Its power is astounding, his junior sister exclaimed. Han Yun stroked his chin, estimating the talisman's might, before handing another one to Zhang Heng. Go and affix this to the large rock by the creek. All right. Zhang Heng took the explosive talisman and walked over. Elder Zhang, what do you think of the power of that previous talisman? Han Yun asked Elder Zhang, who stood nearby. I have seen many talismans in my time, but one that can be used independently and possesses such power is unheard of. As for its strength, it is difficult to gauge. The force it created just now seemed to range between a 7th and 4th grade strike. Because the tree was too fragile, it is hard to determine. Once we blow up that rock, we will have a better judgment. Elder Zhang stroked his beard, watching Zhang Heng as he affixed the explosive talisman to the stone. Zhang Heng swiftly utilized his lightness skill and dashed back, the explosive talisman erupting behind him. The massive rock shattered into countless pieces, debris flying everywhere. The group was once again left in astonishment. If such a hard rock could be obliterated, affixing it to a person would surely reduce them to mere fragments. This talisman indeed possesses the might of a 4th grade strike, Elder Zhang remarked in awe. That is good. Han Yun nodded and said to Peng Cheng, stand still. In Chapter 78, Cultivating the Taoist Immortal Method, Han Yun took out an immobilizing talisman and affixed it to Peng Cheng. The others were alarmed and immediately scattered, while Peng Cheng displayed a look of terror, attempting to flee but discovering he could not move, left rooted in place. They all assumed it was another explosive talisman. Why are you running? This one poses no danger. After speaking, Han Yun turned to Peng Cheng and asked, try to move. However, the expression of fear on Peng Cheng's face seemed frozen. He could not even blink. Can you speak? Still no response. Oh, this talisman can indeed immobilize a person? My heavens, that is incredible. His junior sister exclaimed with delight. Han Yun tore off the immobilizing talisman, allowing Peng Cheng to move again, while the talisman itself dimmed to a dark color and became unusable. Han Shiji, what kind of talisman is this? It is remarkably powerful. Elder Zhang was astonished, overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises Han Yun had brought him that day. This is the immobilizing talisman, which can render a person unable to move. Elder Zhang, since Peng Cheng is at the 6th grade level, I would like to test whether this talisman is effective against a 4th grade practitioner. Ha ha ha, no problem. Feel free to stick it on me, Elder Zhang replied. Han Yun nodded and affixed the talisman to him. The immobilizing talisman has an effective duration of 1 hour. But Han Yun doubted that the time would be the same for an 8th grade warrior and a 4th grade practitioner. Stronger individuals naturally possess greater inner strength and abilities to break free from the talisman's restrictions. Elder Zhang, now exert your full inner strength to counteract the sealing force. I wish to see how long it takes you to break free. At that moment, Elder Zhang could not move, fully engaged in resisting the power of the immobilizing talisman. Han Yun remained patient, observing as the red vermilion on the talisman gradually faded. Finally, after 10 minutes, the talisman shattered, and Elder Zhang was finally able to move. Gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. This immobilizing talisman is extraordinary. It took me nearly a whole cup of tea's time to break free. In a battle, such a duration might be enough to see me perish 100 times over. Thank you, Elder Zhang. Please try this one as well. Han Yun produced a sealing talisman and affixed it to Elder Zhang. Oh, what is this talisman? I find myself unable to channel even the slightest amount of inner power. This is the sealing talisman. Its purpose is to seal inner power. This is a remarkable item. If the immobilizing talisman and sealing talisman are used together, even a 2nd or 3rd grade practitioner would likely meet their demise. After all, if one's inner power is sealed, they cannot break free from the immobilizing talisman. Elder Zhang, with his keen insight, recognized that these two talismans were indeed meant to be used in conjunction. Han Yun tore off the sealing talisman. Once torn, such single-use talismans could no longer be employed. Elder Zhang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he rubbed his hands together with a beaming smile, saying, Ah, Master Han. This talisman is truly a precious treasure. Given my cooperation, might you consider gifting me one? Of course, Han Yun replied, producing an explosion talisman and a binding talisman for Elder Zhang. Though the explosion talisman may not serve you directly, it can be given to a younger member of your family for self-defense. Haha, splendid. This is an invaluable treasure indeed, and I shall shamelessly accept it. Thank you, Master Han. Han Yun smiled gently, choosing not to respond. He was well aware of Elder Zheng's intent. The first thing the elder would likely do upon receiving the talismans was to replicate them to create more. However, Han Yun was not concerned. He had inscribed these talismans using talismanic techniques and spiritual energy to communicate with the laws of the universe, which was what made them effective. If others attempted to replicate them, even if they managed to do so, their work would merely be superficial, devoid of any real efficacy. Senior brother, I want one too. The junior sister whined, tugging at Han Yun's sleeve. The others also desired talismans, but hesitated to act too affectionately, fearing it might annoy their senior brother. You shall have yours. In a few days, I will create some for you to use for protection once you descend the mountain. Yay. I knew senior brother was the best. The group returned to Yunwu Hall, with Han Yun heading home. Elder Zheng, tasked with his protection, accompanied him dutifully. Having just received a boon from Han Yun, he was particularly vigilant, sitting cross-legged in the courtyard to safeguard him. Once inside, Han Yun requested a concealment formation from the system, easily arranging it around himself. He intended to dedicate his evening to cultivating Taoist techniques, striving to master them before descending the mountain. However, he was aware that the fluctuations of spiritual energy would likely attract Elder Zheng's attention, hence the necessity of the concealment. As for the talisman crafting, he would engage in that during his idle moments. Throughout the night, Han Yun diligently practiced, mastering 3 out of 8 divine abilities from the Bagua Dao, successfully earning 3,000 achievement points. As he had suspected, the system did not grant achievement points for learning lower-tier abilities like sword control. Only the advanced ones yielded such rewards. Early the next morning, Han Yun and Elder Zheng set off for Yunwu Hall. After switching shifts with another elder, a buoyant Elder Zheng departed. Han Yun sighed as he observed the elder's excited retreat, knowing that the joy would soon turn to disappointment. That day, classes commenced at Yunwu Hall, bustling with disciples and elders alike. The disciples mainly sought advice on martial skills, while the elders were eager to learn Tai Chi. Han Yun instructed the elders to step outside and organized them into a line to practice. A group of elderly men performing Tai Chi in the courtyard of Yunwu Hall gave Han Yun a peculiar sense of having entered a senior fitness center. In the afternoon, Han Yun resumed his talisman creation. While in the midst of this task, the sect leader arrived, accompanied by several elders, including Elder Zheng. Greetings, sect leader. Please, no need for formalities. Yuner, I hear you have been researching talismans? The sect leader inquired with a smile. The matter of the talismans was known only to the junior sister and Elder Zheng until now, with the sect leader aware of it. It was evident who had disclosed the information. Indeed, Han Yun nodded, unable to deny it, as the talismans lay on his desk. Upon Elder Zheng's return, he attempted to create talismans using yellow paper, vermilion, and a spirit beast brush. Although he produced identical results, they bore no effect. What could be the reason? The sect leader continued. Rest assured, we do not intend to infringe upon your work. This is simply too significant. If we could mass-produce them, it would ensure the safety of our Yin-Yang sect disciples while they venture out. Thus, we hope you might teach us the art of talisman crafting. You need not worry. The sect will not neglect your contributions. Chapter 79. Descending the mountain. Han Yun chuckled at the sect leader's words. If what you create is usable, I would be surprised. Sect leader, I am unsure of the specifics. Perhaps there are details that were overlooked, or perhaps Elder Zheng did not grasp the essence, rendering his attempts ineffective. I merely inscribed the talismans simply. There is nothing extraordinary about my method. Is that truly the case? An elder inquired curiously. Indeed. If you wish to verify, you may attempt to replicate one yourself and see the outcome, Han Yun responded. The sect leader sighed, aware that Han Yun was concealing something. But it was his prerogative not to share. Ultimately, the elders had no choice but to depart. Han Yun returned to his talisman crafting, while the disciples in the hall overheard the conversation and were eager to purchase talismans from Han Yun, who declined their requests. In the following days, news spread among the disciples about Han Yun's ability to create powerful talismans, prompting many to seek him out for purchases. Growing weary of the incessant requests, Han Yun instructed Liang Chao to hang a notice on the door stating that talismans were not for sale. During this time, Han Yun pondered a concern. Now that many were aware of his ability to craft talismans, would he face scrutiny regarding his identity if he were to use them after descending the mountain? He shook his head, realizing that no one could definitively prove that he alone possessed this skill. He resolved to deny it if necessary, and to avoid using talismans in the presence of Yin-Yang sect disciples. Time swiftly passed, and the 10th day of the first lunar month arrived, the day when the junior sisters would descend the mountain. Today, Yunwu Hall remained closed. Liang Chao posted a notice stating that the hall would temporarily close for Han Yun to study martial arts. and would reopen when the traveling disciples returned. At the entrance, the 6 junior sisters each held a horse, laden with bundles containing provisions, coins, clothing, and other essentials. Han Yun distributed stacks of talismans to them, advising, "Each of you shall receive 10 of each of these 4 talismans. Use them sparingly, handle any foes you can manage on your own, and reserve the talismans for those you cannot confront. Remember my instructions, avoid trouble, steer clear of potential conflicts, and prioritize your safety above all else. Before engaging an opponent, assess their strength. If the disparity is significant, use the binding and sealing talismans to immobilize them, then flee. If you can avoid killing, do so to prevent any witnesses from spreading word to their kin or friends. Of course, if there are no witnesses and you find yourselves with a genuine enemy, remember not to show mercy. Eliminate the threat entirely to prevent future complications." Han Yun earnestly cautioned, and the junior sisters were deeply touched, promising to proceed with caution. Just as they prepared to descend the mountain, a horse galloped towards them from the distance. "Wait for me." The group turned at the sound to see a young man in white riding a white horse, a fan in hand, calling out loudly, "Wang Hanqi, what brings you here?" The junior sister asked, displeased as she mounted her horse. "Junior sister June, I heard you were embarking on a journey. As your senior brother, I cannot rest easy about your safety. I wish to accompany you to ensure your well-being," Wang Hanqi replied, fanning himself elegantly from atop his horse. "Please, spare us. Last time, we defeated you in just 2 moves. Who will protect whom is still uncertain," she retorted. The words of the junior sister are misguided. I, the senior brother, have already attained the 6th rank. Recently, I learned several techniques from Han Xiong, and my comprehension of Taijiquan has reached a realm where the light feels heavy. If we were to engage in a contest, the outcome remains uncertain. "Oh, is that so? Care to exchange a few moves?" As she spoke, the junior sister prepared to dismount. "Junior sister," Han Yun cautioned, "I just advised you against causing trouble. And now you wish to engage with a fellow disciple before even descending the mountain." "Oh," the junior sister pouted in grievance. Wang Hanqi chuckled, "Junior sister, although I am accustomed to solitary pursuits, this journey down the mountain is intended to seek companions of similar strength to explore the land of demonic fall. After much contemplation, among the disciples of 3 generations in our sect, your abilities align most closely with mine. I set out from the main peak early this morning to reach you at Chaoxia Peak. Please do not decline. An additional ally strengthens our cause." "Bah, you left empty-handed. Without even a coin, merely tagging along for our provisions," she retorted. "When venturing out, one must carry silver. Behold." Wang Hanqi produced a stack of silver notes from his sleeve, causing a resounding clap. "So, you intend to mooch off our talismans? Only we possess the master's talismans. You cannot have any." The junior sister was sharp-tongued, never at a loss in verbal sparring. "Do not underestimate me, junior sister. I am not that kind of person. As fellow disciples under Han Xiong, we ought to support one another, should we not? Come, I have journeyed down before and know the way. Allow me to lead." Wang Hanqi grinned as he set off downhill, leaving the junior sister and her companions with no choice but to follow. Han Yun watched their departing figures, filled with concern. He had always been apprehensive about the junior sister's impulsive nature, and with Wang Hanqi's penchant for showmanship, he feared they would attract trouble. Alas, life and death are in the hands of fate. Once they descend the mountain, their journeys are their own. Han Yun turned back to the Yunwu Hall, resuming his talisman crafting. He had given most of his talismans to the junior sister and her companions, retaining only a few for himself, which he suspected would be insufficient. He resolved to create more in the coming days. During the subsequent days, while the junior sister and her companions journeyed down the mountain, Han Yun devoted his time to talisman crafting and cultivating his techniques. He had mastered the earlier Bagua techniques and recently acquired the lethal move Ryu Qianquan Slash, though he had yet to find an opportunity to test its might. As night fell, Han Yun summoned Zhuijiu to his side chamber. This chamber served as the repository for martial arts manuals, where he had been diligently crafting talismans and practicing without returning home. "Senior brother, did you call for me?" Zhuijiu inquired respectfully. Han Yun nodded, setting up a soundproof formation before speaking to him. "In the days to come, I will not be at Yunwu Hall. Each day, bring me meals, and after a quarter of an hour, dispose of the food and return the empty plates." Zhuijiu looked bewildered. "Senior brother, are you attempting to create a facade that you are still in seclusion at Yunwu Hall? Where are you going?" "Oh, I am merely going for a walk down the mountain. Typically, I am occupied with instructing disciples, but now that they are all out training, I shall take a break to refresh my mind and witness the vast world." Zhuijiu grew anxious. "No, senior brother, it is perilous outside. Many have their eyes on you. What if something were to happen? What is there to fear? I am simply taking a stroll, remaining within the boundaries of Yinchuan. This is our Yin-Yang sect's domain, so what is there to worry about? I have been on the mountain for over a decade without descending. Should I not also partake in the disciples' training? In that case, you could inform the sect leader or the head seat, and there would be no need for subterfuge. Do you think they would permit my departure? Well, it seems unlikely. They might even go so far as to break your legs to keep you here. Precisely. How long must I maintain this ruse? Sooner or later, it will be discovered. Zhujiao scratched his head, feeling conflicted. Maintain the charade until it is uncovered. If anyone inquires, simply recount the truth and deliver this letter to the sect leader. They shall not trouble you. Understood. How will you depart? Do you require my assistance? Elder Zheng is guarding outside. No need to concern yourself. I have my own methods. Just ensure you manage the tasks I've assigned. Very well. I shall take my leave. Zhujiao nodded and exited the chamber. Han Yun retrieved his mask, taking a mirror to don it. He had previously soaked the mask and molded it into a different shape. Now, although his demeanor remained charming and graceful, his appearance had changed significantly, rendering him unrecognizable even to those familiar with him. Next, Han Yun donned a stealth outfit, covering his face with a black scarf. He gently ascended and approached the window by the back door. It was spring, the weather mild, and the window remained open, sparing him the noise of opening doors or windows. Upon flying out of the window, Han Yun gradually ascended into the sky, climbing until he reached the stratosphere before halting. He flew high to avoid detection by any formidable sect members. Below him, the entire Yin-Yang sect lay sprawled out, and as he turned to gaze northward, he beheld a long trail of fire across the darkened horizon, emerging from the east and winding westward to the edge of the sky. That was the Great Wall. Years prior, the Dachuan dynasty invested immense resources to construct the Great Wall in defense against the invasions of the northern barbarian tribes. Stretching from the confluence of Shuechuan and Yinchuan in the east to the desolate lands of Longchuan in the west, keeping the enemy at bay. Among the 7 righteous sects, the Yin-Yang sect of Yinchuan and the Qi family of Longchuan bore the responsibility of aiding the dynasty in repelling enemies. The Qi family, unlike the Yin-Yang sect, resembled a military lineage, historically stationed at the Yumeng Pass, their ranks filled with numerous strong warriors. They trained in martial skills specific to military service, favoring weapons like spears, long swords, and bows, markedly distinct from the practices of martial sections. It was nighttime, rendering the Great Wall's form indistinguishable, with only the flickering torches visible, prompting a tinge of regret within Han Yun. He turned southward and continued his flight. Han Yun's pace was measured as he soon flew beyond the confines of the Yin-Yang sect, revealing the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains below, dotted with cottages twinkling like stars in the night sky. After flying several hundred miles beyond the sect, Han Yun descended to the ground as dawn approached. He had contemplated flying straight to the land of demonic fall, but reconsidered the safety of such a course. After all, soaring through the sky might lead him to cross paths with a genuine 2nd or 3rd rank expert, who might view his swift flight as arrogance and choose to test him, leading to an unjust demise for Han Yun. Guided by his principles, he preferred to remain low-key. Moreover, with numerous factions heading towards the land of demonic fall, arriving early could result in encounters with demonic sect members, posing significant risks. It would be wiser to let others venture forth first. Gathering information about potential dangers before he proceeded, Han Yun landed by a riverbank, flanked by woods, with an official road not far away. Equipped with a map, he discerned that following the road southward would lead him through several large cities into the territory of Luochuan. By the riverside, Han Yun shed his night attire and donned a simple sky-blue robe. Tall and poised, his transformed visage was not lacking in charm, and clad in this garment, he bore the appearance of a wealthy scion embarking on a journey through the Jianghu. After completing these preparations, Han Yun inspected himself and sensed something was amiss. He then retrieved a modest sword and secured it to his waist, along with a small bundle slung over his shoulder, enhancing his resemblance to a wanderer of the Jianghu. With everything in place, he turned towards the official road. Suddenly, he heard a splashing sound behind him, followed by a surge of powerful energy. Han Yun's expression shifted slightly. He spun around and unleashed a punch, causing a phantom golden dragon to emerge and charge towards the source of the disturbance. A neighing of a horse echoed, as the target toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the water's surface. Only then did Han Yun discern its form, a magnificent white steed unlike any ordinary horse, adorned with a single spiraled horn upon its brow and great wings at its flanks. At that moment, the winged unicorn steadied itself, panting heavily as its wings flapped, and its hooves propelled it towards Han Yun once more. Is this a celestial steed? Han Yun pondered. The mountainous terrain of Yinchuan was home to many mystical creatures, though not as grand as those of the northern grasslands. This celestial steed was indeed a type of mystical beast, distinguished by its horn and wings, possessing the rare abilities of flight and water-based attacks. The term Tian Ma Xing Kong aptly describes such a creature. Celestial steeds were known for their fiery tempers and strong territorial instincts. Any intruder would face their wrath. Perfect, I require a steed, and you shall do. Han Yun smiled faintly, launching another punch at the celestial steed. This steed was only of the 5th rank, whereas Han Yun was capable of vanquishing even 4th-rank adversaries. Thus the celestial steed stood no chance. With a powerful punch, Han Yun struck the steed's neck, deliberately avoiding its formidable horn. The celestial steed was sent flying once more. Yet its unruly nature spurred it to charge at Han Yun again. Thick earth nurtures life, the earth of Kuan. Seal. Han Yun formed a hand gesture, silently reciting the incantation, and in an instant, the soil erupted beneath him, colliding squarely with the steed's abdomen. The soil then morphed into a giant hand, seizing the celestial steed and forcefully pulling it to the ground. The steed neighed in protest, its wings unfurling to break free from the soil's grasp. And with a powerful stomp, it launched itself into the air. Though its intellect was limited, it realized it was no match for the human before it and sought to flee. Fortunately, it understood its ability to fly. No one could stop it if it chose to escape, just as the celestial steed reveled in its aerial prowess. Its eyes widened in disbelief as the human suddenly soared into the air with astonishing speed, landing atop its back. Realizing the steed intended to flee, Han Yun swiftly mounted it and began to rain down punches. In mere 5 strikes, the steed fell to the ground with a cry of anguish. Why run? Would it not be better to serve as my mount? Han Yun dismounted, pressing down on the steed's horn, regarding it with a smile. The celestial steed, pinned to the ground, struggled fiercely, yet its forehooves remained kneeling, unable to rise in its futile rage. Han Yun reflected on the information he had previously read about mystical beasts. It seemed that celestial steeds were known for their volatile tempers and were challenging to tame. However, taming was not impossible. It merely required immense effort and years of training. Yet, Han Yun was always resourceful. System, do you possess any beast taming techniques? Would you like to consume 1,000 achievement points to exchange for beast taming technique? I shall exchange. Acquiring a 5th-rank celestial steed for a mere 1,000 achievement points was a bargain, and the taming technique could prove valuable in the future. In no time, Han Yun's mind filled with the method of the beast taming technique, and he mastered it within a minute. Runes emanated from his palm, entering the celestial steed's consciousness. And soon the creature became motionless, its earlier aggression subsiding into docility. After a moment, Han Yun released the steed, which continued to kneel, signifying its submission. Can you retract your wings and horn? Han Yun inquired, stroking his chin. In an instant, the celestial steed retracted its horn and wings, transforming into an ordinary-looking white horse. Given Han Yun's prudent nature, he was reluctant to reveal the celestial steed's true identity, should he encounter foes. A sudden assault from a seemingly ordinary horse with 5th-rank strength would catch them entirely off guard. Han Yun mounted the horse, intending to procure a saddle, stirrups, and reins in the nearby city, enhancing its guise as a common steed. The celestial steed snorted in discontent, stamping its hooves restlessly. Although currently under the influence of the taming technique, it remained indignant about its new role as a mount. Let us depart, mule, Han Yun stated with a calm demeanor. The celestial steed emitted a fierce cry, raising its forehooves and thrashing its hindquarters in an attempt to dislodge the one who had humiliated it. What are you doing? Behave yourself. If I call you mule, you ought to feel honored. This is called being low-key. I cannot always refer to you as a celestial steed, as it would be too conspicuous. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Seeing the celestial steed's stubbornness, Han Yun could only relent. All right. Shall I call you Xiao Tian? Just stop your antics and proceed along the official road. Indeed, the celestial steed quieted down, its simple mind finding the name Xiao Tian rather agreeable. Han Yun too found the name pleasant, and thus they reached a consensus, embarking together on their journey. Following the river, they arrived at the official road, where Han Yun discerned the direction and rode southward. This path, if followed southward, would lead them to Changshan City. Changshan was a grand city, though not as vast as Yanjing, the capital of Yinchuan. It was still considerable in size. According to intelligence, it housed a relatively sizable gang known as the Sanchong Hui. Yinchuan revered the Yinyang sect, with nearly all gangs under its protective wings. Naturally, these gangs paid a certain tribute to the sect annually. With swift strides, Han Yun finally reached Changshan City by midday. At the northern gate, a throng of people queued to enter and exit, while guards maintained order at the entrance. Han Yun dismounted and patiently joined the line. The queue advanced slowly, and at last, he reached the front. Halt! A guard called, blocking his way. Is there an issue, sir? It is prohibited to carry weapons into the city. You must relinquish that sword. Han Yun glanced down at his sword, then looked back up at the guard's knowing smile, suddenly enlightened. He produced 2 taels of silver from his sleeve and offered it to the guard, saying, Sir, this is merely a wooden sword for decoration. It is not a true weapon. I hope for your understanding. The guard accepted the silver, discreetly tucking it away, and with a grin, replied, Ah, indeed a wooden sword. My eyes must have deceived me. You may proceed. Han Yun nodded and walked forward, his horse obediently following. Once inside the city, Han Yun had no interest in exploring the bustling metropolis. His sole purpose for coming here was to procure a saddle for his steed. Otherwise, with his character, he would never venture into such a trouble-prone place. After asking a passerby for directions, Han Yun made his way to the Western Horse Market. Changshan City was vast, and it took him the better part of an hour to reach the market. Good sir, are you looking to equip your fine steed with a saddle? A clever attendant promptly approached. Having spent many years in the horse market, he could discern the purpose of visitors at a glance. Han Yun had a steed, and it was evident he was not there to purchase a horse. However, with the lack of a saddle, it was clear he sought a saddle for his horse. Well then, guide me in selecting a suitable one, Han Yun requested. Esteemed guest, please come inside. We have an array of saddles that will surely satisfy you. Han Yun nodded, casually placing his belongings upon the horse's back as he followed the attendant into the shop. The interior was adorned with a dazzling assortment of equestrian gear. Esteemed guest, a fine horse deserves a fine saddle. I can tell at a glance that your horse is a purebred beauty, likely from the tribes of the grasslands. Behold this saddle, crafted from genuine cowhide, soft yet resilient. You shall find it most comfortable. Very well, I shall take a set and have it fitted, Han Yun replied, opting for a quality selection without further deliberation. Understood, I shall fit it for you at once, the attendant said, hurriedly carrying the saddle outside, with Han Yun following closely behind. Suddenly, the attendant shouted angrily, Thief! Han Yun looked up to see a shifty-eyed pickpocket hiding behind his horse. The thief, startled by the attendant's shout, seized Han Yun's belongings and fled. The attendant rushed to pursue, but burdened by the saddle in his arms, he could not run swiftly and soon gave up the chase. Han Yun looked incredulously at his celestial steed, questioning how such a formidable fifth-tier beast could allow a thief to steal right before its eyes. The steed, sensing Han Yun's gaze, cast a disdainful glance at him. As Han Yun, having mastered the art of beast taming, miraculously understood its thoughts. You expect me to don a saddle and reins while you hope for me to keep watch over your belongings? The attendant returned, cursing under his breath, and, astonished, asked Han Yun, Esteemed guest, why do you not pursue that thief who stole your possessions? Oh, it was merely a worthless trinket. Let him have it. Han Yun replied nonchalantly. Inside the bag were only a tattered garment and a few dozen pieces of broken silver, meant for disguise and of little value. Upon witnessing the theft, Han Yun instinctively considered chasing after the thief, but hesitated and ultimately chose to refrain. He thought to himself, this could spark trouble and conflict. Should he pursue and confront the thief, it would undoubtedly attract attention, as such thieves often have backing. If reinforcements were summoned, it would lead to greater complications, and he would find himself embroiled in a more significant confrontation. The possibility of having to contend with the Sanchong society, which was under the protection of the Yin-Yang sect, loomed large in his mind. He could easily become a target of their wrath. Ultimately, it was just a petty thief, and to provoke such a series of troubles was decidedly unwise. Let us not pursue, for it is best to avoid the trouble. Indeed, Han Yun's temperament was remarkably prudent. Please assist me in fitting the saddle. Certainly. The attendant, with remarkable efficiency, quickly secured the saddle and reins. He then dashed back inside, returning with a whip for Han Yun. Noble guest, I feel remorseful for the theft that occurred here. This whip, crafted from pure cowhide, dried and soaked in tung oil for a month, is exceptionally durable and can even serve as a weapon. Consider it a gift from our horse market. Thank you. How much do I owe you in total? Han Yun inquired as he accepted the whip and casually affixed it to the saddle. 30 taels of silver, esteemed guest. The attendant grinned at Han Yun. 30 taels was sufficient to purchase a horse of mediocre quality, underscoring the value of the saddle. Han Yun nodded, retrieving a banknote. The smallest denomination he carried being 100 taels, as he had no lesser bills. The banknote was discreetly drawn from his storage space, merely a ruse for appearance. The shopkeeper accepted the note, bowing graciously as he entered the shop to fetch 70 taels in change, which he handed to Han Yun while saying, "That Su heir is no good. He dares to steal from our horse market. I shall inform the owner to teach him a lesson." Han Yun remained silent, pocketing the change as he mounted his steed, heading southward towards the city gates. The attendant watched Han Yun's departing figure, wistfully murmuring to himself, "When will I have the fortune to roam the world as a dashing figure on a white horse? Alas, my purse is light, and I have a family to care for." Han Yun rode steadily towards the southern city gate, but as he passed a fish stall, his celestial steed suddenly refused to move. "What now?" Han Yun frowned, finding his steed increasingly disobedient, often rebelling as if staging a strike. "You expect me to run and yet provide no sustenance? I've been running for half the day. Should you not offer me something to eat?" Han Yun, sharing a mental connection with the steed, grasped its request. "Ah, I forgot you are a beast that requires nourishment. What do you typically consume?" "I am a water-dwelling beast. Naturally, my preferred food consists of lesser aquatic creatures. In their absence, ordinary beast meat or aquatic animals will suffice. The fish at this stall appear quite good. Kindly procure some for me." "Oh, do you not eat grass?" Han Yun's question provoked a furious reaction from the steed, as if it had been gravely insulted. "Such a disgrace. I am a celestial steed, a fifth-tier beast, and you suggest I graze like common horses?" Disembarking, Han Yun purchased 20 to 30 jin of fish, requesting the vendor to package it in a cloth bag to appease his steed. He could not allow the celestial steed to consume fish in public. It would be too ostentatious. Upon reaching a corner, Han Yun stored the fish in his storage space and procured additional fish from various vendors before heading out of the city with his steed. Once outside the city, the pair traveled for over an hour before pausing in a small grove, where Han Yun presented some fish for his steed to eat. Sated, they resumed their journey. Moving leisurely towards the south, they traveled at a relaxed pace, and as night fell, they had yet to leave the territory of Changshan. Han Yun, being a cultivator, required neither food nor rest as long as he had spiritual energy. The celestial steed, as a robust beast, also possessed great stamina, making their nocturnal travels unimpeded. As they ambled along the main road, two horses suddenly emerged from the woods to their right. "Halt!" The two riders reined in before Han Yun, one wielding a torch in his left hand and drawing a blade with the right, threateningly pointing it towards Han Yun. Recognizing one of them as Su heir, the very thief from earlier, Han Yun couldn't help but smile inwardly. "Brother, that's the fellow. He's definitely a plump target. I lifted 30 taels from him today, and he didn't even chase after me. He must have more money for saddles," Su heir excitedly remarked. Han Yun found the situation amusing. He had completely forgotten about Su heir and had no intention of seeking him out, yet here he was, delivering himself right to Han Yun. In the dark of night, eliminating them would raise no alarms. Furthermore, if Su heir referred to another as brother, was that individual perhaps Suda? Suda sneered, commanding, "Kid, be wise and hand over your money and horse, and I might spare your miserable life. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Han Yun, with a dismissive smile, was about to raise his hand to strike down the two when suddenly, a shadow burst forth from the opposite woods, moving with lightning speed and swiftly dispatching the pair. As the shadow came to a halt, Han Yun realized it was a weasel. The weasel squatted on the ground, blood dripping from its mouth. Its eyes sparkling with intelligence as it looked at Han Yun and asked, "Do I resemble a man, or perhaps a celestial being?" Chapter 83. Asking for money from Hishiba. Han Yun furrowed his brow slightly, as he seemed to recall a legend. In the snowy lands of Dongbei, it is said that travelers at night may encounter a weasel asking for directions. If one answers correctly, they shall receive fortune. If wrong, they may meet their demise. The weasel had just asked him whether it appeared more human or celestial, and Han Yun was compelled to respond. His reply was a dismissive, "What nonsense is this?" He turned his horse to bypass the two corpses on the ground, intending to continue on his way. If the creature departed, there would be no further issue. However, should it dare to provoke him again, he would not hesitate to slay the weasel. Yet, the weasel's gaze remained fixed on him, and as he circumvented it, the weasel slowly turned as well. "I ask you, do I resemble a human or a celestial being?" The weasel queried again, its voice hoarse and its tone foreboding, emanating a dark aura as if preparing to strike. Han Yun seized the reins, bringing his steed to a halt. He was growing impatient. In this dark and windy night, he welcomed the prospect of killing the weasel without concern for repercussions, given that the creature was a member of the demon race. He felt no moral burden in doing so. Since ancient times, humans and demons have been at odds, their enmity spanning millennia. For humanity, demon beasts fall into two categories, those that can be tamed and those that are enemies. Han Yun, being prudent, first scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense to ascertain whether anyone else was nearby. To his surprise, he detected the presence of another individual in the woods. It was a woman, graceful and fair, clad in a short fur coat and tight pants, her legs remarkably long and straight, akin to chopsticks. She was smirking at Han Yun. "If you do not step forward, I shall have no choice but to take action against this weasel," she declared. Upon hearing this, the woman gracefully glided towards him, landing before Han Yun. He assessed her internal energy fluctuations, noting she was at best a 6th-tier practitioner. "Quite perceptive, aren't you? I had concealed my aura, yet you still detected me," she remarked, a sly smile gracing her cool features. "You find yourself here at this late hour, and your weasel blocks my path. What is your purpose?" Han Yun inquired expressionlessly. "Nothing much, merely a knight in shining armor against injustice. I detest highway robbers and will slay one whenever I encounter them." "Much obliged." Han Yun nodded and urged his horse forward. Upon witnessing Han Yun's intent to leave, the woman's face contorted in disbelief as she quickly spread her arms, blocking his path. "Hey, after saving you, is it too much to expect a simple thank you? What more do you desire?" "Nothing much, just a modest loan of some money." Han Yun scoffed. "I do not believe we are acquainted. Why would I lend you money?" "Because I saved you," she retorted. "I hardly needed your assistance against a couple of petty thieves. Then just tell me whether you will lend me the money or not. Do not force me to take action, for the consequences will not be pleasant for you." Hishiba placed her hands on her hips, looking defiantly at Han Yun. "Weren't you just lamenting the existence of highway robbers? How is it that you've now resorted to such tactics?" Han Yun felt no fondness for this hypocritical individual. "That is different. I am borrowing, while they are robbing." "Oh, and will you repay it?" "Why should I return money acquired by my own merit? Then I shall not lend it." Upon hearing this, a glint of malice flickered in Hishiba's eyes. "How ungrateful. I offer you a chance, and you refuse. Should you perish, your money will naturally belong to me." Han Yun, who despised complications and sought to avoid trouble, found himself in a dilemma. Yet, with someone trampling on his dignity in the dead of night, and with confidence in his ability to overpower her, he had no qualms about eliminating the threat. Hishiba suddenly produced a short blade, leaping into the air to attack Han Yun. Unmoved atop his horse, Han Yun raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy into his whip. Striking at Hishiba, still airborne, Hishiba was struck by the whip, a flash of light enveloping her, followed by a pained scream as she fell heavily to the ground. "You are surprisingly strong." Hishiba scrambled to her feet, warily eyeing Han Yun. Han Yun was equally astonished. Although he had only exerted half his strength, it should have been enough to dispatch a 6th-tier warrior. The light she had summoned was likely a protective artifact. "Humph, regardless of your strength, you shall die today." Hishiba sneered, loudly chanting an incantation. "As the sun sets behind the mountains and darkness descends, let the Huang Daxian descend." Upon completing her incantation, the weasel darted onto her back, transforming into a beam of light that entered her mind. Hishiba's aura suddenly surged in strength, and Han Yun recognized her affiliation. Wushenjiao, a practitioner of the Shuechuan witchcraft. The realization solidified Han Yun's resolve to eradicate her, for should she escape, who knows how many experts from Wushenjiao would come seeking vengeance. Han Yun produced a soul-binding talisman, casting it onto his whip before striking Hishiba once more. She charged at him with her knife, swift as the wind, yet faster than Han Yun's whip. The talisman struck her squarely, igniting and causing Hishiba to shriek as she fell again. The talisman forced the Huang Daxian out, and it dissipated into ash amidst her cries. "You managed to eliminate the Huang Daxian." Hishiba's voice trembled with fear rather than arrogance. Realizing she was no match for Han Yun, she attempted to flee. However, Han Yun's steady demeanor would not allow her to escape. He swung his whip again, striking her rear. Hishiba screamed again, stumbling as she fell to the ground. Not daring to look back as she scrambled to escape, Han Yun snorted, swiftly lashing out with his whip, striking her back and behind. In just 3 blows, Hishiba was brutally beaten to death. Though her strength was formidable for her age, being a 6th-tier warrior capable of summoning spirits, she was unfortunate to encounter Han Yun, whose power overshadowed hers and possessed the means to counter her abilities. Having decisively slain Hishiba, Han Yun conjured a wisp of true fire in his palm, intending to obliterate the evidence. Chapter 84. The True Saintess. Hishiba at that moment, the sound of hurried hooves approached from behind Han Yun. Frowning, he extinguished the flames and drew his sword. It appeared that his first night descending the mountain was destined to be a night of bloodshed. 3 horses galloped toward him, swiftly circling to a halt in front of him. Upon each horse sat a figure draped in voluminous black cloaks, their faces obscured. To Han Yun's astonishment, The trio did not even glance at him. They dismounted and approached Hishiba's corpse, examining it closely. She is dead, one of the women stated calmly. Rising, they turned to face Han Yun. On either side stood two elderly men, while the woman in the center bore a striking resemblance to Hishiba. Her height and figure identical. Could they be twins? Are they here for revenge? The woman, identical to Hishiba, clasped her hands in front of her, addressing Han Yun. Might I inquire, brave hero, did you slay this thief? Thief, what is the meaning of this? Are you not of the same company? Han Yun maintained an expression of calmness, refraining from speech, yet his vigilance remained undiminished, ever ready to strike. Before him stood three individuals, each possessing the prowess of the 5th rank, yet he held unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish them all. Hero, please do not misunderstand. I am Hishiba, the holy maiden of the Wu Shenjiao. This woman is a traitor of our sect, masquerading as me to commit nefarious deeds. I have pursued her to this very spot, only to find that you have already dispatched her. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Wu Shenjiao. Realization dawned upon Han Yun. The woman he had slain was indeed an impostor, and the true Hishiba stood before him. However, he pondered why this woman referred to herself in a manner typically reserved for men, rather than the usual feminine terms. Yet he dismissed the thought, recognizing that those of the martial world often eschewed such formalities. I encountered this woman attempting to rob me, and I dispatched her without further ado. Han Yun stated nonchalantly from atop his steed. This scoundrel has wrought havoc upon many lives. We have pursued her relentlessly, but she has always managed to slip away. Thankfully, your formidable skills have resolved this menace. Though our Wu Shenjiao is a reputable sect, we have our share of miscreants that tarnish our name. Hishiba offered an apologetic smile, yet she showed no intention of clearing the path. At that moment, an elderly man knelt to examine the corpse of the false Hishiba. He swiftly removed the mask from her face, and Han Yun observed that her features were merely average, far from the beauty of the true Hishiba. The elder then stripped away her garments and, after assessing her injuries, remarked, Holy Maiden, the traitor has suffered 5 lash wounds, and her protective talisman lies shattered. There are signs of having summoned a spirit. Yet she still perished, likely at the hands of this formidable friend. This friend possesses great strength, the elder added, though a hint of difficulty crossed his face. Hishiba's brow furrowed as she inquired, What do you mean? Merely that the traitor's injuries are predominantly located on her posterior, suggesting she was whipped to death. Upon hearing this, Hishiba initially expressed surprise, then turned her gaze towards Han Yun, her eyes now filled with intrigue and astonishment. Han Yun was taken aback, wondering why she looked at him so intently. I am not a pervert. She was fleeing when I struck her, which is why her wounds are concentrated on her back. He stammered. Fear not, friend. We are all individuals of the martial world, and who among us lacks peculiarities? We understand, she replied, casting him a knowing glance that suggested a shared understanding. Han Yun found himself questioning whether Hishiba might indeed possess a masculine disposition, as her demeanor was rather assertive. If you have no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. I must continue my journey, he declared. Ah, very well. May I inquire your esteemed name? Should time permit, do visit the Wu Shenjiao as our honored guest, she proposed. There is no need. Our paths have merely crossed. We shall part ways here and perhaps never meet again, Han Yun replied, guiding his horse around the trio and continuing on his leisurely way. Hishiba observed his retreating figure before producing a long-distance sound transmission talisman, stating, The traitor has been slain by a mysterious hero who acted decisively, leaving her little chance to resist. As she finished speaking, the talisman ignited spontaneously and ascended into the air, disintegrating into ash. This talisman, a local charm, served a singular purpose, one-way communication. After transmitting the message, Hishiba and her companions poured oil over the traitor's face, igniting it before mounting their horses and heading southward. Han Yun, riding southward, soon noticed the trio had followed him. Though he concealed his displeasure, it was evident on his face. After a brief moment, the three caught up to his position. Esteemed ones, you have accomplished your task. Why do you still follow me? Han Yun inquired. We are not following you. This is the only official road south from Changshan City. We must proceed to the diabolical descent, and this is the path we must take, they explained. Were you not pursuing the traitor? Han Yun pressed. That was merely a part of our mission. Our primary objective remains the diabolical descent. The main forces of the Wu Shenjiao have already set forth, and we lag behind in our pursuit of the traitor, they clarified. Oh, I see. Thus, we are not specifically following you. It is merely coincidental, Hishiba remarked with a sly smile, winking at Han Yun. Are you also heading to the diabolical descent? Not at all. I am merely wandering aimlessly, Han Yun replied, wary that if he mentioned his destination, Hishiba would insist on accompanying him, which would be a nuisance. "Ah, brother, the diabolical descent has opened. Why not join us in a party to explore? I perceive your strength is commendable, and your character admirable. It would be prudent for us to look out for one another along the journey and within the forbidden grounds. There is no need for that. I am accustomed to a free and unrestrained life, preferring to wander the mountains and waters, avoiding places of conflict." Han Yun declined. "What a pity. May I inquire your name and whom you study under?" Hishiba pressed, seemingly undeterred by Han Yun's indifference. Han Yun, feeling exasperated, realized Hishiba's affability was merely a reflection of her innate sociability, devoid of any romantic undertones. Eventually, he relented and provided a pseudonym, Xingyu, to placate her curiosity. By morning, Hishiba and her companions paused to rest and tend to their horses, allowing Han Yun the opportunity to take his leave. Chapter 85. The sound of flute and drums aboard the painted boat. After bidding farewell to Hishiba and her companions, Han Yun spurred his horse onward, hastening southward to ensure they could not catch up. Upon exiting the bounds of Changshan, he adhered to the official roads, deliberately avoiding towns to minimize trouble. Throughout his journey, he abstained from food and drink, occasionally stopping to procure meat from local farmers to feed his steed. His equine companion, curious about his abstinence, feared he might be plotting something grand, thus remained well-behaved. Finally, after 10 days, Han Yun crossed beyond the border of Yinchuan, entering the territory of Luochuan. It was in the afternoon that he traversed Muyu Lake, and after traveling several dozen li, he arrived at the Luo River by nightfall. The Luo River, the largest in Luochuan, is the namesake of the region. According to legend, a goddess named Luo Mi resided within, renowned for her ethereal beauty. Likened to a startled swan or a graceful dragon, with hair adorned like clouds and teeth as radiant as pearls. Beyond the Luo River lies the capital of the Great Chuan dynasty, Ledu, the epicenter of power, culture, economy, and military might. Han Yun rode to the riverside dock, where the expansive river rendered bridges impractical, necessitating boats for crossing. Typically, merchant and passenger vessels traversed the waters, providing livelihoods for the boatmen. However, today, not a single boat was docked. Across the river, numerous vessels glided upon the surface, each ablaze with lights, filled with laughter and merriment. Lanterns floated gracefully on the water's surface. As Han Yun contemplated how to cross, a small boat approached. "Esteemed guest, do you wish to cross the river?" A boatman clad in a raincoat called out. "Yes," Han Yun replied. "Ah, here we are," the boatman said, maneuvering the small vessel to the dock and securing it. "Can you take me to the opposite bank?" Han Yun inquired, leading his horse to the edge. "My small boat cannot navigate this mighty river. The waters are treacherous. Even large vessels struggle to cross, and today, only the grand ships of the elite traverse these waters. My boat cannot pass through their midst," the boatman explained. "Then why do you offer to take me across?" Han Yun asked, somewhat exasperated. "Do not be anxious, esteemed guest. Allow me to escort you to a grand vessel, the merchant ship of Baiwa Lu, which is currently nearby and features a performance today. It will return to the opposite bank by the hour of Z. You need only purchase a cup of flower wine to board the ship. Is that so? Why are there so many boats on the river today? Are you unaware, esteemed guest? Typically, numerous large boats from various taverns sail the river to host banquets and showcase performances. However, today is the Luo Shan Festival, a day dedicated to honoring the goddess Luo Shun. Thus, the Luo River is particularly vibrant today. Almost every tavern in the capital has dispatched a grand vessel, and affluent families have also rented cargo boats, transforming them for leisurely excursions, lighting lanterns, and making wishes. You are fortunate to be here today. This is an annual grand event. Such liveliness. Han Yun detests crowds, as they imply a multitude of people, which brings forth complications. He contemplated whether to take a detour and fly across instead. However, the river was teeming with boats, fireworks lit up the sky, and given the proximity to the capital, it was highly likely that there were many skilled individuals present who could discover him. After some deliberation, he resolved to board the vessel. "Then I shall trouble you to ferry me across the river. Can my horse board the grand vessel?" "Certainly, as wealth can move mountains. As long as the silver is sufficient, it matters not if you bring a leading pig aboard." "Tianma." "Very well." Han Yun boarded the small boat, offering the ferryman a tael of silver, which delighted him, as he rarely earned such a sum in a day. The ferryman, taking Han Yun and Tianma, steered towards a grand ship, regaling Han Yun with the mythical tales of the Luo River along the way. Soon, they arrived beside an immense ship, towering 3 stories high, comparable in size to the large yachts of Han Yun's past life. Upon reaching within 2 meters of the grand vessel, Han Yun leaped gracefully onto the deck, followed closely by Tianma. The ferryman, awestruck, exclaimed in admiration. A waiter from the grand ship approached warmly, and Han Yun instructed him to lead Tianma to one side of the deck while he ventured into the ship's cabin. Inside the cabin was a vast array of dining tables and a stage, surrounded by private booths. The second and third floors also provided views of the lively stage, where dancers showcased their graceful movements, accompanied by musicians playing enchanting melodies. At the center, a woman sang a poignant song, her voice captivating. A lone traveler ventures to Jiangnan, enveloped in misty rain and melancholic thoughts. The gentle sway of the boat's oars stirs unbidden reflections. The sound of drums and flutes echoes, each note tugging at the heart, whose wall blooms with fragrant plums, exuding their charm. Within the realm of fleeting fireworks, you once blossomed. This melancholic tune resonated well with the tale of Luo Shun, a figure steeped in tragic romance. Han Yun savored his drink while listening, finding a measure of joy. The booth he occupied was semi-open, its walls intricately carved, allowing him a glimpse into the adjacent booth. In that adjoining booth, a young man adorned in luxurious garments sat at the head, appearing gaunt and dissipated, a visage hollowed by indulgence. Beside him sat two elderly men, silent yet vigilant, sipping their fine wine while scanning the surroundings. In stark contrast, the young man seemed carefree, absorbed in the dancer's grace. To Han Yun's astonishment, while the two elderly men were of the fourth rank, the seemingly frivolous young man possessed the fifth rank. Moments later, a young attendant entered and approached the frivolous young man, whispering, "Sixth Master, the individuals have arrived." Upon hearing this, the young man straightened, the previous nonchalance replaced by a glint of sharp focus. "Are you certain? Have you confirmed their identities?" "Indeed, it is Lu Shilang of the Ministry of War, and he is meeting with a powerful being from the demon clan." "Excellent. Go and claim your reward. Lu Shilang has indeed conspired with the demon clan. We have caught him red-handed, that treacherous dog." The sixth master's eyes gleamed with disdain, while one of the elderly men chuckled. "Congratulations, sixth master. With Lu Shilang and the demon spies apprehended, you shall surely gain favor before the emperor. His perception of you will undoubtedly change." At this, the sixth master's expression turned slightly contemptuous. "Why should I seek accolades from him? I capture spies for the sake of the people of Dachuan and the peace of the world. What relation does it have to that old fool? I do not do this for his approval." Meanwhile, Han Yun, seated in the adjacent booth, had already extended his spiritual awareness, perceiving the sixth master's conversation and his expressions with clarity. His impression of the seemingly frivolous young man improved significantly, regardless of his identity. He was willing to personally take risks to apprehend human spies and demon agents, all for the sake of the common people and the realm's tranquility. Such selfless dedication deserves respect. However, Han Yun noted the weighty resentment in the sixth master's final words, a sentiment not befitting that of a subject toward his sovereign, but rather akin to a son's grievance toward a father. More precisely, it mirrored the feelings of a son misunderstood as inept, while in reality possessing true talent and capability. Thus, it could be inferred that this seemingly hedonistic sixth master might very well be the sixth prince of the current dynasty, merely masquerading as a frivolous playboy. Was this a guise to conceal his true abilities? Reflecting on this, Han Yun could not help but lament the coldness of the imperial family. In royalty, notions of paternal kindness and filial piety, as well as brotherly camaraderie, are virtually non-existent. A father fears his son's ambition while also doubting his competence. Every prince, from birth, regards his siblings as rivals. With a faint smile, Han Yun sipped his drink, finding little interest in the affairs unfolding next door, nor did he wish to assist the sixth master in capturing spies. He merely hoped that any ensuing conflict would not disrupt his own journey, as he still needed to reach the opposite bank. At that moment, the sixth master rose, addressing his two fourth-rank companions with a grin. "Gentlemen, let us stretch our legs. After mobilizing so many people and conducting a covert investigation for half a month, we finally have our opportunity. Let us apprehend those spies and interrogate them about their schemes." "Understood, sixth master." The two elderly men stood, following the sixth master upstairs. Han Yun remained unobtrusive, quietly expanding his spiritual awareness to envelop the vessel while observing the unfolding drama. The trio ascended to the upper level, where the sixth master forcefully kicked open a door, swaggering into a private booth. "Who dares to disturb my enjoyment?" Inside the booth, a middle-aged man in splendid robes was engaged in a convivial exchange with several others when the door was abruptly kicked open, causing him to erupt in anger. However, upon glimpsing the visitor's face, his expression shifted dramatically, stammering, "Sixth Prince, what brings you here?" Ah, Lu Shirling, what an unexpected encounter. The sixth master adopted the demeanor of a spoiled noble, swaggering towards Lu Shirling. What a coincidence. Come, come, Lu Darren, allow me to toast you. The sixth prince casually seized a copper wine cup from the table, feigning a gesture of offering a toast, only to bring it crashing down upon Lu Shirlong's head. The copper cup was solid and heavy, and combined with the sixth prince's fifth-rank prowess, it rendered the unarmed Lu Shirling unconscious. As he struck, the demon agents across the way were immediately alerted, rising in alarm and preparing to confront them. The spies could no longer deny that the sixth prince had uncovered their scheme. At that moment, a group of ambushers outside surged in, joining forces with the sixth prince and the two fourth-rank experts to swiftly subdue the demon spies. Han Yun, upon witnessing the scene, chuckled lightly, acknowledging the sixth prince's commendable blend of bravery and wisdom. Suddenly, a bound demon spy emerged, its body sprouting numerous scales, while its head morphed into that of a fish. The creature opened its gaping maw and let out a piercing wail that resonated painfully in the ears of those nearby. How dare it resist? The sixth prince bellowed in anger, kicking the demon aside, just as he prepared to strike again. The entire vessel shuddered violently as a colossal creature's tail pierced through the hull, hurtling towards the sixth prince. Move aside. An elderly figure of the fourth rank thrust the prince aside, only to be struck directly by the massive tail, spitting blood as he fell. Water is leaking. Water is leaking. Run. What manner of beast is that? It is a demon at work. As the enormous tail breached the ship's structure, fissures formed. Water gushed forth, and panic ensued as people scattered in all directions. Han Yun immediately rose, his consciousness sweeping across the scene, revealing a gigantic python beneath the vessel, its length spanning several dozen zhong, a sight most fearsome, its tail bifurcated with two menacing hooks. At that moment, another of the python's hooks lashed out, crashing through the ship's body. The creature then surged forth from the water, entwining the vessel with its massive form, and with a sudden force, the ship splintered into pieces, sending everyone and everything aboard into the depths below. The Tianma, startled, instinctively reverted to its true form, flapping its wings in a bid for escape. Tianma, come here. Han Yun called out, leaping onto the creature's back with a swift step. Now that the Tianma was revealed, he sought to conceal his own aerial abilities. Help! Someone save me, I cannot swim. Help! Those in the water cried out desperately. Some astute individuals clung to splintered planks, floating upon the surface, while many others flailed helplessly beneath the waves. Han Yun, astride the Tianma, observed the massive python below, recalling information about this demon beast known as Goshi. Goshi thrives in water, its tail adorned with backward hooks that harbor potent venom. Assessing the creature's aura, Han Yun deduced it to be a fourth-rank demon beast. It appeared that the sixth prince's fishing expedition had indeed caught a monstrous creature capable of human consumption. Sixth master, flee. I shall hold this great demon at bay. The last remaining fourth-rank expert by the sixth prince's side shoved him aside and charged at the Goshi. Despite its massive size, the Goshi was remarkably agile, swiftly turning at an improbable angle and opening its gaping maw to bite down on the elderly warrior. Its enormous fangs pierced the man's body, venom coursing within him. And after a mere 2 convulsions, he lay still. Damnable demon beast, I will fight you to the end. The sixth prince, displaying unexpected courage, did not flee but instead propelled himself towards the great demon Goshi. As the Goshi's jaws opened wide, its formidable fangs lunged at the sixth prince, who, being of fifth rank, was no match for the creature that had already bested a fourth-rank warrior. In that dire moment, a figure clad in azure appeared, riding a white horse, and swiftly yanked the sixth prince away, sending him flying. Chapter 87. The Cupping Master, Wang Fugawei. After tossing the sixth prince away, Han Yun wielded the Qingying sword, striking at the Goshi's fangs. With his most potent spirit energy coursing through the blade, he executed a devastating strike that severed the fang, taller than a person, in two. Originally, Han Yun intended to flee as he emerged on the Tianma. For his nature abhors trouble, and the unfolding events bore no relation to him. Intervening would only expose his prowess. However, as he prepared to retreat, he hesitated. The formidable serpent, a fourth-rank entity, posed a significant threat, and at that moment, the Luohe River was teeming with hundreds of vessels and tens of thousands of people. The arrival of powerful figures from the imperial city was uncertain, and if the Goshi were to wreak havoc, countless innocent lives would be at stake. Han Yun found himself torn between instinct and conscience. In the midst of his indecision, as the Goshi attacked the sixth prince, its backward hook lunged towards him as well. Han Yun swiftly dodged, positioning himself closer to the prince and rescuing him as he did so. After tossing the sixth prince aside, the Go-Shi, enraged, unleashed a torrent of venom towards Han Yun. There was no longer any room for hesitation. The enemy was at hand. Very well, since my identity is already revealed, I shall slay this great serpent before departing. If not for the common folk, at least to preserve the sixth prince's life. Han Yun spurred the Tianma to the side, evading the Go-Shi's venomous onslaught while unleashing a wave of sword chi towards the creature. His strength far surpassed that of the fourth-rank elder, and with a single strike, he repelled the Go-Shi. However, as a demon beast, its tough hide and resilience made it difficult to injure, especially in its aquatic domain. The Go-Shi roared, its tail sweeping up a colossal wave directed at Han Yun, capsizing nearby vessels in its wake. Han Yun braced against the torrent, riding the Tianma to the serpent's back, retrieving a binding talisman while simultaneously attacking the beast, seeking an opportunity to affix it to the creature. The Go-Shi's skin and scales were exceedingly thick, rendering Han Yun's ordinary attacks ineffective. Its agility in water necessitated immobilization before he could launch an assault. Yet the Go-Shi was swift, eluding Han Yun's attempts. At this time, the sixth prince had steadied himself on a piece of wood, wielding a sword, and once more employed his lightness skill to leap toward the great serpent. Fearless hero, I come to aid you. In gratitude for your life-saving grace, I, Wang Fuguwei, shall repay you handsomely. Wang Fuguwei. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback, pondering what kind of prince bore such a name. It seemed implausible. The sixth prince charged forward, stepping onto the python's back, swinging his sword in an attack. Unfortunately, with his fifth-rank cultivation, his strikes merely sparked against the creature's scales, lacking any real effect, while Han Yun could at least chip away at the serpent's armor. Initially, Han Yun felt a twinge of admiration for the sixth prince's bravery, recognizing his willingness to assist despite the odds. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The sixth prince's attempts were akin to mere cupping, having no impact while becoming a distraction that required Han Yun's attention to ensure his safety. Frustration mounted within Han Yun. It was foolish to persist in a futile effort. Just then, the python's tail hook lunged at the sixth prince once more. Han Yun had nearly found the opportunity to affix the talisman when he realized that if he pursued that course, the prince would surely meet his end. Gritting his teeth, Han Yun rushed forward, cleaving the incoming tail hook with a strike, seizing the overly ambitious sixth prince and hurling him aside. Are you here to merely play at cupping? Get out of the way and cease being a nuisance. The throne's sixth prince appeared utterly bewildered. What? Cupping? Insightful as he was, he quickly grasped the implication, his face flushing with embarrassment. This was an affront to his dignity. Han Yun retrieved the binding talisman once more, seeking the chance to affix it to the great serpent. Yet the creature had evidently gained sentience. Sensing the talisman wave before it, it submerged into the depths, lying in wait. Han Yun recognized that the serpent, as an aquatic demon beast, thrived in its element. Pursuing it recklessly would certainly lead to disadvantage, as its power would only amplify in the water. Fortunately, Han Yun possessed celestial techniques at his disposal. Move aside, for I shall strike. Han Yun bellowed a command and began to form a spell with one hand, preparing to invoke his magic. The sixth prince, Wang Fuguwei, upon hearing Han Yun refer to him as a guasha practitioner, felt his face flush with anger and embarrassment, cursing under his breath as he leaped away from the wooden platform. Doshui Zihua refines myriad demons. The Bagua's divine essence vanquishes celestial fiends. Swiftly, as the law commands. Water's vastness, Can's waters, transform. Han Yun silently chanted the incantation in his heart, then gripped his hand tightly and thrust it skyward. A towering column of water erupted from the Luo River, forcefully lifting a massive serpent from beneath the surface. Seizing the moment, Han Yun leaped from his steed, landing atop the serpent, and quickly affixed a binding talisman to its scales. In an instant, the writhing serpent ceased its struggles, and Han Yun produced a sealing talisman, applying it to the creature, thus nullifying its demonic power. Now devoid of resistance, Han Yun could confidently unleash his lethal strike. He hurled the Qingying sword at the serpent's head, tracing a circle around it, after which radiant light surged from within the circle, transforming the sword into a flurry of sword beams. 5 beams simultaneously converged upon the demon's head, executing Han Yun's signature move, the Qinglian sword array. The luminous circle and the inner sword energies coalesced, resembling a blooming lotus, while the serpent's head was shattered under the formidable might of the sword array, exploding with a resounding crash. Enemy slain successfully, achievement points rewarded, 1,000. The massive serpent's carcass crashed heavily onto the water's surface, creating tumultuous waves. Observing the demise of the demon, the onlookers aboard the nearby vessels finally regained their composure, erupting in cheers. The sixth prince, Wang Fugui, gazed at Han Yun, who sat proudly astride his steed with sword in hand, his eyes ablaze with determination. So formidable. I must recruit him to my side. He mused. Man, you have captured my attention. It must be said, Han Yun's appearance at that moment was undeniably majestic and strikingly handsome. Just as he sheathed his sword and turned to depart, two figures from the south, resembling streaks of light, swiftly approached. They were two elderly men who, upon arriving at the chaotic scene, gasped in astonishment at the disarray on the river's surface before their gazes fell upon the sixth prince. Your Highness, are you unharmed? One elder inquired, flying before him. Forget about me. Stop him. Quickly stop him. The sixth prince shouted, pointing at Han Yun, who was preparing to leave. Upon hearing the sixth prince's words, the two elders mistakenly assumed Han Yun was the perpetrator and rushed forward to intercept him. Halt! You cannot leave. One elder bellowed. Han Yun, noticing this, furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on the Qingying sword. Elder Ji, do not be rude. This hero has saved my life twice and slain the serpent demon. Wang Fugui interjected, eager to clarify the situation. He then turned to the third-grade elder beside him, saying, Elder Chu, quickly take me up to thank this hero. The third-grade elder complied, grasping Wang Fugui and soaring toward Han Yun. Upon reaching Han Yun, the sixth prince clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, young hero, for your life-saving grace. I am endlessly grateful. May I inquire your esteemed name and invite you to my humble abode for a modest repast to express my gratitude? No need. Saving you is merely a matter of convenience. Step aside. I have my own journey to continue, Han Yun replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Wait, young hero. Do you know who I am? Han Yun pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, the one who practices guasha in the bathhouse. Wang Fugui's face turned a deep shade of crimson in anger. What nonsense. You are the one who practices guasha. Your entire family does. I have declared myself prince. And you still cannot discern who I am? I am the sixth prince of the current dynasty. Oh, Han Yun replied coolly, nodding slightly. This response left Wang Fugui utterly flabbergasted. Typically, upon revealing such an identity, individuals would bow in submission or, if of higher status, issue scornful remarks towards a frivolous aristocrat. Yet Han Yun's indifference was perplexing. Han Yun bore no interest in the identity of this individual, be it prince or commoner. Esteemed hero, it is well known that I, the sixth prince, enjoy making friends, and my royal family places great emphasis on etiquette. If my father were to learn that I did not express gratitude to my savior, he would surely reprimand me. Let us be friends. The sixth prince spoke earnestly, his eyes shining with anticipation as he fervently invited Han Yun to his residence. Naturally, he would not dare to express his desire to recruit Han Yun in front of the two palace elders. For if news of a prince attempting to enlist a powerful figure reached his father's ears, the implications could be dire. Not interested. Step aside, Han Yun retorted coldly. Oh, so you wish to play hard to get, do you? Man, you have piqued my interest, the sixth prince noted, his eagerness growing as he refused to let such a formidable figure as Han Yun slip away. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Ji interjected, Friend, we must trouble you to wait a moment longer. This incident has drawn the attention of the emperor, and until a thorough investigation is conducted, no one may leave, including you and the sixth prince. That is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Han Yun's gaze darkened. He realized that should he attempt to leave forcefully, these two elders would be unable to stop him, but such an action would likely lead to conflict and potential injury. Even risking a bounty on his head, a scenario not worth pursuing. At that moment, a figure clad in black, wielding a sword, approached with grace, stepping lightly upon the water's surface before landing on a wooden plank. With a respectful bow, he announced, Esteemed elders, the matter has been investigated. The sixth prince, for reasons unknown, clashed with Minister Liu, attempting to apprehend him. However, Minister Liu's companion was a demon, who summoned the great demon from beneath the waters. During the ensuing battle, this noble hero on the white steed fought alongside the great demon, and the sixth prince also participated. But it was this hero who ultimately vanquished the demon. You may depart. Understood. Elder Ji turned his expressionless gaze upon the sixth prince, remarking, When did you acquire such martial prowess, your highness? Wang Fugui offered an awkward smile, realizing he could no longer conceal this matter. Elder Chu produced a sound transmission talisman, briefly summarizing the situation before the talisman disintegrated into ashes. I have already reported this matter to the emperor. How it is handled will be left to his majesty's discretion. Elder Chu, there is no need to trouble his majesty over such a trivial matter, Wang Fugui laughed awkwardly. Humph, a great demon has appeared outside the city of Ludu, resulting in numerous casualties. Does the sixth prince consider this a trivial matter? If a great demon dares to manifest in the Luo River now, what will happen next? Will it appear in the palace? Hearing this, Wang Fugui fell silent. Moments later, dark clouds gathered in the sky, gradually forming a face. Bow before his majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. Those aboard the large ship below knelt en masse. Han Yun looked up at the visage in the clouds, sensing an overwhelming and majestic power emanating from it. Is this the emperor using the nation's power to issue a decree? By my decree, let the Luo River Navy rescue the people, disperse the crowd, and summon the slayer of the great demon to the palace to meet me. Upon hearing this, Elder Ji turned his expressionless gaze to Han Yun, stating, Friend, it is His Majesty's command, and we must comply. Please accompany us. Do not make it difficult for us. Han Yun sighed. He had anticipated such complications when he first intervened, and now they had indeed arrived. The emperor summoned him, and if he refused to go, he would likely find himself pursued by these two third-grade experts. Very well, I shall go see, he decided. When trouble comes, I shall meet it head-on. When water flows, I shall divert it, and with a little ingenuity, I shall ensure my safety. Han Yun mounted his steed, with Wang Fugui being led by Elder Chu, and the four of them soared toward the palace in Luodu City. Meanwhile, the large ships on the river below began to row toward the people in distress, rescuing those who had fallen into the water one by one. Certainly, during the course of battle, numerous individuals perished due to the great demon's influence. Upon arriving at the royal palace, the four descended and, under the guidance of the Elder Ji, proceeded towards the emperor's sleeping quarters. Brother, we are about to meet my father. Do not feel anxious. He is quite affable, though he does have a tendency to annihilate entire clans over trivial matters. Wang Fugui reassured Han Yun, who was mounted on his steed. I am not nervous. Rather, it is you who seem somewhat tense, Han Yun replied nonchalantly. I am not nervous at all. Then why are you trembling? It is the middle of the night, and you are soaked, Han Yun remarked. Upon reaching the entrance of the emperor's chamber, Han Yun dismounted, and after Elder Ji reported, they were permitted to enter. At that moment, the emperor sat behind a writing desk, clad in white robes and draped in a long cloak, clearly having just risen from his slumber. Two elderly gentlemen stood at his sides, while Wang Fugui knelt and proclaimed, Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Long live your majesty. Han Yun, suppressing his impatience, clasped his hands and bowed slightly, stating, A humble commoner pays his respects to your majesty. The sixth prince was thoroughly alarmed. His father was known for his irascible temperament, often regarded as the most formidable emperor in 5 centuries. Han Yun's nonchalant demeanor left him fearful that the emperor might execute Han Yun. Chapter 89. The emperor's machinations. Han Yun, however, was indifferent to such matters. As a cultivator, he possessed his own sense of pride, viewing the emperor merely as an ordinary mortal. Rise, the old emperor finally lifted his gaze. Han Yun scrutinized him closely, noting that the emperor appeared to be in his 50s, yet his hair was already streaked with gray. Whether he was a benevolent ruler remained uncertain, but it was evident that he was a diligent sovereign. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. This young friend has already slain a 4th-grade demon. His future is boundless. What is your name, and from which sect do you hail? I am Qing Yu, a wanderer without a sect, merely a drifter in the realm, Han Yun replied. Oh, a wanderer without a sect, yet you have cultivated to the 4th-grade realm. Your innate talent is extraordinary. Very well. Since you have slain the demon and saved the 6th prince, I shall bestow upon you the position of commander of the Imperial Guards. You may also seek guidance from these 2 venerable officials, and the palace shall provide you with resources for cultivation and a generous monthly stipend. Additionally, I will grant you a residence. What say you? Upon hearing this, Han Yun's lips twitched. I saved your son out of goodwill, and you wish for me to serve you? Why does your majesty repay kindness with ingratitude? I thank your majesty for your grace, but I am merely a wandering commoner, accustomed to a free-spirited life. I cannot bear the weight of such a command. I implore your majesty to retract your decree. The emperor appeared unfazed by Han Yun's refusal, as if he had anticipated this response. Qing Yu, there is a vast difference between having a mentor and being self-taught. Systematic instruction is far superior to solitary exploration. As the saying goes, to acquire the arts of literature and martial prowess is a treasure in the imperial court. Those with ability should contribute more to the nation. Consider it further. No need, your majesty. I seek only freedom. I desire nothing else, and your majesty need not bestow rewards upon me. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is an obligation of every citizen of Dachuan. As for saving the sixth prince, it was merely a matter of convenience. At that time, I was unaware of his identity. I would have saved anyone in his position. Hearing this, the old emperor sighed, stroking his beard. Ah, well spoken. Your awareness is truly high. If every citizen of Dachuan shared your perspective, we would have no fear of the demon race and would have long since crossed the Great Wall to annihilate them. However, if I do not reward merit, others will accuse me of injustice, which is unbecoming of a ruler. In that case, since you refuse to take office, I shall grant you 1,000 taels of gold and a nominal position as a palace official, along with a token of identity. You may wander freely, and should you encounter trouble, you can present the token to the local authorities for assistance, or even request military support. It is meant to facilitate your endeavors. Han Yun nodded, recognizing that he had already declined the emperor once. To refuse repeatedly would suggest a lack of appreciation for the emperor's generosity. As for the 1,000 taels of gold, it amounted to merely 10,000 taels of silver, which was not an excessive sum. I thank your majesty. Very well, shortly. Elder Ji will escort you to receive your reward. After the emperor spoke, he turned his attention back to the sixth prince. However, I have received a report from Elder Chu regarding the general circumstances. It is said that the incident began due to a dispute between you and Minister Liu of the Ministry of War. Hao. The sixth prince's name was Wang Hao. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguwei grinned sheepishly. Yes, father, today is the festival of the goddess of the river. And I took my guards and 2 friends to the flower boat to drink and enjoy the moon. But unexpectedly, the old emperor abruptly slammed the table, emitting an imposing grunt that caused Wang Fuguwei to kneel in fear. Are you about to say that you quarreled with Minister Liu over drinking? Do you think I am easily deceived? Minister Liu just happened to be in collusion with the demon race, and you happened to encounter him, leading to a quarrel? While you may enjoy revelry, you are not a fool. You cannot possibly engage in a brawl with a high-ranking official of the court for no reason. Han Yun mused internally that a person capable of becoming emperor is never one to be underestimated. Indeed, his thoughts were astute. The sixth prince could not deceive him. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Fuguwei immediately exclaimed, Father, please allow me to explain. I did indeed go to the flower boat to drink. But when Minister Liu and his companions passed by my cabin, my 2 esteemed friends detected the demonic aura surrounding Minister Liu and informed me. As Minister Liu, the deputy minister of the Ministry of War, oversees troop movements. If he colludes with the demon race, replacing the guards at the Great Wall with his own trusted individuals, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. As a prince, I naturally bear the responsibility of safeguarding the realm of Dachuan. However, at that moment on the boat, returning to the capital to report to you would have been too late, so I took it upon myself to capture Minister Liu with my 2 friends and guards, ensuring we had both the man and the evidence against him. Yet, who could have imagined that a powerful demon lay in ambush, escalating the situation to this extent? It is entirely my fault for acting impulsively. I beg for your punishment, father. Listening to the exchange between father and son, Han Yun continued to ponder. He had clearly heard the sixth prince mention that extensive manpower had been utilized, secretly investigating for half a month before deciding to take action today. This was a matter of careful deliberation and meticulous planning, not a mere coincidence. Thus, there could be only one possibility. The forces he had employed for the investigation were not royal resources, but rather his own. Therefore, he dared not disclose this to the emperor. This inclination to cultivate power in secret revealed the sixth prince's considerable ambition. How quaint, the bond of father and son. The emperor nodded, sighing. What crime do you bear? You have acted with merit in this matter. If they had succeeded in their negotiations, as you said, the dam would indeed collapse due to an ant's nest. A deputy minister of the Ministry of War, a third-rank official, whom I have treated well, has betrayed us by colluding with the demon race. Such a traitor deserves a fate worse than death. Father, at that time, I rendered Minister Liu unconscious, and later, when the great demon appeared, the ship was shattered, and everyone fell into the water. Minister Liu may have drowned. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that his demonic accomplices rescued him. That will depend on whether his body can be recovered. Let the Luahan Navy handle this matter. The emperor nodded, then suddenly inquired, I have heard you engaged in combat with that great demon. When did you acquire such martial skills? I was unaware. Wang Fuguwei, quick-witted, had already devised a response. Father, as you know, I was frail and sickly in my youth, and grew up indulging in wine and pleasure, which depleted my health. I could only rely on martial training to strengthen my body. The fifth-tier realm of the Crown Prince was almost entirely attained through the accumulation of medicinal pills. Although he possessed the rank of a fifth tier, he lacked the combat prowess to match it, rendering him merely a facade. During battle, His brother, Qingyu, mockingly suggested that the crown prince was merely giving the demon beasts a massage. You are fully aware that you are but a hollow shell. Yet you still wish to engage in combat with those beasts? You must comprehend that as a prince, should any misfortune befall you, how deeply would it grieve our father? The emperor sighed. It is my transgression that burdens father with worry, yet it is precisely because I am a prince that I bear the responsibility of safeguarding the populace, replied the crown prince. At that time, hundreds of vessels were on the river, and thousands of lives were at stake. If the demon beast were to wreak havoc, countless innocent civilians would perish. Even if it meant my own demise, I could not allow the people to suffer. Fortunately, Brother Qingyu was present and saved me, slaying the formidable demon, thus averting a great disaster. Your noble thoughts are indeed commendable. You are worthy of being my son, the emperor acknowledged. However, the sixth prince abruptly shifted the discourse, adding, I lack the martial prowess of my elder brother, who leads armies. Nor do I possess the governance skills of my second brother. I am merely a leisurely prince. My life holds little value. Upon hearing this, the emperor was momentarily taken aback, while Han Yun's eyes widened in realization. The sixth prince was indeed shrewd. Had he continuously voiced sentiments of serving the nation and its people, the emperor might have perceived him as insincere. Yet, his subtle grievances now aligned perfectly with the persona of an overlooked prince. After all, which prince would not desire to be valued and to showcase their abilities? If he truly appeared indifferent, indulging in a life of leisure, the emperor might suspect ulterior motives. A mere expression of discontent would alleviate the emperor's concerns. Of course, such remarks were context-dependent. Had they been directed at a foolish monarch, they might incite anger. However, this emperor was a wise and discerning ruler, capable of understanding the sixth prince's complaints. Indeed, the emperor chuckled heartily, exclaiming, What nonsense! Are you lamenting my lack of tasks for you? Very well. There happens to be a task at hand, which I shall assign to you. If you perform well, I will consider appointing you to one of the 6 ministries. I dare not complain. I shall endeavor to accomplish the task entrusted by Father. However, I fear my capabilities may fall short, hindering your important matters, Wang Fugue humbly replied. It is not a monumental task. The site of the demon fall has recently reopened, and various factions from the martial world have sent people to explore. Our royal family has yet to send anyone. Since you possess martial skills and are willing to battle the demon beasts to protect our people, you shall be dispatched. Should you discover valuable items, you may keep them or surrender them to the court for a reward. Upon your return, regardless of the outcome, you will be credited with a significant achievement. Wang Fugue's heart soared with joy. Within the capital, countless eyes were scrutinizing him, and any attempt to establish power was fraught with limitations. If he could be dispatched, he would have the opportunity to freely pursue his ambitions. Although elated, he feigned reluctance. To the demon fall? Father, do you realize how perilous that place is? Is this not tantamount to sending me to my death? How could it be death? I shall not send you without protection. Elder Ji and Elder Chu shall accompany you, the emperor countered. Please no. If they accompany me, my identity would be exposed. It would be like wearing a label on my forehead. I am a prince, come slay me. My princely status may hold some esteem among common folk, but it is of little worth among those martial artists. Here's what I propose. Father, I shall travel incognito with a guard, without the 2 elders. This would be a safer approach. With your meager skills, you would venture forth unafraid? Fear not, Father, for I have Brother Qingyu. He is exceptionally skilled and can dispatch a 4th-tier demon beast in mere moments. With his protection, I am assured of safety. Wang Fugue exclaimed confidently. Han Yun cast him a sidelong glance, thinking, when did I say I would take you along? The emperor regarded Han Yun before turning back to Wang Fugue with a smile. Though Qingyu has agreed to serve our royal family, I have mentioned that he is free to act as he pleases. I cannot compel him. If you can persuade him to protect you, that is your skill. Should you fail, do not blame him. I understand. However, Father, I have accomplished a notable feat this time. Would it be possible for a reward? Wang Fugue pressed, his tone slightly shameless. Oh, already seeking a reward? Very well, I am in a good mood today. Speak of what you desire, the emperor replied. I have seen Brother Qingyu's steed and am envious. I too wish for a fine mount. The journey from Ludu to Yunchuan's Demon Fall is long, and without a swift steed, I would struggle. Father, would you grant me one? Upon hearing Wang Fugue's request, Han Yun inwardly nodded. The 6th prince exhibited a commendable balance. When seeking recognition and rewards, he appropriately displayed a hint of greed, which would assure the emperor. It remains true that no individual exists without desires. If one did, their aspirations would likely be far greater. A steed, you say? Very well, We recently reared 2 new iron-eating beasts in the beast garden. I shall grant you one. Han Yun recalled the details of the beast. The iron-eating beast, a bear-like creature, is covered in long fur of black and white, with black surrounding its eyes. Its demeanor is gentle, yet its bite and grip are formidable, making it the national beast of the Dechuan dynasty. Isn't that akin to a giant panda? If I could procure a giant panda as a mount, that would be an excellent choice. However, Wang Fuguwei frowned. Father, it is widely known that the iron-eating beast is our royal mount and the national beast of Dechuan. If I were to ride it, would it not blatantly announce my princely status? Furthermore, the iron-eating beast is reserved for those who have performed great deeds. My modest contributions hardly warrant such a prize. Perhaps then, you might reward me with a Tianma? Although its combat prowess is limited, it can fly, and in critical moments, it could carry me to safety. Moreover, Tianma are more readily available than iron-eating beasts. Granting me one would raise fewer eyebrows. At this moment, Han Yun's gaze toward Wang Fuguwei shifted to one of admiration. The sixth prince displayed discretion, maintaining a low profile while demonstrating an understanding of the importance of self-preservation. This resonated profoundly with Han Yun's sensibilities. Very well. I shall grant you a Tianma. What others possess, my son shall also have. Go now and receive your reward. Thank you, Father, for your graciousness, Wang Fuguwei exclaimed. Bowing deeply. Chapter 91. The stallion and the mare Elder Ji led the sixth prince and Han Yun away from the emperor's private quarters, while Elder Chu remained behind. The ability to enter the emperor's chambers at such late hours without notification and to stand beside him indicated the high level of trust the emperor placed in both of them. With 2 such loyal third-tier powerhouses, Wang Fuguwei dared not bring them close, nor even attempt to sway them with bribes. Old Chu, is it true that Qing Yu is a 4th tier? The former emperor inquired, his smile fading as he glanced at the notes on his desk. It is difficult to ascertain. There are no discernible fluctuations of internal energy within him. He likely possesses some treasure that conceals his true power. However, based on combat performance, he was able to slay a 4th-tier demon within a TS duration. Yet he cannot fly, relying instead on lightness skill. This suggests he is at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, but has not yet reached the 3rd tier. Certainly, this is merely a matter of combat prowess. Various treasures, secret techniques, talismans, and methods from Taoism and Confucianism are enigmatic and can enhance one's strength. This individual's abilities are indeed somewhat peculiar, leading to the conclusion that he is of the 4th rank. Observing his appearance, he appears to be around 20 years of age. Possessing such a level of mastery at such a young age, he is destined to become a formidable figure. How splendid it would be if he could be of service to our royal family. Your Majesty, shall I dispatch someone to keep watch over him and the sixth prince? There is no need. He cherishes his freedom and is both intelligent and cautious. Should he discover he is being followed, he might even resort to eliminating the pursuer, leading to ill will towards our royal family, a loss that far outweighs any potential gain. The sixth prince is no simpleton, while he may seem like a frivolous young man. In truth, he conceals his brilliance and harbors profound schemes. It remains uncertain whether his modesty is a means of self-preservation against the second prince's threats, or if he has ulterior motives. Let the sixth prince handle the matter concerning Qingyu. If he can win him over, then he is indeed his ally. If not, it matters little, for our royal family will have established a positive connection with him. As they approached the palace, the eunuchs had prepared the rewards for Han Yun, and the beast tamers presented a celestial steed. Han Yun accepted the silver notes and the token, hastily stowing the notes away without a glance. He examined the token carefully. It was gilded, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings on either side, one side inscribed with the character for Emperor and the other side featuring the characters for Gongqing. He casually tucked it away and looked up at the sixth prince, who was exuberantly riding the celestial steed. In terms of temperament, endurance, and combat capability, the celestial steed pales in comparison to the iron-eating beast, the only advantage being its ability to fly. The celestial steeds in the royal beast garden have been trained from a young age and have long lost their wild nature, making them ready for riding. Sixth prince, now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave, Han Yun stated, clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell and turning to depart. Hey, wait up, Qingyu. Don't leave me behind. The sixth prince tugged at the reins and hastily followed Han Yun. Didn't we agree to go to the Demon Fallen Land together? When did I ever say I would go to the Demon Fallen Land? When did I say I would accompany you? Oh, Qingyu, you are now a royal patron. Protecting the prince is your inescapable duty. Oh, is that what you mean? Here, take this, Han Yun replied, retrieving the royal patron's golden token from his pocket and handing it to the sixth prince. Wang Fuguwei glanced at the token and then at Han Yun's face, exclaiming, Qingyu, what kind of person are you? This position as a royal patron is coveted by countless figures in the martial world, yet you seem utterly unconcerned. I truly do not care. Is there nothing you desire? No aspirations? A person lives but once. One must have a goal. I do have a goal. My heart is solely devoted to martial arts, and I care for nothing else. Ah, a true martial enthusiast. It is precisely because of individuals like you that such prowess can be attained at such a young age. Han Yun ignored him and continued walking forward. Qingyu, I have boasted before my father. If you do not accompany me, I will be left embarrassed, and my father will think I am incapable. That is your concern, and it has nothing to do with me. I am not the one who made you boast. Why are you acting this way? Be reasonable. At that moment, Han Yun noticed his celestial steed stretching its neck to lick Wang Fuguwei's steed, resembling a devoted admirer, while Wang Fuguwei's steed wore a look of disdain, continuously evading the attention. Seeing this, Wang Fuguwei burst into laughter. Qingyu, your horse is male, while mine is female. They are both in their prime. It is only natural for the male to pursue the female. Look, your horse desires to accompany mine. This is fate. You wouldn't want to separate them, would you? Oh, then I shall gift you this horse. I will walk. Wang Fuguwei gritted his teeth, exclaiming, how can Han Yun be so obstinate? Qingyu, it is getting late. Let us head to my residence to rest. We can depart tomorrow. After battling for so long, you must be tired. Come, let us enjoy some hot tea and a late-night snack, and rest well. I am not tired. Do not be so unyielding. If you are not tired, your horse surely is. Come along, my home is not far ahead. Wang Fuguwei tugged at Han Yun's reins and led the way. Although there was no curfew, they were near the palace, and it was nighttime, leaving the roads deserted. After some contemplation, Han Yun decided to acquiesce. Consistently refusing would seem overly ungracious. Take it then. Very well. The two soon arrived at Wang Fuguwei's residence, which was modest in size. The emperor was frugal, and the princes below him could not indulge excessively in lavish accommodations. The entrance bore a plaque inscribed with the words Hao Wang Fu. My second brother may not be the eldest son, but he is also a legitimate heir born of the empress and was early on established as the crown prince. My father, concerned about potential discord among us brothers, granted us titles early, leaving me as a leisurely prince. Han Yun nodded. It was reasonable, as princes were born noble. But typically, once their brothers ascended, they would voluntarily relinquish their titles unless they had accomplished great feats or earned their ranks through military merit. Upon entering the Wang residence, Wang Fuguwei instructed the servants to prepare meat and fresh water for their celestial steeds and to bring out wine and dishes before joining Han Yun in the sitting room. Han Yun settled in the sitting room, awaiting the meal, while Wang Fuguwei changed his wet clothes. Despite being a fifth-rank martial artist, he found damp garments uncomfortable. Before long, Wang Fuguwei returned, and the servants brought forth food and wine. The two settled into their respective places. Come, Qingyu. Let me toast you a drink in gratitude for saving my life today, Wang Fuguwei said, raising his cup, and they drank in unison. Wang Fuguwei chewed on a piece of beef while speaking. Qingyu, we have developed a bond, and I assure you that you will not be treated poorly on this journey. First, I will cover all expenses along the way. Meals, lodging, and the care of the celestial steeds, all will be on me. Additionally, I shall grant you an extra 20,000 taels of silver as a reward. I also possess a collection of martial arts manuals, all of which I will freely give to you. How does that sound? Quite sincere, wouldn't you agree? Han Yun chuckled lightly, as far as I understand. The emperor is known for his frugality. Surely, your monthly allowance as a prince is not substantial. I saved you, and the emperor rewarded me with a mere 10,000 taels. As a fallen prince, how can you possibly offer 20,000 taels all at once? Wang Fuguwei smiled and replied quietly, Brother, to be honest, if I solely relied on that meager princely stipend, my entire household would have starved long ago. I have engaged in some business ventures outside. Otherwise, where would the funds come from for indulgence? Indeed, without funds, how could one develop influence or cultivate supporters? Han Yun observed Wang Fuguwei with interest. Wang Fuguwei's expression shifted slightly. Qingyu, what do you know? I do not know much. Just that you spent considerable effort and manpower investigating the collusion between Lu Shilang and the Demon Clan for half a month. You heard about that? I was right next door. How could I not overhear? Han Yun raised his gaze to Wang Fuguwei, speaking earnestly. Wang Hao. Please, please. Do not call me Wang Hao. Just refer to me as Wang Fuguwei. Wang Fuguwei grimaced. Everyone knows the sixth prince is Wang Hao. When I am out doing business or enjoying myself, I use the name Wang Fuguwei. If others were to discover the sixth prince's involvement in such matters, I would be the subject of ridicule. Moreover, we are to depart for the demon-fallen land tomorrow, so I cannot afford to use Wang Hao's name. Just get in the habit of calling me Wang Fuguwei, and do not expose me. Ah, your cautious nature is quite to my liking. I believe that it is best to err on the side of caution. One can never be too careful, for one's life is singular, and preserving it is paramount. Wang Fuguwei slapped his thigh and exclaimed loudly, "You are absolutely right. We princes have walked on thin ice since birth, without at least 800 cunning minds. We cannot survive long. Based on your words, I am determined to forge a brotherly bond with you. Come, let us toast to this." Han Yun was somewhat speechless. It seemed Wang Fuguwei never missed an opportunity to win him over. Speaking of serious matters, you must have secretly cultivated a considerable influence, right? At the very least. Your intelligence operations are commendable, and you have formidable allies willing to follow you. Such a force cannot be organized merely for trivial business. It appears you have deduced everything. My friend, indeed, I have long recognized your intelligence, Wang Fuguwei replied, a playful tone in his voice. So, are you suggesting that you wish to assist me in claiming the throne? Why should I care whether you become emperor or not? Han Yun shot him an irritated glance and continued, if you genuinely want my help to venture into the Mo Yun region, you must provide me with the relevant intelligence. I know nothing about that place, nor its dangers. How can I accompany you? That is not an issue. My intelligence organization is beyond your imagination. However, the events unfolded so suddenly that I have yet to gather specific information from there. Fear not. Within 2 days, the intelligence will be in my hands, and I shall share every detail with you, Wang Fuguwei assured him. Han Yun had been waiting for such a response. He understood that the sixth prince had secretly developed significant power capable of providing intelligence, which was urgently needed at the moment. Han Yun was acutely aware of his shortcomings in intelligence. Both the Fuguwei Merchants Association and the Mo sect had previously shown hostility towards him, with the Mo sect attempting to assassinate him twice. He needed an intelligence organization to help him monitor the movements of these forces. Furthermore, he sought information about the Mo Yun region and the half of the Jade Pendant. He was completely in the dark about these matters. If Wang Fuguwei could provide this information, bringing him along for protection would not be unreasonable. Moreover, despite his cunning and ambition, Wang Fuguwei's character was still commendable. Naturally, Han Yun would not take the initiative to express his need for intelligence, as doing so would expose his vulnerabilities and grant the other party leverage over him. By allowing Wang Fuguwei to bring it up himself, he could maintain a position of advantage. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Han Yun said, "Very well. Since you can provide intelligence, I shall accompany you on this journey. But let it be clear that I must have the final say in all matters. You cannot act recklessly. Rest assured, brother, you know how much I value my own life," Wang Fuguwei replied, raising his wine cup. "On this journey, I hope you will assist me generously, Qingyu." That evening, Han Yun rested in the guest room of the Hao Wang mansion. The next morning, the two prepared to set off. Han Yun observed the entourage following Wang Fuguwei and remarked, "Do you really need to bring so many people? They are all of the 6th and 7th ranks. What can they accomplish if trouble arises? Oh, Qingyu, when venturing out, one needs some hands to assist. Besides, if you want intelligence, I must dispatch people to gather it. Someone has to do the work. Rest assured, these 10 individuals are all my trusted confidants. If I ordered them to eliminate my father, they would storm the palace without batting an eye. Oh, if they won't bat an eye, won't their eyes dry out?" The two set off with their guards. Wang Fuguwei noticed that Han Yun had concealed the unicorn and wings of his steed, appreciating this low-profile approach, and instructed his own steed to do the same. Han Yun wore an ordinary sword at his waist, but the Qingying sword had already been exposed. If he were to retract it into his storage space, he feared he would not be able to explain it to Wang Fuguwei. So he wrapped the Qingying sword in cloth and slung it on his back. Wang Fuguwei also bore a sword at his waist, without the entourage behind them. They would have appeared like typical wanderers of the Jianghu. Departing from the Wang mansion, they headed south through the city. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals from the Jianghu. Typically, there were not so many martial artists in Ludu City, but with the opening of the Mo Yun region, various forces were stirred into action. Those from the northern Jianghu aiming for Yunchuan had to pass through Luochuan, resulting in a significant gathering of Jianghu individuals in Ludu City. These individuals were all brash and hot-blooded, some even having grievances against one another, making clashes inevitable, much to the chagrin of the city guards. Wang Fuguwei, riding leisurely, explained the city's affairs to Han Yun. "These people are merely passing through. They will likely leave after a day. What major incidents could arise?" "Oh, you do not understand. There has always been a tradition among Jianghu individuals to hold decisive battles at the Purple Forbidden Peak, although they cannot enter the palace. Luodu's geographical position is advantageous, situated centrally in Dachuan, making it accessible from all directions. Many will come here to settle their scores. Do you see those scholars over there? Wang Fugui pointed to a group of young men dressed as scholars, holding scrolls and wearing swords at their waists, appearing rather incongruous. Do you know who they are? Han Yun looked over at the group of scholarly young men. Are they also from the Jianghu? Indeed, they are clearly from the Donglin Academy. One of the 7 major forces, Wang Fugui affirmed. Is that so? Han Yun nodded, not saying much more, while Wang Fugui's enthusiasm remained high. Brother, you have been secluded in the mountains for so long. You haven't ventured into the Jianghu much, have you? I know a great deal about these matters. Shall I share? Then please do. Han Yun smiled, genuinely interested in the information, though he suspected he already knew much of what Wang Fugui was about to say. To speak of the Jianghu is to mention the 7 righteous sects and 1 demonic faction. The Dachuan dynasty is divided into 9 regions, each controlled by a different force. First, in the northeast, there is the Shuechuan Witch God sect, which resides in the harshest place in Dachuan, where winter is so bitter that survival is a challenge, breeding a fierce temperament among its inhabitants. While the Witch God sect practices martial arts, their most potent methods involve summoning spirits, worshipping 5 deities represented by 5 animals: the snake, weasel, hedgehog, rat, and fox. The abilities gained vary with the animal invoked. Secondly, in the north, is the Yin-Yang sect of Yinchuan, the most powerful and populous sect among all forces, belonging to the Taoist lineage, practicing both Taoist arts and martial arts. Undeniably the leader among martial arts sections. Those venerable Taoists are not to be trifled with. Han Yun nodded. He was quite familiar with the Yin-Yang sect. Thirdly, in the northwest, there is the Qi family of Longchuan. Although the Qi family is also a martial arts family, they resemble a military clan more. They hold hereditary titles and have long guarded the human pass, helping the Dachuan soldiers fend off the demon tribes, standing at the forefront with a lineage of loyalty. Their martial arts differ significantly from common sects, resembling military techniques. Fourthly, in the west, there is the Huayin sect of Qinchuan, located on Mount Huayin, the most perilous mountain in Dachuan. Thus, members of this sect excel in agility and lightness, specializing solely in swordsmanship, hence the name Huayin Sword Sect. Fifthly, in central Luochuan, there is the Beima Temple. The monks there, while chanting Ba with compassion, can be ruthless in action, capable of sending you to the afterlife with a single strike. Beima Temple lies 70 miles south of Luodu, and we shall pass by there. Sixthly, in the east, there is the Donglin Academy of Taichuan, where students are well-versed in both literary and martial arts, capable of governing the country and ensuring peace, closely cooperating with the court, representing Confucianism. Notably, their Confucian talismans are genuinely formidable. Seventhly, in the southeast, there is the Niwa Palace of Chuchuan, which, although it includes both genders, is predominantly a female sect. As he spoke, Wang Fugui couldn't help but sport a sly smile, playfully winking at Han Yun. Those women from Jiangnan are all exquisitely beautiful and gentle. If my brother could marry a lady from the Huahuang Palace in this lifetime, it would be truly worthwhile. Both stunning and formidable, haha. Yes, specifically formidable against you. To the point that you wouldn't dare to even step out to visit brothels, let alone take a concubine, Han Yun retorted. At this, Wang Fugui's grin vanished, shattering his dream of marrying a lady from the Huahuang Palace. Never mind, I don't even feel like elaborating on the remaining 2. One hails from the southern Yunchuan's demon sect, known for their utter disregard for morality, ruthlessness, and willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve their goals, making them universally reviled in the Central Plains martial arts community. The other is the Tang sect from southwest Sichuan, which is small in scale and lacks the might to be compared with the 8 major powers. They are merchants dealing in concealed weapons and also train assassins, taking on various assassination tasks without any moral boundaries. Anything is permissible for the right price. As the 2 continued their conversation, they strolled southward, finding the vast city of Lidu so expansive that they had not managed to exit it from morning until noon. Upon reaching the southern part of the city, Wang Fugui suggested dining out, to which Han Yun nodded in agreement. They halted in front of a bustling tavern, where the sight across the street caught Han Yun's attention. Opposite them stood a bookstore, outside of which a group of young men and women, armed with spears and swords, and bearing bows, were mostly mounted on horseback. Yet, one lady stood out. She was strikingly beautiful, with soft facial features, a tall and graceful figure, clad in a flowing rose-red gown. Her slender waist was cinched with a leather belt, while she wore a simple piece of leather armor reminiscent of military attire, with an enchanting smile gracing her lips. She radiated warmth and kindness. On her back was a large longbow, nearly as tall as she was, and at her lower back hung a quiver, leaving one to wonder how this delicate maiden could draw such a heavy bow. Behind her was a green bull, saddled and tethered, pulling a large cart neatly stacked with books, secured by ropes. At that moment, the lady was haggling with the bookstore owner. Han Yun glanced at her a couple of times before losing interest. Dismounting, he handed the reins of his Tianma to a guard and prepared to enter the tavern. Suddenly, the Tianma went wild, transforming back to its original form, spreading its wings and extending its horn, charging towards the green bull. The bull turned, snorting in response, lowering its head to brace for the impact. With a resounding crash, the Tianma staggered backward, while the green bull stumbled, causing the cart behind it to tilt and spilling books everywhere. This spectacle startled everyone present. Han Yun quickly seized the Tianma, slapping its head to calm it down. The bow-wielding lady hurriedly crouched down to gather the scattered books. Noticing her plight, Han Yun assisted her in collecting the books, apologizing, "I am sorry. My horse was startled for some unknown reason. I will compensate you for your loss. It's all right. The ground is dry, and the books are unharmed." "It's all good now," she replied with a gentle smile, displaying no concern. At this moment, Wang Fuguei approached, urging the guards to help pick up the books. Observing the lady's attire and her companions, he jested, "May I ask, are you a member of the Qi family from Lanchuan?" "Indeed, I am Qi Xiaoyu," she replied, looking up with a polite and warm smile, her pure gaze and heartfelt expression akin to a violet blooming in the morning sun, enveloping one in a refreshing breeze. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguei clasped his hands in respect, saying, "So you are indeed a member of the Qi family. I apologize for my ignorance. Your family has guarded the human pass for generations, defending against the demon tribes and ensuring peace in the Central Plains. A remarkable legacy." "Not at all. It is our duty. There is no need to speak of merits," Qi Xiaoyu responded, standing up and dusting off the books before neatly arranging them. "Miss, why are you buying so many books?" Han Yun inquired while assisting her. The truth is, many children in our area cannot afford schooling. So I established a school specifically for orphans who have lost their parents, most of whom were heroes who perished fighting against demon beasts. I aim to provide them with an education. Although the Silk Road passes through Human Pass, the merchants bring only porcelain and tea. Books are never sold. Thus, during my visit to the Central Plains, I sought to acquire as many books as possible and arrange for a caravan to transport them back, so that the children there will have access to reading material. Upon hearing her words, Han Yun felt a profound respect for this young woman. The care for the orphans of fallen soldiers has historically been a significant challenge, often neglected by many nations. Her willingness to aid those children indicated her kindness and sensitivity. In an era where education is undervalued, Han Yun, being a traveler from another world and a teacher to countless disciples, understood the vital importance of education. "Why don't you transport them back personally? Or do you have other matters to attend to in the Central Plains?" "I do have matters to attend to. We are embarking on an expedition to the Demon Abyss, and I cannot carry so many books with me." Han Yun nodded, falling silent as he approached the bookstore owner. He discreetly inquired, "How much for these books?" 125 taels of silver in total, the bookstore owner replied, delighted that Han Yun was ready to pay, thus avoiding further negotiations with the lady, who had managed to haggle down to 100 taels. Han Yun produced 200 tael silver notes from his sleeve and handed them to the owner, who cheerfully went to fetch his change. "Qi Xiaoyu, are you ready?" "You always dawdle. We are leaving." A young man from Qi Xiaoyu's group called out impatiently. None of them had offered to help when the books fell. "Qi Tian, wait for me. I'm coming." Qi Xiaoyu's smile dimmed as she hastened to finish packing the books. "Xiao Tian, come here." Han Yun beckoned to Tianma, which trotted over eagerly. The young man named Qi Tian, observing from a distance, twitched his lips, realizing they shared the same nickname. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he whispered to his companions. "That is Tianma, and that man wields a sword. Could he be the hero who battled the demon beast on the Luo River last night?" "He does bear resemblance," one companion replied. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Tian gently prodded his horse, steering it towards Han Yun. "Excuse me, brother. May I inquire if you are the hero who fought the hook snake on the Luo River last night?" "No, you must have mistaken me for someone else," Han Yun replied, his attention focused on questioning his horse about its sudden outburst. "You have not mistaken him. A member of the Qi family rode over, stating, 'I witnessed the battle while drinking on a flower boat last night, and I recognized you both.' The news of the battle on Luo River has spread, and everyone knows of the hero on Tianma who swiftly vanquished a fourth-grade hook snake. Killing an aquatic demon beast in the water speaks volumes of his prowess." With this declaration, The gazes of onlookers turned to Han Yun and Wang Fuguwei with great admiration. Young people always idolize the strong. The tale of the hero who rode the Tianma and defeated a demon beast in mere moments had already become a well-known legend. As the crowd gathered, many curious and respectful gazes scrutinized Han Yun. Is he truly that hero? He looks so young, yet he's already so formidable. It is rumored to be a fourth-rank demonic beast. A serpent of such magnitude, slaying it would be challenging if it were not of the third rank. Alas, I digress. Upon returning home, I shall ensure my son diligently practices martial arts. Should he dare to slack off, he shall face my wrath. Pray tell, valiant hero, what name do you bear? Last night, my younger brother was aboard that grand vessel. Had you not vanquished the great demon, he likely would have been devoured. I am forever grateful for your heroic deeds. In Dachuan, valor is revered. Everyone admires the strong. Many children, while playing, compete to portray gallant knights, draped in sheets, wielding wooden swords, and shouting to vanquish demons. Hence, upon learning of Han Yun's identity, the townsfolk regarded him with profound respect. Han Yun, averse to commotion, hastily maneuvered through the crowd and entered the tavern alongside Wang Fuguwei. The guards secured their horses and followed suit. Such is the spirit of man. Qi Tian observed Han Yun's retreating figure and nodded resolutely. So he possesses such prowess. Qi Xiaoyu paused in her tasks, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. The books were now entirely packed. She secured them with rope and approached the bookstore owner, presenting a silver note. Miss, the hero you mentioned has already settled the payment. If I were to accept yours, it would jeopardize future business, the owner chuckled. He paid? How much? 125 taels, the owner replied with a sly, affable smile. Did we not agree on 100 taels? How could you take so much from him? Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed, distressed, and rushed into the tavern, seeking Han Yun to return the excess. However, after searching fruitlessly, she considered asking the server, yet the tavern was bustling during the mealtime, and the server ignored her as she was not a patron. With no choice, Qi Xiaoyu departed the tavern, etching Han Yun's visage into her memory, vowing to repay him upon their next encounter. On the uppermost level of the tavern, there was but one private room, accessible only to the affluent. Wang Fuguwei, true to his name, cast 100 taels to secure the space. As Han Yun sipped his drink, he perused his achievement points. Having garnered a substantial reward from the recent endeavor, it appeared that exhibiting 1's prowess also yielded rewards. Previously, he had relied on teaching martial skills to others, gaining recognition and points through their successes. Now, receiving commendation directly himself seemed to yield even greater rewards. Alas, brother, what occupies your thoughts? Enjoy your meal, Wang Fuguwei urged. Chapter 95. A reunion with Xiaoyu. Han Yun gazed at the array of dishes before him and sighed. He had not intended to dine, but companionship with Wang Fuguwei rendered daily meals inevitable. It was not that he disliked dining. Rather, it entailed complications. Firstly, one must ascertain whether the food was poisoned or drugged. Furthermore, consuming meals inevitably led to the cycle of digestion. One could not merely ingest without the necessity of expulsion, resulting in additional inconvenience. Lastly, traversing mostly through desolate areas, one must seek privacy in nature, raising the dilemma of whether to draw 1's sword or attend to personal matters first in case of danger. The imagery was too vivid to contemplate. Qingyu, why did your steed go wild earlier? Wang Fuguwei inquired curiously. It perceived that azure bull as a rival beast, wishing to display its valor before your mare, and thus provoked it, only to find that it was no pushover, Han Yun replied. Wang Fuguwei was taken aback. Is the world of demonic beasts so similar? Ha. Dear brother Qingyu, how about this? I shall arrange for a dowry and betroth my steed to yours, allowing them to express their natural desires. Wang Fuguwei laughed uncontrollably. No need. Have you not noticed that your steed no longer resists mine? They are practically inseparable, Han Yun remarked, observing the horses nuzzling each other closely. What is this? Were the two horses housed together last night? Perhaps they engaged in some amusing antics, Wang Fuguwei mused, momentarily stunned before dropping his chopsticks, his face flushed. What a blunder. The guards nearby erupted into laughter at their master's expense. Despite being a prince, Wang Fuguwei was remarkably approachable, eschewing pretentiousness. Unlike others, who would never dine with their subordinates, he treated his men with kindness, often engaging in casual conversation and offering assistance with personal matters, thus earning their loyalty. Han Yun appreciated this camaraderie, for he too found excessive formality distasteful. After an hour of jovial banter and dining, they descended to continue their journey. Provisions and tents had been prepared the previous night, and with minimal supplies allocated to each horse, the group departed Ludu, heading south at a leisurely pace. This was Han Yun's intent. He preferred not to rush, allowing others to scout ahead. As for the jade pendant, he trusted that the other half of the system's holder would not fall easily to demise. The steeds trotted along the official road, and within an afternoon, they covered many miles. As night fell, they located an inn. Such inns, situated along official roads, catered to travelers and merchants, and were plentiful. Dachuan was peaceful, fostering prosperous commerce, with many heading south toward the land of fallen demons. The inn was nearly filled to capacity, with patrons at every table. Before entering, Han Yun noticed a familiar azure bowl outside. Could it be that Qi Xiaoyu was present as well? Upon entering, he indeed spotted a solitary figure at a large table in the corner. Good sirs, how many of you? Are you dining or lodging? The server approached, perspiration glistening upon his brow, indicating his busyness. Are there any rooms available? Please arrange a few. Wang Fuguei requested. Ah, esteemed guest, only 2 rooms remain. With your party being numerous, you shall have to squeeze in, the server replied. Very well, when traveling, one cannot be overly particular. Please bring forth some fine wine and dishes, and remember to have someone tend to the horses outside. However, sir, if you wish to dine, you may have to wait a bit, as it is currently full. Alternatively, you could head to your rooms, and I shall bring the food to you, the server said, appearing troubled. No need, simply serve the dishes at that table. We shall dine together, Wang Fuguei replied, pointing towards Qi Xiaoyu's table. Sir, that may not be appropriate. She is but a young maiden. It is fine. We are acquainted, Wang Fuguei asserted and led his companions directly to Qi Xiaoyu's table. Miss Xiaoyu, how delightful to see you, Wang Fuguei called out before even reaching her. While Qi Xiaoyu was in the midst of her meal, she looked up in confusion upon hearing her name. Her expression instantly brightened upon recognizing Han Yun. Hero, it is you. You have come as well. Wang Fuguei observed Han Yun, then glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, whose eyes sparkled solely for Han Yun, his brow furrowing slightly. Was it possible that after a day's arduous journey, he appeared wan? Miss Xiaoyu, there are no seats left. May we join you? Han Yun inquired courteously. Of course. Please, take a seat, she replied eagerly. The table was spacious, and the group gathered around, with Han Yun and Wang Fuguei settling on either side of Qi Xiaoyu. Suddenly recalling something, Qi Xiaoyu quickly retrieved a silver note from her garments, counted out 125 taels, and handed it to Han Yun. Han Yun noticed that her stack of notes was not thick. After counting out a little over 100 taels, only 20 or 30 remained. Here, I return your money. I sought you at noon today, but could not find you. No need for that. This is my compensation to you. Han Yun shook his head, realizing that after the young girl gave him money, she was left with only a small amount, which would hardly suffice for her long journey home. You owe me nothing. Those books are in perfect condition. They were mine to purchase, and I cannot let others bear the cost. Consider it a donation of books to those children. They are quite pitiable, and I wish to contribute in some way. Han Yun was resolute in refusing the money, not only because he genuinely admired the young woman, but also because he detested being indebted to others. He felt that debts must be repaid in full. Well then, upon my return, shall I inform them that these books were given by— What is your name? Qi Xiaoyu promptly inquired. Qingyu. I shall remember that. I will tell them that an elder brother named Qingyu provided these for them. At that moment, the dishes were served, and Wang Fuguei called out to everyone. Come, come. Let us eat. Qi girl, join us. Do not solely consume noodles, as they do not suffice. It's fine, noodles are quite delicious. Many children at Yimingwen can hardly even afford them, Qi Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head as she continued to enjoy her noodles. Wang Fuguei frowned upon hearing this. Doesn't the court allocate special funds each year for the families of fallen soldiers? How could they be unable to afford food? Chapter 96, Xiaoyu. The person I most admire is Han Yun. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu sighed. The court does allocate funds. But these funds must first be passed from the Ministry of Revenue to the Ministry of War, then to the governor of Longchuan, and finally allocated to Yimingwen, where the general distributes them further down. At each level, a portion is siphoned off, so by the time 10,000 taels reach those children, it is likely that not even 100 taels remain, especially given the number of people sharing it. Moreover, they often undercut military expenditures, leaving many soldiers to eat only 2 meals a day, and even then, they cannot be full during peacetime. Military pay is often delayed or insufficient, she continued. Wang Fuguei exclaimed in anger, Humph, those wretches. Frontline soldiers fight valiantly against the demon tribe, risking their lives, while behind the scenes, these individuals line their own pockets, engaging in corruption and embezzlement. They deserve to be punished severely. These parasites do not reflect on who protects them and who ensures the tranquility of Dazhou, allowing them to live in comfort. As a prince, He was naturally more informed and concerned about such matters. Han Yun shook his head, stating, "There is little that can be done. Such occurrences happen everywhere. Human desire leads to taking risks for profit, though some demonstrate even less conscience. Unless His Majesty is truly determined to rectify the bureaucracy, it would disrupt the interests of the majority, and his throne would be unstable unless he is willing to make sacrifices." Sigh. If only Dazhou could have a wise ruler, Wang Fugue lamented. Casting a glance at Han Yun to gauge his expression, Han Yun remained impassive, merely serving a plate of beef to Qi Xiaoyu, urging her to eat. Qi Xiaoyu, however, resolutely refused the unsolicited food. "Miss Qi, does your family also rely on the court's military funds for sustenance?" Han Yun inquired. "Partly, yes, but we also engage in trade. Although Yimingwen is barren, it possesses several specialties. The Silk Road traverses through us, and we often sell unique products to merchants. For instance, we sell beef, mutton, jinfeng pears, goji berries, Sichuan pepper, and sand onion, which they take to the Central Plains, and we purchase goods from there to sell in the western regions, earning a profit. Yet, compared to other legitimate forces, we are still quite impoverished." Han Yun recognized this truth. A member of a prominent family carrying just over 100 taels reflected their dire circumstances. Wang Fugue nodded. "Indeed, the northern regions of Longchuan are truly desolate. It is commendable that your family has managed to survive until now. When it comes to the wealthiest legitimate forces, none surpass the Yin-Yang sect. They are truly affluent, possessing immense strength, the largest numbers, and conducting the most significant business. The profits from their enterprises are used to cultivate disciples, who, upon completion of their training, are dispatched to earn money for the sect. This cycle only makes the Yin-Yang sect stronger, rendering them almost as wealthy as a nation." Qi Xiaoyu shook her head. "But it is not merely a matter of wealth. The Yin-Yang sect does not need to maintain an army or officials, nor do they need to provide relief during disasters. If the court and the Yin-Yang sect garnered the same annual income, the court would certainly have less saved than the sect, as the court's expenses are exorbitant." Han Yun interjected, "Furthermore, with so many corrupt officials lining their own pockets and the burden of maintaining numerous royals and nobles, the pressure on the court is indeed immense. In truth, the Yin-Yang sect has it somewhat easier." Wang Fugue sighed. "Fortunately, the Yin-Yang sect lacks ambition. Otherwise, with their power, they could easily overthrow the court." Han Yun, being a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, naturally felt compelled to defend it. That is not necessarily the case. The Yin-Yang sect is merely a sect from the martial world, maintaining a cooperative relationship with the court. They send numerous disciples to the Great Wall each year and have contributed significantly. One must remain vigilant. The current leader of the Yin-Yang sect may be virtuous, but who can guarantee that there will not be ambitious individuals in the future? Wang Fugue remarked. "Oh, Qingyu, you seem quite familiar with the Yin-Yang sect," he added. Looking at Han Yun, Qi Xiaoyu wiped her mouth and said, "Isn't this common knowledge? I also know that the Yin-Yang sect has 3 major sacred cultivation sites. They are Xinyun Pond, Taijitu, and Yunwu Hall." Han Yun was aware of these 3 locations. He had previously clashed with the elders over quotas for Xinyun Pond. Taijitu was not merely a diagram, but an S-shaped river in the northern region of the Yin-Yang sect, with circular banks representing Yin and Yang. The feng shui there was exceptional, with the northern bank embodying Yin and the southern bank embodying Yang, creating a magnetic field conducive to the cultivation of Yin-Yang sect techniques. However, what was Yunwu Hall? How did it also qualify as a sacred cultivation site? Speaking of the Yin-Yang sect, the person I admire most is one of its members. Qi Xiaoyu, now sated, was animatedly gazing at Han Yun and Wang Fugue. "Oh, you have someone you admire? I thought it was my brother Qingyu." Wang Fugue laughed heartily. "Not him." Qi Xiaoyu initially feigned annoyance, but then smiled shyly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "The person I admire most is called Han Yun." Han Yun was momentarily taken aback. How had the conversation shifted to him? "Han Yun. I know him. He is the Grand Master of the Yin-Yang sect." "Ah, Qingyu, have you heard of Han Yun?" Wang Fugue asked Han Yun, internally embarrassed. Han Yun maintained his composure and nodded lightly, acknowledging he had heard of him. Qi Xiaoyu eagerly interjected, "Let me tell you, Han Yun is exceptionally formidable. I believe he is the greatest master of our time. Despite having lost all his internal power, he does not wallow in despair, but dedicates himself to studying martial arts and has taught countless disciples, employing methods tailored to each individual. He undoubtedly deserves the title of the foremost master of our age. Since I am also a teacher, guiding children, I hold Master Han in the highest regard. I could never teach tens of thousands of students," she added. Wang Fugue nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have heard that he established Yunwu Hall." conducting classes daily and creating countless martial techniques. Even profound-level techniques are trivial in his presence. He effortlessly wields earth-level martial arts and has even created heavenly-level techniques. He is truly remarkable. I wish to visit the Yin Yang sect and seek his guidance. If I could learn even a few moves from him, I would be invincible among my peers. Hearing such praise directed at himself, Han Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Was he truly so formidable? For a time, he even suspected that they had recognized his true identity and were intentionally flattering him. Qi Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Not only was he at the heavenly level, but he had also created the divine martial art Tai Chi Quan. Previously, we encountered several disciples of the Yin Yang sect in the northern part of Luochuan, and that Wang Hanshi was truly formidable. Qi Tian was defeated in just 3 moves during their sparring, and Wang Hanshi employed Tai Chi Quan. The Supreme Emperor of the Yin Yang sect indeed lives up to his title. Chapter 97. Xiaoyu's dream. Had Qi Xiaoyu encountered her junior sister and the others? If that were the case, they must be not far to the south, probably just a day or two's journey away. Han Yun listened to their conversation, remaining outwardly calm while pondering deeply within. Wang Fuguei chuckled. The Supreme Emperor of the Yin Yang sect indeed boasts a grandiose title. I wonder how the Emperor would react if he learned of this. How can it be considered grandiose? Master Han deserves such a title. If you possessed his abilities, you could also be called the Supreme Emperor, retorted Qi Xiaoyu, wrinkling her nose. As a devoted admirer of Han Yun, she would not allow anyone to disparage him. Haha, you're getting worked up. All right. Han Yun is indeed the most remarkable in the world. That is the truth. Han Yun is accomplished at a young age, having created both heavenly and divine level martial arts. He selflessly imparts his knowledge of martial arts to the disciples of the Yin Yang sect without reservation. His abilities and character are both exceptional. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu turned to Han Yun and asked, Hey, Min Yuping, what do you think of Han Yun as a person? How am I supposed to answer that? Saying he is good would seem a bit shameless, and saying otherwise might anger this girl. After all, he is her idol. What on earth does Min Yuping even mean? After a moment of contemplation, Han Yun asked, Have you ever met Han Yun? No, I came directly from Longchuan to Luochuan this time, and did not pass through Yinchuan. Moreover, the Yin Yang sect is located too far north, so there was no opportunity to pay a visit to Master Han. Qi Xiaoyu shook her head, a hint of disappointment on her face, then smiled brightly. But it's all right. Once I'm less busy, I will definitely visit the Yin Yang sect to seek some martial arts manuals from Master Han to take back for the children. Han Yun felt something peculiar stir within him. He whimsically wondered how Qi Xiaoyu would react if one day she arrived at the Yin Yang sect, sought him out in the Yunwu Hall, and he revealed that Han Yun was actually Qingyu. You truly care for those children. By the way, what about the books you purchased? There's a courier agency to the south of Lu City. I left the books there and asked them to take them to Yumen Pass when they next transport goods to the western regions, giving them 20 taels of silver for the service. What about your companions? Why aren't they with you? Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu's expression turned somewhat forlorn as she replied. They found me too bothersome, always buying books along the way. They left me behind when I went to the tavern to find you. She then chuckled nonchalantly. It's fine. Once I reach the land of fallen demons, I can look for them again. But you are all from the Qi family, having come from Longchuan together. It's not right to leave your companions behind, Han Yun remarked with a slight frown. My relationship with them isn't very good. It's normal for them not to want to take me along. How can that be? Wang Fuguei questioned. A gentle and kind girl like you must be liked wherever you go. I'm not as good as you say. I've never had a good relationship with them. Although my father is the son of the previous clan leader, he is a concubine's son, and my mother is not of the main line in her family either. Their positions are both lowly, and the legitimate children look down on me. They never wanted to play with me when we were young. I practiced martial arts and archery at home by myself. As I grew older, I helped those children. Though my family is a collateral branch, we still receive a monthly stipend, albeit small, which I managed to save up, since I was busy taking care of the children. And they regarded those children as commoners unworthy of their attention. They were even less inclined to associate with me. If it weren't for my current 5th rank status, I wouldn't even have a chance to go to the land of fallen demons. I fought hard to earn this opportunity. Qi Xiaoyu sighed softly, and Han Yun noticed a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. This girl is both strong and kind, pretending not to care while secretly yearning for friendship. What about your family? Your parents must support you in caring for those children. My father is a very weak man. He dares not speak up when bullied by outsiders and comes home to vent his frustrations on my mother. He does nothing but drink all day. How can such a man exist? Being weak outside and bullying his own wife at home. Wang Fuguei's brow furrowed in indignation. My mother's suffering is for a reason. Let us not air family grievances. Qi Xiaoyu shook her head, downing the drink Wang Fuguei had poured for her. Han Yun could roughly guess the situation. Her mother likely did something wrong to her father, who, being weak, dared not speak out and only drank to drown his sorrows. After drinking, emboldened, he would take out his anger on his wife. What a dreadful situation. How could a girl with such a correct worldview emerge from such a family? Is it true that poor children take on responsibilities early? I noticed that a few of your companions are only at the 6th rank, yet you have already reached the 5th rank. By strength, you should be the strongest among them. So why are they not taking you along? Han Yun changed the subject. Sai, it's useless. I am already the strongest among the younger generation of the Qi family, yet the Qi family is still a family, not a sect. The concept of bloodline is very strong, and our status is determined by legitimacy and birth order rather than by aptitude and strength. Of course, if I could cultivate to the 4th rank, I would be considered a strong individual within the clan, and my status would rise significantly. If I were to reach the 3rd rank, I would hold a position of great power within the Qi family. I am still young. I can strive for it. Sooner or later, those who look down on me will come and willingly help me take care of the children. Qi Xiaoyu declared earnestly, then blushed slightly. Feeling a bit embarrassed by her own enthusiasm, Han Yun smiled at her words. This girl dreams of becoming strong, which is perfectly reasonable. But what sets her apart is that her aspiration is not to trample those who once belittled her, but rather to have them join her in caring for the children. Her kindness is truly remarkable. Are you all going to the land of fallen demons as well? Qi Xiaoyu inquired. Before Han Yun could respond, Wang Fuguei nodded in affirmation. Qi Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Perfect. I am going there too. We should travel together. It would be safer on the road. And we won't have to fear encountering bad people. Wang Fuguei laughed heartily. You should ask Qingyu about that. He is our leader, and we all follow his lead. Qi Xiaoyu turned to Han Yun with hopeful eyes. Han Yun instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he saw the purity in Qi Xiaoyu's gaze, an inexplicable urge to protect this radiant light surged within him. She is such a good girl, venturing alone to such a dangerous place. The risks are too great. Chapter 98. Intelligence on the land of fallen demons. My dear girl, you speak of fear of encountering bad people, but we are all men here. Are you not afraid we might be the bad ones? Perhaps the very villains you are wary of are right beside you. Han Yun took a sip from his cup. How could that be? You are a great hero who slays demon beasts. You even offered to compensate me for the books my horse knocked over. And you are willing to help those poor children. I cannot fathom any reason for you to be a bad person. Qi Xiaoyu smiled gently. Usually, I would not share so much with strangers, but for some reason, I feel a sense of familiarity and ease with you. Though you speak little, I can sense that you are a good person. You must often help others, right? Han Yun indeed often lends a helping hand. The number of disciples he has assisted is in the thousands. Indeed, he often lends a hand to others and has even assisted me. You are unaware of the events that transpired that night when the great demon emerged. I engaged in battle with it. As the monstrous serpent opened its gaping maw to devour me, just at that critical moment, a valiant hero on a white steed descended from the heavens, rescuing me from peril. Wang Fuguei spoke animatedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement, while Qi Xiaoyu smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. After a hearty meal, the group ascended to the guest rooms to rest. Qi Xiaoyu had arrived early and secured a room for herself, but Han Yun and the 12 others had to squeeze into 2 rooms. Without needing Wang Fuguei's instruction, the guards promptly divided themselves, with 6 heading to one room and the other 4 following Han Yun and Wang Fuguei into another. The room contained only a single bed, and as a prince accustomed to luxury, Wang Fuguei insisted on sleeping in the bed. The remaining 4 guards spread out 2 bedding mats on the floor, pairing off to take turns sleeping and keeping watch. Fortunately, they had brought their own bedding, and the weather was mild. Han Yun settled into a chair, sitting cross-legged as he practiced the Tai Xian Ling Long Ju. Qingyu, come, let us share the bed. Wang Fuguei beckoned enticingly from the bed, his voice dripping with charm. No, that's disgusting, Han Yun replied, opening his eyes with indifference. Come on, we must rest well for our journey tomorrow. My warm body is quite inviting, Wang Fuguei continued, unable to suppress a laugh at his own words. Han Yun ignored him. Alas, Qingyu, do you not know that when a victorious general returns to report to the emperor, it is customary for the emperor to share the same bed to signify trust and favor? This is quite normal. When I become emperor, I shall appoint you as a great general, Wang Fuguei jested. Han Yun glanced at him, his expression unchanging. Shall we remove our battle armor and warm the spring night beneath the hibiscus tent? Wang Fuguei was taken aback, pondering why such beautiful poetry sounded so distasteful when uttered by Han Yun. Tomorrow, Have your men investigate Qi Xiaoyu's background to ascertain the truth of her claims. Han Yun instructed. What? Do you suspect this girl? Wang Fuguei inquired. One must always be cautious. A careful boat sails for 1,000 years. It is prudent to know the origins of an unfamiliar individual suddenly joining our ranks. Very well, Zhao Tao, send a message via carrier pigeon, Wang Fuguei instructed a guard. He then turned to Han Yun, his gaze contemplative. In this group, the most enigmatic and least understood must be you, Qing Yu. The night passed without further conversation. And the following morning, Han Yun and the others vacated their rooms and gathered for breakfast downstairs. How did you rest, Miss Qi? Wang Fuguei asked. Sipping a mixture of spicy soup and tofu pudding. In Luochuan, the spicy soup and noodles were renowned, yet Wang Fuguei had a penchant for tofu pudding. While others debated whether it should be sweet or savory, Wang Fuguei found the perfect solution by combining the two. He enjoyed the spicy blend, topped with scallions and cilantro, paired with freshly baked scallion pancakes, truly a divine taste. I rested well. And you, Qing Yu? Qi Xiaoyu turned to Han Yun. I also had a good rest, he nodded. After their meal, Wang Fuguei inquired again. Miss Qi, are you satisfied? Yes, I am full. How about you, Qing Yu? She asked once more. I too am satiated. Wang Fuguei, feeling a bit vexed, retrieved a mirror from his pocket to check his appearance, wondering if his lack of sleep had diminished his looks. Once mounted, Qi Xiaoyu rode her green ox, and the group set off. Shortly after, Han Yun noticed that Qi Xiaoyu had taken out a book, reading it intently without looking up. Observing her focused demeanor, he asked, Are you not afraid of running into a tree while reading on the move? Qi Xiaoyu smiled lightly. Not at all. My green ox is of the 6th rank. It possesses intelligence and knows how to navigate. I merely need to let it follow your lead. Do you truly love reading that much? Han Yun queried. Qi Xiaoyu replied earnestly. Books themselves are not what matter, but the knowledge within them. Once acquired, the wisdom becomes one's own. Books are fleeting, yet knowledge endures. Indeed, quite profound, Han Yun thought, unsure of how to respond. Realizing she had a knack for articulating profound truths, she cherished her reading. Perhaps it was best to let her be, without interruption. As they traveled, Wang Fuguei and Han Yun exchanged a few words, and by midday, they paused to have some provisions. At that moment, a horse appeared from the main road, galloping toward them and stopping before the group. The messenger, weary from travel and clutching a document resembling a report, knelt before Wang Fuguei. 6th Master, the intelligence you requested. Thank you for your efforts. You may return now, Wang Fuguei replied. As you command. After glancing through the document, Wang Fuguei's expression grew serious. Meanwhile, Han Yun sat upon a stone beneath a large tree. Wang Fuguei approached him, making space as he handed over the document. Han Yun opened it, scrutinizing its contents. What are you both reading? Qi Xiaoyu inquired, curiosity piqued as she approached. Information regarding the MOUNGD, Wang Fuguei responded. May I take a look? Let us peruse it together, she suggested. Wang Fuguei was unconcerned about her seeing it, considering she was also a companion destined for the MOUNGD. Qi Xiaoyu moved to sit beside Han Yun, nudging him toward Wang Fuguei. The stone beneath them bore an unexpected burden. Feeling warmth radiate from his right arm, Han Yun felt a bit awkward, but further squeezing would have toppled Wang Fuguei, so he remained as he was. Glancing at Qi Xiaoyu, who was engrossed in the information Han Yun held, he too focused on the document. Chapter 99. The Depth of Human Hearts and the Perils of the Jianghu. The MOUNGD has been opened for over a month. The Mo Jiao entered first, sending 100 individuals into the realm, overcoming numerous dangers to reach the core area. They dispatched 20 individuals into the core, but after several days, only one emerged, appearing deranged yet bringing with him an unparalleled sword. Currently, the Mo Jiao is reorganizing its forces, preparing for another incursion, with the sect leader likely to take part personally. Among the righteous factions, Bai Ma Si and Nu Huanggong, being the closest, were the first to arrive and enter the MOUNGD. Bai Ma Si sent in over 100 monks, encountering fierce magical beasts known as Mo Lang, suffering significant losses while progressing slowly. Nu Huanggong deployed a select group of about 10 elite warriors, who are now trapped by a swarm of insect demons, unable to break free. 10 days prior, the Hua Yin Jianpai entered, deploying 3 third-rank experts and over 200 individuals from the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks, making them the faction with the largest number of powerful individuals currently engaged. 7 days ago, the Hua Yin Jianpai neared the core and discovered an ancient remnant sword capable of slicing through iron. They sent in the third-rank expert Jian Xian Lauren along with 4 fourth-rank experts, but none have returned since, their fates unknown. 6 days ago, Dong Lin Shu Yuan arrived in succession but did not delve deeply into the Mo Yun-GD, instead searching the periphery, seemingly awaiting reinforcements. 3 days ago, Yin Yangzong arrived, led by the 3rd-rank expert Xian Yixianzi, accompanied by a 3rd-rank elder, 10 4th-rank elders, and 35th-rank elders. Engaging in combat against a 3rd-rank magical beast at the periphery, slaying it to obtain its demon core, within which they found an ancient scroll possibly documenting high-level martial skills. The Qi family and Wu Shunjiao are the farthest removed and have yet to arrive. The aforementioned details only account for the elite teams of the major factions. The numbers of their lower-ranking disciples are even greater and scattered, making them difficult to tally. Various smaller factions and wandering heroes have also ventured forth, but lacking 3rd-rank experts. Their sporadic groups are negligible. The most formidable swordsman, Jiujian Xian Chun Wu Hui, arrived at the Mo Yun-GD today, but his whereabouts remain unknown. No further news has been received regarding other wandering experts mobilizing. This time, the realm of Mo Yun is markedly different from previous years. The number of mutated demonic beasts has surged, the quantity of goo insects is vast, and the miasma is denser than in previous openings. However, the miasma in the core area is significantly reduced compared to before. The casualties this time are alarmingly high, so we must exercise utmost caution. Note: the medicines to resist the miasma have been prepared and are located outside Zhaoyang City, at the entrance to Mo Yun. The notebook is rather small. Thus, it only contains a summary and cannot record extensive details. Yet, from these brief notes, one can discern that this opening of Mo Yun is fraught with greater peril. The journey ahead is bound to be arduous. Wang Fuguwei let out a bitter smile as he tucked the notebook away. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yun remarked that this time, the miasma surrounding the area is more abundant than ever, while the core area's miasma has significantly diminished. Nevertheless, even in lesser amounts, the core miasma is undoubtedly more potent than that of the periphery. It seems the ancient barrier has loosened, allowing the miasma within to escape. The number of powerful beings venturing forth this time is undoubtedly much greater than before, as the core area has never been opened previously due to its overwhelming miasma, which was lethal to any intruder. This, however, implies that the treasures within the core area remain untouched. The outer regions have likely been scavenged countless times, and any treasures there would have long since been claimed, leaving little chance for inadvertent finds. Conversely, the core area remains intact, harboring an abundance of relics from the ancient cataclysm. Wang Fuguwei nodded, pulled out his smoking pipe, ignited it with a fire starter, and inhaled deeply, stating leisurely that indeed, the escape of the miasma has led to numerous mutations among the demonic beasts and goo insects in the periphery, resulting in an even greater proliferation. Most importantly, on this expedition to Mo Yun, we faced dangers not only from the miasma and beasts within the Forbidden Land, but also from the multitude of formidable individuals present. Hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that sometimes humans can be far more terrifying than demonic beasts. The allure of wealth can lead individuals to commit heinous acts. If we discover something valuable and others take notice, they will undoubtedly attempt to seize it. Should they prove capable of overpowering us, they would surely eliminate us and claim the treasures for themselves. Alas, it would be ideal if everyone could coexist harmoniously, but regrettably, the world of Jianghu is fraught with peril and lacks freedom. Han Yun chuckled at her words, shaking his head as he replied that Jianghu is composed of people. The depths of human hearts dictate its dangers. However, it is not as you envision, where everyone engages in mutual slaughter upon meeting. Many powerful individuals are acquainted, sharing friendships, entangled in interests, and aware of social intricacies. Some foster goodwill, while others harbor enmity. Some possess strength, while others have formidable backgrounds. These complexities must be weighed, as it is not merely a matter of who wields the strongest fist. Jianghu has its own rules, and those who disregard them, no matter how skilled, will ultimately struggle to survive in this realm. Qi Xiaoyu rose and turned to Han Yun, stating earnestly that Qin Yu, your words are quite insightful. Yet the purpose of my comments is not to impart wisdom, but to convey that when faced with enemies, one must not show mercy. Actions must be decisive. Once an adversary resolves to strike, it will be a matter of either our lives or theirs. I understand you are a good person, kind-hearted and warm, which is why I worry you may show compassion in the face of foes, a course of action that is ill-advised. If you decide to engage, you must be prepared to eradicate the threat completely. Having spoken, Qi Xiaoyu approached her Qingyo. Wang Fuguwei and Han Yun exchanged glances, pondering that perhaps the kindest among them is indeed her. I had been concerned about her being overly compassionate, but it seems I worried unnecessarily. Although I am unfamiliar with the term compassionate maiden, I comprehend the sentiment you wish to convey. Wang Fugui took another puff of his pipe, exhaling slowly before offering it to Han Yun. Would you care for a taste? No, thank you. Do have a try. This tobacco invigorates the mind and is exquisite in flavor. I assure you, one taste, and you will be enamored. I am aware, but I merely find it distasteful due to your previous use. Oh. The group resumed their journey, and by afternoon, a soaring eagle descended from the sky, landing gracefully upon the head of Wang Fugui's horse. Wang Fugui appeared unfazed as he untied the cloth from the eagle's leg, allowing it to take flight once more. Is this a flying eagle delivering a message? Han Yun inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the cost of a 1,000-mile transmission talisman is exorbitant. We rely on carrier pigeons, eagles, and human messengers for our daily communications. Carrier pigeons can only traverse between fixed points, and once the target disappears, we are left at a loss. However, the specially trained eagle is different. It possesses the ability to spot a mere insect from thousands of meters in the air, with keen eyesight and the capacity to track its prey. Once we departed from the inn and traveled this far, the carrier pigeons lost our trail. Yet the eagle can still find us. Having concluded his explanation, Wang Fugui extended the piece of cloth to Han Yun.